Near the training grounds by the Ninja Academy in the Hidden Leaf Village, a boy around 4 or 5 years old, wearing goggles, opened his eyes while leaning against a bench by the fence. Uchiha Obito stared in disbelief at his small, childish hands as a surge of memories, strangely unfamiliar, yet intimately known, flooded his mind. According to his original memories, he was a student in class year 1 of the Ninja Academy. In the half-year since his enrollment, he had come last in every assessment, earning a reputation as the class underachiever. He dreamed of becoming Hokage, was always eager to lend a helping hand, and loved nothing more than assisting elderly ladies across the street. The person he adored most was his childhood friend Rin Noara, who had grown up by his side, but then another set of memories crashed into him like a thunderous explosion. In those recollections, he became the greatest conspirator the ninja world had ever known, infiltrating the Leaf Village to unleash the Nine Tails, resulting in the deaths of his mentor Minato Namikaze and his teacher's wife Kushina, guiding Nagato, the Rinnegan's bearer, down a path of darkness to found the second generation of the Akatsuki, playing a part in the Uchiha clan's tragic massacre, assisting in the annihilation of the entire Uchiha police force, secretly gathering the tailed beasts to ignite the fourth great ninja war, striving to become the next sage of 6 paths, intent on challenging the world itself with his own power. Though he ultimately found redemption and sacrificed himself to protect the child of prophecy. Naruto Uzumaki, the reincarnation of Azura and son of his beloved teacher. He had once been utterly consumed by the dream of using infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world where Rin still existed. The cruelest irony of all was that Rin, the girl he loved so deeply, had died by the hand of his dearest friend Kakashi. 2 utterly opposed sets of memories clashed and mingled within his mind. Aside from the love he felt for Rin, everything else was starkly different. Obito was momentarily lost in a haze of confusion, until at last both streams of memory fused into a single, seamless whole within his consciousness. Uchiha Obito realized, with a start, that he had been reborn. He had somehow traveled backward through time, returning to his childhood, sensing the familiar surge of power within his eyes. He instinctively called it forth. In an instant, his eyes turned a vivid blood red. The black pupils first split into 1 tomo, then 2, then 3. Finally, the 3 tomo spun rapidly, merging into the shape of a great windmill of 3 sickles, a manifestation of his double Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. He was only 5 years old to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 5. If Uchiha Madara himself had witnessed this, he might have been so astonished as to summon his complete Susanoo on the spot. Obito couldn't be sure whether it was the intense shock that had triggered the awakening of these eyes once more, or if he had somehow brought this power back with him from the future. Instinctively, he activated the power of his right eye. Instantly, the space around him warped. His entire body vanished from the real world as abruptly as a chalk drawing erased by a swipe of an eraser. He reappeared in the Kinui dimension, a strange, otherworldly space woven from black and white, which had once been his final refuge. Obito couldn't help but marvel. As expected, transferring with both Kimui eyes is much faster than with just one. There's barely any delay at all. It might not quite match Lord Minato's Flying Thunder God, but it's close enough now. The Mangekyo Sharingan only reveals its true potential when both eyes are united. In his previous life, he had possessed only the right eye for a long time. Though he eventually obtained both, by that point his body was frail, and he was facing Kagaya Otsutsuki herself, the progenitor of chakra, leaving him no time to explore the full potential of his dual eyes. Now he finally had the chance to experiment. Yet just as he was about to continue, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed through his right eye, and a trail of blood tears slid uncontrollably down his cheek. Hastily clutching his eye, Obito muttered in frustration, "I almost forgot. Right now I don't have Hashirama cells. I can't counteract the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan." He glanced down at his small, childish body and sighed helplessly. "I'm only 5 years old. My body is too weak. I can't sustain the Mangekyo state for long at all. If he didn't want to end up sickly like Itachi, he'd be better off using these eyes as little as possible." With that thought, he let the Sharingan fade. Obito was left adrift in uncertainty. After all, he had already died once reunited with Rin. and fallen with her into an endless, peaceful slumber. A fitting ending, or so he thought. Why had he suddenly come back to the past? And now that he had, what was he supposed to do? Suddenly, as if recalling something of great importance, he slapped his thigh with a start. At this point in time, Rin, Lord Minato, and Kushina were all still alive. Nagato had yet to fall to darkness. The Uchiha clan was still Konoha's most powerful family. A wild, unrestrained laugh burst from Obito's lips, echoing through the void. At last, he understood his purpose. But as he laughed, his voice grew hoarse, and tears began to fall without his knowing. He had no doubt in his ability to change the future. He possessed a wealth of knowledge about what was to come, and wielded the dual Mangekyo of Kimui. Even with just one, Aida once roamed the ninja world unhindered. Now with both, he was certain victory was within his grasp. Yet precisely because of this, an overwhelming sense of absurdity welled up inside him. After the infinite Tsukumi plan had been utterly shattered, he had come to terms with the truth. He was no savior, only an executioner. He had brought even more despair to a world already riddled with wounds. The deaths of Lord Minato and Kushina Naruto's orphanhood, the fall of the Akatsuki, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and the countless lives lost in the Fourth Great Ninja War, all of it in one way or another tied back to him. Every tragedy could be traced to that single instant, the moment he witnessed Rin's death, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan in utter despair, and set everything into motion. He couldn't help but mock himself, thinking he must be the most wronged soul in the entire shinobi world. That was precisely why he didn't hesitate to take the blow for Naruto. Even though it was far from enough to atone for his sins, any small redemption was better than nothing. Now he, once labeled a great sinner, had actually returned to the past, given a chance to undo the wrongs he had done with his own hands. Wasn't this, in its own way, a profound irony? The good often go unrewarded, yet someone burdened with grave sins is offered a chance to start over. The world was so unfathomable that he couldn't help but wonder. Had he gone mad? Or had the gods who sent him back lost their senses? In his eyes, he was utterly unworthy of such a blessing. On this timeline, the tragedies had yet to occur. No one had suffered the pain described by Nagato. Jiraiya, his teacher's mentor, still held fast to his belief that true understanding between people was possible. Good-hearted people always carried a touch of innocence. As long as he truly repented, most would eventually choose to forgive him. Yet he could never forgive himself. The hellish scenes he had wrought with his own hands were etched deep into his memory, scars that would never fade. Even with a second chance, he couldn't pretend none of it had ever happened. A man who committed such grave mistakes, even if granted a new beginning, could never truly erase his past crimes. But to do nothing would make him less than the man who once erred. Despite knowing he was undeserving, he was determined to do everything in his power to change the future. To give Minato-sensei, the formidable Kushina, and little Naruto the happy family they deserved, to help Akatsuki become a force that genuinely brought a new dawn, to assist the Uchiha clan in escaping their tragic fate. As for Rin, he would protect her himself, striving to bring peace to the world and create a place where she could live happily. If it were possible, Obito even wished he could help Madara, though Madara was responsible for Rin's death and led him down a dark path. Now, he stood once more on the side of good. In this world, it was painfully hard to be a good person. Naruto had not fallen to darkness. Perhaps that alone was a stroke of luck. Obito shook his head with a sigh. He calmed himself then, began to analyze his current situation. The moment of his rebirth was a peculiar one. The Second Great Ninja War had just ended. Kakashi's father, the White Fang of the Leaf, Tsukumo Hatake, had not died on the battlefield, but had chosen to end his own life. This dealt a crushing blow to Kakashi, leaving him dispirited, and today, in an attempt to prove his worth, Kakashi would apply for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. In his previous life, this event had greatly affected Obito as well. He had always felt inferior, afraid he would never catch up to Kakashi and lose this precious friend. He also feared Rin would drift toward Kakashi and vanish from his world. So he chose to avoid reality, leaving by himself, until Rin came looking for him. It was her comfort and encouragement that helped him find his strength again. It was at that moment that Rin made a promise. "I will always watch over you." Because of this vow, Rin waited for him on the road to the underworld for a very long time. History seemed to have become a cycle. and he by fate was reborn right at this pivotal moment. After meeting Rin again on the road to the underworld, he finally understood the true place he held in her heart. The bond between him and Rin was unbreakable. One could even say that even if the whole world abandoned him, Rin would never give up on him. Rin's care for him surpassed that of the entire world combined. So, even if Kakashi became the sun in the sky, he could never take Rin away from him. And the future would prove that Uchiha Obito was the true genius. In comparison, Kakashi was nothing but a stagnant failure, standing still after all these years. But now he needed to help that failure stand up again. Otherwise, considering the scale of the fourth great ninja war, Kakashi wouldn't even have the right to face Kaguya. The time was almost up. Rin should be coming to find him soon. He would meet up with Rin first, and then go find Kakashi. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Obito activated his Kamui ability once more and returned to the real world. Although the war had just ended, a somber and chilling atmosphere still hung over the hidden leaf village. Fortunately, that heaviness hadn't yet reached the children. Around the training grounds near the Ninja Academy, 5 boys and girls were gathered, making the most of their lunch break with laughter and innocent smiles lighting up their faces. Even though the will of fire passed down from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had been twisted in part by the village's higher-ups, its core ideals as the foundation of the village still carried on. Compared to the Warring States era, when children as young as 4 or 5 were forced onto the battlefield, these kids in Konoha truly lived far happier lives. Obito stood by a large tree at the edge of the training ground, cloaked in shadow, quietly observing the scene before him. It was a habit he had developed over many years. In his previous life, he had infiltrated Konoha countless times. He knew every nook and cranny, where to hide, how to evade the sensory barriers better than anyone else. Perhaps not even the members of the barrier and reconnaissance units understood the layout of Konoha as intimately as he did. He chose to appear here mainly because the village was crawling with white Zetsu spies serving as Madara's eyes and ears. Best to avoid them if possible. If his unique presence were discovered, it would cause endless trouble. Though he no longer feared Madara, that old man was already at death's door. If he wished, he could risk his failing eyesight and bodily harm. To use Kamui and face Madara head-on, Madara might not be his match. But Obito worried such a move would endanger those close to him. Saving others has always been far harder than destroying. With a reckless temperament like Uzumaki Naruto's, if luck ran out, not only would he fail to save the world, he might end up just like Obito had in his previous life. Now he no longer wished to leave anything to chance. Unlike his previous life, he was no longer a ghost wandering through the ninja world, but someone with a legitimate and lawful identity. He didn't have to hide in the shadows anymore. With this thought, he stepped out from beneath the trees. The afternoon sun over Konoha shone just right, bathing him in its warmth. A sensation he hadn't felt in what seemed like ages since he fell into darkness. He stood there, letting the sunlight wash over him, savoring the long-lost comfort. Just then a young girl with purple markings on her cheeks entered the training ground. Her eyes searching eagerly as if looking for someone. There was a mix of anxiety and excitement on her face, and her lively eyes blinked constantly, full of spirit. Obito's gaze was drawn to her at once, unable to look away. How vibrant Rin was. It had been so many years since he had seen her like this. Her very presence brightened the world, making it shimmer with life. She was the reason this world hadn't become a living hell. Obito couldn't hold back his tears. He longed to walk over and pull Rin into a deep embrace. He needed her warmth more than anything, to melt away the darkness that had built up inside him over the years. And yet, it was only now that he realized, despite everything that had happened, he hadn't changed. He could stand against the whole world for Rin, but still couldn't bring himself to reveal his true feelings to her. Frozen in place, he wrestled with himself, wanting to move, but unable to do anything but stand there in silence. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Rin turned her head. Her eyes immediately locked onto his, and when she saw the tears on his face, the joy in her expression instantly turned to concern. She hurried over to him. "Obito, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Rin asked, lifting her small hand to gently wipe away his tears. Obito sniffled and forced a weak smile. "It's nothing, really, just got a bit of dust in my eye." Before he could finish, Rin threw her arms around him in a tight hug. There was strength in her embrace, as if she wanted to shoulder his pain for him. Obito, you're really a terrible liar, Rin said softly. No matter what you're going through, I'll always be by your side. If you want to cry, then let it out. Rin didn't know what Obito had been through, but she could feel how much he needed this hug, how much he needed her warmth. The tears Obito had tried to hold back came rushing out again in that moment. He was no longer the shadowy figure pulling the strings behind the scenes, but just a boy who had regained something precious he thought he'd lost. He hugged Rin tightly in return, letting himself cry out loud, releasing years of pain, frustration, and sorrow like a child. It took a long time for him to calm down. When he finally did, he noticed Rin's shoulder was soaked with his tears, a little embarrassed. He let go of her. Sorry, Rin. I didn't mean for you to see me like this, especially right after we met again. But before he could finish, Rin gently shook her head. Obito, can you tell me what happened? Her voice was gentle, but there was a quiet determination in her words that left no room for refusal. In this embrace, Rin was overwhelmed by a tangle of emotions, a despair so crushing it threatened to suffocate, and a love so intense it bordered on obsession, as if it could melt everything away. If they hadn't just seen each other that morning, she might have believed that Obito had been separated from her for many years, only to return at last. She couldn't help but wonder just what had Obito experienced in the span of a single midday. Rin's words didn't tell the whole story. The truth was Obito was a master of deception. He had manipulated many. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, the Kage from every village, Nagato Konan. Even his own teacher, Minato Namikaze, had never seen through his disguise. Yet Rin's intuition was not without reason. For some things, Obito truly couldn't lie to her. Even when it came to something as unbelievable as being reborn, Obito couldn't bear to keep her in the dark. Rin, I'll tell you everything, Obito said with a gentle smile. But it's a long story. It can't be told all at once. Let's find a quiet time and talk about it in detail. All right. Hearing this promise, the tension in Rin's heart finally eased. She nodded in agreement, relief softening her features. Obito smiled, taking her hand in his. Together they walked toward the school building. For now, let's go find Kakashi. Obito almost let slip a familiar insult, but caught himself just in time. After a brief, awkward cough, he corrected, that genius. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 years old. I wonder if there's ever been such a precedent in the Academy's history. Led by Obito, Rin walked on, sneaking glances at the boy she remembered as shy and cheerful, yet always a little insecure. Now, she could sense something different. His gaze was sharper, his whole demeanor more confident and decisive. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized she didn't mind this change at all. On the contrary, Obito now gave off a sense of security, as if he could shield her from any storm. Obito, Rin asked curiously, how did you find out about Kakashi's graduation? I just heard about it myself, Obito replied with a smile. You were the first person I wanted to tell. It's actually one of the things I'll explain later, but let me keep it a secret for now. Anyway, let's find Kakashi first. We wouldn't be able to hide it from him anyway, so to save time, I'll tell you both together. The worry in Rin's eyes melted away. Obito, you care about Kakashi too, don't you? Still as stubborn as ever. Obito looked flustered for a moment. Who cares about him? He's just tagging along, that's all. Rin nodded, covering her mouth with her small hand to stifle a laugh. All right, we'll consider him an extra. Let's hurry, there's not much time. With that, the two quickened their pace, heading for the school building. By the time they arrived, a crowd had already gathered at the entrance. Mostly students from Class 1A. Obito cast his gaze across the crowd, recognizing many familiar faces. Might Gai Kornayui, Sima, Surti, Shinkiro Hate, Gekagamashin, Ibisu, and even the two ninja who guarded the village gates. As for why most of those present were students from Class 1A, it wasn't simply because Kakashi belonged to their class and the others weren't interested. Graduating from a ninja academy at the age of 5 was an event so rare it might never happen again in a lifetime. An occurrence that even most villagers of Konoha wished to witness firsthand. But their class was different from the others in a very particular way. While most other classes were filled with children from civilian families whose parents held no high positions in Konoha and lacked access to important information, they remained completely unaware of today's events in the school building. The plight of civilians was truly lamentable. They could only go with the flow. Even if they became ninja, they might still end up as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even in times of peace, they could lose their lives as innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire between the powerful. Konoha, renowned as the most peaceful village, was no exception, yet the lives of civilians had their own kind of happiness. They worried less precisely because they knew so little, allowing them to live with relatively fewer cares. In contrast, students from his class could easily obtain even the most top-secret information, making Obito all the more aware of the vast gulf between people. In his previous life, Obito had been naive and ignorant, but now he saw things clearly. Their class was the elite class of this generation. It gathered children from all the major bloodline clans and secret technique families. Even the Umbu commander's child and the Hokage's own son were among them. Ironically, however, the ones who ultimately achieved the greatest heights in this so-called elite class. Apart from the prodigy Kakashi, were he and Might Guy, the two students once dismissed as hopeless stragglers. Obito himself later became the second sage of 6 paths, standing almost above the entire ninja world. And Guy reached levels of strength that defied belief. Not only did he repeatedly join Kakashi and Naruto in thwarting Obito's plans, he could face-tail Beast head-on, and even landed a devastating kick against Madara Uchiha after he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, Madara possessed the power to create and destroy worlds. Obito himself had once entered the Sage of 6 Paths mode, and he knew better than anyone that beneath that power, all others were mere insects. Even Hashirama Senju, hailed as the god of shinobi, seemed only a slightly larger insect in comparison. Yet Guy, as a mere mortal, dared to challenge a god. Though it cost him dearly, the damage he inflicted on Madara was very real. It was said that Guy's ultimate move had originally been intended for Kakashi. One could only wonder what Kakashi thought when he learned of this. Come to think of it, Naruto had started off as the class dunce too, and even Jiraiya, Minato-sensei's own teacher, had been the same in his youth. Could it be that those at the bottom truly hold the greatest potential? At this thought, Obito couldn't help but break into a smile. Obito, what's making you so happy? A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Rin turned her head, curiosity shining in her eyes as she asked a question. Suddenly, Obito had the mischievous urge to tease Rin, so he lowered his voice and asked Rin, "Who do you think will be the most successful in our class in the future?" "Of course, you can't say Kakashi." Rin answered with a cheerful grin, "Of course it's you, Obito. You're going to be the future Hokage." Obito's heart sank a little at her words. Hokage? That's impossible now. Never in this lifetime. Rin, let's be honest. I don't need comforting right now, he said quietly. Rin puffed up, a touch of indignation in her voice. "I'm not just trying to comfort you. I truly believe you can achieve anything." Obito. Warmth blossomed in Obito's heart. So even from childhood, Rin had always believed in him. He wasn't even sure anymore. Back then, was his real dream to become Hokage, or was it to earn everyone's approval, especially Rin's? He pressed on. "Other than me, who else do you think could graduate early?" Rin paused, her gaze drifting over their classmates as she thought. After a moment, she replied, "Maybe Guy. After all, he's destined to be Kakashi's lifelong rival." Obito sighed inwardly. Rin's guess was spot on. Noticing the look on his face, Rin flashed a triumphant smile. "Is that really what you were thinking, Obito?" she asked. Obito nodded. There was no need to even think about it. It was simply the truth. Just then, as the two of them spoke, the doors of the school building suddenly swung open. Everyone who had been whispering stopped at once and turned their eyes toward the entrance. The room fell silent, not even the faintest rustle breaking the hush. Truth be told, this exam was more of a formality. Not all of them were even eligible to apply for early graduation. Most of the students understood this. But now that the moment of truth had arrived, nerves were still running high. Only Obito felt utterly calm inside. Today, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, was serving as chief examiner. With his cautious and indecisive nature, would he be here unless he already knew the outcome? In Obito's eyes, this graduation test was nothing but theater. Hiruzen needed a timely distraction to divert attention from the death of Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, and its lingering shadow. What's more, with the loss of such a powerful ninja, the other nations were growing restless, and war was looming on the horizon. If a few model students weren't paraded forward, how else could they spur the rest of the academy to work harder, graduate early, and ultimately become fodder on the battlefield? How cleverly calculated! Obito couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. He thought back to his previous life, recalling how he desperately worked to graduate early, barely managing to perform the clone technique in front of the examiners. He'd been convinced his performance wasn't good enough and left the room dejected. But the moment he was gone, his teacher had rushed after him, ninja headband in hand. At the time, he'd thought it was his hard work finally paying off, and he'd been so excited he'd nearly leapt for joy. Only later did he realize the truth. The Third Great Ninja War was growing fiercer by the day, and Konoha needed new blood to be thrown into the flames. How naive he'd been as a child. As Obito was lost in his memories, Kakashi had already stepped out of the school building. On his small frame, he wore a gleaming ninja forehead protector atop his head. So impressive. Absolutely amazing. I swear. I'm going to graduate early too. It's just so cool. Every student's eyes sparkled with admiration. And even the heirs of the great clans were no exception. The children of noble families might have grown up surrounded by all sorts of ninja tools, but the forehead protector was something entirely different. This was the official gear of the Hidden Leaf Village, and only those with formal status were permitted to wear it openly, because it was so rare and precious. Anyone who managed to earn a forehead protector and wear it proudly would instantly become the envy of their peers, even Obito. Watching Kakashi's self-satisfied expression, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Among them, Rin was the happiest for Kakashi's achievement. She walked up to him and offered a sincere smile. Congratulations on passing the exam. However, Kakashi merely responded with a lazy his indifferent attitude igniting a flicker of anger in Obito's heart. Obito could understand that Kakashi had been in low spirits since his father's death, but that was no excuse for being so cold to Rin. Rin had always treated Kakashi so kindly, so much so that Obito often found himself drowning in jealousy. He wanted nothing more than to march up and give Kakashi a punch, forcing him to reconsider his words to Rin. Yet the angry look on Obito's face seemed to be misunderstood by Kakashi. Suddenly, Kakashi's mood lifted, the gloom on his face cleared, and he even began to tease, "What's the matter, Obito? Aren't you going to congratulate me?" Obito snorted. Kakashi was definitely trying to get a rise out of him. He'd fallen for the same trick in his past life, but not this time. He would fight back. "Kakashi, you think becoming a genin at 5 is something to brag about? If you ask me, you're the real idiot," Obito declared with confidence. Kakashi was taken aback. In his mind, Obito should have turned red with anger, yelled a few harsh words, and stomped off, with Rin hurrying after him to offer comfort. As someone who secretly rooted for Obito and Rin to get closer, Kakashi thought that would have been the perfect outcome. But this time Obito turned the tables and called him an idiot. Kakashi wasn't about to let that slide. "Idiot Obito, you really don't get it. Just wait until you graduate like everyone else," Kakashi shot back, unwilling to be outdone. Instead of getting angry, Obito switched to his favorite tactic, persuasion. In his previous life, he'd convinced all sorts of people, even geniuses, to see things his way. He just hadn't tried it on Kakashi yet. And this was the perfect chance, so despite being only 5 and still just a little kid, Obito struck a pose of calculated wisdom. Though to others, it looked more than a little comical. "Kakashi, do you really think I'm joking?" Obito said seriously. "Let me break it down for you." He held up one finger. "First, after you graduate, you'll have to carry out a ton of low-level missions. You're in a crucial stage of growth and development right now. You should be dedicating your time to effective physical training. If you spend it carrying out these tasks, you'll be wasting precious hours and might not achieve the training results you hope for." Obito held up a second finger and continued his analysis. "Secondly, after you've completed a large number of low-level missions, you'll finally be assigned more advanced ones, but those higher-level missions usually come with intense combat. You're still young. Shouldering the kind of pressure too early could harm your physical development and leave you weak as an adult." He raised a third finger and went on, "Chakra, at its core, is a blend of mental and physical energy. Both are essential. If your body isn't strong enough, you'll inevitably limit your total chakra reserves if you dream of becoming Hokage someday. Having a low chakra cap will be a serious obstacle." Obito's words weren't just empty talk. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, he'd fought Kakashi many times and knew all too well that Kakashi's greatest weakness was his limited chakra reserves. Using Kamui twice would leave him utterly exhausted. Such a powerful ocular jutsu was almost wasted on him. while part of Kakashi's rapid chakra depletion was due to the burden of the Mangekyo Sharingan for someone aspiring to be a Kaga-level ninja. A single Sharingan shouldn't be such a crippling handicap, especially when compared to Naruto. Uzumaki, Kakashi's flaw was even more glaring, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto had virtually limitless chakra, enough to power the entire allied shinobi forces. Even if he did run out for a while, a brief rest was all it took for him to recover and fight again. But if Kakashi exhausted his chakra, he'd be left almost defenseless in their battles if Obito hadn't gone easy on him. Kakashi would have been defeated long ago. It was a pity, really, that two classmates who started together could be so far apart. That's why in this life, Obito was determined to make Kakashi realize the importance of this issue. Kakashi was clearly affected by these words. His eyes flickered with surprise. Rin too widened her eyes in astonishment. Obito, is all of that really true? Rin couldn't help but ask. Then maybe Kakashi shouldn't have graduated early after all. She hesitated for a moment before adding, but Obito, just now you sounded just like a little grown-up. Those are the kinds of things our Chunin instructors would say. Kakashi also found the scene rather unbelievable. He glanced up at Obito, thinking to himself, when did this usually reckless classmate become so thoughtful and meticulous? What Obito said made a lot of sense, and Kakashi was almost fully convinced perhaps becoming a ninja early really wasn't the best choice. But he still replied, Obito, I'm not interested in becoming Hokage. That's your dream. I just want to become a ninja as soon as possible to prove my own worth. Once you choose the path of a ninja, you must devote yourself fully to completing your missions. The very reason a ninja exists is to carry out assignments. Those who fail to accomplish their tasks are the true failures. As for anything else, I don't care. Kakashi spoke these words with an expression of indifference. Obito, having tried so hard to persuade him, was now simmering with frustration at Kakashi's stubbornness. If it weren't for the fact that they were surrounded by their classmates, he might have slapped Kakashi right then and there. With a cold snort, Obito leaned in and whispered into Kakashi's ear, Kakashi, just because your father, White Fang, passed away, you've turned into this? Don't let me look down on you. He glanced around, then lowered his voice even further. Let me tell you something. Your father was never a failure in my heart. He's a great hero. Besides, there are a lot of things about what happened that don't add up. I suspect that no matter what choice White Fang made, whether to save his comrades or to complete the mission, the outcome wouldn't have changed. Do you believe that? Kakashi frowned, mature as he tried to act. He was, after all, just a 5-year-old child. He couldn't help but grab Obito by the collar and demand, Obito, what do you mean by that last sentence? Tell me clearly. Obito shrugged, deliberately glancing at their classmates before quietly reminding him some things aren't meant to be discussed here. Do you really want everyone to know? He lowered his voice even more. If you truly want to understand, Rin and I will come to your house tonight. We can talk about it then. Seeing the earnest and perceptive look on Obito's face, Kakashi gradually let go of his collar. He was genuinely puzzled. How had Obito changed so much in just a few days? While there were still traces of the old Obito, he seemed much more mature now, his thinking far more careful and precise. Was it because of what happened with his own father? But Obito hadn't lost his father. It was Kakashi who had. Humph. Come if you want, Kakashi said with a shrug as he brushed past Obito. I need to go to the Hokage's office to check in. I'm leaving now. See you with that. Kakashi slipped through the crowd and gradually disappeared from sight. Obito watched him go, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Just then he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Rin had come over, curiosity in her voice as she asked, Obito, what did you say to Kakashi just now? It looked like you two were about to fight. Nothing special, Obito replied. I just told him we're visiting him tonight. Rin was a bit surprised. Kakashi agreed. Her surprise was understandable, ever since White Fang's passing. Kakashi had locked himself away at home and hadn't come to school for days. She and Obito had tried several times to visit, but had always been turned away. Obito nodded. Yet he agreed. Rin let out a sigh of relief. She, too, had noticed how withdrawn Kakashi had been lately. But there was little she could do except worry helplessly. As expected, you're the only one who can truly influence Kakashi. After saying this, Rin suddenly realized she might have been overthinking things. Then, as if something had just occurred to her, she gave her forehead a light tap. Oh, I almost forgot. We still have class this afternoon. Obito, let's head back. She tugged gently at Obito's sleeve. Class, huh? Obito felt a slight resistance in his heart. If they went back now, he wouldn't get to hear Rin make that promise. "I'll always be watching over you." Leaving just like this filled him with a hint of reluctance. But then he remembered how his stubbornness in a previous life had led to both of them being late and punished together. That thought quickly dispelled his hesitation. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Come on, let's go back." And so, the two of them chatted and laughed as they made their way back to the classroom. Kakashi's graduation exam was scheduled for midday, but students still had to attend class in the afternoon. So after watching Kakashi's exam, most of the students slowly returned to their classrooms. Not long after, the Chunin instructor stepped in and officially began the lesson. "For today's ninjutsu class, I'll be focusing on the casting principles of the three-body technique. Everyone, pay close attention. This is a key subject that will be on your graduation exam." As he spoke, the Chunin instructor drew diagrams on the blackboard with chalk. Inspired by the news of Kakashi's early graduation, most students were more attentive than ever. Even Obito showed a rare seriousness. In his previous life, ninjutsu class had always been Obito's least favorite subject. The lessons only covered the most basic skills: the three-body technique, chakra extraction, and chakra control. Yet mastering these basics required a mountain of dry, tedious theory that could easily put anyone to sleep. The Ninja Academy scheduled these classes more than once a day, repeating the content endlessly until graduation. In Obito's former opinion, it was all a waste of time. He longed to learn powerful, visually stunning ninjutsu. Not these tricks that seemed fit only for games of hide-and-seek. It was only many years later that he gradually realized how wrong he had been. Obito had traveled through many ninja villages and witnessed the different ways they trained their shinobi. Some villages taught children strong jutsu from the very beginning, allowing them to rapidly increase their combat strength. However, these children soon hit a wall, their abilities stagnating. If they were lucky, they'd end up as cannon fodder in the Fourth Great Ninja War, lined up to cast jutsu in unison. By contrast, Konoha's ninja were different. When they graduated from the academy, their skills seemed unremarkable, but with the right mentor, some of them would unlock astonishing potential, reaching heights that left other villages baffled, all in a remarkably short time. In the beginning, Obito believed this phenomenon was due to Konoha's uniquely advantageous environment. Clans with powerful Kekkei, Genkai, emerging one after another, most tracing their origins to the greatest lineages of the Warring States era. It seemed only natural that exceptional individuals would occasionally rise from such a background. However, as time went on, he gradually realized that, with the exception of the Uchiha clan, these families blessed with hereditary abilities had not in fact produced many true powerhouses. Instead, it was the geniuses of humble origin who stood out one after another, revealing their extraordinary talents. Obito had once studied this phenomenon deeply and came to understand that Tobirama Senju, the shrewdest of strategists, had ingeniously woven the principles of advanced ninjutsu into the most basic techniques. These fundamental jutsu were often overlooked by those with resources and prestigious backgrounds. Only those lacking such advantages, the children of commoners, would tirelessly hone and perfect them. The Konoha Ninja Academy became the very stage where these civilian prodigies could shine. Of course, since Obito spent the latter part of his life contending mostly with the world's top-tier fighters, his definition of a strong ninja was a demanding one. Someone could only catch his eye if they had at least reached the level of Kage. In his view, there were 5 primary paths to becoming a true powerhouse in the shinobi world. The first was the inheritance of bloodline. Blood was the most direct and effective way to grow stronger. Take the Uchiha, for example. As direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, they needed only to awaken their Sharingan to gain a remarkable boost in power. A fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan was already outstanding among Jonin, while the Mangekyo Sharingan could elevate its wielder to the ranks of the elite. It was precisely because of their innate strength that the Uchiha were annihilated in Obito's previous life. The power they were born with bred suspicion and fear. The advantage an Uchiha gained at birth could outstrip what ordinary people achieved through decades of relentless training, naturally stirring up envy. Obito himself was living proof. Though considered among the weakest of his clan, once he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, even if only in one eye, and combined it with Hashirama cells and the abilities granted by Tobi's possession, he slaughtered the hidden mists A and BU with the ease of a wolf among sheep. This also explained why, when Itachi came to him seeking help to destroy the clan, Obito agreed almost without hesitation. It was not simply to collect more Sharingan, but also out of fear that some Uchiha might awaken a unique Mangekyo ability that could threaten his plans for all the might Kimui afforded him, allowing him to ignore most ninjutsu and taijutsu. Obito knew the Uchiha clan held techniques like Kodoe Mitsukumi and Tsukuyumi, both capable of endangering him, who could predict what other abilities might arise in the future. A Sharingan that could seal off space or halt time itself would leave him utterly powerless. Thus, he chose to eliminate his own kin first. This alone underscored the importance of superior bloodlines. Of course, even in the absence of an exceptional lineage, there were other ways to acquire similarly formidable powers. For example, by combining several chakra natures, one can create Kekkei Genkai or even the rarer Kekkei Toda. The likes of Inoki the Tsuchikage and Meitarumi, the Mizukage, are shining examples of this path. Alternatively, some like Obito have gained unique abilities by transplanting the cells of others. Many have attempted this method, including Madara Uchiha himself. Yet, the one who left the deepest impression on Obito was Kabuto Yakushi, a genius who altered his own genes by transplanting others' bloodlines, shattering human limits, and elevating his strength to new heights. Obito viewed Kabuto with considerable wariness, especially after Kabuto mastered Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave. With this power, Kabuto may have surpassed even the average Kuga-level ninja. Clearly, in the ninja world, bloodline plays a decisive role in determining a shinobi ceiling. Those without an exceptional lineage must find ways to obtain or create one. Even Madara Uchiha had to bite off a piece of Hashirama's flesh to acquire his cells for awakening the Rinnegan. Beyond inheriting bloodlines, the second route to power lies in mastering secret techniques. In the world of shinobi, there are countless paths to strength, but most can be distilled into a few core approaches. First, bloodline and secret arts are inextricably linked. The Ino Shikacho clans of Konoha are classic examples. Without the blood of the Akimichi Nara, or Yamanaka families, mastering their signature jutsu is nearly impossible. The Yatsuki clan of the Hidden Cloud Village stands as a paragon among secret technique families. Through their unique jutsu, members of the clan have consistently risen to Kage level, even standing out among the elite. The third Reikage once fought alone against 10,000 IWA shinobi, though he ultimately fell in battle. Had he mastered large-scale offensive ninjutsu, the outcome might have been drastically different. Another important path is possessing vast reserves of chakra. Once chakra reaches a certain magnitude, it transforms in quality, granting extraordinary power. Kisame Hoshigaki of the Akatsuki owes much of his might to his sword Samahata, which amplifies his chakra reserves. When it comes to sheer chakra, Jinchuriki are undoubtedly the most representative. Every perfect Jinchuriki rivals a Kage in strength, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails surpasses even the ordinary Kage. As for the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, their power is said to rival the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Yet becoming a Ten Tails Jinchuriki is no simple feat. It demands formidable bloodline talent and immense force of will, without which one cannot even meet the basic requirements to suppress the Ten Tails. The third path lies in the systematic training provided by the Konoha Ninja Academy. For ordinary geniuses who lack special bloodlines or are not Jinchuriki, the Ninja Academy offers a viable road to growth. Thanks to Konoha's relatively peaceful environment, shinobi can receive comprehensive training in the academy until graduation. Though this structured education may seem to focus only on the basics, it actually points straight to the fundamental principles at the heart of ninjutsu. Take the three-body technique as an example. Although these techniques themselves are not especially complicated, in fact, someone with a Sharingan could copy them perfectly at a glance. The Ninja Academy does more than just teach the techniques, it also explains the underlying principles. Clone technique and transformation technique fall under the category of visual illusions, representing the most basic principles of Genjutsu. Substitution technique, on the other hand, involves the foundational theories of both summoning and sealing techniques. These underlying arts, Genjutsu summoning and sealing, are among the most advanced types of jutsu in the ninja world, capable of fundamentally altering the course of a battle. Tailed beasts, with their massive size and overwhelming power, can easily overpower ordinary ninja. As living vessels of chakra, they're nearly immune to most elemental attacks. What's more, with their tailed beast bomb that can obliterate a village in an instant, even a Kaga-level ninja would struggle to suppress a tailed beast without a variety of countermeasures. Yet despite their formidable strength, tailed beasts have clear weaknesses. They are particularly vulnerable to Jinjutsu and sealing techniques, and even summoning arts can affect them. If a ninja masters these three foundational techniques, they might even turn a seemingly invincible tailed beast into an asset for their own side. More importantly, many advanced and forbidden jutsu are closely linked to these fundamental arts. For example, reanimation jutsu has its roots in summoning, while the dead demon consuming seal is a type of sealing technique. Such powerful abilities can completely change the tide of battle. However, to wield these advanced techniques, one must first establish a solid foundation, the very foundation taught in the Ninja Academy. The reason the three-body technique is considered basic training is that it rigorously tests a ninja's precision and sense of timing. Through repeated practice, a ninja can significantly improve in several areas: observational skills, chakra control, chakra sensing, adaptability, and instantaneous reflexes. As a result, ninja who truly master the three-body technique often develop a well-rounded and balanced skill set. In the early stages, they might seem less impressive, lacking powerful elemental attacks, but as their experience grows and their skills advance, that solid foundation begins to yield greater returns. If they are fortunate enough to receive guidance from a master, their strong fundamentals allow them to learn new techniques at remarkable speed, sometimes making astonishing leaps in strength in a short amount of time. The Flying Thunder God technique is a prime example. Teacher Minato once tried to teach it to several people, including himself, Kakashi, and Rin. But ultimately, almost no one could fully master it. The principle behind the Flying Thunder God is to leave a special seal on the target using sealing techniques, then use sensory abilities to locate the seal, and finally channel chakra into the seal to perform a reverse summoning, achieving instantaneous movement. Additionally, one can use sealing techniques to remotely create barriers, and by combining sensory skills with reverse summoning, even transfer attacks across space. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique requires exceptionally high levels of chakra control, chakra sensing, proficiency in sealing techniques, and summoning arts. To wield it fluidly in real combat, a ninja must also possess outstanding adaptability, lightning-fast reflexes, and most crucially, a keen sense of spatial awareness. Meeting all these demands is truly a formidable challenge. Flying Thunder God calls for an extraordinary degree of precision. Even a ninja like Obito, who was born with innate spatial awareness, failed to grasp this technique due to shortcomings in other fundamental skills. Throughout Konoha's entire history, only Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze truly mastered Flying Thunder God. Even those who understood its principles could only barely perform the Flying Thunder formation by combining their efforts. Interestingly, all the abilities required for Flying Thunder God can be thoroughly developed through diligent practice of the three-body techniques. Obito believed that his inability to learn Flying Thunder God was, in part, due to a lack of talent. But not everyone is held back by natural aptitude. It's likely that, like him, many people neglected foundational training during their academy days, practicing the three-body techniques only until they could manage the bare minimum, never honing their skills further. Later, they hurried to pursue flashier, seemingly stronger jutsu, overlooking the continued cultivation of their basic abilities. Had he devoted the same persistence to the three-body techniques as he did to mastering the great fireball technique in his previous life, given his later acquired sharp sense for space, mastering Flying Thunder God would hardly have been out of reach. But who could resist the allure of the great fireball, which appeared so much more formidable than the three-body techniques? Looking back now, it's hard not to feel a pang of regret. Consider, for instance, Orochimaru's formidable abilities, from his unique variant of the body replacement technique to his mastery of forbidden arts involving summoning and sealing, coupled with his vast knowledge and extraordinary research skills. He truly exemplifies the academic genius of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Equally worthy of mention is Sakura Haruno, who provided chakra support during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Despite lacking a prestigious bloodline, she demonstrated exceptional chakra control and medical ninjutsu prowess from a young age. Such achievements plainly cannot be credited to bloodline mutations alone. They're founded on a solid bedrock of theoretical knowledge. One can imagine that in her academy days, she was an outstanding student, much like Orochimaru. There are other similar examples, such as Shursui Uchiha. His famous moniker, Shursui of the Body Flicker, stemmed mainly from his superb command of clone and body flicker techniques, of course enhanced with the Genjutsu of his Sharingan. Even the battle between Sasuke Uchiha and Madara Uchiha further illustrates this point. On paper, Sasuke should have been completely overwhelmed. His combat experience, the number of Rinnegan, and his chakra reserves all paled in comparison to Madara, who had become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, in actual combat, Sasuke managed to gain the upper hand, albeit briefly multiple times. During their one-on-one clashes, placing Madara at a disadvantage again and again. In Obito's eyes, while Madara was certainly powerful, much of his combat experience came from the Warring States era, where battles were direct and overwhelming. In terms of precise technique, he honestly wasn't on par with Sasuke, who had benefited from a modern shinobi academy education. Sasuke's mastery of the Rinnegan's space-swapping ability could very well be traced back to the solid foundation he built practicing the three-body technique. For this reason, Obito believed that most of the knowledge taught at the Leaf Village Ninja Academy was both practical and important. Take Minato Sensei, for example. He was born a commoner and had no access to advanced jutsu, so he could only perfect the three-body technique through relentless practice. Yet that never stopped him from swiftly mastering the Flying Thunder God technique later on, becoming a deadly presence who could move unhindered across the battlefield. Obito couldn't help but admire Tobirama Senju's far-sighted wisdom. There was true meaning behind making the three-body technique a mandatory graduation requirement at the academy. At the same time, Obito had to admit Tobirama's move was nothing short of shrewd. On the surface, the three-body technique seemed simple and ordinary. Those from bloodline clans rarely bothered to invest time in it, while only resource-limited commoners poured their hearts into mastering it. But even if one honed the three-body technique to perfection, further growth still required learning the advanced jutsu found in the Book of Seals. Control of the Book of Seals rested with the Hokage's line. Unless, like Shursui, you possessed a powerful Kekkei Genkai, a commoner genius who sought greater strength had no choice but to support the Hokage's faction. In this way, the Hokage's line and the great clans of the village maintained a delicate balance of power. The old foxes of the Senju clan truly were born cunning. As for the fifth way to grow stronger, sage arts, it was closely tied to the three great sacred grounds. Obito didn't know much about this field, but he suspected that mastering sage arts was deeply connected to one's soul and constitution. For instance, Orochimaru had failed to learn Sage Mode, while Kabuto succeeded, likely because Kabuto's soul was more complete, and his bloodline mutations had strengthened his body. Similarly, Minato Sensei never displayed Sage Mode while alive, yet could activate it instantly in his reanimated state, possibly because becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki had to some extent enhanced his soul and body. Beyond these five main paths, there existed yet another way to gain power. Relying on external tools, Sasori's puppets, Daidora's clay art, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear, and Kisame Samehada all belong to this category. Of course, these external aids could be classified among the earlier methods of strengthening, but Obito singled them out because he'd personally experienced Conan's 600 billion paper bombs, a spectacle he would never forget, though Conan created those paper bombs herself using her unique paper jutsu. Ordinary explosive tags could be bought with money as well. If Kakuzu were to spend all his earnings on buying explosive tags and then unleash them at once using Tobirama Senju's multiplication technique, the resulting power would be just as terrifying. As someone who experienced it firsthand, Obito believed that the power of those 600 billion explosive tags was unmatched, not even by Hashirama's wit style or Madara's perfect Susanoo. Such an attack would be considered a trump card even in battles at the 6 paths level. If used skillfully, it could put even Kaguya herself in a bind. If it weren't for Obito's ability to become intangible and use Izanagi, he would have already been blown to dust. However, now that he had obtained dual Ki, Both his spatial transfer speed and the duration of his intangibility had improved significantly. Even if Conan tried the same technique again, it would be difficult for her to threaten him. He could even use his left eye to directly warp the explosion away. Therefore, in Obito's eyes, there were now very few methods in the ninja world that could truly threaten him. In summary, every way of becoming stronger has its limits, but many approaches can be combined, and the foundation laid at Konoha's Ninja Academy integrates perfectly with all sorts of methods. In his previous life, Obito had always lagged behind. Even after he became strong, he relied too heavily on his own ocular powers. In this life, he was determined to solidify his basic knowledge. For this reason, during this ninjutsu class, Obito listened with exceptional focus. Even opening textbooks he had barely glanced at in his last life, carefully studying every key point. Rin witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile with heartfelt relief. Obito had truly grown up, and so time slipped by unnoticed. And before long, the class came to an end. All right, that's it for today. Everyone could take a break, and later we'll gather at the outdoor training field, the teacher announced before leaving the classroom. As a specialized institution for training shinobi, the Ninja Academy had a comprehensive curriculum, besides the essential theoretical knowledge. The school placed special emphasis on practical skills, offering a wealth of outdoor classes, including combat training, ninja tool, throwing techniques, wilderness survival exercises, teamwork drills, and psychological resilience training. This teaching model meant that students spent almost half their time learning and honing their abilities outdoors. After classes ended that day, Obito naturally found Rin, and the two of them headed toward the training field together. Obito, I noticed you were actually reading today. Rin narrowed her eyes in surprise, teasing him gently. Don't you usually complain that theory classes are boring? Obito looked at Rin, his eyes showing a maturity and determination she'd never seen before. Rin, people grow up. I don't want to be at the bottom of the class anymore. I want to become strong enough to protect you so that you never get hurt. For that, I need to learn more to improve myself in every way. Rin nodded, clenching her little fists in encouragement. Obito, go for it. I believe in you. They had barely arrived at the training ground when the combat lesson began. First year class, a student's attention. Gather here and check in. We're starting combat group assignments. The supervising Chunin teacher called out for students of their age, since they still couldn't perform. Powerful ninjutsu combat class focused mainly on taijutsu sparring. At most, they were allowed to use basic techniques like the body replacement jutsu. As for shuriken and other weapons, those were strictly forbidden in matches, given the children's lack of control and the potential safety hazards. Obito found himself uninterested back in his previous life as a student. Combat class had actually been one of his favorites, largely because he always fantasized about defeating Kakashi. But now, after having survived life-and-death battles against Kaga-level ninja, sparring with a bunch of kids simply failed to excite him. Still, he reconsidered. At the very least, it was an opportunity to reinforce his foundational skills. With that in mind, he dutifully reported to the Chunin teacher. Previously, Obito's regular sparring partner had always been Kakashi, a result of his own persistent requests. But now, with Kakashi having graduated early, a new opponent needed to be assigned to him. After a moment's thought, the Chunin teacher said, Obito, from today onward, you'll be paired with my guy for training. The teacher had matched up students with similar performance, grouping the two so-called stragglers together. Obito nodded in agreement. This arrangement mirrored his previous experience exactly. In that former life, being thoroughly defeated by Guy left him deeply shaken. He realized he couldn't beat the genius Kakashi, and now not even Guy, another underachiever in the class. This led him to seriously doubt his own abilities. But now, he finally understood. There was no shame in losing to someone as uniquely talented as Guy. The teacher continued assigning the rest of the students into groups, quickly completing the arrangements. Because the training ground was limited in space, the matches would be held in turns. Obito and Guy were scheduled for the final bout. Watching the awkward scuffles of the other children, Obito felt nothing at all. Most of the time, his mind wandered far away, pondering how to find time to visit the hidden rain village and start making plans for the Akatsuki ahead of schedule. He held special feelings for the Akatsuki. It wasn't just that he'd once promised Nagato to bring peace to the world. It was also because he'd poured so much of his own effort and energy into the organization's growth. As time went on, Nagato did little besides repeatedly declaring himself a god. He barely shouldered any real responsibilities. The entire second generation of the Akatsuki had been built on Obito's meticulous planning and tireless management behind the scenes. Without his efforts, how could the second generation Akatsuki have possibly risen to power in such a short time? The problem Obito faced now was that the Hidden Rain village was quite far away, and he didn't want to waste his Kimui's ocular power. How to get there had become a practical dilemma. This situation left him conflicted. On the surface, he possessed immense power, as if basking in sunlight. Yet in reality, he was shackled by various constraints, robbed of true freedom. Just as Obito was lost in thought, his teacher's voice rang out from the training ground. "Obito, Guy, step forward and form hand seals." Obito had no choice but to set aside his concerns for now, joining Guy as they walked to the center of the field and formed the seal of opposition together. "Obito, let's set our youth ablaze together." Guy flashed him a brilliant smile, his teeth gleaming with a sparkle. The classmates around them immediately burst into laughter. "Too dead last. What's there to see?" "Exactly, even if they win, they're still dead last." These jeers came from a few faces Obito didn't know well. Most of them belonged to students from minor clans or those whose grades hovered around the middle of the class. They lacked the refinement of the noble families, yet always seemed to regard themselves as superior. Though their own achievements were hardly impressive, they made no effort to improve, content instead to prop up their false sense of superiority by looking down on those weaker than themselves. On ordinary days, this group was always the loudest. Sadly, there were far too many people like that in the Leaf Village. From the highest echelons to the common villagers, it seemed many had learned nothing but how to bully others. This atmosphere was revolting in the extreme. Obito shot them a fierce glare, and suddenly his thoughts drifted back to memories of his previous life. Back then, when he infiltrated the Leaf, his original plan had been to seize the Nine Tails while Kushina Uzumaki, Minato's wife, was at her weakest during childbirth. After all, under normal circumstances, trying to take the Nine Tails would mean facing two formidable opponents at once. Minato, a master of space-time ninjutsu, and Kushina, the Jinchuriki, who was also skilled in sealing techniques. That combination was simply too powerful. They could fight or flee, control the battlefield, recover their strength, and possessed both high mobility and devastating area attacks, far more frightening than the famed AB combo of the Hidden Cloud. More crucially, both Minato and Kushina were still young and in the prime of their rapid growth as shinobi. Who could say how much stronger they might become in a few more years? Obito estimated that if Minato and Kushina were given enough time to develop, the two of them alone, using hit-and-run tactics, could very well destroy the entire Akatsuki organization. Nagato might have the Rinnegan, but his mobility was limited. Against Minato's speed, he would be virtually helpless. As for Obito himself, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan that controlled time and space, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was quick enough to rival his own. If Minato and Kushina fought side by side, one wielding the Flying Thunder God technique, the other sealing with her left hand and launching tailed beast bombs with her right, their opponent would find themselves in a hopeless predicament, unable to escape or win. So as much as he regretted it for Kushina's sake, Obito could only choose to strike during her weakened state after childbirth to make his plan work. Only then could he limit Kushina's strength and exploit Minato's emotional ties to his family to restrict his actions, creating the chance to seize the Nine Tails. In fact, Obito succeeded. He never intended to kill his teacher Minato, and even thought that with Kushina's remarkable vitality, she might survive as well. Yet in that critical moment, memories of the ungrateful villagers of Konoha flashed through his mind, and his anger surged uncontrollably. On a reckless impulse, he decided to unleash the Nine Tails to teach them a lesson. Though he had schemed for this moment over a long period, a rash decision still found its way in. Of all the mistakes he had made, this one was undoubtedly the most severe, and the one he could never come to terms with. He didn't even know how to face Kushina. In the end, when Kakashi tried to kill him, it was Minato who stopped him, and even Minato's son, Naruto Uzumaki, chose to forgive him. This only deepened Obito's sense of guilt. At this moment, Obito even felt a stab of envy. Why should the Minato family protect this village full of ungrateful people? As this thought crossed his mind, a murderous intent welled up inside him once more. Enough! Obito barked fiercely at the students who had just mocked him. The pressure radiating from a veteran who had survived countless battles, coupled with a murderous aura so intense it almost took form, nearly scared the group of children out of their wits. They stood frozen, trembling from head to toe. If Obito hadn't reined himself in at the last moment, some of them might have been scarred for life. Their dreams of becoming shinobi shattered forever. Still, Obito's killing intent was aimed only at those who had mocked him. The others felt little of it. Even the Chunin instructor merely thought Obito had lost his temper after being teased, something he did often enough that everyone had grown accustomed to it. So the teacher quickly said, "All right, a ninja must learn to ignore distractions and focus on the fight. Now, I declare the match begins." Almost before the words left his lips, Mike Guy, who had been itching to move, sprang forward with a flying kick, shouting as he attacked, "Let my youth burn bright." The move was undeniably powerful. No showy tricks, just pure speed and strength fused together. As long as it was fast and precise enough, it was nearly impossible to counter. Obito had suffered at the hands of this very technique countless times in his previous life. He knew its power all too well, yet always found it difficult to dodge. He couldn't help but think, Guy's kick was so accurate. It was almost as if it had a built-in homing system. If Guy had been this precise when he kicked Madara Uchiha, would Madara have survived? As for why Obito could remain so distracted during the fight, it was simply because no matter how strong Guy was now, he was still just a first-year student. In Obito's eyes, Guy's speed was painfully slow. In the blink of an eye, Guy's foot landed squarely on Obito, sending him flying. Obito spun once in midair before crashing to the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Rin immediately grew anxious, her eyes brimming with tears as she couldn't help but cry out, "Obito!" There was a loud thud, yet the Obito that had been sent flying suddenly turned into a gnarled, old tree root. The real Obito had silently appeared right behind Guy. Guy, relying on an old move, left himself full of openings. With a gentle punch, Obito knocked him to the ground. The Chunin instructor's eyes lit up, his face showing clear astonishment. The body replacement technique was a basic ninja skill and not especially difficult, but for a first-year academy student to use it so skillfully was rare indeed. The key to Obito's swift victory over Guy lay in his precise timing of the technique. He hadn't used it too early, otherwise Guy would have noticed something was off and pulled back his attack. Nor did he use it too late. Otherwise, he truly would have been sent flying. Instead, he chose the exact instant when Guy thought, "I've landed my kick. You can't dodge now. I've won," to activate the body replacement technique, catching his opponent completely off guard. Such finesse would be impressive, even for a Chunin instructor. "Excellent, Obito. You've made real progress, not only using the body replacement technique, but wielding it with such finesse." The instructor nodded in satisfaction, offering his praise before announcing, "The match is over. Obito wins." He took out a small notebook to record the results. Obito's mastery of the body replacement technique was a major plus, and his ranking would need to be adjusted upward. Yet Obito wasn't entirely satisfied with his own performance. He was acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and Minato-sensei. When Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, he would complete most of his attack before instantly teleporting away, so that the moment he vanished, his attack would already strike its target, leaving almost no delay and giving his opponent no chance to react. Although the Flying Thunder God and the body replacement technique were fundamentally different from his sparring experience with Minato, even when using the body replacement technique, Minato's speed and precision far surpassed his own. Those fine, subtle techniques were still beyond Obito's grasp. More importantly, Minato's skills could be put to use in real combat. As for Obito's performance today, though, it could be called real combat. It was really just picking on kids his own age. Faced with a Kaga-level opponent, no one would ever give him such a wide opening to exploit before and after an attack. Obito clearly understood he still had a long road ahead of him. At that moment, Guy had already picked himself up off the ground, his usual energy restored. No wonder you can go toe-to-toe with Kakashi. "Obito, you're really strong, but next time, I won't lose." With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Guy gave a big thumbs up. Witnessing this scene, Obito suddenly understood the helplessness Kakashi must have felt when facing Guy. He quietly assessed his own abilities. In his normal state, he could already maintain the 3-Tomo Sharingan for a considerable period during battle. With his wealth of combat experience, and the ability granted by the Sharingan to briefly make his body intangible. He was, despite his young age, not much weaker than the adult Kakashi who hadn't yet mastered Kimui. In fact, he was already strong enough to hold his own against Kaga-level ninjas from other villages. For Guy to surpass him, there was still a long road ahead. Even if Guy one day grew strong enough to challenge someone like Uchiha Madara, Obito himself would not stand still. He too was constantly becoming stronger. By then, if he could master the power of dual Kimi, he might even be able to stand against a formidable opponent such as Kagaya Akatsuki. Is this the world of geniuses? Obito amused himself. Being so much more powerful than his peers, it was no wonder that prodigies often seemed aloof and distant. But he didn't let these thoughts show on his face. Instead, he turned to Guy with a friendly smile and said, "I was just lucky to pull off that move. If you want a real rival, you should go find Kakashi. He's the one who can inspire you for a lifetime. I can help you find him, really." Guy's eyes lit up with excitement. Clearly, Kakashi meant even more to him than Obito did. Of course, Obito replied with certainty. Obito flashed a sly grin. He had no interest in being pestered by Guy, so he was more than happy to let Kakashi take his place. The two of them laughed as they melted back into the crowd. Among their classmates, aside from a few who had been stunned into silence, and the more experienced teachers, hardly anyone was surprised by the duel. In most people's eyes, a battle between two so-called losers wasn't worth paying attention to regardless of the outcome. Only Rin cheered joyfully from the sidelines. "All right, take a break. Next up is shuriken throwing practice," the teacher announced. Keeping the class moving, Obito blended into the crowd, completing the training exercises by the book. These basic drills were far too simple for him. Even when he tried to hold back, he couldn't hide his true skills. He scored nearly perfect marks in every category. This attracted the attention of many classmates, and even the Chunin instructor began to wonder about the cause. Could it be that Obito had always been overshadowed because his main rival was Kakashi? Now that Kakashi was gone, was Obito finally showing his real strength? The teacher speculated privately. Still, for someone who couldn't even hit the target with a shuriken yesterday, to now land bullseye after bullseye, this rate of improvement was almost unbelievable. Though the Chunin teacher was puzzled, he had seen enough strange things in the ninja world to let it go. He simply chalked it up to Obito being inspired by his rivalry with Kakashi. Unaware of the teacher's thoughts, Obito finished the day's training. After the teacher dismissed the class, he met up with Rin. The two of them had dinner together at a street-side stall before heading off to the Hitaki household. By the time they arrived at the Hitaki residence, dusk had already fallen. Rin stepped forward and knocked on the door. A moment later, Kakashi opened it, his eyes dull and listless in Obito's memory. The Hitaki home should have been a place of warmth, yet now it was shrouded in darkness, with not a single light to be seen behind Kakashi. "Kakashi, didn't you turn on the lights?" Rin asked, her voice laced with concern. Kakashi responded with a languid murmur, as if only then remembering he had guests to receive. He turned and switched on the lights inside. "Come in." Obito and Rin stepped into the house and were immediately enveloped by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. In the center of the room stood a memorial photograph. It was of Tsukumo Hitaki, the White Fang of the Leaf. This master swordsman, the hero whom Obito admired, was now forever frozen in that picture frame. A true shinobi who had embodied the will of fire had ended his own life. Obito's heart was in turmoil. In the memories of his past life, he had entered and left the Hidden Leaf Village many times, and with intelligence from White Zetsu, he knew its secrets inside and out. He understood that the White Fan had not been brought down by mere rumors and gossip. What had truly destroyed him was the collapse of the very will of fire he had upheld for so long. Obito felt that pain as if it were his own. Had he not endured the suffering that dragged him into darkness, had he remained that naive, hot-blooded youth, he too would have found such a reality intolerable. Those who shouted about the will of fire and the sake of the village had turned those noble ideals into tools for killing, even turning them against their own. Anyone would feel a chill in their heart, forced to ask, why did it come to this? How could it end up like this? What's more, the Hitaki clan, descended from samurai, rather than traditional shinobi, valued honor and conviction above all else. That was why Tsukumo Hitaki, the White Fang, chose to end his own life. In Obito's eyes, a hero could fall on the battlefield, could sacrifice himself for lofty ideals, but should never die as a casualty of filthy political strife. It was for this reason he became convinced the world was beyond saving, the human hearts were inherently ugly, and that only the illusion of the infinite Tsukuyomi could allow heroes to stay true to their path. He could not even bring himself to resurrect Rin in his past life, unwilling to let her face the world's corruption. Obito sighed inwardly, took a step forward, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply in respect before the White Fang's photograph. Seeing this, Rin followed his lead, paying her respects to Kakashi's father. Kakashi's brow furrowed. He stepped forward, blocking the view of his father's photo. His voice was cold, stating what, at least to him, was an unquestionable truth. In the world of shinobi, those who break the rules and regulations are nothing but trash. You don't need to show such respect to trash. Rin hesitated, words forming on her lips that she could not speak. She wanted to comfort Kakashi, to reason with him, but the lessons she'd learned since childhood left her without the words to argue back. Obito let out a cold laugh. Kakashi, if I were the old me, I'd tell you. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who don't cherish their comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi's pupils shrank violently. Those words struck his heart like a morning bell. Obito's tone shifted, but now, I just want to tell you this. Rules and regulations are made by people. If, in a village that prides itself on the will of fire, the rules force heroes who embody that spirit to make painful choices, and in the end, instead of being respected, they're condemned by everyone. Then maybe the problem lies with the rules themselves. Such nearly heretical words left both Rin and Kakashi stunned. Rin even stepped forward, as if to cover Obito's mouth. His words were almost a direct accusation against the higher-ups of Konoha. Though they were still young, they understood that some things should never be said aloud. But Obito gave Rin a reassuring look and continued, addressing Kakashi. Think about it. If White Fang Senpai had abandoned his comrades and completed the mission, what do you think would have happened? Would the villagers have seen him as someone with noble resolve? Or would they have viewed him as a cold-blooded, merciless person who caused his comrades' deaths and can't be trusted? Kakashi froze, his face pale, barely able to stand. He forced himself to argue, no. The rules of the ninja world are simple. So long as the mission is accomplished, it's not wrong. No one would blame him for that. Obito let out another cold laugh. Kakashi, you're far too naive. Ask yourself, would you rather your future comrades be people who'll stop at nothing to complete a mission, or those who treasure the lives of their friends? Kakashi's eyes filled with confusion. He stammered, then managed to say, if it's a necessary sacrifice, what's wrong with doing whatever it takes to finish the mission? I'd be willing to partner with someone like that. Obito couldn't help but shout, Kakashi. Then taking a deep breath, he continued in a calmer voice, if you truly thought that way, you wouldn't have hesitated from the start. Besides, even if that's what you believe, most people definitely don't agree. No one can guarantee they won't be the next one sacrificed. Life is above all else. Out of instinct for self-preservation, people will always shun those who so easily abandon their companions. So if White Fang Senpai had chosen to abandon his comrades for the mission, the moment word got out, he'd have been reviled by all the same. Obito's words left Rin and Kakashi utterly shaken, unable to refute him. Their beliefs were thrown into turmoil. Rin trembled, her gaze dim, and she murmured, how could this be? Doesn't that mean that no matter what White Fang Senpai did, he was doomed to be wrong? Obito turned to Rin with gentle eyes and said, no, it's not like that. The villager's perspective is often narrow. They can never truly know the price one pays to complete a mission. In their eyes, whether a mission failed or a comrade was sacrificed to complete it, it was all a loss for the village. As members of the village, it was perfectly natural for them to harbor resentment. He paused for a moment, deliberately glancing at Kakashi before continuing. That's exactly why, to avoid situations like this, the details of ninja missions are usually kept secret in our world. The missions that Senior White Fang carried out were all high-level assignments. With the strictest confidentiality, he locked eyes with Kakashi. Doesn't it strike you as odd? He asked, why would the details of Senior White Fang's missions be so widely known, even to the point where everyone seems to know about them? Do you really think the Umbu under your father's command were all fools, incapable of stopping the spread of confidential information once it leaked? If every high-level mission's details could be exposed so easily, what secrets would Konoha have left? I'm done beating around the bush, he said, voice cold. If the information from a high-level mission was leaked and no one intervened, there's only one possibility. The whole thing was orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha themselves. Kakashi was left speechless, stunned by these words, while Rin was the first to show fear on her face. Obito, is this really true? Rin asked in a trembling voice, anxiety clear. In her tone, Obito didn't deny it. He simply patted Rin gently on the shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, Rin. No matter what's waiting for us ahead, I'll always protect you." Rin's emotions calmed a little, but the heaviness in her expression lingered, showing she couldn't easily shake off the shadow in her heart. Obito let out a quiet sigh, feeling a pang of regret for exposing such harsh truths in front of Rin. Silently, he reflected to himself. The Rin from 26 years in the future had already seen through the ways of the world, able to accept everything. He believed that without doubt. But he had forgotten that by then, Rin had already endured life and death, and at the crossroads of the afterlife, seen the truth of the world for herself. Even though Rin came to see the world's true nature, she still chose to love it, because at heart, she was kind, but the Rin of now was still so young. The realities of Konoha were far too cruel for her to bear. What had been said could not be taken back. Still, Obito believed Rin would eventually emerge from the shadows, for he knew she was stronger than anyone. Obito turned to Kakashi, his gaze calm and deep. "Kakashi, you're a smart person. I think you've realized it by now. This mission itself was a trap set for Senior White Fang. No matter what choice he made in the eyes of others, it would always be wrong." Cold sweat poured down Kakashi's face. As someone who had experienced the entire ordeal firsthand, the shock he felt was even greater than Rin's. The more he thought about Obito's words, the colder his heart became. He was almost entirely convinced 8 or 9/10 of the way there. That final fraction wasn't disbelief, but rather an unwillingness to believe, an inability to face such a truth. "Obito," Kakashi's voice was hoarse. "What should I do now?" He was completely lost. If he were to admit that all of this was true, it would mean he would have to face a mountain. A mountain so steep and imposing that given his current abilities, he could never hope to cross it. Obito looked at Kakashi with something like pity in his eyes. He swore to himself that he wasn't deliberately trying to paint Konoha in a negative light. All he had done was lay out the facts as they were. But even this unvarnished account was enough to make Konoha seem so wretched. Kakashi's shock now was reminiscent of Sasuke's, whom he had influenced in his previous life. To be honest, Obito didn't believe that Hiruzen Sarutobi bore much ill will in this matter. Perhaps just a little, but not much from a political perspective. The Hatake clan had always been steadfastly loyal to the Hokage, unwavering and dependable. That was why Obito couldn't quite understand what Konoha hoped to achieve with such actions. After a moment's thought, Obito spoke to Kakashi. "Enough. I won't keep analyzing this for you. Let me tell you plainly what I think. Hiruzen Sarutobi probably didn't intend much harm. Maybe a little, but not a lot. As the leader of the village, he couldn't avoid dealing with its darker side. It was his indecisive nature that led to many mistakes. The truth is, there isn't much real enmity between you and him. Remember this. Name, Shimura Danzo. He is the true culprit behind your father's death. And not only that, whenever something unspeakable happens in the future, and no one steps forward to take responsibility, you can almost be certain that he's the one pulling the strings. This man is twisted at heart, always lurking in the shadows, manipulating one conspiracy after another. This version preserves the core message and emotional intensity of the original, while clarifying the context and offering a brief description of Danzo's character, helping future English-speaking readers understand why the speaker so forcefully condemns him. Kakashi's trembling body finally settled down, and both he and Rin let out a sigh of relief. Compared to the renowned third Hokage, they didn't know much about Shimura Danzo. Kakashi's voice was still hoarse as he asked, "Who is Shimura Danzo?" Rin balled her little fists, her tone indignant. "That Shimura Danzo must be a terrible villain. I'll make sure to teach him a lesson." Obito coughed twice and said him, "He's not exactly a big shot. He's just a disciple of the second Hokage Tobirama, Senju, and he shares life and death ties with the third Hokage. Right now, he serves as the Hokage's advisor and controls Root, the shadow within the shadows of the Umbu. Sure, you could call him Konoha's number 2, but at the end of the day, he's merely a rat lurking in the gutter. Nothing worthy of the spotlight." Rin and Kakashi were both stunned, whether as the second Hokage's disciple or as the Hokage's advisor. Those were truly tremendous positions. Kakashi couldn't help but roll his eyes, and you call that Not a big shot. Obito mimicked Kakashi's cool demeanor, jamming his hands into his pockets and making a casual ah sound. Who doesn't know how to act cool? In his eyes, Danzo really wasn't much. To be fair, Danzo's skills in wind release jutsu were fierce and impressive, perhaps even beyond what the Kazekage could manage. But that was about it. At this point in time, the Uchiha clan hadn't been wiped out. Shursui Uchiha was still alive, and Orochimaru hadn't defected. Danzo likely hadn't acquired the Sharingan or Hashirama cells yet. He couldn't even use Izanagi. Taking him down would be all too easy, especially since Obito had seen Danzo's fight with Sasuke, chucking kunai at Susu, sealing a bridge in the end. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel a laugh bubbling up inside, seeing Obito acting so nonchalant. Almost amused, Kakashi felt much more at ease. He rasped another question. Why would he do something like that? Obito replied, Danzo has always coveted the position of Hokage. White Fang's reputation was simply too great. He was the best candidate for the fourth Hokage. If Danzo didn't drag White Fang's name through the mud, there was a real chance White Fang would have become the fourth. There was one thing Obito didn't say aloud. White Fang's rise to the fourth Hokage wouldn't have suited Hiruzen Sarutobi's interests. At this point, Hiruzen was probably hoping for his own student, Orochimaru, to take the position. That's why he didn't stop Danzo from working his schemes behind the scenes. But it was better not to share such things with Kakashi. Sometimes ignorance truly is bliss. The more you know, the heavier the burden you carry. Kakashi hadn't expected to hear such an answer in the end. Clenching his fists, he said bitterly, so just to become Hokage, he killed my father. Obito shook his head. Actually, I don't think he ever imagined your father would take his own life. That man was fond of convincing himself that his ambition was all for Konoha's sake. White Fang was one of the village's greatest powers. He could never bear to truly kill him. He only wanted to undermine your father's prestige, to keep him from becoming Hokage. With a sigh, Obito continued, but rats like Danzo, who dwell in the shadows, can never understand the beautiful qualities of those who live in the sunlight. White Fang died because his beliefs collapsed within him, just like what's happening to you now. Both of them suddenly understood the pain hitting close to home. Damn it. Kakashi slammed both fists against the wall, his face twisted by hatred. I'll kill Danzo, not just for my father, but for Konoha as well. People like him should never exist in Konoha. Obito shook his head again. Kakashi, you're blinded by hatred. When Danzo wanted to kill, he shouted the exact same slogans as you. Calm down. Everyone who listened to his stories about Konoha seemed to find their own reasons to seek revenge against the village. In his previous life, when Sasuke wanted vengeance, Obito had watched with approval, even willing to give him a push. But Kakashi and Sasuke held very different places in his heart. And in this life, Obito wanted to be a better person. He didn't want his dear friend Kakashi to walk down the same path as Sasuke. So he comforted him, don't worry, Danzo will die sooner or later. This revenge isn't yours to take. Compared to you, it's really the Uchiha who have the greatest right to settle this score. Kakashi froze for a moment, as if he'd misunderstood something. Obito, you have a grudge against Danzo too? If that's the case, I'll let you take revenge. Rin also looked at Obito and couldn't help but ask, Obito, does what happened to you have something to do with Danzo? The more Rin thought about it, the angrier she became, especially when she remembered the despair and suffocating pressure she'd once felt from Obito. She couldn't help but shout, Danzo, what did you do to Obito? Seeing Rin's misunderstanding, Obito scratched his head a little awkwardly. Rin, you've got it wrong. There are plenty of people who have it out for Danzo, but I'm not one of them. The Uchiha's revenge belongs to the Uchiha. I don't really have any personal grudges against him. Kakashi and Rin were both taken aback. They'd thought Obito had said all that just to bring up Danzo, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Kakashi's gaze grew serious. Obito, let's put aside my father's issue and Danzo's for now. But there's something about you that feels different from the Obito I used to know. How do you know so much? You even know that my father's the captain of the ENBU Black Ops. Just where are you getting all this information? And you idiot, where did you get such sharp logical thinking? Who's been guiding you, and what are their intentions? Obito took a deep breath, his gaze growing profound. He looked calmly at Kakashi and Rin, then spoke slowly, since this involves secrets, and to prove that I'm telling the truth, I'll take you both to a certain place. With that, he closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. The Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared. In front of him, a passage connecting to the Kimui dimension slowly took shape. He stepped into the portal first, then gestured to the two still standing outside. "Come in. This is a space-time ninjutsu I cast with my eyes. The world inside is completely safe, but maintaining this passage puts a tremendous strain on my body." As he finished speaking, two thin lines of blood trickled down from his eyes. Rin, who had been amazed by Obito's incredible abilities, now looked at him with concern after hearing his explanation. Her small face filled with worry. She quickly grabbed Kakashi's hand and pulled him inside. Obito immediately closed the portal and deactivated his Sharingan. "Obito, are you all right?" Rin asked anxiously, taking out a white handkerchief to gently wipe away the blood from his cheeks. Obito felt a warmth bloom in his heart and smiled. "I'm fine. This is just the price of using these eyes. A bit of blood is nothing. Even summoning jutsu sometimes costs blood." Rin pouted a little angry. "Don't say that. Your whole body was trembling just now." "Obito, promise me you'll use this kind of power less often, okay?" Obito nodded. If it weren't to show Rin and Kakashi the evidence, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to open a space-time portal. This ability to open a doorway directly was something he only gained after awakening both Kimui eyes. It was far more taxing than just pulling someone into the Kimui dimension. Back when he fought Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was only thanks to Sakura acting as a chakra battery that he had enough energy to open portals. But that time he was opening Kagaya's dimension, and his condition was much worse. It's not quite the same as opening his own Kimui space. Even so, he could feel his eyesight dim just a little. Once Rin had finished wiping away the blood tears, Kakashi could no longer hold back his questions. "Obito, just now, was that the Sharingan? It didn't look like the ones I've seen before. How much more are you hiding from us?" Obito took Rin's hand and squeezed it tightly. What he was about to say were things he'd rather not face, but even he needed Rin's support. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Rin, Kakashi, I'm from 26 years in the future. I don't want to keep secrets from you, but this is my greatest secret. I hope you can keep it to yourselves for now." Even though they knew Obito might reveal a tremendous secret, his words still left them both stunned. "Obito, what do you mean you came back from 26 years in the future?" Rin asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Obito sat down cross-legged. "Sit down. I need to explain this slowly." Seeing his serious demeanor, the two exchanged a glance, then hesitantly sat down beside him. Obito's gaze grew profound as he spoke, his voice low and steady. "You could also think of it this way. It's as if I had a dream in which I saw everything that would happen to me from now until 26 years into the future. If the idea of traveling through time sounds too far-fetched, then consider it a prophecy. That's not so hard to understand, is it?" Rin's mouth fell open in astonishment. "No, Obito. I understand. You're saying you're the Obito from the future, and you've come back to this time?" She rested her chin in her hand, pondering for a moment. "Now that you mention it, you do seem suddenly more mature, more grown up. Even though I know you're still the same Obito, there's no denying you've changed a lot. If you really did come back from the future, well, then everything starts to make sense all." At once it dawned on Rin. The emotion she had sensed from Obito's embrace. The bittersweet ache of parting and reunion. She finally understood where they came from. Did something happen to her in the future? The thought threw her heart into turmoil. Compared to Rin, however, Kakashi found it much harder to accept, coming back from the future to the past. "That's just too unbelievable. Obito, are you sure you haven't fallen under some kind of genjutsu?" Obito snorted. "Kakashi, you must have felt the chakra around me just now. And look at this space in my eyes. If someone could gain all this just by falling for an illusion, then no one would need to train anymore." Kakashi was left speechless. He had indeed sensed the vast cold chakra emanating from Obito, so overwhelming that for a moment it was as if he were facing his own father. The oppressive force was unmistakable. With that in mind, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Compared to Obito being reborn, another question suddenly seemed more pressing. "Obito, just how strong are you now? What do you compare to my father?" Obito paused, considering the question. "Well, I've never fought White Fang in person. After all, I'm only 5 years old right now. Expecting a 5-year-old to have any real impression of a deceased elder is asking a bit much, don't you think?" He took a breath and then, with quiet confidence, continued, "But I believe that if I were willing to pay a certain price, even White Fang wouldn't be my match. Based on what he knew, White Fang was a master swordsman, renowned for his formidable close combat skills. If he had reached a level beyond an ordinary Kage, the Second Great Ninja War would have ended much sooner. So, by the most generous estimate, White Fang's strength shouldn't have surpassed that of typical Kage. He never surpassed the level of an ordinary Kage. At best, he was as strong as the Third Raikage. That would certainly be terrifying, but in close combat, unless you reach the point where you could distort space like Guy, all other approaches are neutralized by his abilities. Kakashi let out a low scoff. He didn't quite believe what Obito was saying. No one understood his father's strength better than he did, being his son. Even though people called him a genius in his daily sparring matches with his father, he always felt there was a massive, insurmountable gap between them. If his father ever got serious, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. No, he would die. His expression grew grave. Obito, you always thought you were stronger than me in the past, but you never managed to beat me, not even once, so I find it hard to believe what you're saying. You idiot. You're always so full of yourself. And that's exactly why. Kakashi stood up, his eyes sharp as blades. He took up a fighting stance, locking his gaze on Obito. Let's fight. Show me your strength. If you can defeat me, I'll listen to your story about how you came back from the future. Sensing Kakashi's determination, Obito also rose to his feet, letting out a sigh of resignation. As expected, before you can say anything that's hard for people to accept, you have to settle it with a fight first. He remembered the time before his rebirth, when Naruto had managed to persuade him. He realized deep down that he was willing to listen to Naruto, because Naruto had earned the right to speak with him as an equal. Kakashi watched Obito's relaxed demeanor and felt a flicker of anger. Obito, if you underestimate me like that, you're going to pay for it. Obito simply spread his hand in a gesture of indifference. Kakashi, you don't understand just how wide the gap is between us. It's just like when I was a kid. I didn't realize how far behind you I really was. He activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. If the eyes I showed you just now seemed unfamiliar, then surely these ones, whether you've seen them or not, you must have at least heard of them? Kakashi was startled, his usually dull eyes finally showing a flicker of emotion. 3-tomo? Impossible! His father had once explained the Uchiha clan to him, telling him how every Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan would gain tremendous power, progressing from 1 tomo to 3. The 3-tomo Sharingan was the pinnacle of the eye's prowess. He'd once asked his father just how strong the 3-tomo could be, and his father, uncharacteristically solemn, had replied. He still remembered what his father said that day. With 3-tomo, an Uchiha's dynamic vision is greatly enhanced. They can track every move an opponent makes. No matter how unpredictable the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan, those eyes can see right through them. And with such powerful dynamic vision, they can easily become masters of taijutsu and weapon throwing, paired with the Uchiha's formidable fire-style ninjutsu. In the terrifying Jinjutsu, these eyes possess by nature, they are truly formidable with no apparent weaknesses. There is a well-known saying in the ninja world. If an ordinary jonin finds themselves facing the Sharingan one-on-one, the best option is to run. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to meet those eyes in battle so carelessly either. Recalling his father's words, the look in Kakashi's eyes shed all traces of disdain. Obito, you might truly be powerful, very powerful. But Kakashi's memories continued to unfold. At the time, he had asked White Fang, then, Father, could you win? White Fang merely smiled, confidence radiating from his face. He crouched down and gently ruffled Kakashi's hair. I would win, he said. Kakashi paused for a moment before pressing on. But isn't the Sharingan supposed to see through everything? White Fang smiled again. As long as you're fast enough. So fast that even if your opponent can see through your moves, their body can't react in time. Then naturally you'll win. Returning to the present, the fleeting trace of fear on Kakashi's face faded away. Obito quietly observed Kakashi's change, then asked, What's this, Kakashi? Have you found a way to deal with me? Kakashi replied, Even with those eyes, as long as I'm fast enough, I can end this fight. Let's settle this with speed. In an instant, Kakashi moved. Lightning crackled around him, and his speed surpassed anything he'd ever shown before. He became a blur, surging toward Obito. Rin, watching from the side, could only sigh in resignation as the two clashed yet again since the day they met. She lost count of how many times they'd fought like this. She tried to intervene before, but it never helped. Eventually, she simply stopped trying. If there was anything different this time, It was that Kakashi was the one who issued the challenge. Every time they fought, Rin's heart would leap into her throat. She wasn't too worried about Kakashi. Her real concern was for Obito. Even now that hadn't changed, she knew Obito was different now. With those incredible spatial powers he demonstrated and the knowledge gained from coming back from the future, he probably had more combat experience than Kakashi, and was likely even stronger. But as she watched Kakashi's body flicker with lightning, darting toward Obito at a speed almost too fast to track, she couldn't help but call out Obito. She barely finished speaking before Kakashi's fist was already upon Obito, yet Obito stood there completely unmoved, as if oblivious to the attack. Could it be a substitution jutsu? Rin clenched her fists in nervous anticipation. She'd seen Obito use that move before, so she felt a little more reassured, but in that moment, it was Kakashi, caught in the midst of battle. Who could read the situation best? There's no sign of any hand seals or technique. Obito's frozen in place. Can he simply not keep up? So it turns out, there's nothing to fear from those eyes after all. My newly developed lightning-released jutsu might still be rough around the edges, but it's more than enough to boost my speed dramatically. Even the 3-Tomo Sharingan can't keep up. Now perhaps my speed is almost on par with my father's. Obito this time. I've won. Kakashi's fist crashed down hard onto Obito's face, yet that powerful punch didn't connect with anything solid. It was as if there was nothing but emptiness before him. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi found himself completely out of control, passing straight through Obito's body. Yes, just like that. He drifted right through Obito, as if Obito were nothing more than a ghost, utterly insubstantial, impossible. Kakashi was appalled. This bizarre ability was far beyond anything he understood. In that fleeting instant, as they crossed paths, Obito turned nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Then, with a swift and heavy elbow, he struck Kakashi square in the back. With a dull thud, Kakashi tumbled to the ground. Obito withdrew his arm and asked calmly, "Kakashi, do you still want to continue?" Kakashi lay on the ground, speechless for a long while. After some time, he couldn't help but ask, "Just now, what was that ability?" Obito replied slowly, "It's an ability granted by my Mangekyo Sharingan. It allows me to become intangible for a period of time. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I could use it in this dimension. I was just running a little experiment. Didn't expect it to work." Kakashi was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. "So just now, you weren't even serious. You were only experimenting?" Obito nodded. "Yes, it was just a test. The essence of my intangibility is actually moving my body into another space. It's similar to the spatial jutsu I used earlier. It's a type of space-time ninjutsu. In my previous life, while I was in this Kimui dimension, I couldn't use the intangibility technique anymore, but after gaining both eyes, I started to wonder, since in the real world I can shift my body into this space, could I do the reverse here? Could I move my body into the real world from this space? And unexpectedly, I succeeded." Kakashi frowned. "There's a lot I don't understand. And isn't the Sharingan supposed to come in pairs? Did you lose an eye in the future?" Obito nodded and crouched down, looking at Kakashi with a calm expression. "In my previous life, it's true. I only had one eye for a long time because the other I was with you." Not only was Kakashi floored, but Rin had hurried over as well. She was amazed that Obito could so effortlessly defeat Kakashi. But her concern was even more for what the future held. "Obito, why does your other eye end up?" With Kakashi in the future, Obito sat down, pulling Rin to sit beside him, and looked toward Kakashi. "Now, will you let me tell the whole story?" Kakashi rolled over and managed to sit up, pressing a hand to his waist with a helpless sigh. "You really didn't hold back. Do I still have any right to refuse now?" "Go on," Obito nodded. "There's a lot to tell, probably more than I can cover in one go. I'll try to focus on the key points." Kakashi said. Obito's expression grew serious. "Rin, Kakashi. In the future, the three of us form a team. During a mission, I get caught under a massive boulder. I thought I was done for, so I gave you one of my eyes, Kakashi, as a gift to celebrate your promotion to Jonin." Rin quickly caught the critical detail. "Obito, so you didn't die, and Kakashi, you actually became a Jonin in the future. When did that happen?" Obito answered slowly, 7 years from now. Rin was both anxious and excited. 7 years. But Kakashi would only be 12 then, right? To become a Jonin at 12, that's amazing, but Obito, what happened to you after that? Obito's eyes grew distant, tinged with sadness. "After that, I was saved by someone. By then, half my body had been crushed. If I hadn't already developed some ability to partially phase through things, I would have died for sure." Rin let out a sigh of relief. And what about me? She asked, her voice cautious. Obito looked at Rin, silent for a moment before replying. Rin, you were fine at the time, but not long after something terrible happened. Rin seemed prepared for this, mumbling to herself. I thought so. Something happened to me. Obito, did I die? Obito wanted desperately to avoid the question. Even now, he hated to revisit that memory. But as he met Rin's searching eyes, he could only answer in a low voice. I'm sorry, Rin. I failed to protect you. The one who saved me wasn't acting out of kindness. He manipulated me for his own plans during the Third Great Ninja War. He controlled the hidden mist village and sealed the three tails inside you to keep the village from disaster. You chose to. Die by Kakashi's hand, and I happened to witness it all. Obito's voice grew hoarse as he spoke, as if reliving the beginning of a nightmare. The story he told was so cruel that both Rin and Kakashi fell silent, unable to imagine the horrors of what he described. So that's how it was. Rin finally broke the heavy silence. But Obito, what is the three tails? Obito paused, realizing he'd forgotten that Rin and Kakashi were still young and wouldn't know about the tailed beasts. He explained the three tails. You can think of it as a tremendously powerful summoned beast, used by the great ninja villages as a weapon of war. It has the strength to destroy an entire village in a single strike. Lin thought for a moment, then smiled gently. I see. So in the future, I sacrifice myself to protect the village. Obito looked worried. Lin shook her head. Obito, you don't have to blame yourself. Our teacher already told us on the very first day. Being a ninja is a dangerous path, and we must always be prepared for death. Even though I can't help but feel unsettled knowing that I'll die someday, when I think about dying to protect the village, it doesn't seem so terrible after all. Besides, Lin smiled. Since you came back from the future, Obito, that means everything ahead can change, right? Obito finally let out a breath of relief, then looked at Lin with utmost seriousness. Lin, I won't let your death happen again. I promised. I'll work hard to become stronger and protect you. Lin nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with pink as she met Obito's earnest gaze. But then, as if something had crossed her mind, her eyes turned a little dim and filled with sorrow. Obito, it must have hurt so much to watch me die with your own eyes, right? I just hope you won't blame Kakashi. Obito gave a bitter smile and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Lin. Back then, I couldn't suppress the hatred in my heart. He turned to look at Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi's eyes were clouded with confusion, and he couldn't help but ask Obito, in the future, do I really kill Lin with my own hands? Obito scoffed, unable to hold back a shout. Kakashi, you promised me you'd protect Lin, but instead you used that lightning jutsu you just hit me with, the one you later called Chidori, and pierced Lin's chest with your own hands. For the longest time, I couldn't help but resent you for failing to protect Lin, for standing by and doing nothing while she died. A surge of overwhelming bitterness erupted from Obito, twisting his features. With rage, standing to the side, Lin felt the heaviness in her heart. So this was the source of all that despair and pain weighing on Obito. It was because of her. She wanted to step forward and say something to comfort him, but she understood. Obito was taking this rare chance to let it all out. Bottling up such emotions was never healthy. Perhaps it was better to vent them now. In the end, she simply watched quietly from the side, saying nothing. Kakashi's whole body trembled. He hadn't experienced this future himself, so he couldn't truly feel what it was like to kill Lin with his own hands. Still, he could sense the depth of Obito's grief and despair, emotions that couldn't possibly be faked. And besides, Chidori, huh? Kakashi lifted his hand. The lightning jutsu he just used was still in its infancy, but in his mind's eye, he could see himself focusing lightning chakra into his hand to unleash devastating power. If that's the case, then Obito truly might have come from the future. Kakashi said, I'm sorry, Obito. I won't let the same thing happen again. Obito took a deep breath, his voice still ringing with fury. Kakashi, all you ever do is talk big. Do you know why I'll resent you so much in the future? It's not just because you killed Rin with your own hands. I know everything. Rin chose to die by your hand of her own will. I hate you because you completely fell apart after that. Day after day, you drifted through life like a hollow shell. Rin trusted you. She saw you as the sun in her sky, and that's why she made her decision. But the broken person you became after, you don't deserve to be stained by her blood. Kakashi's pupils contracted. He suddenly remembered how he'd been lost in a haze after his father's suicide, just as Obito described. Obito let out a cold laugh. Kakashi, you felt it yourself, didn't you? Every time you're hit with a setback, you always look like the walking dead. You've been like this since you were a child. How can someone like you be called a genius? Or be the son Rin looked up to? Kakashi's face grew pale, sweat beading on his forehead. He lowered his head, mockingly admitting, Obito, you're right. Maybe I really am just a failure. After venting, Obito's anger slowly faded, and he couldn't help but sneer. Kakashi, didn't you always say that in a ninja's world, completing the mission is what matters most? In Rin's case, you stopped a disaster from happening and fulfilled your duty as a ninja. By your own logic, shouldn't you be glad? So why are you so miserable? Kakashi was taken aback, falling silent in thought. He didn't know what his future self would think. But if completing the mission meant killing Rin with his own hands, then he couldn't help but shudder, his voice trembling now. I can't accept something like that, Obito scoffed. That's the hypocritical side of people like you. Nagato was right. Those who haven't suffered can't truly understand pain. It's easy for you to spout noble ideals, but really you're just talking from a place of comfort. Is that so? Kakashi murmured, Father, so I was wrong. You're the one who always stayed true to your beliefs. He turned to Obito, his voice sincere. Obito, thank you. Suddenly, he understood that Obito's words weren't just for venting. More importantly, Obito was using this chance to help him see his own mistakes. A smile returned to Rin's face. The boy she always thought needed her protection had grown into someone she could rely on. Still, Rin asked curiously, Obito, who is Nagato? Obito cleared his throat. Nagato, you see, was one of the original members of an organization devoted to peace. He was born in a small country, a place where the wars between the 5 great nations were fought on their very soil. War destroyed his home. Compared to the relative peace of Konoha, his understanding of suffering runs much deeper, I see. Rin said sympathetically. That Nagato is truly a pitiful soul. Obito nodded. There are many people like him. All across the future, I traveled through countless places and met so many who had suffered in the same way. It was then that I came to realize a hard truth. The 5 great nations stand above the rest, carrying a kind of arrogance they don't even notice in themselves. They always believe they are the center of the world, that whatever they do is justice itself. Yet so often in the name of justice, they bring misery to others. It's not just people like Danzo. Even those good-hearted folk from the great nations are the same. Rin nodded as well, but her brows knit tighter with worry. The affairs of the 5 great nations didn't matter to her. All she cared about was Obito. She could sense that something in his thinking was off. Not wrong exactly, but utterly at odds with the spirit of Konoha. Obito, you said that in the future I die, and you witnessed it all with your own eyes, but what about you? What happened to you afterward? Obito lowered his head in shame. He knew this moment would come. There was no running from it. Slowly, he began. Rin, in the future, I did many, many terrible things. Even if I were cut to pieces 1,000 times over, it wouldn't be enough to atone. Sometimes I even fear facing you, but I'll tell you everything. Little by little, because she had already braced herself. Rin only tried to comfort him. Obito, you say you've made so many mistakes, and that my death deeply affected you, but none of that's happened yet. If we work together, I know we can change the future. Kakashi, who was standing by, nodded too. After Obito's words, he had found his resolve again. Obito, no matter how many mistakes you make in the future, you don't have to be haunted by them. You know what you did was wrong. Doesn't that mean things can still be put right? Obito managed a bitter smile. That's why, Kakashi, people say you shouldn't speak too soon before you've known real pain. Otherwise, your words are hollow. In the future, seeing Rin die with my own eyes, I was deceived by the one who saved me. That's when I set a plan in motion. One called the Infinite Tsukuyami. Infinite Tsukuyami. Rin and Kakashi echoed, both puzzled. Obito opened his Sharingan, the 3 tomos spinning in his gaze, and pointed his eyes. This is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan, Kakashi, you probably know a little about it already. The Sharingan comes with powerful illusionary abilities, and because it has been lost for so long, unless you're among the Uchiha clan's upper ranks, most people believe that the Sharingan's limit is just the 3 tomo form. Kakashi was taken aback and blurted out instinctively, isn't that the case? But suddenly he remembered the moment Obito entered this space. Those eyes so different from the 3 tomo Sharingan. Could it be? Obito nodded. The eyes I first awakened were actually a form more advanced than the 3 tomo. They're called the Mangekyo Sharingan. Every pair of Mangekyo Sharingan possesses its own unique ocular jutsu, For example, the power hidden in my eyes is called Kimui, a space-time ninjutsu. You could say, Obito paused for a moment, then continued. Some Mangekyo, fully drawing out the Sharingan's affinity for illusions, awaken a Jinjutsu power known as Tsukimi. It's an incredibly powerful Jinjutsu, capable of dragging someone into a mental realm where, within that world, they can live out an entire lifetime as if it were real. Rin and Kakashi listened to Obito's explanation, their minds expanded by all this new knowledge. A Jinjutsu that lets someone truly live out a whole lifetime. Does that really exist? Rin asked in disbelief. What they'd learned about Jinjutsu at the academy was at best a technique that slightly interfered with a person's chakra flow to create illusions, something that was usually easy to break free from. Obito nodded. It's possible the Sharingan's illusions are nothing like ordinary Jinjutsu. Kakashi nodded as well. So, this infinite Tsukuyomi plan, it's connected to the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, isn't it? Obito replied. Exactly, he pointed upward, although the Kimui dimension held no sun or moon, just a vast empty gray void. He gestured as if indicating the sky above. The plan is to cast Tsukuyomi upon the moon itself. By using the moon as a medium, everyone in the world would be trapped in a Jinjutsu, living out their lives within that illusion. What? Rin and Kakashi both cried out in shock. Kakashi rolled his dull eyes. That's pure fantasy. Even if the Uchiha Sharingan is powerful, there's no way it could cast a Jinjutsu on the moon. Obito nodded. You're right. The Uchiha alone could never accomplish such a thing. To cast Tsukuyomi on the moon would require an enormous amount of chakra and a host of other conditions. But there are people in the ninja world who can achieve feats that defy all reason. Rin asked curiously, who? Obito spoke a name slowly. The Sage of Six Paths. Rin was instantly puzzled. The Sage of Six Paths? I suppose I could believe that he could do it, but isn't that just a legend? Obito shook his head. The Sage of Six Paths was real. His power was beyond anything ordinary ninja could comprehend. He could command the clouds or summon storms with a wave of his hand. Creation and destruction were but a thought to him. Calling him the god of the ninja world isn't an exaggeration. It's just that he died a long, long time ago, leaving only his legend behind. Kakashi frowned. Even if the Sage of Six Paths really did exist, Obito, didn't you say he's already dead? I don't believe any ninja could accomplish what he did. So how could this infinite Tsukuyomi plan ever succeed? Obito glanced at Kakashi. It's simple. You just need to become a second Sage of Six Paths. Kakashi nearly lost his composure, barely stifling a laugh. Even Rin had to cover her mouth to keep from giggling. Obito, you've been duped so badly. That's just impossible. Anyone can see that. Obito shook his head, his gaze calm. Rin, Kakashi, I'm not lying. As long as the right conditions are met, a ninja can reach the same level as the Sage of Six Paths. On this matter, I speak from experience. Rin asked curiously, why is that? Obito paused for a moment, because, in the future, I became the second Sage of Six Paths. What? Rin wanted to believe Obito, but it all sounded too fantastical, almost unreal. She pressed him for confirmation. Obito, are you telling the truth? Obito answered earnestly. Rin, I would never lie to you. That was enough for Rin to accept it. Then Obito, it must be incredibly difficult to become the Sage of Six Paths. You said there are conditions. What are they? Obito gave a wry smile. That's the root of all the mistakes I made. The tailed beasts. I already gave you a quick explanation just now. In reality, there are 9 tailed beasts in this shinobi world. They were originally one entity, known as the Ten Tails. Later, the Sage of Six Paths split it into 9 separate beasts, named according to the number of tails they have from 1 tail through 9 tails. Rin understood. So Obito, that's why the beast the hidden mist sealed inside me in the future is called the Three Tails? Obito nodded. Exactly. Each tailed beast holds an immense amount of chakra within it. That's why they're used as weapons of war by the major ninja villages. As for the Ten Tails, its chakra is so vast, it's beyond imagination. To become the Sage of Six Paths, you have to gather all 9-tailed beasts together, merge them back into the 10 tails, and then make its power your own. That's the threshold you need to cross. Kakashi frowned. I don't really understand what tailed beasts are, but if they're called weapons of war, they must be incredibly powerful. Collecting all 9. That sounds like a crazy plan. Rin was worried too, her relaxed mood from earlier completely gone. Obito said, it's even crazier than you think. Most of the 9-tailed beasts are controlled by the 5 great shinobi villages. They're part of the village's core power and are guarded with utmost care. For example, the Leaf Village has the 9 tails. To gather all 9-tailed beasts means seizing the core power from the 5 great shinobi villages. That's something no village would ever accept. So, the process of collecting the tailed beasts is essentially the process of making enemies of the 5 great villages. And to stand against the 5 great villages is to stand against the entire world. For example, in order to get the 8 tails and 9 tails, I had no choice but to declare war on all 5 villages at once, and thus began the 4th Great Ninja War. The 4th Great Ninja War, Rin and Kakashi gasped in unison. That's right, the 4th Great Ninja War at a 5 Kage summit. I stood before the other for Kage and declared war on them right to their faces. Obito shifted his posture, resting one hand on his knee, radiating a lazy yet undeniable authority. Just like this, I sat before them in this very pose and declared war. Rin and Kakashi could hardly believe their eyes. Was this really the Obito they knew? Kakashi hesitated for a moment and asked, "You mean you were alone at the time?" Obito nodded. "Yes, strictly speaking, it was just me." Rin's eyes sparkled, and she pressed her tiny fists together against her chest. "Obito, maybe it wasn't the right thing to do, but that was so cool." Obito scratched his head, blushing in embarrassment. "You think so?" Rin nodded vigorously. "Absolutely." Kakashi was equally astonished. "Obito, in the future you become that powerful. You could ignore all the Kage from the major villages gathered together?" Obito thought for a moment. "Honestly, in terms of pure strength, I wasn't that overwhelmingly strong." Then he pointed to his eyes. "But my Mangekyo ability is quite special, as you've seen in that intangible state. No ninjutsu or taijutsu can touch me. Even though I only had one eye at the time, none of the Kage could do a thing against me." Remembering how he'd been defeated before, Kakashi couldn't help but ask, "Is that ability something you can use all the time? I mean, can you activate it anytime, anywhere?" Obito nodded. "That's right, I can use it whenever I want." Kakashi immediately grasped the implications. "I always thought such a bizarre power would need some sort of preparation. But if you can use it anytime you wish, isn't that a bit unfair?" Obito shrugged, conceding the point. Even he had to admit that, unless someone found a way to counter it, his ability was virtually unstoppable. At that moment, Rin asked, "Obito, just now you said you declared war on the other 4 Kage, but wasn't it supposed to be a 5 Kage summit? Does that mean one of the Kage wasn't there?" Obito couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, he showed up, but after being caught betraying his allies right then and there, he ran off. So only 4 Kage remained at the summit." Both Rin and Kakashi were stunned. Rin couldn't help but remark, "Even a Kage of a village would do something like that." "I can't imagine the Hokage doing something like that." Kakashi nodded. "The Hokage would never do such a thing. Konoha couldn't bear the kind of disgrace." Obito's smile grew wider. "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The one who ran away was the Hokage himself." "Huh." The two of them were completely stunned. Obito slowly explained, "At that time, something happened in Konoha during the 5 Kage summit. It was actually the acting Hokage who showed up, Shimura Danzo, that old rat I've always warned you about." The two let out a sigh of relief, but as if remembering something, Kakashi's tone turned sharp with anger. "He actually sat on the Hokage's seat. He brought such shame to Konoha. No, the more I think about it, the more I want to kill him." Obito tried to talk him down. Not long after he ran, he was killed. He only took advantage of a loophole. At that time, the 5th Hokage was actually Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Rin couldn't help but exclaim, "So the future has already seen 2 new Hokage. Lady Tsunade became Hokage. That's wonderful." Rin had always admired Tsunade the most. Hearing that Tsunade had become Hokage filled her with joy, but Obito's face showed no trace of happiness. Instead, he looked down, weighed by sorrow. Rin noticed this and asked Obito, "What's wrong? Aren't you happy that Lady Tsunade became Hokage?" Obito shook his head. "No, it's not that. It's just the 4th. The 4th, Obito said with a bitter smile. "Rin, Kakashi the 4th was Minato-sensei, our own team leader in Jonin. Our team leader? So in the future, he actually became Hokage. Looks like we'll have a truly outstanding teacher one day." Rin smiled, but the thought seemed to sober her, and the smile faded. "If the Hokage position has already reached the 5th, that means our future teacher has also died. What kind of person was he?" Obito's eyes softened with memory. Minato-sensei was young and powerful. Compared to Kakashi, he was the true son in everyone's hearts. He mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time jutsu passed down from the 2nd Hokage. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, Minato-sensei made a name for himself on the battlefield. Just like your father, Kakashi, he became known as the Yellow Flash of the Leaf. The Rock Ninjas and others even issued an order. If you encounter the Yellow Flash, you are allowed to abandon your mission without question. Kakashi felt numb. He distinctly remembered that the first rule of the Ninja Code was never to abandon the mission, no matter how dire the circumstances. That was why he had always believed in putting the mission above all else. But it was as if Obito was deliberately challenging him. Every word he spoke struck a blow to Kakashi's beliefs. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, unable to help but imagine just how powerful this ninja, who could change the very rules of the shinobi, must be. This future teacher of his. What kind of strength did he truly possess? Rin let out a soft sigh. Is that so? Then I suppose he would have made a great Hokage in the future. For him to die just like that is such a shame. Yes, it's truly a pity, Obito murmured. If he were still alive, so many tragedies could have been avoided. Minato-sensei was always so good to us. His wife, Big Sis Kushina, was kind too. Before that mission, I even promised her that all of us would come back safely, every single one of us. As Obito spoke, his voice began to falter and tears streamed down his cheeks. Rin and Kakashi both felt the weight of sorrow settle in. Rin asked gently, Obito, this Big Sis Kushina you mentioned, she's our future teacher's wife, isn't she? Did something happen to her too? Obito nodded. Yes, something happened. Both Minato-sensei and Kushina died on the same day. That day, Kushina had just given birth. Their son, Naruto Uzumaki, had just entered the world and lost both his parents right then and there. Hearing this, Rin was overcome with sadness. She clenched her small fists. That's just too tragic. Who could have caused the deaths of our future teacher and his wife? It's unforgivable. Obito lowered his head, unable to meet Rin's gaze. Yes, unforgivable. The one who caused their deaths was me. What? Rin and Kakashi had already heard so many shocking revelations that day. They thought nothing could surprise them anymore. But this time they couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. Rin frowned, her voice trembling. Obito. Kakashi couldn't find the words, only staring at Obito with eyes full of doubt and pain. Obito spoke, his voice heavy, because Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Just as the hidden mist sealed the three tails inside you, Rin, the Nine Tails was sealed inside her. I wanted to take the Nine Tails. So I waited for the moment when Kushina was at her weakest, right after giving birth. I snuck into Konoha and released the beast from her, unleashing the horror of the Nine Tails attack. Obito laughed bitterly at himself. Rin, you gave your life to prevent a tailed beast from bringing chaos to the village. And I became a monster who brought that very tragedy upon us. That night, half of Konoha was destroyed by the Nine Tails. Countless lives were lost, including the fourth Hokage and his wife. The horror of it all was unbearable. Even Rin, who had always been gentle, could not contain her anger. Obito, wasn't it your childhood dream to become Hokage? I still don't understand. Why would you go so far for your goals? Why would you turn against a village? Against our teacher and his wife? Obito's voice grew quiet and mournful. Rin, I'm sorry. Ever since you died, I changed. I suddenly saw the world for what it truly is. This world is hell. It's rather ironic, really. The one who led me down this path was in fact an idealist. His dream was to bring peace to the world. But after realizing the world was beyond saving, he sought to enact the infinite Tsukuyomi, casting a grand illusion to immerse everyone within it. During that time, I witnessed countless acts of ugliness, including those I've already told you about. Truthfully, even Konoha isn't as pure and bright as it appears on the surface, is it? Let alone all those other places, many of which are far worse than Konoha. So, I came to agree with his plan. I wanted to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to create a world where everyone could live and everyone would be happy. Rin frowned, but Obito, no matter how powerful an illusion is, it's still not reality. That's something every teacher at the academy taught us. How can you place your hopes on a false world? Besides, I can forgive you for many things, but I can't accept what you did to the village. Obito looked at Rin and suddenly couldn't hold back. Rin, I won't try to justify my mistakes. I've said it before. I deserve to die. If you want, hit me. For a moment, Rin was at a loss. Her heart suddenly softened. I'm sorry, Obito. I got too emotional just now. I don't understand what you went through in the future. Maybe I have no right to judge you. A sharp slap rang out. Before Rin could finish, Obito grabbed her hand and gave himself a hard slap across the face with it. When he was done, he didn't let go. Instead, he held her hand against his cheek. Huge tears streamed down from Obito's eyes. Choking on his words, he said, "Rin, did you know? During the fourth great ninja war that I started, I met someone on the battlefield who reminded me so much of my younger self. That person was Naruto Uzumaki, the grown-up son of our teacher Minato. In the end, he and the allied shinobi forces stopped my plan and became heroes who saved the world. On the battlefield, I tried again and again to drag him into despair, but every single time he picked himself back up. In the end, he was the one who convinced me. He made me see where I'd gone wrong. Rin, he and I are so much alike. That's why I understood him. I knew exactly how to make him lose hope. But do you know why he never gave in, not even once?" Obito turned to Kakashi. It's because he was always surrounded by people. In his darkest, most hopeless moments, there was always someone there to help him find his way. Kakashi, you were one of those people. You were his mentor. I still remember the moment when I killed the one he wanted so desperately to protect, right in front of his eyes. In that instant, he could do nothing but watch, powerless to stop it. This was the closest I ever got to success. Just a bit more, and he would have fallen. But right at that moment, the girl by his side, just like this, slapped him across the face. "Rin, you know, back then I was so envious, truly envious. I wish so much that you had been there with me to give me a slap like that. To wake me up, sob, sob." By this point, Obito could no longer hold himself together. He broke down completely and wept, his cries echoing with raw pain. At that moment, Rin felt Obito's deep loneliness, and tears streamed down her cheeks as well. She moved closer to him and held him tightly in her arms. It was only then that she finally understood why, when they first reunited, Obito had so desperately needed the warmth she could give. She gently patted his back, comforting him, while Obito buried his face in her embrace, weeping without restraint. In that instant, all his masks fell away. He was utterly real, utterly himself. So it turned out, the little boy she thought had changed, the one who always needed her care, had been there all along. Obito, he hadn't changed at all. After crying for a long time, Obito gradually quieted down, remaining in Rin's arms as he continued speaking. "In fact, when I went to Konoha and started the Nine Tails Calamity, I fought with Sensei Minato. At that moment, I wished so much he would recognize me, that he would pull me back from the brink, but unfortunately I was wearing a mask, hiding everything about myself. Sensei Minato had no way of knowing it was me behind it all. And so step by step, I pushed myself further and further. Against the entire ninja world, later during the Fourth Great Ninja War, I managed to gather all nine-tailed beasts, becoming the second sage of six paths, but by then, there was no one left behind me." Rin's delicate face was filled with sorrow. She couldn't help but say, "Obito, you must have been so lonely then, weren't you?" Obito nodded, but then he managed to smile. "When I saw everyone united together, I suddenly regretted everything. I lost to Naruto, and after that I died and crossed over to the afterlife. It was only on that final path that I realized I had never truly been alone." Kakashi was stunned. From Obito's story, he had more or less pieced together all the terrible things Obito had done in the future. Betrayal, abandonment, all of it. Could someone like Obito still have anyone stand by his side? But Rin all at once seemed to understand something. She smiled and said, "Obito, was it me? If there really is an afterlife, even if I died, I wouldn't be able to let go of you. I would always be watching over you." Obito nodded. "Yes, Rin. You waited for me at the fork in the afterlife for a long, long time. In the end, it was you who took my hand so we could rest together forever." Obito couldn't help but make a joke at that time. The allied shinobi forces tried to pull the Ten Tails out of me. Tens of thousands of people, including the most powerful ninjas from all the villages, their leaders, the Kage, joined together in a tug-of-war against me. What a sight it was. Even so, that doesn't mean I would have lost. What truly defeated me was forgetting my original resolve. If only I'd known you were standing behind me, Rin, maybe I would have won. Then the infinite Tsukimi would have begun, and the world would have been destroyed because of me. Rin burst out laughing, the sound light and sweet. As a little girl, she couldn't help but imagine the scene Obito described, standing alone against the whole world. It sounded absolutely mad, and yet so awe-inspiring, so grand. A tiny chill shivered through her. But even more than fear, she felt a strange longing. Kakashi rolled his eyes. "Rin, if what Obito says is true, then he's destined to become the villain who started a war that shook the world. One who killed countless people. That's nothing to admire." Rin narrowed her eyes and nodded. "I know, Kakashi, but none of that has happened yet, right? This time, I won't die. If Obito really does become like that in the future, I'll be the one to bring him back, and besides." Rin paused, thoughtful. Even after seeing all the wrong things Obito did in the future, I still didn't give up on him. Maybe it's because Obito means even more to me than I ever realized. Without meaning to, Rin found herself recalling every little moment she'd shared with Obito. She had always thought of him as a careless, big-hearted boy, always so absent-minded, always running late because he stopped to help old ladies. And he nearly missed the entrance ceremony for ninja school because of it. That was why she could never help worrying about him. But only now did she realize just how deeply she cared. Her concern for Obito had long surpassed what was normal. Perhaps from the very beginning, she'd been moved by this sunny, awkward boy. In the future, Obito would see her as a salvation. But hadn't she always seen him as hers as well? Suddenly, an impulse surged in Rin's heart, and she couldn't hold back her words. "Obito, whatever happens in the future, don't try to face it alone." "I'll go with you." Obito nodded and smiled. "Rin, the reason I'm telling you everything is because I never wanted to face it all alone." Then he turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you heard it too. The future me is beyond saving. I don't expect your forgiveness. I don't even want it because I don't deserve it. But what I do want more than anything is to change something. I want to stop the tragedy from happening again." Kakashi thought for a while before asking, "So Obito, what do you plan to do?" Obito glanced around and spoke slowly. "This Kamui space is a true reflection of my heart. It's only black and white, and it's shattered and broken. The ninja world isn't much different. On the surface there's light, but beneath it lies even deeper darkness. So many people are trying to achieve peace in their own ways, but the seed of peace is so hard to take root and grow in the land of the ninja world. So many people, as they walk their paths, end up falling into extremism. For example, my future self, or the one who led me astray. So, since I come back to the past, I might as well take on this burden myself. I know what's to come. I have considerable strength. I am probably the one with the best chance to bring peace to the ninja world." "Peace, huh?" Rin murmured to herself, sensing that this was destined to be a difficult road. Yet she spoke with conviction. "Obito, I'll support whatever decision you make. But if one day I see you straying from the right path, I'll pull you back. For instance, a peace built on illusions means nothing to reality." Obito shook his head gently and replied, "Rin, you're actually wrong. Even now, I haven't fully denied the value of the infinite Tsukuyami. None of you have truly tasted despair, but in this world, there's so many who have. They struggle just to survive, and sometimes living is far more painful than death for those people. Whether the world is real or not hardly matters anymore. What they truly long for is a place where their hearts can rest, a warm harbor in the storm." Rin frowned, at a loss for words. Kakashi let out a heavy grunt. "That's nothing but running away from reality. The act of a coward. Obito, didn't you accuse my future self of cowardice? But aren't your actions turning even more people into cowards? What right do you have to judge me?" Obito sighed, then let out a cold snort. "Kakashi, you're not like those ordinary people. You're a genius. Became a genin at 5, a jonin by 12. You have power they don't. They're just ordinary folk swept along by the currents of fate. You chose to be a coward. That was your decision, but they had no choice at all. Your father was killed by Danzo, and you sought revenge. You had the chance to act on your will. But what about them? If their loved ones are crushed by those in power, what can they do? They're forced to numb themselves, to drift through life in a daze, because to resist, to refuse reality, means their whole family is wiped out together. That's why. Precisely because you have the power to grow stronger, yet chose to give up the chance so many could only dream of. That's why I'm angry with you." Kakashi had never considered things from this perspective. Cold sweat gathered on his brow, and he found himself speechless. Maybe we could save them." Obito gave a low, mocking laugh. "The ninja world is vast. How many could you save? You may have strength, but you can't change the present. In the end, you can only save yourself. If you haven't experienced another's suffering, you have no right to judge them. Compared to living in hell, what's so shameful about escaping?" Kakashi was at a loss for words, his expression turning cold. "So Obito, are you going to try this again? If that's the case, then for the sake of the ninja world, I'll have no choice but to stand against you." Obito replied with a mocking smile. "Look at you getting all worked up again. That's exactly the arrogance I'm talking about. The arrogance of the 5 great ninja villages. Those who live in the 5 great villages can imagine a better future, and that's why they oppose this plan. But have you ever considered the ordinary people from the smaller nations? What do you think they want? You've never thought about it, have you? Yet they're part of the ninja world, too. On what ground do you speak for them? Kakashi, the only thing you truly represent are the interests of Konoha. There's nothing wrong with wanting to protect your village, but your actions aren't as noble as you make them out to be, so stop claiming everything is for the ninja world. Konoha alone can't stand for everyone. That's why I sometimes think you're all a bit hypocritical. At least Danzo had the honesty to say outright that everything he did was for Konoha. Once again, Kakashi was left speechless by Obito's arguments, compared to Obito, who had honed his skills in debate after causing so much chaos in his past life. Kakashi's eloquence was clearly lacking. All he could do was glance at Rin for help. Rin, however, didn't seem concerned. She simply turned to Obito and smiled. Obito, you say you haven't completely dismissed the idea behind the infinite Tsukuyomi. But I don't think you really want to go down that path again, do you? Obito nodded. The infinite Tsukuyomi is nothing more than a scheme, a long-standing plot orchestrated by a master manipulator. That plan would lead to everyone's demise, turning the ninja world into a barren wasteland. That's not the outcome I want. Rin and Kakashi were both taken aback. They'd thought the chaos Obito had caused in the future was already catastrophic. But now it seemed there was an even greater mastermind behind it all. Kakashi couldn't help but ask Obito, "You've been pretty open with us, but when it comes to the one who led you astray and this new schemer, you refuse to share their identities. Is there something you're worried about?" Obito nodded again. "For your own safety, let's wait until you've grown a bit stronger. I'll tell you when the time is right." The entire ninja world was under White Zetsu's surveillance. If White Zetsu caught wind of anything, it could cause serious trouble. Seeing that Obito wouldn't say more, Kakashi didn't press the issue. Instead, he changed the subject. "Then Obito, how do you plan to bring peace to the ninja world?" Obito paused to think. "Honestly, I haven't figured it out yet. For now, I'll just take things one step at a time." Kakashi frowned. "You've been through so much in the future. You must have some ideas by now, right?" Obito gave a wry smile. "It's precisely because I've been through so much that I don't even know where to start. Any plan I come up with has its flaws. Let me give you an example." Obito raised a finger. "In the future I experienced, after the Fourth Great Ninja War, peace might have finally come." Rin and Kakashi were both taken aback. Obito continued, "At that time, my existence had become such a threat to the entire ninja world that all the nations had no choice but to put aside their grudges and unite against me. The allied shinobi forces were formed, led by the 5 great nations, with the smaller countries supporting them. They even wore matching forehead protectors, each engraved with the same symbol. Ninja. In the past, the great ninja wars were just the major nations clashing with each other. As long as people died, hatred would be passed effortlessly to the next generation. But in the Fourth Great Ninja War, the future leaders of the 5 great nations were still young, untouched by the poison of hatred. Even if comrades fell in battle, all the resentment was directed at me alone. Fighting side by side, they became true comrades, forging bonds in the face of death. It's easy to imagine that after the war, once the old guard stepped down and passed leadership to this new generation, it would be hard for war to break out again. When they travel, everywhere they go in foreign lands, it's friends they meet. Always running into familiar faces, it's not convenient to go to war. And even if some voices of dissent remain, Konoha was fortunate enough to produce 2 more exceptional powerhouses. With their strength to keep order, peace in the ninja world could last for some time. After hearing this, both Rin and Kakashi were overjoyed. From Obito's earlier tone, they'd expected the future to be bleak and hopeless. Who would have thought the ending would be unexpectedly bright? Of course, in his recounting, Obito glossed over the matter of Kagaya Otsutsuki. There was another crucial reason the ninja world could achieve peace. Naruto and Sasuke, together with Sakura and Kakashi, had sealed Kagaya away. Before that, the infinite Tsukuyomi had already been cast. Everyone would have turned into White Zetsu and perished. Naruto and Sasuke's actions had truly saved everyone's lives. With such a life-saving debt, and with their overwhelming strength, how could the ninja world not know peace? A smile appeared on Rin's face. "So, Obito, in a way, everything you did actually brought about peace?" Obito nodded. "Yes, that's why I think it's a good approach. I could repeat some of what I did before. Create a calamity so great that everyone is forced to unite. I alone would bear their hatred, and in me that hatred would find its end. This way the ninja world could enjoy a period of peace." Kakashi frowned. "No, That's far too dangerous. Besides Obito, it would put you at odds with everyone again. That's not the outcome I want to see. Rin nodded as well. Obito, I don't want you to have to sacrifice yourself for the sake of peace either. Obito let out a self-mocking laugh. If sacrificing myself alone could save the world, there's nothing wrong with that. If the chance presented itself, I'd do it. But you both see the flaws in that, don't you? If we want the 5 great nations to set aside their hatred and unite, it's not something that can be accomplished with just a scuffle or two. We have to make them truly understand. Pain, but that would cost so many lives. And even then in my past life, it was only a string of coincidences that led to the outcome. One misstep, and people would die for nothing with hatred still festering. All the effort would be for nothing. Kakashi nodded. So Obito, maybe we could try a gentler approach between people. There could be mutual understanding. Obito shook his head. It's useless. Everything I went through in my previous life showed me that for people to even attempt to understand each other, you have to knock them down first. He raised his fist. In this world, strength is what speaks. That's the truth I've come to realize. Back when the Hidden Leaf Village was founded, it wasn't just the idea of peace that made it possible. The main reason was that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had the power of a god among shinobi. No one dared ignore his will. The two of them fell silent in surprise. Rin spoke up a little cautiously. But wasn't the third Hokage supposed to be even stronger than the first? They called him the strongest Hokage. But even then, he couldn't force the other nations to listen to him by sheer power, could he? The second great ninja war still broke out. Our hidden leaf was besieged on all sides. If it hadn't been for White Fang and the legendary Sannin, who knows what would have happened? Obito couldn't help but burst out laughing. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had the first Hokage's strength, forget about the second great ninja war. Even the entire shinobi world could have been unified under the leaf. That old man just liked to boast and polish his own reputation. Rin looked doubtful. Was the first Hokage really that strong? Even stronger than the third? She clearly wasn't convinced. Obito explained with a smile. He was on a whole different level. The first was just a step away from the state of the Sage of Six Paths that I mentioned before. In comparison, the third was like a child. He couldn't even make the first take him seriously. But in a sense, the third really was the strongest Hokage, because the first and second weren't any good at fire. Released jutsu. It was one of the rare moments of genuine joy in Obito's laughter during this conversation. Rin should have felt happy for him, but instead, she and Kakashi just exchanged an awkward glance. After all, the Hokage was the symbol of their hidden leaf village, and hearing someone mock them like this felt strange, to say the least. Obito laughed for a while before gradually regaining his composure and continued speaking. In short, absolute force may not bring absolute peace. But without strength, you don't even have the right to make people listen to you. No matter how peace is achieved in the future, what we can do now is keep striving to improve ourselves. On this point, both of them agreed. Kakashi had not let go of his hatred. If he wanted to stand against the Hokage's aides, he had to become stronger. Rin, too, did not want the tragedy of her future death to come to pass. Seeing their determination, Obito continued, although I'm not convinced by Kakashi's gentle approach. If you really want to try it, I won't object. Rin, Kakashi, you two are the most suitable for such a path. Obito paused, then said thoughtfully, first, Kakashi, you have to make sure you stay healthy. Good health is the foundation of everything. Otherwise, in the future, I met someone with tremendous power but a frail body. He didn't even get the chance to achieve his dreams before his health gave out. That's not what we want. Then Obito turned to Rin. Rin, your dream is to become a kunoichi like Lady Tsunade. In the future, you do indeed become an excellent medical ninja. Even now, you can start walking that path. You can spend more time learning medical ninjutsu, build a solid foundation, and leave the rest to me. I'll find a way to help you get stronger. Maybe I can even persuade Lady Tsunade to take you as her apprentice. Rin trembled slightly, a sudden sense of inferiority welling up inside her. She had become the one who needed the most care. She didn't want to rely on Obito for everything, but Obito sensed Rin's thoughts. He reached out and took her hand, holding it tightly. Rin, the reason I can become strong in the future is because I carry the bloodline of the Uchiha. Not everyone is born with that advantage. Life is unfair from the very beginning. We have to face our own weaknesses. If you lack the right bloodline, you find other ways to make up for it. I already have some ideas when you're a bit older. You can give them a try. Besides, Rin, after all we've been through, it's no longer about who relies on whom. You can feel it, can't you? Honestly, I think I rely on you even more than you rely on me. In the future, I once told you that saving me is like saving the whole world, but the truth is it works both ways. Saving you is like saving the whole world too. Because you are my world, tears welled up in Rin's eyes and spilled down her cheeks. She smiled through her tears at Obito and said, "Well then, Obito, I won't bother saying thank you. I'll leave everything in your hands." Obito gently wiped away Rin's tears, smiling as he said, "You used to wipe my tears all the time. Now at last I get to do it for you." Rin began to sob even louder, as if everything had been turned upside down. She flung herself into Obito's arms, and he held her tightly, letting her grateful tears soak into his shirt. Off to the side, Kakashi's tired eyes narrowed a little, as if he were quietly savoring this scene. He was in truth a staunch supporter of the Obito-Rin pairing, and seeing the deepening bond between the two filled his heart with a quiet satisfaction. After a brief moment of tenderness, Obito and Rin gently parted. Obito offered a few words of guidance. "There's still many things that will happen in the future. It's quite late today, but when there's time, I'll tell you both everything, bit by bit. What's right in front of us now is the Third Great Ninja War. Yes, even though the Second Great Ninja War ended not long ago, the third is already looming on the horizon. In just a few short years, the ninja world will be engulfed in flames once more, and countless lives will be lost in the chaos of war. That's precisely why I wish to realize true peace. For now, I'm still too young to do anything about it. War is cruel, but looked at from another angle, it's also an opportunity. A chance for me to step out of the village openly and accomplish certain things. So let's enjoy these last peaceful years before war comes. Soon enough, we'll all be swept up in the turmoil." Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan spun to life once more. "That's enough talk for today now. I'll send you both back, of course. This time I won't be opening a space-time portal. Instead," Obito placed his hand on the two of them. The space around them twisted and shimmered, and in an instant the three of them vanished from where they stood. Back in the real world at the Hitaki residence, their figures reappeared in their original places. Rin curiously looked around, unable to hide her amazement. "Obito, this really is an incredible ability," Obito smiled. "In my previous life, it was thanks to this very power that I was able to travel across the entire ninja world." He turned to glance at Kakashi, then shifted his gaze toward the photograph of Tsukumo Hitaki, which stood in the center of the room. "Kakashi, how do you feel? Have you found peace within yourself?" Kakashi nodded, approached his father's portrait with respect, and bowed deeply. "Father, I will see the world ahead with my own eyes, and while I'm at it, I'll see whether the higher-ups of Konoha are truly as disgraceful as Obito described." Obito and Rin watched quietly from the side. Obito, in fact, knew a way to truly bring someone back to life. Not the pseudo-resurrection of Edo Tensei, but a genuine revival. However, to perform Rinne rebirth required sacrificing the user's own life, unless one possessed the power of the Sage of Six Paths to restore it. A price far too steep. Originally, upon learning that the Rinnegan could revive the dead, he'd imagined whether it was possible to implant the Rinnegan into a death row inmate and control them to cast Rinne rebirth, but after transplanting Madara's left eye into himself, he realized it was nothing more than a fantasy. Even with Hashirama Cells' body, he had barely managed to withstand the Rinnegan's power. For an ordinary ninja, even one as strong as Kage, they would likely be reduced to a withered corpse in an instant. Therefore, to perform reincarnation, at least one ninja, as powerful as Nagato, must be sacrificed. But there are so few like Nagato in the entire shinobi world. At a time like this, it's better not to mention something as elusive as resurrection. "Kakashi, Rin and I are heading out now. Do you want to join us for a late-night snack?" Obito offered. Kakashi shook his head. "There's been a lot to take in today. I think I'll just take a moment to process it all." Obito nodded, then turned to Rin. "Shall we go, Rin?" Rin smiled, took Obito's hand, and spoke to Kakashi. "Kakashi, we'll visit again when you have time." Hand in hand, the two of them left the Hitaki home. By now, night had fallen completely. All around the village of Konoha, the lights of countless homes twinkled, forming a tapestry of warmth and prosperity. Instead of parting ways right away, the two wandered to the bank of a river that ran through Konoha, strolling slowly along its edge. The night breeze was gentle, and for a moment, neither of them spoke, a comfortable silence settling between them. At last, Rin broke the silence. "Obito, you really like me, don't you?" Obito hadn't expected her to ask that. He blushed but nodded quietly. In my past life, I never got the chance to tell you how I felt. The flowers I meant to give you, I never managed to. Rin gazed into the distance. Is that so? What a pity. After hesitating for a moment, she continued, Obito, to be honest, before all this, I thought I liked Kakashi. Obito didn't seem surprised. I know, that's why when I thought I was going to die, I asked him to protect you. Rin's face softened, tinged with nostalgia. Obito, ever since I was a child, my dream was to become strong like Lady Tsunade, but deep down, I always knew I was just an ordinary girl. I could never accomplish much. When Kakashi appeared, just like you said, he was like the sun in the sky. I couldn't help but be drawn to him, wanting to get closer, but now I realize what I felt for Kakashi was mostly admiration. He embodied the strength I dreamed of, but in truth, he never really became a part of my life. I was dazzled by his brilliance and overlooked the person I most wanted by my side. The one I truly cared for was you. Obito took a deep breath and smiled. Rin, ever since I ran into you at the crossroads of life and death, I understood everything. Rin, I really do like you. If possible, I want to walk this path with you always. Rin nodded gently. Obito, I'm not sure if what I feel is love, but I know for certain. You are the most special person in my life. I'll always be here for you for as long as I live. They fell silent again, simply holding hands as they walked a long, long way, until at last, it was time to say goodbye. Back at the Uchiha compound, Obito returned home. He switched on the light, walked over to his grandmother's memorial portrait, and spoke with a gentle smile. Grandma, maybe in the future, you really would have had the chance to hold your grandson in your arms. But how is it that when you said those words, you were still healthy, and just a few days later, you were gone? If it weren't for Rin and Kakashi, I wouldn't even know if there was still anyone in this world who cared about me. In my previous life, I made too many mistakes. In this life, I'll make up for them little by little. Rest peacefully in the afterlife. Your grandson Obito has finally grown up. Obito quietly spoke a few words to his grandmother, wiped away his tears, and walked into his own room. He lay down on the bed that felt both strange and familiar, and soon drifted off into sleep. 4 years later, the Ninja Academy classroom building, 9-year-old Obito stood facing 3 examiners, his movements crisp and confident as he performed an almost flawless clone technique. He remained where he was, quietly waiting for the results. Passed. 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 All 3 examiners nodded with smiles. Honestly, they weren't surprised at all. After all, Obito Uchiha was the top student of this year's elite class. A student who had risen from the very bottom. It would have been more surprising if he hadn't graduated. Very soon, a Chunin instructor brought over a forehead protector and tied it onto Obito's head. Obito, congratulations. You are now a full-fledged ninja. Starting tomorrow, you'll be assigned to a 3-person squad. Your Jonin instructor has asked that after tomorrow's graduation ceremony, you meet at Training Ground 42. Don't be late. As he spoke, the Chunin handed Obito a file. Obito opened it and read, Squad, Team 7 Jonin Instructor, Minato Namikaze members, Rin Nora, Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha. Obito's eyes grew thoughtful. Nothing had changed. It was just like in his previous life. The gears of fate were slowly turning. He couldn't help but ask himself, Sensei Minato, how should I face you this time? Konoha, Hokage Tower, Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, held several intelligence reports that the ANBU had just delivered his expression grave. The 3rd Kazekage has gone missing. The entire Sand Village is mobilizing to search for him. Over in the Cloud Village, they're massing troops at the border, clearly preparing for something. In the Grass Village, there are signs of a Wagikure's movements. And the mist, which has long been isolated from the world, is starting to stir as well. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, picked up his pipe, and took a long drag, then left his seat and walked to the window. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the carved faces of the 1st and 2nd Hokage upon the distant mountain, murmuring softly to himself, Sensei, war is on the horizon, but Konoha is growing weaker by the day. Can I still fulfill the dream you and the 1st Hokage had? Hiruzen felt more keenly with each passing year that his body was declining. It took him a while to steady his thoughts before he summoned an ANBU operative. There haven't been any problems among the academy graduates, have there? The Umbu, wearing a monkey-faced mask, knelt on one knee and reported, Lord Hokage, everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Hiruzen Tsurutobi gave a nod. Send word to everyone. The time is short. Do your best to help the new graduates grow stronger. After a moment's thought, Sarutobi added, also deploy more personnel to the borders throughout the Land of Fire. If that's not enough, release some prisoners from the Konoha jail and let them redeem themselves through service. Having given these instructions, Sarutobi waved his hand. Go take care of it. The Umbu acknowledged and vanished in a blink, using the body flicker technique. Just then, urgent footsteps echoed down the corridor outside the Hokage's office. In no time, Shimura Danzo barged in, flanked by two rude operatives. Hiruzen, war is at our doorstep. I need people. Lots of them. Danzo came straight to the point, laying out his demands. Hiruzen Sarutobi considered for a moment. You'll have to negotiate with the main clans yourself. As for the orphanage, another batch of children has just come of age. Danzo slammed his hand down on the table. Hiruzen, the clans have already sent plenty over the past years. They won't send any more to Root. As for the orphanage, how many there even worth cultivating? Hiruzen replied with measured calm. There are only so many people in Konoha. What else would you have me do? Danzo countered. Didn't the Ninja Academy just graduate new class? Give me the ones from simple backgrounds. I promise in a few years they'll become Konoha's sharpest blades. Sarutobi's brow furrowed. Danzo, you know that's impossible. Those students are Konoha's fresh sprouts, inheritors of the will of fire. They must never be consigned to Konoha's shadows. Danzo let out a cold laugh. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Konoha is weaker than ever. Can you guarantee those other villages won't turn around and attack us together? Sarutobi flared with anger. You say we're weaker than ever. Whose fault is that? If Tsukumo hadn't died, things would never have gotten this dire. Danzo grunted. Who could have known your Umbu commander was so fragile? And as for what happened back then, you know the truth better than anyone. Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh. Speaking inwardly, Tsukumo, was I truly wrong? After a pause, his tone softened. Enough. You may recruit from the genin who graduated from the civilian classes, but only if they volunteer. Danzo was far from satisfied. A handful of civilians, hardly enough for anything important. Sarutobi shot back. Or do you want the elite class as well? If you want them, I'll give them all to you. But if anything happens, I won't take responsibility. Danzo wavered, tempted. But in the end, he shook his head. Hiruzen, you underestimate me. Everything I do is for Konoha. I would never take actions that would sow division among us. But it's also true that we're short-handed. We need to add someone. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood that the real issue was about to be revealed. No one knew better than he did what his old friend was after. Go ahead, tell me. Who do you want? Danzo Shimura spoke slowly, the son of White Fan Kakashi Hitaki. He's not entangled in too many affairs. And his talent is unparalleled. I guarantee I can train him in a Konoha's second Great Blade. Hiruzen hadn't expected Danzo to set his sights on Kakashi. He immediately interjected, don't even think about Kakashi. He's my chosen candidate. He has fully inherited the will of fire, and I will never allow him to be exposed to the darkness. After a brief pause, Hiruzen continued, how about this? This year's top graduate, Obito Uchiha, although he's from the Uchiha clan. He's an orphan and not deeply connected to them. I can talk to him about joining the foundation. Danzo's face darkened at. Once, Obito Uchiha. He became this year's top graduate with his mastery of the three-body technique and sound theoretical knowledge. Yet, despite being an Uchiha, he can't use fire style, hasn't awakened his Sharingan. And though his taijutsu is decent, it's only effective within the confines of the academy. What use is that kind of taijutsu against real power? He's barely an Uchiha. No different from a commoner. If I recruit him, it's not worth the trouble to face the Uchiha's outrage. Hiruzen, do I look like a fool to you? Hiruzen put on a look that said he'd already done all he could. If even the top student from the elite class doesn't meet your standards, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Hiruzen, are you really refusing to give me Kakashi? Hiruzen slowly turned away. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Bang! Danzo slammed the door and left the Hokage's office with a face like thunder. Elsewhere, Obito Uchiha had no idea what was happening in the Hokage's office. In fact, if he knew, he really would have wanted to join the foundation. During his 4 years at the academy, he had diligently mastered all kinds of theoretical knowledge, honing his fundamentals to perfection. He had two goals in doing so. First, to fulfill all the prerequisites for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. As a possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan with space-time abilities, Obito was uniquely suited to mastering the Flying Thunder God. In his previous life, he'd failed only because his basics weren't strong enough. So at the academy, he relentlessly practiced the three-body technique, elevating it to a high level, with his body developing and his fundamentals steadily improving. Over the years, he was now far stronger than when he'd first been reborn. Even without activating the Mangekyo, he had probably reached the level of an ordinary Kage, and if he could master the Flying Thunder God, then with the mobility it granted, combined with the intangibility his three-tomo Sharingan could provide in normal conditions, he would truly be a formidable opponent. Perhaps the trickiest of all among the ordinary Kage, in addition to learning the Flying Thunder God technique and absorbing a vast amount of knowledge, he was also laying the groundwork for transplanting Hashirama cells in the future. The Third Great Ninja War was about to break out. Rin's death, Nagato's fall, and the founding of the second-generation Akatsuki. All of these events took place during that period. If Obito wanted to change all of this, he would have to travel to many places, meet many people, and do countless things that would heavily rely on the power of Kamui. So resolving the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan had become his most pressing concern. To overcome the Mangekyo's side effects, without a blood relative who had also awakened the Mangekyo, his only option was to transplant Hashirama cells. But the process was far from simple. In his previous life, Madara and White Zetsu had taken care of everything for him. This time, since he was temporarily unable to leave the village, he was more inclined to seek cooperation with Danzo and Orochimaru. By now, the two had already begun their experiments with wood release, resulting in the deaths of many Senju clan members, and eventually succeeded in creating a viable test subject, Yamato. They had both the raw materials and detailed experimental data, but it wasn't enough just to get hold of the information. He also needed to understand it and be able to put it into practice. That required a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, all of this was covered in the Ninja Academy. While the Academy kept advanced ninjutsu a secret, it was surprisingly open when it came to other scientific and biological knowledge that seemed unrelated to being a ninja. The curriculum was diverse and comprehensive, so Obito absorbed everything the Academy had to offer, never turning down knowledge. Not aiming for mastery in every subject, but striving for a solid foundation. He was no longer the underachiever from his past life, but had become a bona fide academic star of Konoha. After graduating today, his next step was to transplant Hashirama's cells, so if Danzo were to invite him to join Root at this moment, he would actually agree. Joining Root would give him access to first-hand information about the wood release experiments, the perfect opportunity. Unfortunately, Root was not so easy to get into. Danzo had no interest in someone who on the surface seemed like just an ordinary Uchiha who hadn't even awakened his Sharingan. After leaving the academy, Obito's mind was still preoccupied with the matter of Hashirama's cells. He had no idea what was being discussed over at the Hokage's office, nor did he know that Danzo had already dismissed him without a second thought. Still, he had his own plans. Getting in touch with Danzo and Orochimaru wasn't all that difficult. He just couldn't use his real identity. So, after wearing a mask and using an alias for more than a decade in his previous life, the masked man was finally about to make his appearance. But that's a story for another time. Today, Rin had organized a graduation celebration. They had planned to gather for dinner at the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant that evening, and many people would be attending. Not just their fellow graduates, but even Kakashi, who had already been a ninja for 4 years. Obito was never enthusiastic about these kinds of gatherings, but since Rin was the organizer, there was no way he could refuse. However, since he was the top student and the first to finish the exam, there was still some time before the rest of his classmates would be done. It was the perfect window to sort out both his personal matters and the issues of the Uchiha clan, and perhaps to extract a few benefits from them as well. With that, Obito made his way to the Uchiha compound. 2 clan members were already waiting for him at the entrance. As soon as they saw the forehead protector on Obito's head, they instantly flickered to stand before him. "Obito, the clan leader has instructed you to go see him," one of them said, his tone sharp and arrogant. In fact, it sounded more like a command than an invitation. Obito's brows knit together ever so slightly. This was exactly why he disliked most of the Uchihas. They strutted around with an air of superiority, as if the world owed them something. Pride was one thing. He too had taken pride in being an Uchiha in his previous life, but pride should never be confused with arrogance, and certainly not with looking down on those weaker than oneself. If only they had the guts to talk to Hiruzen Sarutobi or Danzo Shimura with the same attitude in his previous life. Every time he visited the Uchiha, all he saw were a bunch of self-important fools hiding behind closed doors, plotting endlessly, yet accomplishing nothing. Oppressed as they were, all they did was scheme and conspire to no avail. With these thoughts, Obito couldn't even be bothered to argue. He simply replied coldly, "Lead the way." The two Uchiha members were momentarily stunned. Obito was known for his humility and kindness, traits that made him stick out like a sore thumb among the Uchihas. They genuinely disliked this outlier. Yet in this instant, Obito's sudden aloofness seemed strangely familiar. A taste of their own medicine, they said. Nothing more reigned in some of their arrogance, and led Obito to the clan leader's house in a surprisingly orderly manner. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, having received word of Obito's arrival well in advance, was already seated in the reception room, brewing tea. Normally, this would have been Uchiha Makoto's responsibility, but she was preoccupied, gently entertaining the infant in her arms. With no one else to assist, the clan head had to make do himself. When he saw Obito enter, he beckoned him over. His face still held the dignified composure befitting a clan leader, his expression distant and reserved. But compared to the earlier pair, he was much more approachable. "Obito, come here, sit down. There's something I want to discuss with you." Obito didn't object. He walked over and took a seat across from Fugaku. This meeting came as no surprise. Something similar had happened in his previous life as well. Back then, however, Fugaku had come to his home, offering a small sum of money and a few Uchiha clan jutsu. In this life, Obito had been invited directly to the clan leader's residence for tea. Perhaps it was because his status was different now. He was the top student, not the underachiever he'd once been. As for why Fugaku was doing this, the reason was simple. The placement of new ninja academy graduates into teams was decided well in advance, and Fugaku had long since received word that Obito would be assigned to Minato's squad. Minato-sensei was someone Fugaku had always considered a promising talent. Moreover, Uchiha Makoto, the clan leader's wife, had become fast friends with Kushina Uzumaki, her closest confidant. This bond of friendship laid the foundation for an alliance between their families. With the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, the Yellow Flash's famed sword, and Fugaku decided to stake everything on Minato. In all fairness, the clan had truly made the right bet. If he hadn't later triggered the Nine Tails incident and been responsible for the fourth Hokage and his wife's deaths, perhaps the Uchiha clan really could have coexisted peacefully with Konoha. But there are no what-ifs in life. Thinking of this, Obito's expression grew somewhat complicated as he looked at Fugaku, and his gaze drifted to the infant cradled in Uchiha Makoto's arms. Noticing this, Fugaku made the introductions. "This is my son, Uchiha Itachi, Obito. Do you like children as well? I've heard you're especially kind to the elderly." Obito nodded. "I do have a soft spot for old folks. Every time I see those elderly people struggling to walk, I can't help but think of my grandmother." He paused for a moment, then continued. "As for your child, he just looks so filial." Makoto couldn't help but smile. "Obito, you really have a kind heart. Everyone else keeps praising Itachi's potential, saying he'll grow into a powerful shinobi. To tell you the truth, I've heard it so often that it's become tiresome." She gently rocked Itachi, letting him grasp her fingers. She played with him. "Itachi, all I want is for you to grow up safe and sound, for our family to live in harmony. Did you hear what your big brother Obito said? You must always be a good filial child." Obito suddenly burst into a fit of coughing and quickly reached for his tea to take a sip. Fugaku, noticing, immediately said, "I'm sorry, Obito, bringing up painful memories for you. As clan head, I'm busy with official duties and have neglected many things. I didn't realize there was still an orphan like you among the Uchiha." He sighed. "Not taking better care of you is my failure, so I want to make it up to you. Be it with money or with the Uchiha's advanced jutsu. Whatever you need, just say the word." Obito sneered inwardly, so the clan head was well aware of his situation as the Uchiha orphan all along. He never offered compensation before, and now suddenly he wants to make amends. Clearly because he sees value in Obito. He took a slow sip of tea, then spoke. "Clan head, I want to pretend to be grateful for something I never received. All my living expenses since childhood came from my grandmother and parents' inheritance and from her friends, the elders who helped us from time to time. I never received any benefit from the Uchiha clan, so the Uchiha owe me nothing, and I owe the Uchiha nothing in return." A shadow crossed Fugaku's face, but at the same time, he was a little surprised in front of his clan Head Obito was remarkably calm. He showed no excitement at being summoned, nor did he harbor any resentment for having been neglected or even ostracized as a child. To him, everything seemed to pass without a ripple. For a moment, Fugaku didn't know what to say. At this moment, Obito finally spoke. However, since the clan leader wishes to show concern, to mend the rift between us, and offer me benefits for free, I see no reason to refuse. As for the Uchiha clan's advanced jutsu, I have no need for them. Money, on the other hand, I can never have too much of. In fact, if you're willing to show some resolve, I have many ways to help improve the Uchiha's standing within the village. Fugaku's face betrayed a flash of surprise. Then he frowned deeply. Obito, I don't know what you're talking about. The Uchiha are the greatest clan in Konoha. We oversee the police force and enjoy self-governance. Other than never having produced a Hokage since the founding of the village, in all other respects we lead Konoha. Fugaku's gaze grew ever sharper, his presence pressing in with increasing intensity. Make yourself clear. What situation do we have that needs changing? Obito kept his expression calm. In truth, Fugaku wasn't wrong. Compared to the Uchiha after the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha at this time truly were Konoha's foremost clan. Not only did they enjoy considerable autonomy, but as one of the two founding families, they were held in high esteem and affection by the villagers. Even if some people resented the Uchiha over issues with the police force, such dissatisfaction was kept hidden in their hearts. Whenever an Uchiha walked the streets, they carried themselves above the rest, more so even than the Hyuga, an arrogance that only fueled the clan's haughty spirit. Yet after the Nine-Tails incident, tensions between the Uchiha and the village escalated rapidly. The root cause was clear. It was witnessed firsthand by many present that the Nine-Tails had been controlled by the Sharingan. These witnesses came from all walks of life, from great clans to ordinary civilians, representing much of the entire Konoha community. Once the news spread, the Uchiha became the target of universal exclusion. The villagers of Konoha had a particular trait. They rarely cared for the truth and were quick to vent their anger on others. In the rumors, the first scapegoat was Naruto Uzumaki, believed to be a vessel for the fox demon. The Uchiha became the second. In the blink of an eye, the Uchiha lost all public support and found themselves vilified by almost everyone. Danzo, seeing this, was overjoyed. He'd long been searching for a reason to suppress the Uchiha, and now he had the perfect excuse. The higher-ups of Konoha, many of whom were loyal to Tobirama Senju's faction, had already been plotting against the Uchiha in secret, but had never dared to act openly. Now, with public opinion on their side, they could finally move against the clan in broad daylight. Danzo wasted no time, growing bolder and deploying a string of ruthless measures, leaving the Uchiha gasping for air. The proud and haughty Uchiha could not bear such humiliation. Most of them, led by Shursui Uchiha, swiftly became hardliners. The rise of this radical faction only deepened the rift between the Uchiha and the village, eventually forcing things to the point of open rebellion. As Obito reviewed the whole tragic arc of the Uchiha, he couldn't help but admit he bore the greatest responsibility for their annihilation. However, even though the Uchiha clan now holds a very high status in Konoha, that doesn't mean they're completely safe from being targeted by the leadership. So Obito spoke slowly. Clan leader Fugaku, everything you've said is true, but isn't the Uchiha's biggest problem right now the fact that there's no one from our clan among the village's top brass? The government is firmly controlled by Tobirama Senju's disciples, leaving the Uchiha quietly ostracized by those in power. The entire upper echelon of Konoha looks down on the Uchiha. Can we really say our situation is that good? Fugaku was taken aback. How could a 9-year-old child like Obito know so much? His voice grew sharp. Who's been feeding you these divisive ideas? Have you already come into contact with the radicals? Who's behind you? Second elder, fourth elder? Obito smiled. Faintly, clan leader Fugaku, you misunderstand. There's no one behind me. If you must know, I think the so-called radicals of the Uchiha are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Loud slogans, but never any real action. Fugaku frowned. He suddenly realized that Obito's way of thinking was far from that of an ordinary child. This made him somewhat wary, but also even more curious. Fine. For now, I'll take your word that no one's behind you. In that case, why don't you tell me? How should the Uchiha improve our situation? Obito glanced at Fugaku. The best solution, of course, would be for one of us to become Hokage. If an Uchiha could hold the position of Hokage, all our problems would be solved, but that's easier said than done. The Konoha leadership would never allow it. Unless there was a coup, but I don't think that's an outcome you want to see. Clan leader Fugaku. Obito took a sip of tea and went on. If that's out of reach, the next best thing is to befriend the next Hokage. As long as the Hokage is someone who favors the Uchiha, our situation could improve immensely. Unfortunately, as things stand, the most likely candidates for the fourth Hokage have little to do with the Uchiha. Obito set his teacup down. Now, Fugaku's interest in Obito was piqued. Much of what Obito had said echoed his own thoughts. But simply recognizing the problem isn't enough, Fugaku said slowly. Seeing the issue doesn't mean you can solve it. Many in the Uchiha clan have noticed this, but none have come up with a truly workable solution. So, what's your plan? Uchiha Obito replied, actually, the solution is simple. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha is limited to the top leadership. And among them, the real threat is Danzo. If we could just get rid of Danzo, wouldn't that settle things? There was a loud bang as soon as Obito finished speaking. Fugaku slapped the table and stood up. In his eyes, 3 tomo spun rapidly. He glanced around the room, making sure no one was listening before he finally let out a breath. Immediately after, a murderous aura radiated from his entire being as he fixed his gaze on Obito. In that instant, Obito sensed the clan leader casting a Jinjutsu upon him, pulling him straight into an illusionary realm. A Jinjutsu space. Uchiha Obito was faintly surprised. This was no ordinary Sharingan illusion. This was a power that only the Mangekyo Sharingan could evolve. So it was true. Uchiha Fugaku had awakened those eyes. Obito had his suspicions in his previous life, but now they were completely confirmed with this realization. He offered no resistance and allowed Fugaku to draw him fully into the realm. Within Fugaku's Jinjutsu space, everything around them shimmered with ethereal, unreal colors. The two of them appeared in this illusory world. Obito's expression remained unchanged. He gazed calmly at Uchiha Fugaku. With a slight smile, he said, "Clan leader Fugaku, is this how you greet someone? I suppose it for the best to speak elsewhere. In this Jinjutsu world, there's no risk of being overheard." Fugaku was taken aback, and then his face filled with shock. "You're still conscious. How is that possible?" His original plan had been to drag Obito here for an interrogation. Anyone caught in his Jinjutsu would find their mind clouded, easily compelled to reveal whatever information he desired. Yet Obito seemed completely unaffected, as if nothing had happened. Could it be? A possibility dawned on Fugaku, and his expression changed utterly, becoming more serious than ever before. The 3 tomo in his pupil spun relentlessly, hinting at a new form taking shape. Seeing this, Obito's own expression grew grave, and he quickly spoke. "Wait, clan leader Fugaku, if you really activate your Mangekyo, I'll have no choice but to resist, and then this illusionary space will collapse. How about we talk for a bit first, and only then decide if we need to fight?" Only then did Fugaku slowly withdraw from his earlier state, his gaze settling back to the 3 tomo Sharingan. Yet inwardly, stormy waves of emotion crashed through him. You really have those eyes as well? When Obito uttered the words Mangekyo, Fugaku had become almost certain. It was unbelievable, almost beyond comprehension, but it was the only explanation that made sense. The Mangekyo Sharingan completely eclipsed the ordinary Sharingan. Just now, although he'd used a 3 tomo illusion, it was unmistakably a Mangekyo ability. No ordinary Sharingan could ever withstand it. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan could stand against another Mangekyo, so Obito's ability to remain conscious proved he possessed a power of the same level. Seeing Fugaku's reaction, Obito knew there was no hiding it any longer. He could only sigh. As expected, it's not easy to conceal such things from another Uchiha. Clan leader Fugaku, since you've already realized, there's no point in hiding it any further. Yes, I have also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. After pausing for a moment, Obito continued, "Well then, clan leader Fugaku, now that you know my bargaining chips and what gives me confidence, can we finally have a proper discussion?" Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily at a loss. He was still reeling from shock, his emotions so stirred that he nearly lost control of the Jinjutsu space surrounding them. He couldn't help but imagine. If he hadn't awakened his Mangekyo, would this revelation have forced his eyes to evolve out of sheer fright? With a hint of hesitation, he asked Obito, "Forgive me for asking, but how old are you this year?" Obito, noticing Fugaku's look as if he'd seen a ghost, simply shrugged. Clan leader Fugaku, since you made time to meet with me today, I assume you've thoroughly investigated everything about me since I was a child? Don't you already know how old I am? Fugaku still couldn't accept the truth, murmuring to himself, but awakening the Mangekyo at 9 years old. How is that even possible? The next moment, as if struck by sudden thought, he grew anxious. Obito, how many times have you used those eyes? Has your vision deteriorated? Listen to me. Even though they're powerful, unless it's absolutely necessary, you mustn't use them lightly. Obito wanted to laugh, but held himself back. Don't worry. I've only used them a few times since I awakened them. My vision has barely changed. Unless I'm utterly desperate, I won't use them. Fugaku let out a deep breath of relief, then his expression grew solemn. Obito, since you've awakened those eyes from this moment on, you are one of the Uchiha clan's senior members. To be honest, I didn't pay much heed to what you said before. In fact, your ideas seemed so dangerous, I even considered keeping you here. But now, everything is different. With those eyes, you possess limitless possibilities. And you're still so young. Your future will outshine even mine. That's why I'm willing to truly listen to your thoughts. Obito nodded. As expected, it's only by demonstrating true power that one earns the right to speak as an equal, no matter where you are. Now that the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan was out, he had to make sure this secret was as valuable as possible. He couldn't resist slipping back into his persuasive mode. Clan leader Fugaku, before we get to the real business, I have a small question. What's your assessment of the Uchiha clan's overall strength? Fugaku was taken aback. He hadn't expected Obito to ask that. After pondering for a moment, he answered with confidence. The strength of our Uchiha clan is formidable. We have over 20 members who have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Even among Jonin, they are top tier. I can say with certainty that at this stage, ever since the Senju integrated with the commoners, there is no other family in the Leaf Village that can match our strength. Besides, now that we have 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the gap between us and the entire Hokage faction isn't nearly as wide as it used to be. Obito chuckled. So, clan leader Fugaku, do you still think there's a gap between us and the Hokage side? Fugaku nodded. I've dealt with Orochimaru before. His strength makes me extremely wary. If all 3 of the legendary Sannin possessed that level of power, then each one of them would require a Mangekyo to counter. And on top of that, old powerhouses like Shimura Danzo and Mitokado Hamura also possess strength far surpassing the level of the three-tomo Sharingan. And then, a deep wariness flickered in Fugaku's eyes. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, his title as the strongest Hokage may be somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps he still falls short of our ancestor, Lord Madara, and the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. But the difference isn't by much. I am certainly no match for him. Obito thought to himself. Just as expected, the third Hokage's self-aggrandizement clearly had its effect. Even Uchiha Fugaku was almost convinced by it. No wonder later on, even after Shursui and Itachi awakened their Mangekyo, they still behaved meekly as kittens before the third. Time and again, it's been proven. Only power gives one the right to speak reason, though both Itachi and Shursui yearned for peace. Everyone who awakened the Mangekyo was proud and unyielding. If the third Hokage didn't have real strength, how could they have submitted to him? Obito pondered for a moment before speaking. Clan leader Fugaku, perhaps the third isn't as strong as you imagine. But before he could finish, Fugaku cut him off. Obito, you're still young. I know it's easy to become proud after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age, but I've seen the third's power with my own eyes. He has mastered all 5 chakra nature transformations and is proficient in thousands of jutsu. Not to mention countless forbidden techniques whose numbers I can't even guess. Salamander Hanzo, known as a demigod, is strong enough, right? But I have accurate intel about him, and I'm certain he's absolutely no match for the third Hokage. Obito was momentarily stunned. Was the third really that powerful? He'd seen the third in his reanimated state, able to clash with the Ten Tails using 5-element jutsu. Certainly not weak, but in his 6 paths form, Obito had defeated him in a single blow. Well, that version of himself had been far too powerful. Still, no matter how you looked at it, the third could never reach the level of Hashirama Senju. Even if he had been in his prime and full of vigor, even if he could unleash a few rounds of those jutsu that could stand against the Ten Tails at most, he'd be on par with Nagato. Wait, If the third at his peak truly possessed power on Nagato's level, then while his abilities might not be as unique as the Rinnegan, and perhaps not quite at the level of surpassing a Kage, he'd be awfully close. For those ninja who had never witnessed the might of Hashirama or Madara, the Super Kage already stood at a level beyond human reach. For instance, Nagato believed himself invincible, regarding himself as a god day after day. Thinking about it this way, everything suddenly made sense. If the third Hokage at his peak truly possessed strength close to that of a Super Kage, then it was true. A regular Mangekyo Sharingan wouldn't be enough to handle him. Right now, the third wasn't nearly as old and feeble as he would become in the future, so at this point he must have still been a formidable Kage at the very least. Understanding this, Obito nodded and said, "Clan leader Fugaku, I think I understand now where the Uchiha stand in terms of strength. If we were to confront the Hokage's faction openly, we're indeed at a disadvantage," Fugaku replied. "I'm glad you realize that. So it's best to let go of any thoughts of acting rashly against the Hokage's side as soon as possible. If you're really planning a direct confrontation, the clan would need at least 6 pairs of Mangekyo, and even then, the drawbacks of the Mangekyo are severe. It leads to blindness. We simply aren't in a position to go head-to-head." Obito was speechless for a moment, thinking Fugaku was worried he might be too young and impulsive. He explained, "Actually, there's no need for us to fight head-on. Clan leader Fugaku, you're mistaken about something. The Hokage's faction doesn't possess the same unity as a single clan like the Uchiha. They aren't the Senju, each of them represents their own family. So in your mind, and in fact, in the minds of all the Uchiha, the strength of the Hokage side has been overestimated. They aren't as difficult to deal with as you imagine." On this point, Obito was perfectly clear. Often, if you never step outside your own circle, it's hard to see the true shape of things. The Uchiha who remained in Konoha simply didn't have the same breadth of perspective as he did, having been away for years. So what if someone is acknowledged as the village's Kage? After seeing enough of them, they're not so intimidating. He dared to declare war on all the Kage at once. Would the Konoha Uchiha dare do the same? Fugaku frowned and asked, "So, your plan to target Danzo, is that really your own idea, and you still haven't given it up? But do you understand how difficult that would be, and what the consequences would be if you're discovered?" Obito spoke slowly. "Clan leader Fugaku, don't be hasty. Let me just ask you this. Haven't the Uchiha suffered under Danzo for long enough? If there was a chance to take him out with no risk, would you be willing?" Fugaku rolled his eyes. "Of course. I've dreamed of killing Danzo. Do you know how many Uchiha that old bastard has harmed?" Obito nodded. "I have a plan to get rid of Danzo. One that guarantees it'll be done without a trace and with absolutely no connection to the Uchiha." Fugaku looked doubtful. "Such a plan really exists?" "Danzo is extremely cautious. He rarely leaves route, and even if he does, he's always surrounded by guards, protected layer upon layer. Besides, he's a master of wind release. I'd even say his mastery of wind techniques rivals that of the Kazekage. Unless I personally lead a squad of 3 Tomo Uchiha in a full assault, there's no chance of success. But if we did that, it would create a huge commotion. It wouldn't be an assassination anymore. When a horde of Konoha shinobi come to his aid, the Uchiha attacking one of the Hokage's advisors will be nothing short of rebellion." Obito smiled. "Clan leader Fugaku, who says we have to kill Danzo inside the village? Who says the Uchiha clan needs to do it ourselves? When he leaves the village, we can simply make it look like an outside force was responsible, can't we?" Fugaku shook his head. "Obito, you're making it sound far too simple. Danzo rarely leaves the village, and even if he does, someone of his status will have his movements kept strictly confidential. It's nearly impossible for us to know right away when he's left the village, or where he's gone. How could we possibly find the right opportunity? And besides, arranging Danzo's assassination by outsiders. How many people out there truly have that kind of power? Apart from the other 4 great villages, I can't think of anyone else. If we colluded with the other 4 villages to assassinate the Hokage's advisor, even though I have nothing but contempt for Danzo, my own sense of honor would never allow me to do something so dishonorable." Obito glanced at Fugaku, surprised to find him even more upright than he'd imagined. "You talk about honor with Danzo, but Danzo has never played by such rules. He's no stranger to making deals with outsiders. But who says killing Danzo requires the involvement of any of the great villages?" Obito spoke persuasively. "Clan leader, I have a way to ensure that at a certain time in the future, Danzo will leave the village and go exactly where I want him to. It will be a decision he makes of his own accord, and it will have absolutely nothing to do with the Uchiha. Furthermore, I also have a way to make sure that a force capable of killing Danzo is present at that location. After that, there will be plenty of room for maneuvering, and I can even guarantee that the force in question won't be from any of the 5 great villages. Is that really possible? Fugaka was tempted, but skepticism outweighed his curiosity. Obito answered with quiet confidence. Let me explain step by step. First, getting Danzo to leave the village isn't actually that difficult. The Third Great Ninja War is about to break out. I'm sure you, clan leader Fugaku, are well aware of that. Uchiha Fugaka nodded. The Uchiha had their own intelligence network. He was naturally aware of the recent turmoil in the ninja world. He immediately understood what Obito was getting at. To strike during the war, when Danzo would inevitably leave the village to stir up trouble. Now that he thought about it, it did seem possible. Go on. Obito continued. Recently, an organization called Akatsuki has emerged in the Hidden Rain village. Their philosophy is to prevent war and pursue peace through negotiation. They often side with the weaker party in a conflict to balance the power between both sides. Although this group is newly formed, it has tremendous potential and is rapidly growing stronger. What's more, their leader is a student of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf, if you wish, clan leader. You can send someone to verify this. A student of Jiraiya, a peace-seeking organization. That was valuable information indeed. Fugaka nodded thoughtfully. I'll look into it, but what does this Akatsuki organization have to do with assassinating Danzo? Obito continued. The fact that Hanzo the Salamander allows this group to develop on his own turf already tells us a lot. He raised a finger. First, it reflects Hanzo's attitude to some extent. Hanzo actually agrees with this idea of peace. Perhaps he even wants to use it to send a signal and bring an end to the chaos in the Hidden Rain village. Obito raised a second finger. Second, Akatsuki's strength, while not overwhelming, is at least respectable enough to make Hanzo wary. Otherwise, think about it. If this were the land of fire, would Konoha just stand by and watch an organization, even one preaching peace, grow under their noses? Fugaka grew increasingly puzzled. And what does all this prove? Obito replied, it's simple. A unified, peaceful rain village is not in Konoha's interests, especially not in Danzo's interests. Just imagine if the Hidden Rain village were as powerful as it was before the Second Great War. Would the Konoha leadership sleep soundly at night? What's more, if Danzo wants to become Hokage, he'll need widespread support. But his reputation in Konoha is lackluster, so he has to look for outside moves. For example, gaining the backing of a demigod. But why would Hanzo support Danzo? Unless rain keeps falling into chaos, short on money and food, forced to turn to Konoha for aid. Only then can Danzo forge a partnership. So in Danzo's eyes, Akatsuki's philosophy of peace is extremely dangerous. At the same time, Akatsuki has some real strength. If he can get Akatsuki and Hanzo to clash, Rain will spiral into even greater internal conflict. Clan head Fugaku, tell me, isn't this enough to make Danzo personally take a trip? A gleam appeared in Uchiha Fugaka's eyes. If Akatsuki truly has the potential you described, then Danzo might really go to the land of rain himself. So is that your plan? The more Uchiha Fugaka thought about it, the more brilliant it seemed. There really is a chance to kill Danzo in the land of rain, as long as Hanzo is willing to act. And why can't we reach out to Hanzo ourselves? Whatever money or supplies Danzo can offer, the Uchiha can match. If Hanzo can support Danzo, why not support us? Excitement flickered across Fugaka's face, because in this plan, not only did he see the possibility of taking Danzo's life, but even more importantly, he glimpsed the chance for the Uchiha to gain even more influence in Konoha. Obito hesitated for a moment. Was Fugaka getting a bit carried away? His original idea was simple. Akatsuki needed funds for its growth, so he'd use this as an excuse to ask Fugaku for money, using Uchiha resources to build up his own organization while also getting rid of Danzo. Killing two birds with one stone, but listening to Fugaka, he realized he had a point. The Uchiha had people, they had money, so why should only Danzo get to play the diplomatic game? Why couldn't the Uchiha do the same? After all, the Uchiha are one of the founding clans of Konoha, as long as we don't make any fundamental mistakes. Our position won't be questioned. Even if the Hokage's faction opposes us, the Uchiha still have our own voice. Everything we do is for Konoha, isn't that right? Konoha belongs to all of us, not just to the Sarutobi or Shimura family, so? Obito's eyes lit up as well. expanding our diplomacy truly could be a path to revitalizing the Uchiha. He nodded in agreement. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. The Uchiha need political power, and that strength doesn't have to come only from within Konoha. It could come from elsewhere too, say from a demigod. We should broaden our horizons, not limit ourselves to just one village this time. Fugaka truly saw Obito in a new light and couldn't help but praise him. Obito, I must say you're a genius. Not only have you awakened the Mangekyo, but what's even rarer is that at just 9 years old you already think like a Hokage. No, calling it Hokage's thinking is too narrow. In any case, thanks to your idea, killing Danzo is no longer the most important thing. What matters is that I suddenly understand how the Uchiha can find our footing, not just in a village, but across the entire shinobi world. So, should I send someone to make contact with Hanzo right away? Making contact with Hanzo seemed like a good thing for the Uchiha. But what about the Akatsuki? Obito coughed sharply. Clan leader Fugaku, rather than reaching out to Hanzo, I actually think we should contact the Akatsuki first. Fugaku was surprised. Even if the Akatsuki might have some strength, no matter how you look at it, they can't be more important than Hanzo, can they? Obito thought to himself. That's only because you don't know Nagato possesses Madara's Rinnegan. But of course he couldn't say that out loud. Clan leader Fugaku, Hanzo may be the de facto ruler of Amigakure, but no matter how many benefits you offer, he's unlikely to ever see the Uchiha as his own people. The Akatsuki are different. Right now they have nothing, no resources, no backing, and their leaders are a group of passionate young shinobi. If we extend a hand to help them at this stage, we could gain a great deal of friendship in return. Fugaku frowned, but even if we befriend a small group from a minor nation, how much could that really help the Uchiha? Obito smiled. Clan leader, have you forgotten that I mentioned the Akatsuki's leaders are Jiraiya's disciples? Fugaku paused, and only then did he realize. If they befriended the Akatsuki, they could also forge a connection to Jiraiya himself. That changed everything in his eyes. No matter how strong Hanzo was, he'd always be an outsider, so his support for the Uchiha would be limited. But Jiraiya is a true-born Konoha shinobi, a staunch member of the Hokage circle, and he could even influence the third Hokage in Tsurutobi directly. If they could win Jiraiya's favor, it would be worth paying almost any price. Not to mention, could Jiraiya's disciple be an ordinary person? He had great faith in Minato Namake's future. If the Akatsuki leadership had even half of Minato's talent, this investment would pay off handsomely. Fugaku immediately burst into laughter. Obito, you really do think things through? I'll send someone to investigate right away. If the Akatsuki leaders truly are Jiraiya's students, I'll reach out to them. The Uchiha clan has more than enough funds for this. Obito nodded. From the Warring States period to now, the Uchiha had amassed enormous resources, making them the wealthiest clan in the whole shinobi world. Even letting a small portion slip through their fingers would be enough to help Yahiko Nagato and Konan survive their most difficult early days and grow stronger, making it easier for him to connect with the Akatsuki down the line. But what consequences might come from Akatsuki's rise? Hanzo's stance couldn't be ignored either. Clan leader Fugaku, Hanzo is important too. After befriending Akatsuki, you could take the next step and build a relationship with Hanzo as well. Ideally, you'd help broker an alliance between Akatsuki and Hanzo. That way the Uchiha would have some influence within the Land of Rain. Fugaku was taken aback, then fell deep into thought. But wouldn't this risk interfering with another country's internal affairs? I'm afraid Hanzo might grow wary of us and refuse to deal with us at all. Obito considered this. It was a valid concern. But he wasn't troubled. That's why we don't have to rush. Why not wait a few years until the war is raging in full force, even spilling onto the Land of Rain itself? Then, as long as we show up in the Land of Rain and extend a little goodwill, maybe it won't be us seeking them out. Instead, they might come looking for us. Fugaku couldn't help but shake his head. Suddenly, he felt that compared to Obito, who was so adept at playing with people's hearts, he was nothing more than a blunt, naive youth, a 9-year-old child. How could he think like this? Fugaku was baffled, but then again, the ninja world was full of oddities. Perhaps Obito was simply one of them. You really have thought of everything, Obito. I'll leave this matter in your hands. Whenever you're ready to act, just let me know. I'll support you unconditionally. Obito nodded with a smile. Then let's call it a day. Shall we head outside? Fugaka nodded back. In his eyes, the three tomo of his Sharingan spun, dissolving the Jinjutsu. In that instant, the two of them returned to reality, though it felt like a long time had passed in the world of illusion. Only 5 seconds had slipped by in the real world at that moment. Mikoto Uchiha was standing, holding Itachi tightly, her expression grave, seeing the two men frozen in place. She realized that Obito had fallen under her husband's Jinjutsu and was likely being questioned within that illusory space. As soon as the two of them regained their senses, she immediately walked up to Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, Obito is just a child. A little discipline is enough. There's no need to be so harsh." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head with a gentle smile. "I don't dare treat him as a child anymore. Just now, we had a conversation inside a Jinjutsu world. I'll tell you the details in the secret room." Now it was Mikoto's turn to be surprised. She glanced over at Obito, whose face remained perfectly calm, and said, "In disbelief, Obito was able to stay conscious within your Jinjutsu just now." She was well aware of Fugaku's mastery of illusion. Even a Sharingan with 3 tomo would find it difficult to break free. Fugaku nodded. "In any case, you can relax. Whatever misunderstandings I had with Obito have been resolved. And now he's one of us. Someone we can trust." Mikoto let out a sigh of relief. After all, it was only supposed to be a simple conversation. She didn't want things to end on a sour note. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Obito spoke up. "Madam, if you want the specifics, you can ask clan leader Fugaku about it later. I truly meant no harm. I still have a graduation dinner to attend, so I won't be staying any longer. Please excuse me." With that, Obito turned to leave. At that moment, Fugaku called out, "Wait, take these with you." He suddenly pulled out a sealing scroll from his sleeve and released the seal. Inside was a good sum of money and several Uchiha clan ninjutsu scrolls. Fugaku said, "These were always meant for you today. It's not much, but it's a token of goodwill." Obito glanced over and saw that it was far more generous than what he'd received in his previous life. He smiled. "Since clan leader Fugaku intended to give these to me, it would be rude to refuse." He stepped forward, accepted the sealing scroll from Fugaku, formed a series of hand seals, and restored everything neatly back into the scroll. Then, carrying the scroll, he nodded politely to the two of them and left the clan leader's residence. A hint of surprise glittered in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes. He knows sealing techniques and uses them so skillfully. "I thought he'd just walk away with everything in his arms." Fugaku chuckled. "He's full of surprises. I used to be amazed, but now I'm almost numb to it." Meanwhile, after parting ways with Uchiha, Fugaku, Obito returned home and found a place to store all the ninjutsu scrolls from the sealing scroll. The advanced techniques recorded on those scrolls, including the Uchiha clan's B rank and higher fire-style jutsu, as well as various shuriken throwing arts, were all things he already knew. So to him, they held little practical value and were simply worth collecting. But the money, one can never have too much of that. Looking at the extra 500,000 Ryo now in his hands, Obito nodded in satisfaction. Because he'd always been short on cash, Obito's life had been rather frugal. He couldn't even afford to treat Rin to a decent meal more than a couple of times. Now, at last, he could improve things a little. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Obito stepped out and made his way back to the Ninja Academy. At the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy, groups of elite class students who had already completed their exams were gathered together. Each had donned their new forehead protectors, faces alight with excitement and dreams of the ninja life that awaited them. Rin, who was also wearing her forehead protector, took in the lively scene. She could only shake her head slightly and let out a quiet sigh. Thanks to all the things Obito had told her about the future, she knew that the third great ninja war was looming on the horizon. All these students from the academy would eventually be sent to the battlefield. Who knew how many of them would survive? "Rin, why are you sighing out here all alone? Is it because you haven't seen Obito yet?" Just then Kurenai appeared by her side and gave her a friendly pat on the shoulder. Rin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly retorted, "It's not that at all. Obito said he had to go back to the Uchiha clan to take care of something, but he'll be back in time for our class dinner." Kurenai teased her with a grin. "Oh, sure. Everyone knows Obito listens to our dear Rin's every word. If you asked him to go east, he wouldn't dare go west. Honestly, I wish I had such a strong, handsome, and obedient boyfriend myself." Rin's blush deepened. "Kurenai, you've got it all wrong. There's nothing like that between me and Obito. If anything, what about you? Asuma's been chasing after you for ages. He's a great guy. And he's the third Hokage's son. After all, Kurenai wrinkled her nose in distaste. The Soma, he's just a rebellious kid who refuses to grow up. He's always complaining that. The third Hokage bought his way into the position when everyone knows how much the third has done for the village. Sure, Soma treats me well, but compared to your Obito, he doesn't even come close. A knowing smile appeared on Rin's face. Is that so, Kurenai? But I don't think you actually dislike that feeling as much as you say. You're just putting on a front. At that, Kurenai's face turned bright red. What are you talking about? That's not true at all. But what about you, Rin? The whole class can see there's something special between you and Obito. Haven't you two made it official yet? Rin's expression grew pensive, her eyes taking on a thoughtful look. It's not that simple. My situation with Obito is a little different from what everyone thinks. In some ways, we're even closer than you all imagine. Maybe in this lifetime, I'll never be able to leave him, and he'll never be able to leave me. Kurenai scratched her head in confusion. Wow, that sounds complicated. I don't really get it. But let's not dwell on it. I have plans with Anko. Tonight, we're going out for dango, Anko. Isn't she skipping class today? And do barbecue places even serve dango? Rin asked, curiosity lighting up her face. Most of the teachers are busy with the exams today, so the younger students got the afternoon off. As for dango, well, barbecue places don't have them, but we can always bring our own. I've already sent a Soma to buy some. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he spoke. Rin suddenly felt a bit anxious. Was it really all right to bring other food when dining at the Akimichi household? Would they be chased out of the house for such an offense? Just then, more classmates began to emerge in small groups, each one smoothly passing their assessment. Not only that, but outside the ninja academy, a white-haired young man, his face half hidden behind a mask, strolled over at a leisurely pace. The moment he appeared, he drew the attention of many students around him. Look, that's Kakashi. Wow, it really is Kakashi. He actually came. Yeah, I heard he got promoted to Chunin just shortly after graduating from the academy. That's incredible. Compared to most of the students present who had just become Genin, Kakashi's status as a Chunin made him stand out like a crane among chickens. Kakashi, as usual, looked utterly relaxed. He greeted each classmate in turn before making his way over to Rin. Yo, long time no see. Where's Obito? Didn't he come? Rin smiled. Obito said he had something to take care of. He'll be right back. Kakashi couldn't resist a tease. He really is a busy guy. By the way, Rin, did you get your team assignment? Rin glanced around, mindful of the classmates nearby. Some things were best left unsaid in public, so she simply replied, I did. We've been placed on the same team. Our Jonin instructor is Minato Namikaze. Kakashi nodded. He just received the same news. Just as Obito had predicted, their teacher was Minato Sensei. Did that mean Minato would really become the fourth Hokage in the future? Off to the side, Kurenai looked surprised. Kakashi, didn't you graduate a long time ago? I heard you're already a Chunin with your own teammates. Why are you being assigned to a team like us? Kakashi explained. After becoming a Chunin, I applied to work as an independent ninja. I usually pick up missions from the mission hall and spend the rest of my time training, so I haven't actually been placed on a team yet. Kurenai nodded. I didn't know you could do that. How enviable. Rin, your teammates are Kakashi and Obito. That's a remarkably reliable team. Rin just smiled. She certainly couldn't tell Kurenai that she'd known about her future team assignment for 4 years already. By now, not just Rin's group, but many students were discussing their team placements. Some were delighted, others disappointed. Such was the tapestry of life. Then someone exclaimed, did you hear? The legendary Sannin of Konoha are planning to take on apprentices. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village and said she'll choose a student from among the graduates. Lord Orochimaru is rumored to be interested as well. This news sent a wave of excitement through the academy. Is that true? Of course. It's true, but we already have instructors assigned. Would they really pick one of us? Even with assigned mentors, if one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha were to take on a student, things would definitely be rearranged. I wonder who'll be lucky enough to be chosen by one of the Sannin. Darn it. I wish I could be a student of the Sannin too. Compared to the Jonin instructors their classmates barely knew, the prestige of the Konoha Sannin was on a whole different level. Aside from the third Hokage himself, they were the most famous and powerful ninja in the entire village. Who wouldn't want to graduate and immediately have Sannin as their mentor? Even Rin couldn't help but feel a bit of longing in her heart. She'd admired Tsunade ever since she was a child. If Tsunade were to pick her as a disciple, Rin truly didn't know how she could possibly turn her down. Just then, Anko came bouncing over, her face full of curiosity. Good afternoon, Rin Senpai, Kurenai Senpai. What are you two talking about? Kurenai smiled and replied, word is the Konoha Sannin are going to take on disciples from the graduating class. Even Rin is tempted to ditch Obito and Kakashi for a chance like that. Anko, wouldn't you want a Sannin as your teacher? Anko rolled her eyes. Well, who wouldn't? But I'm not a graduate yet. Besides, why would someone as amazing as the Sannin ever notice me? Honestly, I care more about what's for dinner tonight. I heard there's going to be some delicious dango. Kurenai teased. You're always thinking about dango. Aren't you afraid you'll turn into a little dumpling yourself someday? Anko glanced at her own tiny beanpole figure and quipped me, turn into a dumpling? That's about as likely as the Sannin picking me as a disciple. Trust me. Unless that actually happens, I'll never get fat, no matter how much I eat. Kurenai couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head at Anko's helpless expression. Rin, on the other hand, seemed a bit flustered. Who said I'd abandon Kakashi and Obito? Kurenai grinned. But Rin, if Lady Tsunade really wanted you as her student, wouldn't you at least hesitate? Rin thought for a moment, then admitted honestly, I suppose I would. Hesitate, but her expression grew resolute. If the cost is leaving Obito behind, I just couldn't do it, and besides, Rin's eyes shone with confidence, even without Lady Tsunade. I know I'll become an outstanding medical ninja someday. Nearby, Kakashi squinted, a small smile tugging at his lips. The thought of being teammates with Rin and Obito in the future didn't seem so bad at all at that moment. A voice cut through their conversation. All right, you all can stop dreaming. It's true that Lady Tsunade is taking on a disciple this time, but the choice has already been made. There's no chance it'll be anyone else. Obito strolled over, his tone calm. Kurenai blinked in surprise. Obito, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Since when have you been standing there? I didn't notice you at all. It wasn't just Kurenai. Kakashi looked just as startled. Just now, he hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Either had this happen in a real fight, it would have been extremely dangerous over the past few years. As his strength grew, he thought he'd closed the gap between himself and Obito, but to his surprise, the distance remained just as great. Obito shrugged and said, it was when Rin said she couldn't possibly abandon me. Rin's face blushed scarlet, and she couldn't help but huff. Obito, they're getting less and less proper these days, but soon curiosity got the better of her. You mentioned earlier that the candidates have already been decided. What do you mean by that? Obito explained. Lady Tsunade had a lover who died on the battlefield. Rin, you've heard about that, right? Rin nodded. Yes, I heard about it. That loss hit Lady Tsunade very hard. Obito went on. Her lover's name was Dan Kato. You only need to find out which new graduates from the academy haven't been assigned to a team yet and what her name is. Then you'll understand why Lady Tsunade would take on an apprentice. Is that so? Kurenai looked surprised, then began to think aloud. In our year, there's indeed someone who hasn't been assigned to a squad. It's Shizen. Kurenai couldn't help glancing at a lonely figure not far away. Since graduation, Shizen still hadn't received her team assignment. She believed she'd been forgotten, and now stood alone, her hair tousled by the wind, unaware that eyes were already on her. So, it's Shizen? Shizen Kato. She shares the same family name as Dan Kato. I see. Lady Tsunade must have chosen her as an apprentice because of her connection to her lover. Realization dawned on Rin's face, and she shot Obito a mildly reproachful look. Just earlier, seeing that Shizen hadn't been given a team, Rin had gone over to comfort her. Who would have thought that in the end she herself was the one left out of the loop? She blamed Obito for not telling her something so important. Obito scratched his head awkwardly. Well, it was just a small thing. I completely forgot. He then grew serious. In any case, team assignments are actually decided in advance, usually based on everyone's strengths and personal bonds. For example, the famous Inoshikacho trio from the Leaf always ends up in the same squad after graduation. And then there's us. Since we played together since we were kids, it's highly likely we'll be in the same team too. Once the team lists are set, they rarely change, so even when one of the Sannin takes on a student, it's all arranged in advance. The person they want as an apprentice is set aside from the start. Those of us who already have a designated Jonin instructor don't stand a chance. Kurenai nodded. No wonder I got paired up with that guy, Soma. Then she glanced over at Shizen and sighed still. Shizen is the lucky one. Lin let out a sigh of relief. Now she didn't have to agonize over whether to choose Tsunade or Obito. Still, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment at not being chosen as Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Noticing this, Obito quickly tried to comfort her. Don't worry, Lin. Just because there's no opportunity now doesn't mean there won't be one in the future. Besides, Our Jonin instructor is incredible too. Hearing this, Kurenai couldn't contain her curiosity. Obito, is your instructor really that amazing? I've never even heard of Minato Namikaze before. Obito grinned. Sensei Minato is still very young. He's only 19. He's a genius, just like Kakashi, maybe even more so. Obito shot Kakashi a pointed look. In fact, he's an even greater genius than Kakashi. That's why the third Hokage chose him to lead Kakashi's team. Kakashi gave a dismissive snort. Obito was teasing him again, yet when he remembered that his teacher would one day become the fourth Hokage, and that he'd only be in his 20s, then he realized Obito wasn't wrong. Still, Kakashi decided to fire back. Sensei Minato is indeed outstanding, unlike certain people who didn't even graduate early from the academy and always trailed at the bottom of the class. Looks like someone's just a tag-along in this team selection. Obito fumed inwardly. Honestly, Kakashi wasn't wrong. In his previous life, Obito had only gotten into Minato's team thanks to a bit of goodwill from the third Hokage toward the Uchiha, and his bond with Kakashi. Otherwise, they would have picked someone else. What do you mean, you? Am I not just stating the facts? You idiot, Kakashi retorted. Lin watched Obito and Kakashi bicker with a cheerful smile. Then seeing the last member of the elite class step out of the academy, she quickly interjected, "All right, you two. That's enough. We all passed the assessment." Raising her voice, she called out to the other students, "Let's gather up. Time for barbecue." Some students who had been waiting impatiently cheered with excitement. "Yeah, let's go." Just then, Asuma Sarutobi came rushing over, clutching a bag stuffed with tricolored dango. He hurried to Kurenai's side, wearing a sheepish, eager grin. "Kurenai, I got all the dango you asked for." Kurenai happily accepted the treats, and without a second thought, shared them with Anko and Lin. The three of them started eating, looking completely satisfied. "Asuma, see? You are good for something after all. These are delicious." "Thanks," Kurenai said. Hearing her praise, Asuma was over the moon. He suddenly felt that all his efforts had been worth it. Obito, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but think Asuma was being a bit too humble. Was it really worth going to such lengths just to win over a girl? But right away, Rin pressed her palms together, expressing her gratitude to Asuma, thank you so much for treating us to dumplings. Next time, I'll bring Kurenai along and treat you to something delicious." Asuma's eyes lit up. "Really?" Rin nodded with a bright smile. "Really?" Obito couldn't help but think how unfair it was. Why hadn't he been the one to bring dumplings just now? He just managed to get a hefty sum from Fugaku, so he wasn't short on money at all. How frustrating. Asuma noticed Obito's expression and patted him on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of wisdom. "My friend, in matters like these, you're still young. Watch closely, learn well. I'll only show you this once." Internally, Obito roared in frustration. "Haiden, where are you? Hurry up. I really need you right now." The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a warm glow over the evening. A group of ninja school students gathered together, enjoying a hearty meal. Because of the 3 ninja prohibitions, minors weren't allowed to drink alcohol, so everyone ordered juice instead. To us, they cheered, clinking their glasses before downing the juice in a single gulp. The moment was truly wonderful. Each face was lit up with innocent, radiant smiles. Even Obito, swept up in the cheerful atmosphere, couldn't help but be affected, yet no one knew how long such happiness would last. War brought pain, but it also brought growth. Well, Obito thought, might as well savor the moment while it lasts. With that, he joined the others in the great barbecue feast. The meal was a joyous affair with laughter all around. Even the staff at a kimchi barbecue turned a blind eye to this rowdy bunch of ninja students bringing in dumplings from outside, something they'd normally never allow. The next morning, Obito got up early. After a round of training, he made his way to the ninja school to attend the graduation ceremony. On the way, he saw an elderly lady struggling under the weight of several heavy bags. "No way, not again. I even left earlier this time. Why is this happening?" Obito couldn't help but suspect. Could these elderly folks actually be disguised white zetsus sent just to block his way? No matter the case, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Fortunately, he was no longer the same Obito he once was. He formed a hand sign, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately, an identical copy of himself appeared at his side. "I'll go to the ceremony. You stay here and help the old lady," Obito instructed his clone. His clone gave a confident pat to his chest. "Don't worry, leave this to me." And so Obito continued on his way to the ninja school, and this time, he finally arrived on time. after a brief graduation speech and a stirring declaration of the will of fire by the third Hokage, Obito proudly received his graduation certificate. Afterward, he and Rin headed to the training grounds to meet their assigned Jonin instructor. When they arrived, Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki were already waiting for them. Obito immediately spotted that golden-haired figure. Even after all these years, meeting again during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he hadn't changed a bit. Obito lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. Ever since he'd been reborn, he'd been consciously or unconsciously avoiding Minato-sensei. But what's meant to happen always finds its way. Minato-sensei was actually a remarkably punctual person. In his memories at the beginning, it was always him who was late, while Minato-sensei waited patiently for him. When did all of that begin to change? It was when the war started. From that moment on, Minato-sensei became busier than ever, constantly rushing between the village and the battlefield, always arriving late for their agreed meetings. Perhaps it was precisely because Minato-sensei was the fastest ninja in the world that he shouldered so much more responsibility. He was needed everywhere, never resting for even a moment, and always at the most crucial times, he was just a step too late. In his previous life, for a long time, he blamed Minato-sensei for not arriving in time to save Rin. But now, thinking back, he realized he'd been misdirecting his anger. How could Madara have let Minato-sensei stay when he was executing his plans? Obito. He was barely human. The more Obito thought about it, the lower he bowed his head, until he couldn't help but shrink backward, hiding behind Rin. From a short distance away, Minato watched, baffled by the scene. He gave Kakashi an awkward smile. Kakashi, do I look particularly scary today? Did I frighten Obito? Kakashi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If what Obito described about the future was true, then he simply doesn't know how to face you, Minato-sensei. Of course, he couldn't say that aloud, so instead he replied a bit awkwardly. Maybe Obito just feels a little guilty toward you, Minato-sensei. Minato looked puzzled. Is that so? But Obito hasn't done anything to let me down, while Minato hesitated, wondering if he should soften his attitude and approach them. Rin had already quietly squeezed Obito's hand. Obito, don't be afraid. I told you, no matter what happens, I'll face it with you. With that, Rin pulled Obito forward. Before he could react, she bowed deeply to Minato. Far more than a customary gesture of respect between student and teacher, so much so that Minato was startled. It was almost as if she was offering a solemn apology. Hurriedly, Minato spoke up. You're not late at all, Kakashi, and I just had nothing else to do this morning. So we arrived early. There's no need for this. Rin shook her head, her tone earnest. No, Minato-sensei, Obito really has done something terribly wrong to you. It was truly out of line. Even I think so, very much so. I'm just apologizing on his behalf, and I hope you can forgive him. Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but wonder to himself, could it be that some past interaction with Obito had left the child with serious psychological scars? He thought it over for a long while, but couldn't recall anything unusual. In the end, he could only scratch his head and say with a laugh, maybe it was just something minor. I've forgotten all about it. Ha ha. At this moment, Obito finally managed to summon his courage. He lifted his head and spoke slowly. Sensei Minato, there are some things I can't tell you right now, but one day, I promise, I will. What Rin said is true. I really did go too far, honestly. I don't even dare hope for your forgiveness. With that, Obito dropped to his knees and bowed deeply before Minato. But I will do my best to make amends. If the day comes when you learn the truth and want to take my life, I won't resist. The more Minato listened, the more confused he became. Still, he quickly stepped up to Obito, helped him to his feet, and smiled. Obito, I don't know what happened, but let's say something did. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. No matter what's happened, I forgive you. Now that you've been assigned to Team 7, you're my student. If my student makes a mistake, that's my responsibility as your teacher. Obito couldn't hold back his tears. Sensei Minato, as always, forgave him. It was precisely this kindness that made the guilt in his heart grow even heavier. Choking back a sob, he said, Sensei Minato, you'll always be the best teacher I've ever had. Minato gently ruffled Obito's hair, but then his expression grew serious. He took out a pair of bells and fastened them behind himself. However, if you want to become my true students, there's one final test. Come and get them. Snatch the bells from me. He paused, then continued originally. I was going to say there are only 2 bells. and whoever doesn't get one would be eliminated. But from what I've seen just now, I can tell the bonds among you run deep, so I won't test whether you see each other as comrades. Just your abilities and teamwork. Minato's eyes grew sharp. Come on, give it your all. Imagine you have to defeat me. Snatch the bells, and all of you pass. Seeing their sensei ready for battle, Obito regained his composure. He stood, exchanged a glance with Kakashi and Rin, and the two instantly understood. They dashed to his side, forming a defensive formation. In this lifetime, thanks to Obito's earlier efforts to encourage him, Kakashi wasn't the cold, aloof boy who kept everyone at arm's length as he had been before. On the contrary, the three of them had grown close, often training and fighting together in private. Their teamwork was already far better than it had been in the previous timeline. Minato watched as the three swiftly formed a defensive formation and couldn't help but show a trace of admiration in his eyes. Just as the report said, they really do coordinate with remarkable skill. Faced with a far stronger Jonin, they didn't rush to attack, but instead prioritized their defense right away. That's a sound decision. However, Minato smiled and continued, since you want me to take the initiative, I'll oblige you. But for opponents like me, simply standing your ground and defending isn't exactly the best choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Minato's figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared right in front of Kakashi, so fast. Kakashi's face was filled with shock. Instinctively, he dodged backward, but still couldn't avoid Minato's lightning-quick punch. There was a heavy thud as Kakashi was sent flying. He barely managed to regain his balance in midair, landing awkwardly and clearly shaken. Cold sweat dripped down his face. If that blow from Minato-sensei had been a kunai instead of fist, he would have been gravely wounded, if not worse. He had thought that after years of training, he'd at least be close to Jonin level, even if he hadn't reached it yet. But now he realized that not only was he no match for Obito, who had been reborn with new strength, there's also a vast gulf between himself and Minato-sensei. Obito had been right. Minato-sensei truly was the fastest shinobi in the world, the yellow flash of Konoha. His reputation was no exaggeration. Meanwhile, as Kakashi was sent flying, Rin finally snapped to attention. She reached into her tool pouch, pulled out a kunai, and hurled it at Minato while quickly retreating. As a medic-type ninja, she carefully remembered Obito's words. In battle, her priority was self-preservation. If her attack missed, she was to retreat as far as possible. Yet things didn't go as she had pictured. She had imagined Minato-sensei would be forced to slow down to deal with her kunai. But Minato simply twisted his body, dodged the blade with ease, and immediately adjusted his stance, barely losing any momentum as he charged straight toward her. Rin's heart was filled with awe. Was this what Obito meant when he spoke of Minato-sensei's incredible adaptability and lightning-fast reflexes? It was almost inhuman. In truth, at that very moment, Minato Namikaze was already feeling quite satisfied with the team he was about to lead as the new leader of Squad 7. From the outset, their defensive formation had posed a genuine challenge, one that couldn't be broken by conventional means, and had forced him to take the situation seriously. And true to his style, once he got serious, it was only natural for him to end the battle in an instant. Yet Kakashi had been the first to react, and though he still took a hit, he hadn't been completely knocked out of the fight. That level of resilience was hardly different from the average Jonin. Lin was the same. Playing a support role within the team, she never sought glory or acted recklessly, leaving him no chance to exploit an opening right from the start. He had to expend extra effort to deal with Lin, although it only added a bit more trouble for him. Against an opponent like him, even a little trouble meant she had achieved something. However, that was the limit. Once Lin lost her ability to fight, Team 7 would be left with Kakashi unable to assist for the moment and Obito standing frozen in place, already incapable of coordinated action. With this in mind, Minato allowed himself a triumphant smile, yet just then Obito, who had remained motionless since the beginning, finally reacted. In the exact instant Minato leaped through the air toward Lin, Obito sprang into action. His speed surged, and he jumped midway, both hands reaching for the bell at Minato's waist. Not good. Obito's target is the bell. Minato immediately realized what Obito was up to, but because Obito had chosen his moment perfectly, Minato found himself in an awkward predicament. After a series of continuous maneuvers, knocking Kakashi aside, dodging kunai, and instantly adjusting his stance to attack Lin. Even with his superb coordination, his techniques were starting to show signs of wear. He couldn't change direction again in that split second. Obito, however, seized this fleeting opportunity and launched his attack. And his speed was astounding, so fast that although Minato could see it coming, he was powerless to stop it. No, I can't let Obito take the bell so easily. Does it mean I have to use that move? Minato gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected to be forced into using this technique, especially since he hadn't planned on revealing it during this test. At that very moment, Obito's hand was about to touch the bell, his face lighting up with satisfaction at both his timing and his impending success. "Sensei Minato, I've finally beaten you, just this once." So thinking, Obito's fingers brushed the bell. But just as he was about to grab it, Minato's entire figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, Minato reappeared in a half-crouch beside a kunai not far away. Obito's hands closed on empty air, and he was struck by a powerful sense of déjà vu. Instinctively, he turned his head, and sure enough, he saw Minato's form by the flying thunder god kunai in the distance. Obito couldn't help but feel frustrated. Wasn't this supposed to be a regular test? Using the flying thunder god technique was just too much. Off to the side, both Lin and Kakashi were equally stunned. A moment ago, they'd seen Obito about to succeed, thinking the test would end in a thrilling but safe outcome. Who could have guessed that right there in midair, Minato would suddenly vanish and reappear somewhere else? This was something no ordinary body flicker could achieve. So this was the legendary flying thunder god that Obito had spoken of, wasn't it? The ability to appear beside the enemy at any moment, to launch an attack at any time, and, even if the attack fails, to retreat instantly. Such a skill is simply unbeatable. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze rose to his feet, holding his flying thunder god kunai, his gaze settling on Obito with a hint of surprise in his expression. "I have to admit, Obito, your strength has exceeded my expectations. I didn't think you'd force me to use the flying thunder god. In fact, if anyone could push me to use this technique, I'd say they're more than qualified. After all, even most jonin can't make me resort to it. But now I find myself quite curious about you. You seem even stronger than Kakashi, so show me everything you've got." As soon as he finished speaking, Minato's figure vanished once again, reappearing right beside Obito. Obito managed a wry smile, without activating his Sharingan. Even though he understood his teacher's fighting style, he still struggled to keep up. He barely managed to twist his body aside, dodging a punch with all his might, but that was his limit. The next punch was already upon him. With a sharp thud, Obito was struck squarely, yet in that instant his body transformed into a wooden log, while his true form appeared in midair behind Minato. At the last moment, he had just managed to use the body replacement technique, though his situation was still far from optimistic. Minato had already reacted, spinning around quickly to continue his assault. Now caught in midair, Obito couldn't even change direction. His only choice. Obito's hands flashed through a series of seals, fire style, great fireball jutsu. A massive ball of flames erupted from his mouth, roaring toward Minato's path, its heat scorching the air. For a ninja of Minato's caliber, a great fireball like this posed little threat. Obito's aim wasn't to hit him, but to buy himself some time. As expected, a flicker of surprise flashed in Minato's eyes, and he had no choice but to twist his body to evade the enormous fireball. The fireball crashed into the ground with a violent explosion, sending up a thick cloud of smoke. Obito seized the moment to land smoothly on his feet, but merely escaping danger was not enough. Obito understood all too well how perilous it was to let Minato seize the initiative. In his mind, the memory of that fateful night when the Nine Tails attacked rose unbidden. How he had been outmaneuvered time and again by his teacher's dazzling techniques. With that lesson still fresh, he decided to strike first, swiftly. Obito pulled a handful of shuriken from his pouch and formed another set of seals, fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. In an instant, a flurry of shuriken wreathed in flames shot toward Minato. This move wouldn't trouble a heavily armored or especially tough ninja, but it was the perfect counter to someone as quick and lightly built as Minato. Having just dodged the great fireball, Minato now had no choice but to keep evading the fiery onslaught of the Phoenix Flower Jutsu. While dodging the attacks, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He hadn't expected Obito to have mastered so many fire-style jutsu. and both the timing and power of his techniques were executed with remarkable precision. These were skills never recorded in the Ninja Academy. Clearly, Obito was even more talented than Minato had imagined. Even without awakening the Sharingan, Obito had already surpassed the standards of an ordinary genin, perhaps even a typical chunin. He was on the verge of entering Jonin-level territory, thanks to Obito's successive jutsu, which stalled Minato. Kakashi was able to compose himself once more. Facing a formidable opponent like Minato, he dared not hold anything back. Lightning flickered across his entire body as he unleashed the nearly perfected Chidori. Instantly, the air crackled with the roar of thunder, and Kakashi's speed soared under the power of his lightning style as he charged straight toward Minato. Rin, who had also regained her footing, freed up her hands and flung a volley of shuriken toward Minato. She wasn't aiming to strike him, but rather to block off his avenues of escape and create an opening for Kakashi's assault. Seeing this, Obito grinned. Having unleashed 2 jutsu in quick succession, he was already feeling the strain, especially in his normal state, without the 3-tomo Sharingan. But he still had enough chakra left to perform one more technique. He didn't believe that Minato-sensei would stoop to using the Flying Thunder God once again, so this time, Obito had prepared a special surprise. He formed hand seals once more, fire style. Gale Inferno Dance. At once, Obito spat out a swirling fire dragon from his mouth, its size growing rapidly as it hurtled toward Minato Namikaze. Although it lacked the boost from Kimui and was somewhat weaker and slower because of that, it remained Obito's most practiced and aggressive jutsu. Even Minato could feel the intense threat bearing down on him. With Kakashi's lightning charge dash, Rin's flying shuriken, and Obito's Gale Inferno Dance closing in, Minato made the optimal choice. He abruptly halted his movement and changed direction. His figure, which had been shifting left, suddenly stopped and darted right, narrowly skimming past the oncoming firestorm. In that instant, he couldn't avoid one of Rin's shuriken, which hurtled toward him. Yet he remained unflustered, raising the Flying Thunder God Kunai he had just picked up and swinging it at a swift arc. A crisp metallic ring sounded as Rin's shuriken was sliced cleanly in 2. Minato quickly turned, eyes locking onto Kakashi, who was now almost upon him. Kakashi's goal was clear. He reached straight for the bell tied at Minato's waist. After a series of evasions, Minato found himself in a spot where he couldn't reposition in time. The trio's teamwork was seamless, their attacks coming in a relentless wave that left him little room to maneuver. At the last possible moment, Minato twisted his waist. Kakashi's hand swept past, grazing the bell at Minato's side before his momentum carried him forward, forcing him to lunge ahead a few more steps before he could come to a stop. Minato wiped the sweat from his brow, already having analyzed Kakashi's situation, using lightning release for high-speed movement. Fortunately, this technique isn't fully developed yet, plus lacking sufficient dynamic vision makes it hard to observe the enemy's subtle movements during an attack, which led to some mistakes. But even so, for someone this age to use such lightning release ninjutsu, he truly is a genius. Still, in the end, I managed to keep hold of the bells and didn't embarrass myself in front of my team. However, just as Minato was about to relax, Obito, who had released his own ninjutsu earlier, appeared at his side without him noticing. Obito thought to himself, Minato-sensei, you taught me never to let my guard down during battle. Without hesitation, he reached once more for the bells at Minato's waist. Minato couldn't help but give a wry smile. He hadn't expected that after unleashing 3 such intense jutsu in succession, Obito would still be able to move. This time, it was his own carelessness. Instinctively, he considered using Flying Thunder God, but after a moment's thought, decided against it. If he used that technique again, where would he put his pride? In the next instant, with a swift motion, Obito snatched both bells from Minato's waist. Seeing this, Kakashi and Rin couldn't hide their delight. Obito held up the bells, gave them a shake, and looked at Minato, who no longer stood in a defensive stance. Minato-sensei, did we pass? A gentle smile appeared on Minato's face as he nodded. Honestly, your performance far exceeded my expectations. I declare, all of you have passed. Yeah, Rin cheered, running over and grabbing both Obito's and Kakashi's hands. From now on, we're official members of Team 7. Please take care of us. Obito could feel Rin's happiness, often because she and Kakashi spent so much time with him, they'd both become more mature. But only in moments like this did he truly sense the lively spirit of a young girl. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Obito's eyes narrowed in a contented smile. Minato, full of warmth, spoke up. Now that Team 7 is officially formed, we need to commemorate the occasion. Tomorrow morning, let's all go to the photo studio for a group picture. Be sure not to be late. Rin nodded, then looked at him with curiosity. So, Minato-sensei, what do we do now? Minato thought for a moment. After the test comes the review. I'll help you analyze what could be improved in your teamwork. And then we'll set out a training plan for the future. First, team coordination. You've all done exceptionally well here. In fact, your teamwork even surpasses many squads that have been together much longer. So I have little to add. Next is individual ability. At this, Minato turned to. Look at Rin. Lin, I heard you're studying medical ninjutsu. I'll help you find some advanced medical ninjutsu scrolls, so you can further improve in this area. As the medical ninja in our team, you consciously protected yourself during the battle just now, which is excellent. Our squad, aside from you, is built for high mobility. In most missions, we'll take the initiative to attack. What you need to do is continue strengthening your ability to keep yourself safe. As long as you avoid danger, we can attack or retreat at will. Once we withdraw, you'll be there to heal us. This greatly increases the team's overall chances of survival. Lin nodded and said, Don't worry, Minato-sensei. I'm very clear about my responsibilities, and I know that in battle, support like me is often the enemy's first target. I'll make sure to protect myself. Minato nodded, then turned his gaze to Kakashi. Kakashi, you truly live up to your reputation as a genius. If you hadn't met me, most jonin wouldn't be able to defeat you so easily. With some more training, you could soon be promoted to a full jonin yourself. But there's a major flaw in your lightning release technique. Because your speed is so great, you lack the dynamic vision to match it, so you can't adjust yourself well during a charge. In battle, this can be very dangerous. But let me tell you this, my speed is not slower than your lightning release, and my eyesight isn't necessarily better either. Yet I can always adjust myself mid-attack to make the most effective moves. Do you know why? Kakashi paused, recalling the recent fight, and said uncertainly, Minato-sensei. During our battle, just now, you barely relied on your vision. Instead, you seemed to sense everything. Minato nodded. Exactly. In many battles, you don't have to rely on your eyes. You can use your body to sense what's happening. Once you get used to sensing a fight with your body, you'll rely far less on your eyesight. This is the direction you should focus on in your training. Kakashi's eyes lit up. He'd already realized the problem with his lightning blade. The speed outpaced his vision, and he'd even discussed it with Obito, but they'd never found a good solution. Now, all at once, it made sense to him. His father had once told him that sometimes in battle you don't need to see. You need to listen. Back then he hadn't understood, but now it all clicked. Kakashi nodded firmly. Minato-sensei, I know exactly how I need to train from here on. Obito, listening to Minato-sensei's guidance from the side, found himself deeply inspired as well. In his previous life, Minato-sensei hadn't talked about these things when Team 7 was formed. Was it because at that time, Kakashi hadn't yet started using the lightning blade? That's true. With his interference as a reborn person, Kakashi started developing Chidori earlier and more consciously. Naturally, his progress was much faster than in the previous timeline. Back then, when Chidori finally took shape, they were already on the Canopy Bridge mission. He soon gave his eye to Kakashi, which solved Kakashi's problem with lacking dynamic vision. And that changed the direction of Kakashi's training entirely. So for speed-type ninja who don't have a Sharingan, isn't it true that in battle they rely less on their eyes and more on sensing with their bodies? Maybe this is actually the right way for Kakashi to train. Obito pondered. While his Sharingan had indeed helped Kakashi a great deal, even earning him the fame of the copy ninja, it had in some ways also limited Kakashi's development. While Obito was lost in thought, Minato was already looking his way. Obito, your fire release jutsu is impressive. It can cover the battlefield densely. Even if it can't deal effective damage to powerful opponents, it still creates excellent opportunities for your teammates. You and Kakashi make a perfect combination. But Minato paused for a moment, hesitating slightly. Earlier, after you dodged my first attack, you used the body flicker technique. Even before that, you seized the opening after my attack to snatch the bell from me. And you even forced me to use the Flying Thunder God. Your sense of timing in all these moments was extraordinary, Obito. Your fighting style doesn't seem like that of a typical ninjutsu user. You're more like a close-range, speed-type fighter, aren't you? Obito nodded. Yes, I'm actually a close combat type. With his ability to become intangible when facing truly strong opponents, he actually relies less on ninjutsu and more on getting up close, seizing opportunities to absorb the enemy or evade attacks, then waiting for their moves to leave an opening so he can strike. In this life, he naturally focused on strengthening these skills. Minato spoke earnestly. I don't know where you got all this battle experience, but it's already close to perfection. If I had your abilities, I doubt I could do any better, so I can't really guide you further in this regard. What you need now is a powerful jutsu that can fully unleash your talent for exploiting openings, a decisive technique that will elevate your entire skill set. As for such a jutsu, I have one. You saw it just now. My teleportation technique is a space-time ninjutsu created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, the Flying Thunder God technique. But this isn't something just anyone can learn. I have to apply for permission from above. If I get approval, I can teach it to you, based on your skill. With the substitution technique earlier, you have about a 30% chance of mastering it. At this point, Rin couldn't help but interject, Sensei Minato, with Obito's abilities, is there really only a 30% chance? Minato Namikaze gave a wry smile and said, yes, the probability is only 30%. The Flying Thunder God is an extremely complex jutsu. Even though Obito has built a solid foundation, he's only met part of the requirements for learning it. To truly master this technique, one must possess an exceptionally strong sense of spatial awareness. Without that, it's almost impossible to use effectively in real combat. As for whether Obito has that ability, I can't say for sure. Kakashi and Rin were both taken aback. They exchanged glances, their eyes turning oddly amused. They had witnessed Obito's uncanny space-time ninjutsu firsthand. If anyone had spatial awareness, it had to be him, right? Could it be that all of Obito's preparations over the years were actually for learning this very technique? Rin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Then Sensei Minato, if Obito does master this jutsu, how powerful would he become? Minato gave a gentle smile. Obito is already almost on par with a jonin. Just like Kakashi, if he learns this technique, there's a good chance he could leap straight to becoming an elite jonin. Perhaps even among the best of them, elite jonin. Rin and Kakashi gasped in unison. Minato chuckled. Strictly speaking, the ranks of ninja are just Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. In Konoha, we also have special Jonin, those who have some Jonin-level skills, but haven't yet fully qualified as Jonin. But even among Jonin, there are differences in strength. Those who carve out a great name for themselves in the ninja world, who earn their own titles and stand above ordinary Jonin. Those are called elite Jonin. Rin, full of curiosity, asked, and what about the very best among the elite jonin? Minato's gaze grew thoughtful. You all know about the Kage of the 5 great nations. The strongest ninja in each village usually takes that role, but even Kage grow old or fall in battle. And when that happens, a new one must be chosen. So from which group of ninja do they pick the next Kage? Kakashi paused, then glanced at Obito. So, the Kage is chosen from among the finest elite jonin. Minato nodded. Exactly. You can think of it this way. Once a jonin earns a title of their own, they're considered an elite jonin. If that title is powerful enough, if it becomes legendary, then that person is the very best among elite jonin. For example, Minato continued, the legendary Sannin of Konoha, or someone with a name like the White Fang of the Leaf. He smiled. When you hear such titles, you can sense at once that they're different from ordinary jonin, can't you? Rin nodded. Shinobi of that caliber were almost like legends themselves. Even the gap between them and a Kage didn't seem so vast. That was why she so admired Lady Tsunade. She was known as the strongest kunoichi. Kakashi, on the other hand, looked as if he were wounded. How could he not know just how powerful his father was? Back then, his father was even considered the most likely candidate to become the 4th Hokage. What a pity. Only now did Minato realize, rather belatedly, that Kakashi was the son of the White Fang. Seeing this, he apologized awkwardly. Sorry, Kakashi. I didn't mean to mention White Fang-san. Kakashi shook his head. It's all right, Sensei. I won't let myself be trapped in the sorrows of the past. The fact that you bring up my father means you also recognize his strength. That alone makes me happy. Minato hadn't expected Kakashi to be so open-hearted, and he smiled. Kakashi, your father was a true powerhouse. I believe you'll become just as strong as he was one day. Actually, let me tell you a secret. Minato leaned in a little, lowering his voice as if sharing a confidence. After I heard about your father, I had nothing but respect for him. I never thought he did anything wrong. A sudden wave of emotion washed over Kakashi. Was this what Obito meant when he said some people shine like the sun in everyone's eyes? Minato-sensei truly was a wonderful teacher. Meanwhile, Rin's attention had landed elsewhere. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Minato-sensei, just now you said that if Obito learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he could become an elite among the elite Jonin. Does that mean he could be as powerful as the three legendary Sannin of the Leaf? Minato hesitated for a moment. Perhaps not quite, he admitted. After all, the Sannin are veterans. They've studied so much, and the gap in experience isn't something you can just make up for. But a ninja's strength isn't measured so simply. There are all sorts of variables in a ninja showdown. Intelligence, countering abilities, and so on. Any of these could change the result. Minato spoke slowly. In my view, to be considered the elite among the elite Jonin, you just need to excel in one area to a degree that ordinary means can't counter. That's enough. Take me, for example. Even though Jiraiya-sensei is formidable, when it comes to mobility, he can't match me if I can fully exploit that advantage in battle. Even Jiraiya-sensei would have a hard time stopping me. I might even have a real chance of beating him. So why shouldn't I be considered an elite among elites? The same goes for Obito. If he masters the Flying Thunder God technique, he'll have the power to stand his ground against the truly strong and even turn the tables. That's more than enough to be called an elite among elite Jonin. Rin nodded, her eyes shining with hope. She knew just how strong Obito had become. Powerful enough to challenge the five Kage, to stand alone against the entire world, but so many of his abilities depended on his eyes, and using them came with heavy side effects. Rin couldn't help but hope Obito wouldn't have to rely on them too often. From Minato-sensei, she saw the possibility that Obito could become a formidable ninja even without relying on those eyes of his. How could she not look forward to it? Kakashi, on the other hand, picked up on a different piece of information in Minato-sensei's words and couldn't help but ask Minato-sensei, "Are you a student of Lord Jiraiya?" Minato nodded. "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei is my mentor. I learned a great deal from him, and it's thanks to his guidance that I've come this far." Kakashi expressed his sincere gratitude. "I see. Thank you, Minato-sensei. Your explanations today have given me a much deeper understanding of what it means to become Hokage." Minato, however, seemed a bit embarrassed and let out a good-natured laugh. "Aren't any of you suspicious about me claiming I have the strength to defeat Jiraiya-sensei? After all, I'm not exactly famous yet." Obito just smiled without saying a word. He was thinking, "You must be joking. Minato-sensei is far tougher to deal with than Lord Jiraiya, at least in my eyes." Although the Third Great Ninja War hadn't started yet, and Minato-sensei might not be as strong as he would become, as Minato himself had said, once a ninja masters a technique that others can't counter, you simply can't judge them by common sense. The Mangekyo Sharingan's intangibility was impossible to counter, and not even the Rinnegan, which was said to be even more powerful, could make him afraid. Rin and Kakashi had no objections. They had long known this man would one day become the fourth Hokage, the leader of the entire village. A weakling could never achieve such a title. Seeing the calm acceptance in his students' eyes, Minato was genuinely touched. "I didn't expect my students to have so much faith in me." Then he turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you seem very interested in what it means to become Hokage. Are you also working towards that goal?" Kakashi shook his head. "No, I don't have a strong desire to become Hokage. I was just reminded of a certain someone from my childhood who used to shout about becoming Hokage all the time, and I wanted to judge how difficult that dream would be for him." Obito snorted. "Kakashi, you think I can't hear you?" Minato smiled and looked at Obito. "So Obito, it's your dream to become Hokage? That's a wonderful ambition. But I must remind you, being strong isn't enough to become Hokage. You also have to earn the trust of everyone in the village." Obito's eyes suddenly grew a little downcast. "Minato-sensei, becoming Hokage really was my dream when I was young. But now, I've entrusted that dream to someone else. I no longer want to become Hokage." Minato was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask why. Obito's face softened with a hint of reminiscence. "Maybe I'm just not worthy, or maybe I've come to understand a lot of things. In the end, becoming Hokage isn't as important as I once thought. What matters is that I've entrusted my dream to someone who is far more deserving of being Hokage than I ever was. Minato's curiosity only deepened. Obito, even though I don't know what made you let go of your dream to become Hokage, I'm sure the person you've entrusted it to must be someone very important in your life, right? Obito looked at Minato, and in his mind, Naruto's image surfaced, radiant and cheerful, golden-haired, and possessing a strength all his own. Sensei, he reminds me a lot of myself when I was younger. For a long time, I suppose we were rivals, but in the end, he convinced me. But I'm sorry, Sensei, I can't tell you who he is just yet. What I can say is that he's also someone deeply important in your life. Minato was surprised by Obito's answer. Someone important in my life. Could this have something to do with the regret you feel towards me? Obito nodded. Yes, the tragedy that befell him was my doing. That's the root of my regret. Anyway, in the future, I'll reveal the truth to you little by little. Suddenly a thought dawned on Minato, and a subtle furrow appeared between his brows. That person, could it be someone with the surname Uzumaki? Obito fell silent for a moment, which was answer enough. Now Minato couldn't keep his composure. A dream of becoming Hokage, the Uzumaki name, and someone important in his life. These clues were too much to ignore. Obito, I'm sorry, but you'll have to be more forthcoming. If it's really that person, I can't let go of a single detail. Minato's tone grew serious. Obito shook his head. Don't worry, Sensei. The person I'm talking about isn't Kushina, but just as I feel regret towards you, I feel even more guilt towards Kushina. As for the reasons, I can't reveal them just yet. Kakashi and Rin watched from the sidelines, shaking their heads in silent sympathy. Obito truly had a share of burdens. Rin couldn't help but speak up. Don't worry, Sensei. Obito hasn't done anything to harm anyone, especially not to Kushina-sensei. He just has his own circumstances. One day, I'm sure you'll understand everything. Only then did Minato let out a sigh of relief. As long as Kushina wasn't harmed, he could forgive almost anything else. With that thought, he smiled. Well then, since you're not ready to tell me, I won't press further. I was planning to introduce you all to my fiancée, but I suppose there's no need for that now. How about coming to my place for dinner tonight? Kushina's cooking is truly something special. This suggestion was promptly rejected by Rin. Sensei Minato, although I'd love to try your wife's cooking, just look at Obito. If he's already like this after seeing you, what will happen if he sees her? I'm afraid he. Worry was written all over Rin's face. Minato glanced at Obito, and, seeing him begin to tremble all over, could only sigh. I see. In that case, let's avoid letting Kushina and Obito meet for now. As for dinner tonight, let's change the location to somewhere outside. After all, today marks the formation of Team 7. Let me treat you all to a nice meal, really? That's wonderful, Sensei Minato. Rin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Minato nodded. It's still early. Let's all take a break for now. I need to head to the Hokage's office anyway to apply for permission to teach the Flying Thunder God technique. Let's meet at 6 o'clock outside the Hokage building. No one had any objections, and seeing this, Minato didn't hesitate. He simply vanished in an instant. Once Minato had left, Rin turned to Obito, concern in her eyes. Obito, didn't you say you were mentally prepared? Why are you still like this? Obito's breath was ragged. I thought I could face him calmly, but the moment I actually saw Sensei Minato, I realized just how unforgivable I am. Rin said nothing more. She simply took Obito's hand in hers. Obito, if you were gone, what would I do? Tears streamed down Obito's face as he replied, Rin, I'm sorry. I owe Sensei Minato and his family too much. They could have been happy. Things would have been fine if I just stayed out of their lives. Rin looked at him earnestly. Obito, you don't need to do anything except be an outstanding student. That's enough to make Sensei and his wife proud of you. Obito murmured, that's exactly what makes my guilt even heavier. How could I possibly deserve to make them proud? Rin shook her head. Obito, I know you want to atone, but don't rush it. Now that you've chosen to shoulder everything and save the world, you need to stay calm more than ever. Otherwise, you might end up failing at everything and saving no one. Rin's words gradually calmed Obito's breathing. After a while, he returned to normal and smiled. Thank you, Rin. You're right. I can't let myself get lost in self-pity over Sensei Minato. Just then, Kakashi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Obito, why didn't you tell Sensei Minato everything right away, just like you did with us? With his personality, I'm sure he'd forgive you. Obito gave a bitter smile. Kakashi, you're still so naive. Didn't you notice where Sensei Minato went first? Kakashi glanced at the Hokage building. He went to report to the Hokage, right? What's wrong with that? Obito's eyes flickered. I trust Minato-sensei, and I trust both of you, but I don't trust Hiruzen Sarutobi. Given Minato-sensei's personality, if I tell him everything, there's a real chance he'll pass it all on to the third Hokage without holding anything back. I have no idea what the third will do once he knows everything. I'm not worried for myself, but you two are in the know as well. And I'm afraid you'll get dragged into this. For a moment, the three of them were at a loss for words. After a while, Rin glanced at Kakashi, finally voicing the question she'd long wanted to ask. Kakashi, you're already a Chunin now. You must have access to a lot of information. Is the third really as Obito says? Is he really that kind of person? Kakashi's expression was complicated. The third never struck me as such a bad person, but based on the information I've uncovered and the things Obito mentioned, the third definitely didn't play a heroic role. Rin's breath quickened. Even the disappearance of the Senju clan? Kakashi shook his head in confusion. I don't know. I honestly don't know. What I did find out is that the Senju did give up their surname and blended into the village. But even when some people gave up their surname, the villagers still remembered who they were, and those people, some died in accidents on the front lines during the Second Great War, while others vanished without a trace. Rin's spirits fell. Kakashi, Obito once asked you if you believed all this was just a coincidence. What would your answer be now? Kakashi gave a bitter smile. Rin, Obito asked you the same thing. Do you believe it? Both of them fell silent. Seeing this, Obito tried to comfort them. All right, let's just say I believe it's all a coincidence. If it isn't, then it's Danzo's doing. Danzo. Kakashi's eyes flashed with agitation. Root the Hidden Leaf's Black Ops hold a lot of power and acts without reason. Plenty of people dislike that organization. Most have been victimized by them. That's what I found out, Kakashi replied. Rin couldn't understand. Why does the Hidden Leaf even allow such an organization to exist? Kakashi said, maybe as Obito said, things aren't always black and white. Where there's light in the leaf, there must also be shadow. At the very least, right now, I have no qualms about taking action against Danzo. He's done some truly vile things. Obito's tone grew serious. Don't worry. I've already set things in motion for Danzo's downfall. He won't last much longer, but compared to Danzo, my own plans are about to begin. What plans? The other two asked in unison. Obito lowered his voice. The Hashirama Cell Transplantation Project, if possible. I'd like to get some for you too as well. But the Hashirama cells are extremely potent. If you're not of Uchiha blood or don't possess the Sharingan, you probably won't be able to withstand them. The two nodded, not particularly surprised. Over the past few years, Obito had gradually revealed a great deal of information. They were already aware that Hashirama cells could resolve the side effects of the Mangekyo. Sharingan, Obito, be careful with everything. Honestly, we don't need to rush this much, Rin reminded him. Obito grew serious. We can't afford not to hurry. The person who manipulated me into darkness in my previous life is still a threat. Before I transplant Hashirama cells, I don't even want you to know his name. But once the transplant is done, I'll be able to tell you everything, Kakashi nodded. So he's that powerful. So much, so that you'll need to use your Mangekyo to deal with him. But with Hashirama's cells, you'll be able to use the Mangekyo freely, and he wouldn't be as dangerous anymore. Obito replied, exactly, of course, he might not be overwhelmingly strong, but he is definitely dangerous, and we can't let our guard down. Kakashi didn't try to persuade him further, but Rin asked Obito, when do you plan to start this operation? Obito glanced at the sky, a plan already forming in his mind. No time like the present. Let's do it tonight. Obito, I know you're anxious. But isn't this a bit too rushed? Rin was clearly uneasy. As always, Obito gently took Rin's hand, squeezing it to reassure her. Rin, nothing will go wrong. After all, I still have to create a world where everyone can live happily. Until I achieve that, I won't risk my own safety lightly. Only then did Rin relax. With Obito's reassurance, she felt confident. She smiled softly and said, if that's how it is, Obito, I believe in you, and I support you. Obito nodded, his tone earnest. Rin, my plan is actually very straightforward. I just need to cooperate with those who possess Hashirama's cells. He turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, do you know why I asked you to keep an eye on the disappearance of Senju clan members? Kakashi was taken aback and hesitated. Wasn't it so I'd see the third Hokage's true nature? Obito nodded. That's not wrong, but there's another reason. To figure out how far that experiment has progressed. Rin and Kakashi looked completely lost. Obito explained slowly, I've mentioned before the first Hokage Hashirama Senju was only one step away from the Sage of Six Paths realm. He was the true god of shinobi. He was so strong that he could easily bring an end to war and establish a peaceful ninja village, so strong that not even other Senju clan members could rival him. That's why after his death, Konoha reclaimed his body. The village wanted to figure out why he was so powerful and hoped to recreate another god of shinobi. So they began all sorts of experiments with Hashirama cells, because Hashirama Senju's Kekkei Genkai is wood release. These experiments are also known as the wood release experiments. But isn't this defiling the dead? Rin felt a wave of discomfort. Obito's tone was laced with sarcasm. There are people who would do anything for power. Defiling the dead is nothing to them. Some would even dissect the living if it meant growing stronger. Besides, the one who first decided to study the first Hokage cells wasn't a stranger. It was none other than his own younger brother, our second Hokage, Lord Tobarama Senju. Rin's lips parted in shock. She hadn't expected that someone so close to Lord Hashirama and a former Hokage of the Leaf would have done something like this. For a moment, Rin was at a loss for words. Beside her, Kakashi's brow had furrowed deeply. So, those experiments, they're still going on. Obito let out a dry chuckle. Of course they are. Just look at how weak Konoha is right now. The weaker the village gets, the more desperate it becomes to find outside sources of strength. Kakashi finally lost his composure. Then, those missing members of the Senju clan. Did they take part in these experiments? And what happened to them afterward? Obito's gaze grew distant and dark. I'm afraid they're all dead. What? All of them? Obito, do you know how many missing persons I've uncovered in my investigation? Are you kidding me? Obito chuckled again. Do you think Hashirama cells are so easy to transplant? If someone can't suppress the wood release chakra in those cells, they'll turn into a tree in an instant. Saying they all died isn't entirely true. There was one who survived, and not only survived, but also mastered the wood release. He's about our age. His name is Tenzo, though he'll later be known as Yamato. Only one survived? Kakashi's face went pale. A single experiment cost the lives of at least several hundred villagers from Konoha, and yet they didn't put a stop to it? Obito paused thoughtfully. Officially, the experiments are probably about to be shut down, or have already been stopped, but in secret, now that they've had some success, Danzo will only get more reckless. With war looming and so many people around, he won't hesitate. Kakashi drew a deep breath, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Obito, the more I hear, the more I want to kill Danzo myself. Konoha is exactly as you say. Beneath its light, there's only darkness. At this moment, Rin's voice trembled with worry. Obito, you never told me that transplanting Hashirama cells would cost so many lives. Even knowing this, do you still intend to go through with it? Obito smiled. I told you before. The Sharingan can suppress Hashirama cells. In my previous life, half my body was crushed, and I only survived because of those cells. So for others, Hashirama cells might be a deadly poison. But for me, they're a life-saving medicine. Only then did Rin breathe a sigh of relief. Obito looked at Kakashi. Actually, Kakashi, I don't think the wood release experiments were all that outrageous. After all, the third Hokage personally approved them. With a third involved, even Danzo wouldn't dare go too far. As for those Senju clan members who participated, most of them volunteered. They offered up their lives willingly, all for the sake of strengthening the village. Kakashi gave a bitter smile. But still, we're talking about hundreds of lives. Maybe even more if you count what was done in secret. Obito patted Kakashi on the shoulder. You've never really been to the front lines. Sure, you've had to kill during missions these past few years, but you haven't truly experienced the brutality of war. That's real hell. Forget 100. Tens of thousands can fall like blades of grass cut down in an instant. If sacrificing a few hundred lives could truly protect the village, maybe that's not such a heavy price after all. Kakashi was taken aback, murmuring to himself, is that really so? At that moment, he found himself starting to understand why Obito was so deeply committed to peace. Nearby, Rin asked curiously, Obito, didn't you just say there was one subject who survived and even mastered the power of wood release? Does that mean he could become the next god of shinobi? Obito couldn't help but laugh. It's nowhere near that simple. In my previous life, I also transplanted Hashirama cells and gained wood release, but in high-level battles, it hardly made a difference. The strength didn't come from the wood release bloodline itself, but from Hashirama Senju as a person. That survivor, Yamato, is in the same boat. His wood release techniques are nowhere near the level of Hashirama's. But he can use wood release to build a sturdy house in the blink of an eye. Practically essential for travel and home life. In that respect, maybe even Hashirama can't compare. Rin couldn't help but let out a laugh. Obito, since you've transplanted Hashirama cells, you should really learn that trick. Kakashi, on the other hand, wore a helpless expression and let out a deep sigh. So, in the end, after so many deaths, all we got was sturdier houses. Seeing this, Obito cut and unable to hold back. All right, Kakashi, enough with the sentimentality. The point is the village has both Hashirama cells and the relevant research. As long as I work with the right people, I can get what I need. Kakashi's gaze became serious. So, Obito, are you planning to work with Danzo? Obito thought for a moment. That's one possibility, but I don't need to for now. Because there's someone else involved in these experiments. Kakashi asked, who is it? Obito looked at the two of them, curiosity shining in their eyes, and slowly spoke the name. Orochimaru. What? Even though Obito knew the information he had was earth-shattering, he hadn't expected that among those involved in the wood release experiment was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf. Obito continued. In fact, not only did Orochimaru participate, he served as the lead experimenter. Without his help, Danzo probably wouldn't even have that single successful case to show for it. Kakashi gave a wry smile. So, Obito, are you planning to seek out Lord Orochimaru as an ally? Obito nodded. He's the most suitable choice. As long as I can offer him something that piques his interest, he might just give me everything I want in return. Rin, however, sounded a little disheartened. I didn't expect even Lord Orochimaru to be that kind of person. I hope Lady Tsunade isn't the same. Obito turned to her and said, Rin, Orochimaru is actually a very pure person. Simply judging him by notions of good and evil doesn't do him justice. I only came to understand that after I died and journeyed to the afterlife. As for Lady Tsunade, Obito smiled. She's a truly good person through and through. Only then did the heavy sense of unease that had gripped Rin begin to fade. For a while after, Obito discussed his plans a bit more with the other two. Since it was still early, the three of them headed to the training field to work on their skills together. Meanwhile, over at the Hokage's office, Minato Namikaze was reporting Team 7's recent progress to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. What? You're saying Obito and Kakashi are already close to Jonin level, and Rin has the strength of a Chunin? Minato nodded. That's right, they're all remarkably talented, far beyond what I expected, especially Obito. His fundamentals are rock solid. It reminds me of myself back in the day. He hasn't awakened to Sharingan yet, but I believe he has the potential to learn that technique. A sharp gleam flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. You mean the Flying Thunder God? Obito, you think he has what it takes? Minato's expression grew serious. That's why I respectfully request, Third Hokage, that you allow me to try teaching them the Flying Thunder God technique. I'd like for both Rin and Kakashi to give a try as well. The joy on Hiruzen's face was gradually replaced by a look of concern. It's fine for Rin and Kakashi to learn the technique, but Obito, he's an Uchiha. Minato saw the Third's worry and smiled. Lord Third, Obito isn't like any other Uchiha I've met. He's a good kid. I've read the reports you gave me. He's helped nearly every elder in the village at some point. The Third picked up his pipe and took a heavy drag, mulling it over after a moment. He muttered, Obito, he really is different. A Uchiha who truly embodies the will of fire. After a fierce inner struggle, the Third finally made his decision. Minato, from now on, anything regarding the Flying Thunder God, handle it as you see fit. You don't need my approval anymore. Minato Namikaze smiled and said, in that case, I won't take up any more of your time, Lord Third. With that, he was just about to take his leave when Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly called out to him. Wait, Minato, how are things progressing between you and Kushina lately? Minato paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, we're already engaged. It probably won't be long before we get married. The Third Hokage let out a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke up, Minato, as you know, Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a vital force for the village, if the fighting ever reaches its most intense point. Before he could finish, Minato interrupted, his face filled with unwavering determination and confidence. Lord Hokage, you have my word. Such a day will never come. But even if it does, I believe in myself. I trust one can bring this war to an end on my own. A faint smile appeared on Hiruzen's face. Is that so? Then Minato, you must work even harder. Perhaps this war is also an opportunity. Minato was taken aback. He was a clever man, and suddenly sensed another layer of meaning hidden in the third's words. But, unable to grasp it for now, he simply replied, "I'll do my best. All right, you may go." The third waved his hand. Minato acknowledged respectfully and vanished in an instant. After Minato left, the third Hokage stood up again, almost unconsciously walking over to the window, muttering softly to himself, "Minato, I hope you can seize this opportunity." He sighed, lost in thought as memories of his disciple Orochimaru surfaced. "Orochimaru, you've grown too close to Danzo. I told you to halt those experiments, but you both." Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Kakashi and Obito had already sparred countless times. Obito, having activated his triple Tomo Sharingan and used phasing techniques, left Kakashi with little chance. He was defeated yet again. Kakashi could barely hold back his frustration. "You're practically cheating. Why didn't you use that move in front of Minato-sensei earlier?" Obito chuckled. "Kakashi, enemies won't give you the benefit of doubt. The only reason I didn't use the Sharingan in front of Minato-sensei was because I didn't want to reveal it too soon. If the higher-ups found out about these eyes, it would only invite suspicion." Kakashi still refused to accept it. If he had a broader vocabulary, he might have blurted out something less polite about Obito's phasing jutsu. Noticing the look in Kakashi's eyes, Obito instantly guessed what he was thinking. "I've told you countless times, there's a way to counter phasing. All you have to do is seize the instant I go on the offensive and attack right then. Even I won't be able to dodge. Kakashi, in war, you'll face all kinds of troublesome opponents. Sparring with me will help you be ready for anything." Kakashi pondered this for a moment and realized Obito had a point. Obito had once told him that Minato-sensei could analyze the weakness of the phasing technique in a single instant, and then in the very next clash exploit that flaw. Since Minato-sensei could accomplish this, why couldn't he do the same? But after glancing at the sky, Kakashi said, "Let's spar another time. We should head to the Hokage's office now. It's getting late." Meanwhile, Rin, who had been practicing her chakra control, stood up as well, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Kakashi's right. I can hardly wait for a big meal." Obito, of course, would never object to Rin's suggestion. "Then let's go eat first. Once I'm full, I've still got things to do tonight." With that, the three of them left the training ground together and enjoyed a delicious meal with Minato. Night fell over the hidden leaf village, shrouding a secret laboratory in darkness and silence. A stark contrast to the bustling, brightly lit district not far away. From the laboratory emerged a pale figure cloaked in white. Any Konoha ninja present would have instantly recognized him as Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. At this moment, Orochimaru was far from pleased. His quest for immortality had run into one obstacle after another. The recent would-release experiments he had conducted with Danzo had been forced underground after Hiruzen-sensei ordered them to stop. Lost in thought as he walked, Orochimaru pondered. To break the chains of mortality and grasp eternal life, must he truly resort to that forbidden jutsu? The technique developed by the second Hokage Tobirama Sendu capable, at least in some sense, of resurrecting the dead. Such a jutsu would surely provide him with countless insights. Yet, that was the very jutsu Hiruzen-sensei had strictly forbidden anyone to study. If he took that first step, there might be no turning back. Had he truly made up his mind? Just as Orochimaru hesitated, the space around him warped strangely, and a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere. Right before his eyes, a flicker of alarm flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. This was space-time ninjutsu, performed without the Flying Thunder God seal, without any external aid. It was an exceptionally advanced technique. Immediately, Orochimaru grew wary. His snake-like eyes narrowed, fixing unblinkingly on the mysterious stranger. The newcomer had long hair and wore a dark brown cloak that concealed his entire body. On his head was a white mask, and an aura of chill and foreboding clung to him. The presence he exuded was both ancient and mysterious, carrying a silent threat. Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a thrill of excitement. "Have you come here just for me?" Orochimaru let out a low, eerie chuckle. "This laboratory is very well hidden. For you to find me, now that's impressive. So, who is it behind that mask, lurking in the shadows?" The masked man spoke at last, his voice heavy with an indescribable weight of time. "You don't need to know who I am. I am but a forgotten wraith of the shinobi world. But you possess something that interests me. I propose a trade. A trade, is it? Let me guess. Orochimaru let out a cold, sinister smile. Is it really the cells of Hashirama that have drawn the attention of an ancient revenant such as yourself? Were you a contemporary of Lord Hashirama? The masked man's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. You don't need to speculate. I can tell you plainly, my era predates Hashirama by far. Any trace of my existence should have vanished by now. If Hashirama were to speak of seniority, he might well have to call me grandfather. Oh, this is getting more and more interesting. A gleam of suspicion mingled with curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. It's true, I do possess the cells of Hashirama, but why should I hand them over to you? Ew. Your intentions are far from pure. You've crept into Konoha in the dead of night. Shouldn't I detain you and interrogate you about your origins? As he finished, Orochimaru licked his lips, and in the very next instant struck without any warning. His arms transformed into a writhing mass of white serpents that lunged abruptly at the masked man. This was one of Orochimaru's most practiced jutsu, the hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru had no illusions about capturing his opponent, who clearly wielded advanced space-time ninjutsu with such a move. He was merely probing, hungry to see how the other would respond. Yet much to Orochimaru's disappointment, the masked man remained rooted in place, unmoving. Even speaking up, such tricks are meaningless to me, child. Just as the attack struck, Orochimaru felt as if he were slicing through a phantom. Time and again his serpents passed cleanly through the man's figure. The masked man stood there before him, and yet it was as if he did not exist at all. Is this a clone technique? Or some kind of illusion? Is the figure before me nothing but a mirage? Orochimaru couldn't help but wonder at that moment. However, the ethereal figure moved, seizing one of the white snakes before Orochimaru could retract it. No, this isn't an illusion. Orochimaru's eyes widened with shock. The man was real after all. Such an ability was something Orochimaru had never encountered, and even he now found it troublesome. It would seem you truly are a senior. I must apologize for my presumptuousness just now. Orochimaru admitted defeat without hesitation. In truth, it was curiosity about this masked man that gripped him most. The masked man spread his hands. You youngsters? As I've said, I am nothing but a forgotten revenant because I've been erased from memory. This world appears to me both real and illusory. Reality and illusion are but a thought apart from me. A faint sheen of cold sweat appeared on Orochimaru's brow. He did not believe all of the man's claims. If his power really was so great, what need would he have to come to Orochimaru? Yet there was no denying the mysterious nature of his abilities. Well then, honored elder, let us talk business. What can you offer me that might truly pique my interest? The masked man seemed to fall into a dilemma, pressing his chin thoughtfully. Then, as if an idea struck him, he spoke. Well then, what are you interested in? Why don't you tell me? Who knows, I might just have what you're looking for. Orochimaru licked his lips, a sly chuckle escaping him. He's that so? I'm rather interested in you, senior. If what you say is true, haven't you already lived for over 100 years? The masked man pretended to rebuke him, asking an elder's age. Now, that's not very polite, is it? But tell me, are you interested in longevity? That's something I could grant you. Orochimaru let out a low laugh. Rather than longevity, I'm more interested in immortality. If you senior can truly grant me that, I wouldn't mind handing over the Hashirama cells. But the masked man shook his head. Young one, it seems you've misunderstood something. As for the Hashirama cells, if I need them, I can take them myself. Trust me. You wouldn't be able to stop me. A chill ran down Orochimaru's spine. He could tell the man wasn't lying. He was simply stating a fact. You certainly are confident, senior. So what else do you want? Knowledge, the most precious thing is the knowledge inside your head, especially what you know about the Hashirama cells. I see. Orochimaru relaxed, a sly grin forming. If it's just knowledge, I'd be happy to exchange, provided you offer something equally valuable in return. The masked man paused and thought again. As for knowledge of immortality, I know quite a few methods. He extended a finger. The first method. In a hidden waterfall village, there is a forbidden technique called Earth Grudge Fear. It allows you to steal another's heart and make it your own. With this technique, you can have up to 5 hearts in theory. As long as all 5 hearts aren't destroyed, you cannot die. What's more, these hearts can be replaced. If one loses vitality, just swap it for a fresher, more vibrant one. A sudden spark flashed in Orochimaru's mind. He couldn't help but repeat the man's last words. If a heart loses its vitality, just swap it for a fresher one. If the heart could be replaced, what about the body? If the body grows old, could it too be swapped for something younger, more vibrant? Suddenly, Orochimaru felt as though he discovered a new direction for his pursuit of immortality. He licked his lips, a low, satisfied chuckle escaping him. Senior, that Earth Grudge Fear technique from the Hidden Waterfall Village is possessed by the bounty hunter Kakuzu. I know a bit about him. He's not someone to be trifled with. The masked man let out a quiet laugh. That's your problem to deal with. The information I've given you is absolutely genuine. Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. You mentioned before that you know more than one method for achieving immortality. The masked man let out a light chuckle. What a greedy youngster you are, very well. He raised his second finger, the second method. Have you ever heard of the puppet technique from the Hidden Sand Village? Orochimaru paused and let out a cold, sinister chuckle. Can even puppet jutsu grant immortality? The masked man replied, of course, puppet jutsu can turn living people into puppets. This technique is called human puppet technique. At its highest level, you turn yourself into a puppet. Do you understand what I mean? This time, Orochimaru couldn't hide the smile curling at the corners of his lips. I understand. Turning oneself into a puppet would prevent aging, as expected of someone who has lived so long. Just a few words from you have given me tremendous inspiration, but is there more? Hey kid, don't get greedy, the masked man said, tapping his own chest. Do I look like the kind of good-hearted soul who'd share his knowledge for free? Orochimaru gave an expression of understanding, then pulled 2 scrolls from his robe and tossed them over. For you, one scroll contains Hashirama cells, the other has some data on my would-release experiments. Of course, it's not complete. The masked man caught the scrolls and slipped them casually in his cloak. I trust you, just as I haven't lied to you. There's no need for you to deceive me. After all, deceiving me comes at a steep price. He slowly raised a third finger. Tell me, how do you think animals compare to plants? Orochimaru's eyes shone with fascination. How intriguing. Truly fascinating. Compared to certain plants, the lifespan of animals is utterly insignificant. The masked man spoke in a low, deliberate voice. I know of a technique that can transform a person into a kind of plant. It's very similar to your research on wood release, and someone has already succeeded in making the transformation. I have a finished specimen. This time, Orochimaru lost his composure, licking his lips in anticipation. If you could really provide me with such a plant body for my experiments, I'd hand over all my wood-release research. Every last scrap. The masked man nodded. Then next time, I'll bring the specimen you need. I trust you'll have my information ready. With that, he lifted his hand and made a sweeping motion before himself. His figure faded away, as if wiped from existence. Orochimaru watched this quietly, his face thoughtful and contemplative. Suddenly, he realized that becoming the 4th Hokage didn't seem so important after all. Perhaps, he thought, letting go of it wouldn't matter. At the Uchiha household, the masked man's silhouette slowly materialized. He removed his mask. Beneath it was the now adult face of Obito. With a soft thud, the transformation jutsu wore off, and Obito returned to his true appearance. Not far away, Rin sat on a stool in the living room. Hearing the commotion, she immediately stood up and hurried over. Obito, did everything go smoothly? She asked. Rin took out a spotless white handkerchief and gently wiped the bloody tears from Obito's face. Obito pulled out 2 scrolls from his coat, gifts from Orochimaru, and smiled. We've got the Hashirama cells, along with some research notes. Thank you, Rin. You waited up for me. Even though it's so late, Rin had been worried about Obito's mission today, so she'd come to his house just in case something went wrong. She could help him if needed. Her cheeks flushed pink. I'm just glad you're back safely. I'll leave you to rest then. See you tomorrow. But Obito caught her hand before she could go. Rin, it's so late. I can't let you walk home alone. Rin turned to him, her eyes twinkling as she smiled. Don't worry about me. If you're that concerned, why not walk me home? Obito lowered his head, suddenly shy, his face turning red. Rin, why don't you stay here for the night? We could go take pictures together in the morning. Rin gazed at him gently. Obito, I can't do that. My parents will worry. Obito looked crestfallen. I see. Then let me at least walk you home. Rin nodded and headed for the door. Just as Obito was about to follow her out of habit, Rin crossed her arms behind her back, turned her head, and grinned. Actually, I was so worried about you that I told my parents I might not come home tonight. Obito's eyes lit up, his breath quickening. So, you really can stay? Rin hesitated for a moment, her tone tinged with bashfulness. All right, I'll stay. But Obito, you'd better not have any funny ideas, or else. She raised a tiny fist in warning. Obito scratched his head, flustered and embarrassed. Me. What could I possibly be planning? Huh? Rin. I'll get a futon ready for you. It's my grandma's, she left it for me. He hurried to fetch the spare bedding from the cupboard, laying it out right next to his own. Rin couldn't help but comment, Obito, I know I sleep like this with my parents at home, and I did say I'd watch over you forever, but this is just a little. She trailed off, noticing the wistful look on Obito's face as he hugged his grandmother's futon. Obito spoke softly, Rin, just this once, will you stay with me? Ever since the Canopy Bridge mission, I've spent every night alone. I can't even remember how many years it's been. Rin's heart melted. All right, Obito, you win this time. Don't think I don't know you're playing the sympathy card, but just this once, Obito's sadness vanished, replaced by pure joy. That's wonderful, Rin. Rin gave him a look that said, I knew it, but said nothing more. After all, what he'd said was true. With a sigh, she walked over to the futon and slipped inside. Obito saw her settle and quickly turned off the light and climbed into his own bed. There was only a thin sliver of space between the two of them, so close that Obito could even hear Rin's slightly anxious breathing. Obito tried to reassure her, Rin, don't worry. Just having you here with me like this is already the greatest gift I could ask for. I never deserved any of this to begin with, so this is more than enough. Rin seemed to relax at his words. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her head and fixed Obito with a steady gaze. Obito, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Try to get a good night's sleep. Okay, the two of them simply gazed at each other, neither saying another word. At some point, their eyes drifted shut, and they both fell asleep. The next morning at the photo studio, Kakashi and Minato Namikaze were waiting there. The owner of the studio was growing quite impatient. Honestly, how much longer are we supposed to wait? Minato gave an awkward smile. Sorry about this, they'll be here any minute. Nearby, Kakashi stood with his arms crossed, trying to look cool. Obito being late was one thing, but why was Rin? Suddenly, a thought struck Kakashi. Could something have gone wrong with last night's plan? But if there had been a problem, Rin was supposed to come find him. She hadn't, so everything must have gone smoothly, aside from that. Rin was supposed to wait at Obito's house. Unless... A suspicion started to form in Kakashi's mind, and the cool expression he'd been wearing faltered. His half-lidded eyes rolled upward. No way. Could it be? They're only 9 years old. Just then, in the distance, two figures could be seen running toward the studio. It was Rin and Obito. The two dashed inside. Rin shot Obito a mildly reproachful look before pressing her hands together apologetically. Sorry, Minato-sensei. We're late. Obito stepped forward too, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Sorry, Minato-sensei. I slept like a log and forgot to set my alarm again. Watching their synchronized behavior, Minato's imagination ran wild. Don't tell me. You two spent the night together? Rin blushed. Due to some special circumstances, I did spend the night at Obito's house. Rin was usually very punctual, but last night, for some reason, even after Obito fell asleep, she just couldn't drift off. The sound of his calm breathing left her mind in a whirl, and by the time she finally managed to sleep, it was late. So late, in fact, that she overslept just like Obito did. Obito's face tinged pink as well. It's true. Rin stayed over at my place. It was all my fault, Minato-sensei. Otherwise, Rin would never have been late. Minato shook his head and gave them a helpless smile. While the 3 prohibitions for ninja didn't forbid romance, after all, he and Kushina had been together since they were kids. But living together at 9 years old? Isn't that a bit too early? At that age, they probably haven't even finished growing all their hair, Minato advised gently. You're all still young. You need to learn self-restraint and moderation. Don't let yourselves get carried away. Rin's face turned even redder than before, almost glowing with embarrassment. As a medical ninja, she had studied a great deal about human physiology, so she instantly understood the implication behind Minato's words. She stammered quickly, really didn't do anything. We just had a perfectly normal sleep, that's all. At that moment, Kakashi leaned in suspiciously. Really, Obito is hardly a gentleman, Rin. You have to be careful not to let him take advantage of you. Rin nearly transformed into a little princess of the Hyuga clan, not yet born in this era. Her whole body seemed to be steaming with shame. Obito looked thoroughly annoyed. Hey, Kakashi, what kind of nonsense are you thinking? There's no way I'd ever take advantage of Rin. Kakashi spread his hands. You can never be too sure about that. The two of them looked ready to start bickering again, but by now the photographer's face had grown steadily darker. He finally shouted, Are you taking this picture or not? If not, get out of my studio. Minato hurriedly apologized. Sorry. He then turned to the group, Team 7, quickly. Gather in front of me. It's time for our photo. Obito gave a disgruntled huff, but led Rin over to stand by Minato. Kakashi, for once, let a faint, nearly invisible smile slip onto his face as he joined them. And so, the group came together, struck a pose, and captured the very first photograph of Team 7's formation. Under the photographer's impatient urging, they made a hasty retreat from the studio. The days that followed passed in peaceful training. As a newly formed squad, they had to take on numerous low-level missions. However, thanks to Obito's good reputation among the villagers, and with the help of various grandpas and grandmas, they managed to breeze through the usual lost cat and dog searches without much trouble. This saved the team a great deal of time for training, since Obito had already taught Rin and Kakashi the basics. Like walking on water and climbing trees, everyone had mastered these skills quite well by now. With the basics down, they each began to focus on more advanced training. Rin delved into high-level medical ninjutsu she'd learned from Minato. The mystical palm technique. Kakashi, on Minato's orders, started training blindfolded, relying solely on his sensory abilities to dodge attacks and fight. As for Obito, he finally obtained the method for training in the flying thunder god technique. Unlike his previous life, when he'd never managed to get anywhere with it, this time he succeeded in less than half a month, learning how to use his chakra to place a flying thunder god marker, and how to use the marker to perform reverse summoning. Both Rin and Kakashi had tried these steps at first, but soon found them far too difficult, even if they forced themselves to complete the process. It took so long that it was impossible to use in real combat. So, they set it aside for the time being. Only Obito managed to make it to the third step without falling behind. Even Minato couldn't help but praise his rapid progress. Obito, you've done very well. The time you took to complete the first 2 steps isn't much different from mine, Minato said encouragingly. But Minato's expression grew serious. The hardest part of the flying thunder god technique isn't the first 2 steps. It's the third. He pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and continued his explanation. When the distance is short, you can easily sense the mark you've placed with the technique. You can use the mark to perform the reverse summoning without much trouble. But what if the mark is far away? Or even worse, what if the mark is moving like this? With a swift motion, Minato hurled his specialized kunai. The kunai shot forward at lightning speed, finally embedding itself in a tree far off in the distance. Obito pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, when the mark is nearby and everything is still, using the flying thunder god mark to reverse summon isn't too difficult. With enough practice, anyone could manage it, just like mastering the clone jutsu. But once that mark starts to move, or travels a great distance, the difficulty of reverse summoning jumps from simple to nearly impossible. At that point, following the basic instructions is meaningless. The only way is to truly sense the mark, never letting it slip from your awareness for even a moment. Minato went on, you've noticed it too, haven't you? Obito, once the flying thunder god mark moves or gets far away, trying to sense and control, it becomes much more challenging. It took me a whole year to master this step. I hope you're ready for the challenge. Obito nodded, sighing in admiration. To me, the first 2 steps were already tough. I thought learning them in half a month was impressive, but Minato-sensei, you did it even faster. But this third step, Obito pulled out a specially made kunai of his own, etched it with his personal mark, and threw it into the distance. Closing his eyes, he began to focus and sense. Minato shook his head slightly. There's no need to rush. Jumping straight to this step is too difficult. Let's start small. Try sensing within 5 meters first, then gradually increase the distance. But before Minato could finish, Obito opened his eyes. Minato-sensei, I can clearly sense the mark I just threw, whether it's flying through the air or now that it's landed far away. Does that mean if I complete the reverse summoning, I'll be able to teleport there? Not being able to sense it right away is normal. No need to worry, Minato began to reassure him instinctively, but then his eyes widened in shock. Obito, did you say you can clearly sense the mark? Are you sure you're not tricking me? Minato turned to look at the kunai Obito had thrown and saw it lodged in a tree even farther away than his own kunai. If you truly have the sensitivity, you could try using reverse summoning, but since the distance is quite far, unless your spatial talent is extraordinary, I'd still recommend taking it step by step. After all, you can't become an expert overnight. Yet before Minato could even finish his sentence, Obito's figure had already vanished, reappearing in the distance. Right where he'd thrown his special kunai, For a moment, Minato couldn't help but widen his eyes. In his mind, this was the most challenging step, one that had taken him a whole year to master. But for Obito, it seemed as effortless as breathing. Obito slowly retrieved the specially made kunai that Minato-sensei had prepared for him. In truth, after mastering the first 2 steps, he felt he was already very close to learning Flying Thunder God. The final step of the Flying Thunder God technique was strikingly similar to his own Kamui. They both required sensing space and moving to the corresponding location. Moreover, Flying Thunder God needed a physical marker as a bridge, whereas Kamui dispensed with even that step. In essence, Kamui stood above the Flying Thunder God, a more advanced spacetime ninjutsu, something even Minato-sensei himself had acknowledged. So what Minato saw as the hardest part was actually a skill Obito had mastered countless times in his previous life. Naturally for him, it was as easy as eating or drinking. Even now, Obito was starting to wonder if he could skip the step of placing a Flying Thunder God seal for teleportation altogether. Perhaps achieve teleportation out of thin air, just like Kamui. But he knew it wouldn't be that simple. Both the second Hokage and Minato-sensei were geniuses, and yet neither had managed to accomplish it. If he wanted to develop this further, he would likely need Kamui's power to help. So, should he hurry and capture a white Zetsu to trade with Orochimaru? Only with Hashirama cells transplanted could he use his eye without restraint, and that would make everything much easier. While Obito was deep in thought, Minato couldn't help but laugh. Obito, I used to think that even if you could learn Flying Thunder God, it would take you years. I never imagined your talent would be even more astonishing than I'd thought. The step I found most difficult, you leapt over in an instant to master the Flying Thunder God at 9 years old. Why, even the second Hokage himself would be dumbfounded. Next comes applying it in actual combat. I'll personally train you until you're completely proficient, but that's a matter for later. Team 7. Assemble, Minato called out loudly. Nearby, Kakashi and Rin, who had been training, quickly gathered around. Rin looked at them with concern and asked Minato-sensei, "How's your training with Obito going? Are you stuck at the 3rd stage?" Kakashi, too, wore a curious expression. He knew all too well how difficult it was to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Even he hadn't been able to master it. How far had Obito managed to get? Minato let out a wry smile. Maybe, just maybe, Obito has already completely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. What? Rin and Kakashi stared wide-eyed at each other, their faces full of disbelief. He just learned it just like that. Kakashi felt as if he were dreaming. Everything seemed so unreal. Seeing their reactions, Minato could only laugh heartily. Rin, Kakashi, I can hardly believe it myself. I feel like I'm dreaming too, but it's true. Just now I was as startled as you both, but since Obito has even mastered the Flying Thunder God, it's probably time for us to take things a step further. A step further? Rin and Kakashi were momentarily stunned, and then something seemed to dawn on them. Rin's breathing quickened with anticipation. Sensei, are you saying we can take on more advanced missions now? Lately, they've been stuck doing the most ordinary low-level assignments, and both Rin and Kakashi were eager to progress. Minato nodded. That's right, we've completed enough D-rank missions to meet the requirement. We can apply to the Hokage for higher-ranked C-rank missions. I'll report to the Hokage shortly. And starting tomorrow, our mission level will be raised. Is that so? Kakashi perked up, finally able to return to the level of missions he was used to. Well then, Obito, Rin, Kakashi, let's call it a day. Take some time to adjust your mindset. Many C-rank missions require us to leave the village, sometimes trekking through mountains and rivers. Once we head out, it could be 10 days or even half a month before we return. Be sure to prepare accordingly. Minato reminded them earnestly. Everyone nodded, and with that, Minato disappeared in a flash. As soon as Minato left, Rin and Kakashi turned their gaze to Obito. Obito looked baffled. Why are you both staring at me like that? Rin asked. Obito, didn't you spend over a decade traveling the ninja world? You must have plenty of experience with this sort of thing, right? Obito recalled his past life and let out a bitter laugh. Back then, I was fixated on carrying out the Eye of the Moon plan. Most of the time, I just slept in hidden caves, never even bothered with a bed. Just lay down and drifted off. I do have plenty of experience roughing it in the wild, but I don't think that's quite suitable for our team, is it? A trace of sorrow flickered in Rin's eyes. Those days are long gone, Obito. You had it rough, but you can't live like that in this life. At the very least, you could bring a bed or something into the Kinui dimension to sleep on. It's so safe in there, and you don't have to worry about getting dragged away by wild animals while you sleep. Obito couldn't help but laugh, then cast a strange look at Kakashi. That's something you'll have to ask Kakashi about. Later on, he kept tossing all sorts of things into the Kamui space. Severed limbs, bombs, even kunai. I'm honestly afraid I'll get blown to bits in my sleep if I stay in there. Lin let out a light laugh, knowing well the abilities of double Kamui thanks to Obito's previous explanations. She understood that in her past life, Kakashi's Kamui could transfer objects. Obito thought for a moment and said, still, Lin's idea is pretty good. If I could transplant Hashirama cells and use Kamui without any side effects, the Kamui dimension could indeed become our secret base. Whether for surviving in the wild or supplying logistics, it would be outstanding. For now, though, it's best if we just use some sealing scrolls to carry extra food and tents. That way, traveling would be much more comfortable. Honestly, I'm a bit envious of Yamato's ability. The 3-room 1-hall technique would be so handy. Kakashi looked a bit exasperated. Obito, do you realize how expensive sealing scrolls are? Especially the high-capacity ones. Isn't it a bit extravagant to use them just for daily necessities? Obito recalled the stern face of Obito Uchiha and replied, don't worry, it's just a few sealing scrolls. I can get them, so from now on, when we go out, Lin will handle medical supplies. I'll bring the sealing scrolls, and Kakashi, you'll be in charge of the food. To be honest, I'm craving your grilled fish. Lin smiled and chimed in, no problem. When we go out, I'll make sure to pack healing medicine and some soldier pills. Kakashi could only give a resigned sigh. We're heading out on missions, not a vacation. Some rations are enough for food. Obito immediately objected. No way. If we can eat well, why settle for less? I don't mind roughing it myself, but I won't let Lin suffer. Lin looked at Obito with a sweet, smiling gaze, her cheeks turning rosy. At least with her around, Obito might learn how to enjoy life a little more. Kakashi could only throw up his hands in defeat. All right, just a few fish. I'll cook them, but a few fish won't be enough for all of us and Minato-sensei. We'll need some bento boxes too, and that's not exactly my specialty. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to Obito, and his expression grew somber. Lin noticed right away and asked gently, Obito, what's wrong? Did something bad cross your mind again? Obito gave a wry smile. Minato-sensei always brought bentos for us in my past life. Every time we went out, we could look forward to delicious bento. Lin's eyes sparkled. She could never resist good food. She actually knew how to make bentos herself, but she was curious. What kind of bentos did Minato-sensei bring? Would they really taste good considering his easygoing personality? She couldn't help but wonder. And then a thought struck her. Her smile faded a bit, and her face took on a bittersweet look. Obito, was it Sensei's wife who made those bentos? Obito didn't respond. He lowered his head and fell silent. The atmosphere instantly became a little heavy. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Obito on the shoulder. So in this life, Obito, you absolutely can't do something so unforgivable again. Otherwise, it won't just be Sensei's wife. Even Rin and I wouldn't be able to forgive you. The next day, sure enough, Minato's squad received an upgrade in their mission ranking. They were now allowed to take C-rank missions. Minato casually picked a task, subjugating a band of mountain bandits. The mission itself wasn't particularly dangerous. It was rare to encounter enemy shinobi, but it did require leaving the village. And because the destination was some distance away, they might have to spend a night in the wild. Minato did this on purpose, hoping to strengthen Team 7's wilderness survival skills. Since it was their first time heading out of the village for a mission, and the assignment came on short notice, Minato gave everyone half a day to prepare. Unexpectedly, what they discussed the day before was about to come in handy. Obito had no choice but to swallow his pride and approach Fugaku to request a few sealing scrolls. Fortunately, in the days leading up to war, the clan leader rarely left the compound and spent most of his time at home. So Obito found him with ease. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku was entertaining another clan member at his house. When he saw Obito arrive, he simply invited him in as well. Obito entered the familiar sitting room and saw familiar faces at the familiar tea table. Mikoto was still cradling little Itachi, playing with him at the side, and now there was another tiny guest sitting among them. Obito couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Did clan leader Fugaku really enjoy inviting Uchiha children over for tea this much? But he recognized this little one. It was Uchiha Shursui, the clan's true prodigy, who in the future would carve out the legendary name Shursui of the body flicker on the battlefield. Shursui had been a genius since childhood. No wonder Fugaku would invite him over for tea. Yet, thinking of Shirsue's fate in a previous life, Obito couldn't help but sigh quietly. So young, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet was constantly tormented by the conflict between village and clan. Out of trust for Konoha, he reported everything about his Mangekyo's power without reservation, only to be betrayed by that old schemer Danzo, who stole one of his eyes. In the end, caught between the village and his clan, he was driven to leap from a cliff, dying before his time. Worse still, Shirsue's death left a deep scar on Itachi, spurring him to awaken his own Mangekyo, an event that ultimately contributed to the downfall of the Uchiha clan. At that thought, Obito found himself growing curious about Shirsue. In their previous lives, he and Shirsue had barely crossed paths. Before the Third War, Obito was an orphan, always at the bottom of his class, and his awkward personality led to ostracism within the clan. Shirsue, on the other hand, was a genius among geniuses, the pride of a noble line, and the clan's brightest hope for the future. They had always lived in separate worlds. Even if they happened to pass each other in the street, they wouldn't have even exchanged a nod of recognition. After the Third Shinobi War, Obito was no longer part of the Hidden Leaf Village, and their paths barely crossed anymore. Obito actually had quite the urge to lure Shirsue into joining the Akatsuki, but by that time the Nine Tails incident had already happened, and relations between the Uchiha and the village were extremely strained. Shirsue's heart was completely tied to his clan and the village. Obito knew that someone as stubborn as that would never betray the village, so he gave up on recruiting Shirsue. Of course, through Shirsue, he discovered the treasure that was Itachi and shifted his attention to him instead. Itachi even invited him to join in during the clan massacre, and Obito went along with it, securing himself a wall full of Sharingan eyes. As this thought crossed his mind, Obito's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Right now, everyone who could determine the Uchiha's future was all gathered in this room. No one understood the meaning of clan annihilation better than those present here. Fugaku, on the other hand, was the first to smile when he saw Obito arrive, beckoning him over. "Obito, what are you doing standing there? Come have a seat. Let me introduce you to another little prodigy of our clan, Uchiha Shirsue. He's a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who served as a personal guard for the second Hokage." Obito nodded and took a seat, greeting Shirsue. "Hello there, our Uchiha clan's young genius." Shirsue felt a faint stir in his heart. Though still a child, his mind was already quite mature. He had long heard of Obito's reputation, one of the stars of this year's Ninja Academy, rumored to have graduated at the top of his class. Yet, within the Uchiha clan, Obito's standing wasn't that great. He was considered something of an oddball, and he hadn't even awakened a Sharingan, the symbol of a true Uchiha. But after today's events, Shirsue sensed that something was off. When clan head Fugaku summoned him, he had seemed cold and aloof, every inch the distant superior. Yet now, faced with Obito, Fugaku's demeanor had completely changed, so deferential it was almost shocking. Shirsue even sensed vaguely that Fugaku was trying to curry favor with Obito. Shirsue couldn't understand it. What kind of magic did an Uchiha, without the Sharingan, possess? Still ever polite, Shirsue responded with perfect manners to Obito's greeting. "So you're Obito senpai. I've heard you're exceptional. I hope you'll guide me in the future." Obito smiled warmly at Shirsue, then glanced over at Itachi. He asked Shirsue, "Do you like Itachi?" Shirsue looked at Itachi, nestled in Mikoto's arms, and immediately nodded, offering a sincere smile. "I like him very much. The moment I saw Itachi, I felt he was someone special. Maybe in the future, he'll become the one who changes our whole clan." Mikoto, delighted by Shirsue's praise, couldn't help but tease Itachi, saying, "Itachi, did you hear that? Sure, just praised you. Aren't you going to say thank you?" At this moment, the little weasel couldn't speak yet, but he already seemed to understand his mother's intentions. Added to that, he was clearly fond of Shirsue, so he immediately reached out with a gesture that asked to be held. Seeing this, Shirsue took the weasel from Mikoto's arms and began to play with him. So their bond was formed from the very beginning. Their relationship really is close. Obito couldn't help but think to himself. Just then, Fugaku finished preparing the tea, poured a cup, and slid it over to Obito. "Obito, let's get down to business. What brings you here today?" Obito quickly smiled and replied, "It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask the clan leader Fugaku for a few sealing scrolls." Fugaku chuckled. "I see. So, Obito, you want to carry some weapons with you?" Obito shook his Head, not exactly. It's more for convenience on missions, so I can carry some everyday items like tents and bedding. Shursui, hearing this, couldn't help but glance over, thinking to himself, such extravagance. The clan leader surely won't agree to this, but Fugaku's reaction took him by surprise. With enthusiasm, Fugaku said, I understand. In that case, you should take a few more scrolls Obito. Otherwise, you won't be able to fit everything. We have plenty in the Uchiha storeroom. I'll have someone bring you the 10 largest ones in a bit. Shursui couldn't hold back and quietly asked clan leader, your relationship with Senior Obito is... There was a thought he didn't dare voice. Is Obito actually your illegitimate son? Fugaku looked at Shursui with an unreadable smile. Shursui, Obito is a once-in-a-generation genius in the Uchiha clan. You should get closer to him. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, don't hesitate to ask him for guidance. Obito, watching this exchange, couldn't help grumbling inwardly. When did I agree to tutor Shursui? But then, thinking of Shursui's talent, he figured, well, it wouldn't hurt to give him a few pointers. Shursui was taken aback, never expecting the clan leader to say such things. The rumors about bad blood between Obito and the Uchiha must be totally unfounded. Look at how warmly the clan leader treats him. He turned to Obito and said politely, then Senior Obito, if I have any questions in the future, may I come consult you? Truthfully, Shursui's pride as a genius wouldn't let him fully accept that he was inferior to Obito. He was actually looking for a chance to spar with him and see for himself. Obito, observing Shursui's demeanor, instantly understood what he was thinking and smiled. Shursui, you're welcome to come find me anytime, but be prepared. I'm a strict teacher. After speaking to Shursui, Obito turned his curiosity to Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, may I ask what business you have with Shursui today? Uchiha Fugaku coughed a few times, his face tinged with red. It's nothing serious, he said. I just heard that the descendant of Elder Kagami is doing quite well at the Ninja Academy. As an elder, I thought I'd express a few words of concern. Obito shot Fugaku a disdainful look. He understood immediately. So, word had gotten out that there was another Uchiha prodigy at the academy. And now suddenly everyone remembered this genius had such a remarkable ancestor. Ha! Hypocrite. Not want to linger any longer, Obito stood up and said, well then, clan leader Fugaku, let's leave it at that. I have a mission outside the village soon, about the scroll you promised me. I can fetch it from the storeroom myself. Fugaku nodded at this, tossing Obito a token. This is the Uchiha clan storeroom token. With this, you can come and go as you please. If you ever need anything, just help yourself. Take as much as you want. Just leave a backup record. Obito paused, surprised. He hadn't expected Fugaku to give him this token. An elder's token, something only a handful of people in the entire Uchiha clan possessed. Seeing Obito's reaction, Fugaku smiled. What's wrong? The newly appointed 8th elder. Don't you want to be one of the clan's elders? Obito snorted. I'm not exactly interested in the position itself, but having a little power for personal gain isn't so bad. Since you're giving it, I'll gladly accept. Everyone present, except for little Itachi, who understood nothing, broke out in cold sweat. Seriously, did he have to say personal gains so openly? Especially Shursui. At this point, he was convinced Obito wasn't Fugaku's illegitimate son after all. No mere illegitimate child could inspire such generosity from Fugaku. This is straight-up fatherly treatment, regardless of what Shursui was thinking. Obito took the token and left without a second thought. As Fugaku watched Obito's departing figure, a sly, satisfied smile crept onto his face. Now that Obito was riding on the Uchiha clan's train, getting off wouldn't be so easy. No amount of wealth or power could compare to a 9-year-old with the Mangekyo Sharingan. If only Obito were a bit older, Fugaku might have considered handing over the position of clan leader entirely. Meanwhile, Obito arrived at the Uchiha clan's private supply storeroom. This was the heart of the Uchiha domain, guarded only by the clan's elite. 2 guards with 3 Tomo Sharingan opened their eyes at once, blocking Obito's way. Kid, stop right there. This isn't a place you should be. Obito glanced at the 2 of them and chuckled inwardly. What a coincidence. It wasn't these 2 who'd blocked his way during the clan's massacre in his previous life. Members of the police force each, dispatched with a single iron chain. With people like this, polite conversation was out of the question. Obito let a hint of killing intent slip as he flashed the token. Well, are you planning to let me through or not? Both men were visibly shocked. That was an elder's token. What was it doing in the hands of a child? Yet more than the Elder's token, what truly startled them was the killing intent Obito unleashed. So fierce that even they felt a chill run down their spines. The two exchanged a glance, then let go of him at the same moment, as if by tacit agreement. Perhaps a token alone wasn't enough to intimidate them, but knowing full well that Obito was not someone to trifle with, yet still provoking him, would have made them not proud Uchiha, but foolish ones. Obito Uchiha let out a cold laugh, satisfied they knew their place, and strode confidently into the storeroom. He helped himself to 10 sealing scrolls and a generous supply of the finest kunai and shuriken. After a moment's thought, he decided not to empty the storeroom completely. It wasn't that he lacked the nerve, rather he reasoned that if he took too much now, it might jeopardize the Uchiha's future support for Akatsuki, a risk not worth taking, so he took only what he needed and left. Meanwhile, far from Konoha in the land of grass, near the Canopy Bridge, a hidden cave lay deep underground. Inside, an elderly man slept, his body pierced with tubes from the demonic statue of the outer path. Suddenly, two mischievous white zetsus shook him awake. Uchiha Mura opened his eyes, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. "Speak. What news do you have this time? Didn't I tell you not to disturb my slumber unless it was truly important?" The white zetsu with the spiral face chuckled slyly. "This time it's big. Really big. The third great ninja war is about to begin." A trace of disdain flickered in Madara's eyes. "That's something I anticipated long ago." Then almost in himself, he murmured, "Hashirama, time has proven you wrong. In just a few short decades since you left, the shinobi world has been racked by countless wars, with more deaths than even during the Warring States era." After a moment of silence, he continued, "Well, that can't be the only reason you disturb me, can it?" The other white zetsu replied, "Of course not, Madara, that child you told us to watch, Obito. His recent actions have been rather unexpected." Now Madara's interest was piqued. "Oh, explain." White zetsu said, "That boy is, as you said, full of passion, but he's more than just passionate. He's remarkably talented. He graduated from the academy as top of his class. He's nothing like the fool people thought him to be." This time, Madara was genuinely surprised. "I didn't expect the brat to take first place. That is a surprise," but he mused, being first at the academy is nothing special. He always had potential. He was only overshadowed by that Kakashi. Someone I've set my sights on could never be truly untalented. Opening the Mangekyo Sharingan requires not only intense emotions, but also the right bloodline. Obito has passed every test I set for him. He is, in every way, the finest of the Uchiha. Whirlpool Face grinned and said, "So Madara, it seems perfectly natural for him to become an elder of the Uchiha clan, doesn't it?" "What?" Madara's eyes widened in an instant. "White zetsu, this time you've actually brought back some useful information." Madara then fell in a deep thought. How could Obito suddenly become an elder of the Uchiha clan? That didn't make sense. Had the current leaders of the Uchiha lost their minds? Did you find out the reason? Why he became an elder of the Uchiha clan? Whirlpool Face White zetsu nodded. "We've more or less figured it out. After he graduated, he accepted an invitation from Fugaku the clan head, and went to his house for tea. We didn't dare get too close at the time for fear of being discovered. But after Obito left, Fugaku suddenly ordered an investigation into 3 people. Madara, you'd definitely be interested in who they are." Madara frowned. "Tell me, who are they?" "Hihiko, Konin, and Nagato." This time, Madara was genuinely surprised. Could it be that Fugaku sensed something unusual? White zetsu shook his head. Not quite. Fugaku didn't investigate anything related to the Rinnegan. Instead, he looked into a group the 3 of them just founded called Akatsuki, and whether they might be Jiraiya's students. Madara nodded. Why would Fugaku investigate these things? Could this intelligence have come from Obito? White zetsu replied, "It's possible. Fugaku's main goal seems to be to support this Akatsuki group, and in the process to collaborate with Hanzo the Salamander and curry favor with Jiraiya." Madara was a shrewd man. After thinking it over, he realized that such a move would be a big advantage for the Uchiha. Quite the clever scheme. There's no way that blockhead Fugaku came up with this on his own, so the plan was Obito's. But since when did he become so cunning? Madara's expression grew more serious. But even that wouldn't be enough for Obito to become an elder. In the Uchiha clan, elders are either the most senior in age or incredibly powerful, like those who have awakened the Mangekyo. Could it be for some unknown reason? Obito awakened the Mangekyo. That's impossible. He's only, what, 9 years old this year. 9 years old, Lord Madara. But he hasn't awakened it. Or at least that's what our sources say. Madara let out a breath of relief. If Obito had awakened the Mangekyo at 9, even he would have been shocked. Little did he know, by a stroke of luck, he'd already guessed the truth. So then what is it that makes Obito qualified to be an elder of the Uchiha? Whirlpool Face, White, Zetsu ponder for a moment. Perhaps it's because he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. What? The jutsu invented by Tobarama Senju, the one that gravely wounded Izuna. Are we just talking about the same name? This time Madara was truly stunned. Obito mastering the Flying Thunder God seemed almost as remarkable as awakening the Mangekyo itself. Baiju confirmed, yes, that jutsu. I saw it during their training. His body vanished from where he stood and reappeared a great distance away in an instant. We didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered, but there's no mistake. It was the Flying Thunder God. Madara's mood immediately soured. That jutsu. If Obito truly masters it, then him becoming an elder of the Uchiha clan might actually make sense. After all, even Izuna, who awakened the Mangekyo, couldn't. Baiju was puzzled. But even if he learns this technique, doesn't mean he'll become a powerhouse, does it? Madara gave a cold snort. You don't understand, this jutsu may not be the strongest in a direct fight, but it's unrivaled when it comes to escape. With a technique like this, his chances of survival skyrocket. Planning his future just became a lot trickier. The whirlpool-faced Baiju chuckled. So, Lord Madara, are you thinking of giving up on him and searching for a new candidate? Madara, however, shook his head with confidence. No, it's still him. As long as he's made to see the cruelty of this world, with his personality, all his love will turn to hatred. Sooner or later, he'll become one of us. Baiju grew curious. Then, Lord Madara, what do you intend to do? Madara pondered for a moment before answering. The one he cares for, it's still that girl named Rin, isn't it? Baiju nodded. That's right. In fact, compared to before, their feelings have grown much deeper. We even observed that little Rin girl spending the night at his house. Madara smiled. That's perfect. All we need is for him to witness Rin's death with his own eyes. That will plunge him into utter despair. It seems I'll be making a trip to Kirigakure. Madara's plan was to take advantage of the ongoing war. When Rin left the village on a mission, he'd have the three tails sealed inside her, and then send her back to Konoha, where she'd run amok. For the sake of the village's safety, Konoha would be forced to kill Rin. At that point, Obito would lose all hope in the war and in the world itself. Then Madara could finally reveal the Eye of the Moon plan to him. A faint smile crept across Madara's face. Meanwhile, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had already brought the supplies they prepared to the agreed-upon meeting spot. When Kakashi saw the 10 large-capacity sealing scrolls Obito had brought, he was completely dumbfounded. Obito, did you rob the entire Uchiha clan? Kakashi knew very well that these kinds of scrolls couldn't be bought, no matter how much money you had. Obito let out a sheepish laugh, glanced around, and whispered Rin. Kakashi, ever since my Mangekyo Sharingan was revealed to Uchiha Fugaku, I've already become an elder of the Uchiha clan. An elder? The two felt as if they were dreaming. Just like that, Obito had become an elder of Konoha's greatest clan, the Uchiha, who were at the height of their power. Obito continued in a low voice. In any case, I'm afraid this incident will trigger a whole series of chain reactions. For now, not many people know about it on the surface. Please keep it a secret for me. The two nodded. There were so many things Obito needed to keep secret that in the end they simply kept everything to themselves. Kakashi frowned and said, You said not many people know openly. Does that mean someone knows about it in the shadows? Is it Danzo? Obito almost laughed. Kakashi, your thinking is spot on. If something bad happens, it's always a safe bet to suspect Danzo, but this time when I say someone knows in secret, I mean a person with an exceptionally powerful information network. In a ninja world, unless something is extremely well hidden, if there's even the slightest trace, he'll find out. This time, the two weren't exactly shocked. Obito was always careful when revealing anything, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Perhaps it was all because of this person. Still, the thought of being watched by someone lurking in the shadows sent chills down their spines. Obito, does such a person really exist in the ninja world? Rin shivered, unable to hold back the question. Obito nodded. He really does. That's why for any information that might catch his attention, I never dared share it lightly. First, I was worried you might accidentally let something slip. Second, you were both so young before. Even if you didn't say anything, being on edge all the time could easily give you away. Kakashi understood. So as we've grown and become mentally stronger, and now that you've mastered Flying Thunder God, you plan to Gradually share more of this information with us. Obito replied, that's right. Mainly as my own actions grow louder and harder to hide, he'll notice sooner or later. I can't keep it from him. Not when I'm already one of his main targets. You've probably guessed it by now. He's the mastermind who led me down this dark path. Rin nodded, clenching her small fists. That person is truly despicable. He was the one who killed me, which set off everything that happened to you afterward. If there's a chance, I want to know who he is. Obito thought for a moment and said, since you want to know so badly, Rin, I won't keep it from you. His name is Uchiha Madara. I'm sure you've all heard of him. Uchiha Madara. The two exclaimed in unison. Obito quickly reminded them, keep your voices down. Madara has a kind of intelligence operative called White Zetsu. They can merge with plants or the earth itself. Even the sharpest ninja might not notice them, because they're a part of nature itself. Immediately, the two try to keep their expressions in check. Rin glanced cautiously around before whispering, are there many of these White Zetsu operatives? Obito said, that's right, there were a lot. During the Fourth Great Ninja War alone, I mobilized over 100,000 White Zetsu, and that's not even counting those hidden elsewhere. As for Konoha, even by conservative estimates, there are at least 50 to 100 White Zetsu lurking in the village. In other words, the entire village is basically under Madara's watchful eye. So many White Zetsu. The two of them were left speechless, but their breathing involuntarily quickened. It turned out that, contrary to what most people believed, the supposedly well-guarded secrets of Konoha had already been riddled with spies. Kakashi frowned and asked, hasn't anyone ever discovered a White Zetsu before? Obito thought for a moment and replied, what makes White Zetsu so tricky is that they're extremely sensitive themselves. If they even sense that you might notice something amiss, they'll immediately retreat far away. For example, many powerful shinobi possess a sort of mysterious sixth sense. White Zetsu will never get close to those types, which means those strong individuals never even get a chance to notice them. Kakashi's eyes widened. Doesn't that make White Zetsu practically invincible? Obito let out a dismissive laugh. Kakashi, the real danger of White Zetsu lies in the fact that you don't even know they exist, while they know everything about you. But once their existence is exposed, humans, with their clever minds, can always come up with plenty of countermeasures. For instance, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, people eventually found various ways to detect the White Zetsu. Kakashi and Rin both let out a sigh of relief. Rin asked, so what about us? How are we supposed to find the White Zetsu? Obito smiled. Our situation is unique because I've been reincarnated. It's actually us who are operating from the shadows. While White Zetsu are in the open, we know about them ahead of time, but they don't know about us. So as long as we plan carefully, capturing a White Zetsu isn't all that difficult. Capture a White Zetsu. Kakashi mulled it over, but realistically we should have some preventive measures in place first. Obito shook his head. White Zetsu are all linked if you guard against 1 inch, the rest will instantly know you can counter them. That won't do, so once you discover a White Zetsu, your best bet is to capture it right away. That way, at least it can't pass on any information. Sure, some things might get leaked, but it's still better than letting all of them know we're onto them. Information sharing. What a headache. Even Kakashi couldn't help but feel troubled. Obito said, don't overthink it, Kakashi. Really, as long as we take down the one pulling the strings, Madara, the whole White Zetsu problem will sort itself out. Kakashi's eyes lit up. That's right. Take out the leader, and the rest will fall. So Obito, the Madara you mentioned. Do you mean the very same Uchiha Madara who founded Konoha? Obito nodded. Exactly. Lin's head began to ache. They say that after Uchiha Madara founded the Hidden Leaf, he soon had a falling out with the first Hokage and left. A few years later, he returned to attack the village, and was killed by the first at the Valley of the End, although the first Hokage killed him according to legend. Madara's power was nearly equal to his. If the first Hokage is truly as strong as you say, Obito, and Madara is still alive, doesn't that mean there's another god of shinobi in our world? The thought made Lin anxious. What's worse, this god of shinobi had set his sights on Obito, and on her Obito hurried to reassure her. Don't worry, Lin. It's true that in his prime, Madara had the power to overwhelm the entire shinobi world, but he's aged now, and his eyes are no longer his own. Most of his strength is gone. Besides, even if he could return to his peak and reclaim his eyes, as long as I could transplant Hashirama's cells and awaken both Kamui, I can hold my own against him. Lin was curious. Obito, you said Madara's eyes aren't with him, and he needs to get them back. Where are they now? Obito replied slowly. Nagato. I mentioned the name before. He's the one who has them. Lin searched her memory. Now I remember, he's from the land of rain. That poor soul who lost his home. Obito smiled. I'm impressed you remembered Lin. That's right. It's him. Madara won't take his eyes back lightly since he still needs Nagato to use their power, and eventually to resurrect him in the future. Resurrect. Lin and Kakashi were both stunned. Was it really possible for a jutsu to bring someone back to life in this world? Kakashi asked, is it something the Mangekyo Sharingan can do? Obito replied, maybe. After all, Kemui could transcend the boundary between life and death, sending power from the underworld to Kakashi, even if just for a brief moment, and only with the help of the Sage of Six Paths strength. Still, it was a mysterious feat, and the fact that he could travel to the past. Could that also be Kemui's doing? Obito couldn't be sure, so perhaps there was a Mangekyo out there capable of true resurrection, like the Rinne rebirth technique. Then, if it hasn't been proven that the Mangekyo can resurrect someone, why is Madara so certain he can do it? Why would he send his eyes away? Kakashi wondered. Obito smiled, because Madara's eyes are no longer just Mangekyo. They are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan, the most powerful of the three great doujitsu, the Rinnegan. Both Lin and Kakashi felt numb with shock. Wasn't that supposed to be a legendary power? Obito continued, both the Uchiha and Senju clans descend from the Sage of Six Paths, when the blood of both lines is united, especially the chakra of Indra and Azura, the sage's sons. It can awaken the power of creation and destruction, evolving into the Rinnegan itself. Rin and Kakashi listened, as if they were hearing a legend. Well, in truth, this was a legend. Rin asked Obito, didn't the sons of the Sage of Six Paths die? How could their chakra merge? Was it like Lord Hashirama, with some of their cells left behind? Obito shook his head. Indra and Azura did die, but their chakra has continued to reincarnate. Madara and Hashirama were the most recent incarnations of Indra and Azura. When they fought at the Valley of the End, Madara faked his death. He bit off a piece of Hashirama's flesh, merging the chakra of Indra and Azura, which gave birth to the Rinnegan. Of course, this kind of chakra touches the very root of the soul itself. Unless it's the true reincarnation, simply transplanting cells is useless. In my previous life, I transplanted Hashirama's cells too, and I was a Uchiha, yet I still couldn't awaken the Rinnegan. Rin's eyes widened in amazement. Chakra can reincarnate through the soul, and when two lineages merge, the Rinnegan can be awakened. That's almost beyond belief. But then Rin frowned in confusion. But once Madara had the Rinnegan, didn't that mean he'd reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, just as you describe Obito? Didn't that make him invincible? Why did he give away his eyes and plan his own resurrection? Obito shook his head. Maybe having the Rinnegan means you've stepped into the realm of the Sage in some sense, but the Sage of Six Paths wasn't just about the eyes. He also possessed immense chakra and the power of yin-yang release. Those require becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Still, having a foot in that world is already extraordinary. If Madara had reached his peak with that power, he would have been nearly unstoppable. But the tragedy was it took him so many years to awaken those eyes. By the time he succeeded, he was already an old man, his life almost at its end. Kakashi understood immediately, so that's why he gave away his eyes. He wanted to be resurrected in his prime. Obito nodded. Exactly. The Rinnegan comes with a resurrection technique called Samsara of heavenly life. But this is no ordinary jutsu. Not just anyone can use it, and it's not something you can simply do because you have the Rinnegan. Nagato had the Uzumaki bloodline, which allowed him to nurture those eyes. Madara's plan was to wait until Nagato reached the level where he could use the Samsara of heavenly life and then have him resurrect Madara at his strongest. Kakashi's breath quickened. So this really is a perfect resurrection, with no side effects. Obito nodded. Yes, as long as there's a body resurrection is possible. In fact, with the forbidden jutsu, known in Konoha as Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, even if the body is incomplete, as long as you have some cells, it's enough to bring someone back. Kakashi began to tremble uncontrollably. If he had any regrets in this life, it was the death of Tsukumo Hatake. If only he could bring his father back. Seeing his reaction, Obito quickly interrupted him. Kakashi, the conditions for resurrection are extremely harsh. First, the person casting the jutsu will inevitably die, unless they possess the power of the Six Paths of Yang. which could bring them back. But that's the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, something ordinary people could never attain. Second, to perform the Rin'er rebirth, you need someone like Nagato who has nurtured that power for over a decade, or someone like me. Uchiha who's awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan through transplanting Hashirama cells. Such people are incredibly rare in the entire ninja world. Kakashi gradually calmed down. Obito, I would never recklessly take someone's life just to revive my father, but then a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. But I think I understand what you're saying. If one reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, then reviving the dead could be done with little or even no cost, right? Obito nodded. Yes, in theory, as long as you possess the six paths of yang power and the Rinnegan, you could revive the dead without any price as long as your strength is sufficient. Anyone on the level of the Sage of Six Paths is truly terrifying. They could even become immortal. Kakashi nodded as well, but he immediately noticed something odd. Obito, this so-called Six Paths level you mentioned. Obito smiled. That's a term I came up with to define those who reach this level of power. After all, we can't call everyone who attains this strength a Sage of Six Paths, right? So just like how we have Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin, we can call them Six Paths level ninja. Rin giggled. Obito, are you just trying to keep your title as the second Sage of Six Paths for being stolen? Obito laughed. I'm not that petty. It's just for convenience. Rin smiled too. Just kidding. I think I understand what Kakashi means now. If someone at the Six Paths level is supposed to be immortal, then why did the Sage of Six Paths die? Kakashi, standing to the side, looked thoughtful as well. That was exactly what he wanted to ask. Obito pondered for a moment, then replied, It depends on how we define death. Normally, when a person goes to the Pure Land, they fall into slumber and lose consciousness. But the Sage of Six Paths didn't. He could still easily send his power from the Pure Land to the mortal world. So tell me, someone who retains their consciousness, watching over the ninja world for 1,000 years, even if they're not physically present, would you say they're dead or alive? Rin and Kakashi fell silent, deep in thought. Obito, are you saying the Sage of Six Paths is still alive? Kakashi asked. Obito chuckled. See, even you think he's alive. Let me make it clear. The Sage of Six Paths is not only alive, he's out there somewhere, watching over the entire ninja world, even as we speak. If a cataclysm ever threatens, he'll pass his power down to his sons and let them save the world. Rin gasped in astonishment. The Sage of Six Paths can really do something like that. Obito, how do you know all this so well? Obito gave a wry smile. Because in the future, I saw it with my own eyes. The Sage of Six Paths bestowed his power on the reincarnations of Indra and Azura. In an instant, he created two warriors of his own caliber, and they stepped up to save the world. In fact, if I hadn't failed in the end, if I had actually cast infinite Tsukuyomi, then the reincarnations of Indra and Azura in that era would have had to defeat me. Is that so? The Sage of Six Paths is truly incredible, Rin exclaimed in awe. The idea was so far removed from reality that Rin could hardly process it, but it only made her admiration grow. Obito couldn't help but let out a snort. The reason I'm not trying infinite Tsukuyomi now is exactly because I know all this. The odds of success are basically zero. Even if I somehow pulled it off, the Sage would just show up and grant his sons power beyond imagination, and they'd either defeat me or seal me away, so I might as well behave myself and be a good person. Rin beamed at him. The Sage of Six Paths sounds wonderful. If he can inspire you to be a good person, then nothing could matter more, Obito replied with a hint of annoyance. Wonderful. Huh. He never lifts a finger for all the wars and chaos. Only steps in when the world's about to end. Most of the time, he just stands aloof, acting like it's none of his concern. He has no idea how much the common people suffer. Seeing this, Rin tried to comfort him. Come on, Obito, don't be mad at the Sage. I do admire him, sure, but he'd never fight the whole world just for me. To me, you'll always be more important. Obito's face turned red at that. Is that so? Huh? Well then, maybe that old man Sage isn't so bad after all. Suddenly Kakashi interjected. Obito, just now you said you saw the Sage of Six Paths give his power to his two sons, but if they weren't fighting you, then who were they up against? Obito was about to explain about Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu. Figuring that by now, he might as well lay everything on the table. But just then, he sensed someone approaching from the distance. I'll tell you next time. Minato-sensei is coming. Rin and Kakashi had no choice but to swallow their curiosity for now. Far off, two figures slowly approached. One gleaming gold, the other radiant red, their colors blending and shining together. Obito sighed. As expected, whenever there was a mission far from home, Minato-sensei would never come alone. To be honest, in his previous life, his relationship with Minato-sensei was less like master and pupil, and more like commander and subordinate. Although Minato-sensei had always treated him well, it had never been quite like this life, where his talent was so apparent. In this life, Minato-sensei truly saw him as his disciple. So, even though Obito felt guilty toward Minato-sensei, after all, Minato was not as important to him as Rin, and he hadn't meant to cause his teacher's death because of this. His guilt had its limits, but Kushina, the big sister figure, had been genuinely kind to him. She cared for him and looked after him as if he were her own son, and the act of releasing the nine tails that had truly and deliberately led to Kushina's death. In that instant, Obito's legs turned to jelly. "Rin, I can't go on. Help me, my legs, they won't listen to me," he stammered. Seeing this, both Rin and Kakashi instinctively moved to his sides, supporting Obito so he wouldn't collapse. Right there on the ground, Kakashi couldn't help but tease him. "Obito, didn't you used to look down on everyone after you came back? You scoffed at the second in command of the Leaf, called him a rat lurking in the sewers. You dismissed the Sage of Six Paths, saying he just stood by and did nothing. So why are you shaking in your boots now?" Obito gave a wry smile. "Kakashi, even now you're making fun of me. Come on, help me over there. I need to offer a proper apology to big sis Kushina." And so, the two of them supported Obito as they walked purposefully toward Minato and his wife. Kushina watched as Team 7 approached, supporting the weakened Obito, and asked curiously, "Minato, what's going on with that kid in the middle?" Minato, seeing his fiancé's baffled expression, exhaled in relief. "Kushina, it's fine if you don't recognize him." "Huh? Why would I know him?" Kushina asked, her face full of confusion. Minato explained a bit awkwardly. He said he feels a deep sense of guilt toward a member of the Uzumaki clan. All the tragedies that befell this person were caused by him. He said this Uzumaki reminded him of himself as a child, full of dreams about becoming Hokage. "Kushina, for a moment, I thought he was talking about you." Kushina was completely bewildered. "What kind of nonsense is that? I don't even know him." Still, she clenched her fists. "So it's that kid, huh? No matter what, if he bullied someone from the Uzumaki clan, I'll have to teach him a lesson." Seeing her reaction, Minato hurried to calm her down. "Kushina, don't be so fierce for some reason. That child feels immense guilt toward us, especially you. His remorse for you runs even deeper than for me. Look at him. He's so scared his legs have given out. Just let him off this time." Kushina hadn't expected it to unfold like this. Guilty toward her? What could he possibly feel guilty for? Well, no matter. She'd sort that out after giving him a good thrashing. Ignoring Minato's pleas, Kushina strode forward, clenching her fists as she fixed her gaze on Obito. "Hey kid, I heard you bullied someone from the Uzumaki clan. Is that true?" Obito watched as Kushina, the big sister, displayed her usual fiery temper, so full of energy. He couldn't help but nod through tears. With a sharp crack, Kushina's blood-red hair whipped through the air as she landed a punch right on Obito's head. "Tell me, what did you do to bully him?" The blow was truly painful, yet for some reason Obito actually felt a strange sense of relief wash over him. He fixed his eyes on Kushina's and spoke slowly. "I killed his parents. I made him an orphan. I left him without family to care for him as a child. He grew up surrounded by ridicule and scorn. All of his misfortune I brought upon him, with my own hands." As he finished, tears once again streamed down Obito's face. Kushina was momentarily stunned. Was it really that serious? She glanced at Obito's small frame. He was only 9, yet had done something so terrible. But having just met his gaze, she could feel the storm of emotions within him, that deep guilt aimed entirely at her. "Yeah, you definitely deserve a beating," Kushina declared, landing another heavy punch. This time to Obito's face. He went flying, his face swelling up instantly. "Rin." And Kakashi panicked at the sight. Rin called out anxiously, "Ma'am, Obito." She meant to say that Obito hadn't meant it, but thinking it over, if something like this wasn't intentional, what would be? So instead, she blurted, "Obito, he's truly a scoundrel, but please, I beg you, spare his life." Kushina grew more and more perplexed. She looked at the girl. Clearly she cared deeply for the boy Kushina was beating, yet she couldn't offer a word in his defense. It seemed whatever happened really was unforgivable, truly. Unforgivable. "So you're Obito, huh?" Kushina stormed forward, grabbing him by the collar. "Looks like you're just itching for a beating to ease your guilt. Well, I'll oblige you. I won't stop until you're picking your teeth up off the floor, but I won't beat you to death. After all, your little girlfriend looks pretty cute, and she did plead for you later. You'd better give me a proper explanation." With that, Kushina hoisted Obito up and unleashed a flurry of blows. This time, she didn't hold back at all. It was a true merciless pummeling. Rin's heart trembled with every strike. Even Minato couldn't bear to watch. "Kushina, we still don't know the full story. Maybe let it go for now, huh?" Minato flashed over and grabbed Kushina's hand, worried that if this kept up, Team 7 would dissolve on the spot. By now, Obito was battered black and blue, barely clinging to consciousness, with only a single thread of breath left in him. Seeing this, Kushina finally released his collar. "Minato, what do you know? Don't be fooled by how badly I beat him up. Deep down, this kid is actually happy, and I can tell. Everything he said is true. Since he's your student, that makes him my student too. With such a serious mistake, he needs proper discipline." Minato let out a sigh, but he's still just a child. Kushina's heart softened instantly. Looking at Obito lying on the ground, she said, "You're his teammates. Aren't you going to help him?" Rin, who had been too scared before, rushed forward at once, her hands glowing with healing chakra. As she began medical ninjutsu, tears streamed down her face. "Obito, are you all right? You have to get better. If it'll help, I promise I'll stay at your place and sleep by your side more often." Seeing this, Kushina couldn't help but complain to Minato, "Kids these days, are they really this mature? They're so young, and they're already living together?" Minato gave an awkward smile, then said, "Kushina, you were a bit too harsh this time. You never used to lose control like that. Is there a reason?" A shift passed through Kushina's eyes. "Minato, honestly, it was like he was asking me to beat him up, can you believe that? After a beating like this, he'll feel much better. Otherwise, if he keeps bottling it up, the pain will never fade. I just don't want to see him living with that kind of burden." Minato was taken aback. "Is that so, Sai? Obito, why put yourself through this?" Kushina shook her head. "I don't know either. Let's hear what he has to say for himself. Worst case, I'll just cook him some extra meals later to make up for it." At this point, Obito had regained consciousness. Hearing Rin's words, he perked up instantly, and still slurring a bit, asked Rin, "Do you really mean that?" Rin blushed, but kept pouring all her strength into her healing. "Look at you. Maybe save your word for later." Obito looked at her and managed a grin. "Rin, did you know? Big sis Kushina really knows how to hold back. I only blame myself for being a coward." Rin gently touched the wounds on his face, tears falling thicker than before. "I know, taking this beating made you feel better inside. You let yourself get hit on purpose. Because you knew Sensei's wife would never go too far, you blame yourself for running away, for being afraid. Isn't that right?" Obito smiled and squeezed Rin's hand. "Stop healing me. Let it heal on its own." Rin couldn't hold back anymore. For the first time, she yelled at Obito, "You really are a coward. Did you ever think about me? What would I do if you died?" Obito was stunned, but he smiled at her. "I don't want to keep running away anymore. I'm sorry. This is something I have to face." Rin threw herself into Obito's arms, sobbing. "You always say? People only understand pain after losing something. Now I understand. I never want to lose you, Obito." Lin took a deep breath and said, "You've always wanted me to be your girlfriend, to be with you, I agree. But you must remember, from now on, you are not allowed to throw your life away." In that moment, Obito no longer felt any pain. It was as if in the blink of an eye he had grown up. Not the dark and brooding Obito from his past life, but the foolish, naive boy he once was, finally maturing. "Lin, honestly, it doesn't matter anymore. We've long since crossed that line, haven't we? Right now, I even feel a bit despicable," he confessed. Lin couldn't help herself. "Obito, at least you know you're shameless." She punched him hard on the arm. "You're not just shameless. You're a total jerk." But even as she scolded him, she threw herself into his arms and clung to him, unwilling to let go for a long, long time. On the sidelines, their companions, force-fed a mouthful of this public display of affection, looked on with exasperated expressions. Minato didn't want to break the tenderness of the moment, but there was still a mission to complete. Kushina immediately caught on and whispered to him, "Minato, why don't you use Flying Raijin to speed things up later? Given what's happened, you can make an exception this once. Right now, I'd rather spend some time listening to that kid's story." Kushina turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi, the genius who graduated at 5, right? I've heard about you. I'm sure you know what happened to Obito. Why don't you explain?" Kakashi hesitated, glancing at Obito, who was lying on the ground, but there were many secrets tangled up in this, things that could cause serious trouble if revealed. Kushina had already sensed something was amiss. She asked, Are you afraid Minato will report it to the third Hokage? Don't worry. I promise you whatever you say will never reach anyone else's ears. Then she looked at Minato, her tone softening with a hint of playful affection. Honey, is that all right with you? She even called him honey in front of everyone. What could Minato do? Embarrassed. He replied, Don't worry, Kushina. I'll keep it secret. Kakashi was still hesitant. Even if he didn't report to the third, today he had discovered there was still a hidden Uchiha manipulating things from the shadows, as well as the mysterious white Zetsu. At that moment, Obito managed to turn his head toward Kakashi and spoke with effort. Kakashi, go ahead. Tell them everything you know. We can trust Minato-sensei. Since big sister Kushina has spoken, Minato-sensei won't leak anything to the third. Kakashi nodded, then looked solemnly at Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Sensei, Kushina-sen, what I'm about to say is top secret. Please, you must keep it absolutely confidential. Seeing how serious Kakashi was, Minato grew more attentive. Kakashi, let's talk somewhere else. Let's give Obito and Lin a little peace. After speaking, Minato placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder and took Kushina's hand. In an instant, the three of them vanished from where they stood. The next moment, they found themselves in a dimly lit chamber. If Obito were here, he would recognize it immediately. It was the very room where Kushina had given birth to Naruto. After busily checking the surroundings, Kushina announced with confidence, Kakashi, you can speak freely now. I've set up advanced barriers all around us. No one can eavesdrop on our conversation within this space. Kakashi nodded without hesitation. He had no doubts about her abilities. Obito had once said that Kushina was one of the foremost masters of sealing techniques in the entire shinobi world, and very few could match her skill. He looked at the two of them and began to speak slowly. Sensei Minato, Lady Kushina, the truth is, I've known about you both for quite some time. The reason I know is all because of Obito. Something unimaginable happened to him. He was reborn from the future into the past. In that future, he committed many terrible acts. The most unforgivable among them was causing your deaths, which also led to great suffering for your child. To explain it all, I have to start from a tale so poignant and sorrowful that even the gods would weep. Kakashi spoke at length, sharing most of the information he knew. How Obito had succumbed to darkness, and why he ultimately brought about the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife, among other things. Throughout, Minato and Kushina asked question after question, and Kakashi answered them patiently, just as Obito had once done for him. When everything had been said, both Minato and Kushina were left in shock, numb from what they had heard. Kushina turned to Minato and asked, Minato, do you think this story about being reborn from the future can really be true? Minato pondered for a moment. Some details simply can't be faked. For example, I know the Flying Thunder God technique you master, sealing arts, and you're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and there's the coming great war in the shinobi world. I'm supposed to become famous. The third Hokage did tell me to make a name for myself, though I didn't quite understand his intentions then. Now it all makes sense, so I'd say this information is highly credible. Kushina let out a hearty laugh. Honestly, I started believing it the more I listened. She grew excited. So, dear, in the future you'll become the fourth Hokage, and we'll have a child named Naruto Uzumaki. If only the Nine-Tails attack hadn't happened. That future actually sounds pretty wonderful. Minato couldn't help but marvel. I know, right? I always thought Lord Orochimaru would become the fourth Hokage. I was only hoping to have a shot at being the fifth. Who could have guessed the fourth would be me? Kushina hugged Minato and planted a kiss on his cheek. My husband really is the best. Even if you weren't Hokage, being the Hokage's wife isn't bad either. Then her gaze turned sharp as she looked over at Kakashi. So that guy Obito really is a beast in the future you mentioned. I treated him so well, yet he ended up killing me and gave Naruto such a tragic childhood. Suddenly, I feel like I didn't hit him hard enough just now. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat and quickly protested Sensei's wife. I'm not Obito. Please don't take it out on me. Kushina snorted. Who told you to be in cahoots with him? Besides, if it weren't for you, would Obito have gone astray? If you hadn't leaked information, how would Obito have known when I was going to give birth? Kakashi was instantly at a loss for words. He really was innocent. Those weren't things he'd done. It was his future self who made those mistakes. After venting for a bit, Kushina's mood lightened, and she regained her usual optimism. All right, every debt has its debtor. In that future, you were a pitiful soul yourself. I won't take it out on you, but still. Kushina grumbled, Obito really is an ungrateful wolf. How am I ever supposed to forgive him? Minato looked a little ashamed. Maybe it's my fault. I didn't fulfill my duty as his teacher. Every time there was danger, I was always away. Kushina cut Minato off. How is that your fault? If you have to blame someone, Kakashi was the team leader back then. And besides, once the war started, you were the busiest of all, running here and there saving people left and right. Not only did you not get any gratitude, you even got blamed by that ungrateful wolf. Minato knew this all too well, but he couldn't help feeling responsible. Kushina, when it comes to Obito, I really can't shirk my responsibility. I didn't teach him well enough. If you need someone to blame, blame me. Kushina's heart instantly softened. You just want to shoulder everything yourself, so I won't stay angry, don't you? Don't worry, I never planned to kill Obito. How could I when he's such a good teacher like you? Minato couldn't help but smile. So Kushina, can you forgive Obito? Kushina's eyes grew distant. Logically, I really don't want to forgive him. He knows full well what he's done, and even he can't forgive himself. Besides, if things had gone along the original path, even if Obito is a good kid now, who's to say he wouldn't turn dark in the future and threaten our lives? Minato, that's something I absolutely can't allow to happen. So, I've actually thought about it. Rather than waiting for that future, maybe I should strike first. Minato and Kakashi both broke into a cold sweat. Was this really Kushina's way of dealing with things? Simple and direct, but no one could really argue with it. But after all, Obito has changed after going through so much. Kushina pondered for a moment. He's been through darkness and managed to come out of it. In this life, he probably won't do something as terrible as killing his mentor again, so the danger is much less. Besides, I just gave him a good beating, so most of my anger is gone. And really, those things never happened to me personally, so... Minato and Kakashi looked at Kushina with hopeful eyes. Kushina snapped, What are you two staring at me like that for? I'll have you know I only spared him for the sake of the team's harmony. Otherwise, I could have killed Obito right now. But if I did, then that girl named Rin would be the one crying out to create a world with Obito in it. Rin is such a sweet girl. Even I can't help but like her. So really, I'm only letting Obito off the hook for her sake. Minato scratched his head and chuckled. Ha, is that so? Kushina shot Minato a bright, sweet smile. Of course it is, but her mood shifted in an instant, and she landed a few hard punches on Minato. No more dying for love, got it? That'll teach you to do such reckless things, risking your life for nothing. You know perfectly well you wouldn't have died during the Nine-Tails attack. As she kept hitting him, Kushina suddenly broke down. She threw her arms around Minato and sobbed uncontrollably. Minato gently held her, letting her lean into his embrace as he comforted her. Don't worry. This time, I'll protect you for sure. Standing off to the side, Kakashi watched the scene, feeling as if he'd taken 100 points of emotional damage. So now the whole squad is flaunting their love. And he's the only single guy left, huh? Meanwhile, Obito was lying with his head in Rin's lap, blood still trickling from the wounds on his face. Rin looked at him with concern, wanting to wipe away the blood. But knowing this was Obito's way of seeking redemption and easing his guilt, she held herself back. Softly, Rin said, Obito, this really doesn't solve anything. We still have a mission to carry out outside the village today. Punishing yourself like this doesn't help the team. Obito replied with a self-deprecating smile. Maybe you're right. I always seem to mess things up. I've finally managed to break my habit of being late, but somehow I still end up causing trouble for all of you. Noticing the heaviness in Rin's eyes, Obito wanted to lighten the mood. He asked Rin, was that just now your way of confessing your feelings? Rin blushed at the question, but didn't deny it. If you say so, then I suppose it was. Obito burst out laughing. Rin, my biggest regret in my previous life was never confessing to you before I died. I never imagined that in this life, you'd be the one to confess to me first. Right now, I feel like the happiest person in the world, but Rin didn't seem all that happy. Instead, she looked at Obito with a worried expression and a hint of anxiety in her voice. Obito, will this really be the last time? Obito's heart trembled, and then he hurried to explain. Rin, actually, I know that Lady Kushina is a kind-hearted person. She just has a fiery temper, but she'd never kill me. Rin shook her head gently, then looked up at the sky, her voice calm. Obito, you know, I'm just an ordinary girl too. I also have dreams. Dreams that one day a boy would appear in my life, hold me gently in his hands, and give me the whole world. I'm lucky because that boy really did appear, even though he always seems unable to take care of himself and makes me worry, always a bit clumsy. He treasures me so much that, after losing me in the future, He's even willing to stand against the entire world. Obito's heart was struck hard by her words. Rin smiled faintly and went on, Obito, when I heard that you declared war on the 5 great nations at the 5 Kage Summit, just to create a world where I still exist, even though I knew it was wrong, I couldn't help but think you were so cool in that moment, because you embodied the image of the perfect beloved we girls secretly talk about, mysterious and powerful, handsome and caring, willing to give up everything for the girl he loves. People like that should only exist in dreams, but you really appeared truly stay by my side. When I think about it, I realize I am indeed a lucky girl. For a moment, Obito's mind was a swirl of emotions. Back in his previous life, when he was just a boy, hadn't he also dreamed of defeating Kakashi, who was the strongest in his eyes, and appearing before Rin as someone cool and powerful, winning her heart? Later, he actually did become strong, but by then Rin was gone, and his heart was left with a gaping emptiness. What did strength mean anymore? He would have rather nothing had. Changed, he didn't care for awakening the Mangekyo with Kimui. He just wished Rin were still alive, but everything changed. The world turned into a living hell, and he didn't even want Rin to keep living in such a place. Rin continued, Obito. I said years ago that I've always known I'm just an ordinary girl, but the more ordinary I am, the stronger I want to be in my heart. I want to become a kunoichi as strong as Lady Tsunade. But it's not easy. That's why I was drawn to Kakashi. He really was just like the hero from my dreams, drawing me in, but later I realized I'd overlooked you. Kakashi is like the sun in the sky. So perfect in every way, but I can only look up at him from afar. But you, even if you're not dazzling, you're bright and optimistic. No matter what happens, you never give up. You might seem like a fool, but every time you fall, you always get back up again. The spirit you carry within you is what I truly yearn for. It inspires me, gives me strength, and in truth, from that moment on, you became my support, like a beam of light shining into my world. So, almost without realizing it, I wanted to be your support as well, to become the light in your world. Later, when you returned from the future, reborn, you carried yourself with even more of a hero's presence. So much so, you shone even brighter than Kakashi, and so, the sunny, cheerful boy and the mysterious, powerful boy, those two shadows, gradually merged, becoming the person you are today. Maybe it was from that moment that I found myself falling for you. A hint of shyness began to color Rin's voice. She was slowly laying her heart bare before the one she loved. Yet at the same time, her tone grew firmer and more resolute. Obito, you told me more than once not to worry, that you would protect me. So let me ask you again, do you truly mean it? Obito replied without a moment's hesitation. I swear it. I would keep that promise even if it cost me my life. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes. She pressed her finger gently to Obito's lips, stopping his words. Obito, maybe you've brushed past death so many times that it no longer frightens you. But protecting me is a promise that can't be fulfilled by someone who has already died. Obito, I don't want you to die. Obito froze, stunned by her words. He had never thought about it this way before. Only now did he suddenly realize the heavy burden he bore. Rin continued, Obito, in our past lives, why did you resent Kakashi? Why did you always want to challenge him? Obito pondered for a moment. Because, Rin, I was afraid Kakashi would drift away from me and take you with him, vanishing from my world. Rin looked at him through her tears. So, Obito, I'm just like you were in that past life. I'm afraid too. Afraid that one day you'll disappear from my world. Obito trembled. No, I won't. Never. But Rin pressed him. Will you really never leave? Yet more than once you've shown me that you don't care about your own life. You've shown me that for so many reasons, you're willing to throw your life away. Her voice quivered now. I'm scared that you'll leave me behind. All alone, Obito stood frozen to the spot. Now at last he understood why Rin had reacted so strongly today. It wasn't because he'd been scolded by Kushina, but because when Kushina was lecturing him, he'd shown that reckless disregard for his own life. Obito closed his eyes, overcome by the weight of it all. His whole world was Rin, but she was not the only thing in his world. That, he realized, was a question with no easy answer. If at this moment Lady Kushina were to appear before him and demand that he pay for his sins with his life, could he say no? Probably couldn't. At that thought, Obito let out a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Rin. It turns out I still can't protect you. I want so much to promise that I'll never throw my life away again, that I'll always protect you. But I made too many mistakes in my previous life. When facing those to whom I owe the most, I still can't help but give them the power to decide my fate. I'm afraid. I'll have to let you down. Rin shook her head. No, Obito, you don't need to apologize because I can see it now. I know how you feel. I won't be that selfish, and I shouldn't be. I don't want to force you to give up your redemption just for me. But, Obito, I've said this from the very beginning. Whatever it is, let's face it together. If something like this happens again, let me share your burden. Don't leave me behind, all right? Warmth surged in Obito's heart, and he felt the urge to agree right away. But could he really bear to see Rin suffer half the pain of Lady Kushina's iron fist for his sake? That was simply impossible. The thought brought a touch of irritation, and he couldn't help but ask then Rin if Madara were to put the three tails inside you again. What would you do? Rin let out a sudden laugh. Of course I would go find Lady Kushina. Obito, didn't you once say that if I had gone back to her, everything could have been solved perfectly? If the Hidden Mist doesn't mind handing such a gift to their enemies, I certainly wouldn't mind accepting it. Obito shook his head, speaking seriously. But what if Lady Kushina isn't there? What if things are truly urgent? Rin was momentarily speechless, unable to find a retort. Obito sat up, reached over to pat Rin's head, and smiled. See? You silly girl. Why can't you think of me in situations like that? If you died, I'd be the one who suffered most. But I suspect you'd still make the same choice as before, sacrificing yourself to protect the village. Rin hesitated for a moment, lost in thought. She truly didn't know what choice she would make. Perhaps only when faced with such a situation would she really know. But deep down, she hoped with all her heart that such a thing would never happen again. Then she gave a helpless smile. Obito, I understand now. You're a fool, and so am I. In the end, we're both just a pair of big fools. Obito stretched lazily and said, so let's not keep dwelling on life and death. I spent so long thinking about it in my last life and never found an answer. Only when truly confronted with it can you know what you'll do. For now, let's just cherish this rare, peaceful life we have. Rin suddenly let out a breath of relief. Looking at Obito's bruised and battered face, she finally broke into laughter through her tears. Obito, look at you, so battered and worn. How can you still protect a peaceful life? Like this. Obito paused for a moment, then grabbed Rin's hand and placed it gently on his own face. Rin, you're right. Hurting myself for atonement is meaningless. The harm has already been done, and all we can do now is figure out how to make amends. Turning myself into a shell of a person, neither living nor dead, won't solve anything. So, please heal me. Only after I recover can I be of real help. Rin smiled, nodding, and began to channel her healing jutsu. Obito's injuries were mostly superficial. Though they looked severe, they healed quickly as the green light of chakra shimmered. Around him, his wounds gradually began to close and fade. Just as he was almost fully healed, Minato reappeared through teleportation, bringing Kushina and Kakashi with him. The three of them exchanged odd glances as they looked at Obito and Rin. Kakashi was the first to step forward, shrugging his shoulders. Obito, I've already told Minato-sensei and Kushina everything you wanted them to know. How they feel about it is beyond my control, so you'll have to face the consequences yourself. Obito nodded and turned to face Minato and Kushina. He spoke. Calmly, I'm sorry, sensei. And you too, big sis, by now, you must understand why I'm so weighed down by guilt. Maybe it doesn't hit as hard for you since you didn't live through it yourselves, but for me, every moment is etched into my heart, as vivid as yesterday. The more I remember, the more I ask myself, how could I have acted so monstrously? So whatever you decide to do to me, shout at me, hit me, even kill me, I'll accept it without complaint. Kushina raised her eyebrows in surprise. Wow, you've bounced back fast. No more moping around. Is it because of that little Rin? Obito nodded, smiling at Rin. She's given me a lot of courage. At that moment, Rin suddenly stepped forward, shielding Obito with her body. Her eyes were unwavering as she spoke. Sensei Kushina, I know what Obito did is unforgivable, but I can't stand by and let him bear it alone anymore. If you're still angry, then let both of us shoulder it together. Kushina put on an exaggeratedly fierce expression as she strode up to Rin. You said it yourself. Every time I remember the stupid things Obito did, I can't help wanting to punch him. Are you sure you want to take the hit for him? Rin was trembling with fear, but her gaze remained steady. She stood her ground. Yes, Kushina, if hitting me will help you vent your anger, then go ahead and hit me. Kushina couldn't help herself. She swung a fist at Rin's head. Rin braced herself and squeezed her eyes shut in fright. But at the last moment, the punch turned into a gentle pat. Kushina gently stroked Rin's head. Although I'm really annoyed by Obito's actions considering he calls me big sis, and I can't bear to see someone as sweet as you upset, I'll let him off this time. Rin let out a sigh of relief, her eyes brimming with tears. She bowed deeply, her gesture full of gratitude. Thank you, big sis. I truly want to apologize on Obito's behalf. Kushina couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Rin, don't start talking like that, rascal. Promise me one thing. Keep an eye on Obito and don't let him get into more trouble, okay? Rin nodded. Don't worry, Sensei's wife. I'll always be there to watch over him. Kushina sighed. Honestly, Rin, I can't help but feel a little jealous of Obito. To have a girl as adorable as you caring so much for him. Rin's cheeks flushed bright red, and she stammered shyly, no, Sensei's wife. It's not like that between us. But as she spoke, her voice grew quieter and quieter, barely a whisper. Kushina teased her. Oh, am I hearing things then? Who was it that said she wanted to sleep next to that blockhead? Who was it that said she wanted to be his girlfriend? At this point, it seemed like steam was almost rising from Rin's head. Kushina crouched down, gently cupping Rin's face. All right, I started dating Minato pretty young myself, so I'm hardly in a position to scold you. But let me remind you, when a girl is out in the world, you must learn to protect yourself. Don't let some greedy wolf take advantage of you. Now, go and carry out your mission. Remember to eat the lunch I packed. There's one for everyone, but no wasting food. And most importantly, all of you must come back safe and sound. Obito stepped forward. I promise. Kushina snorted. That's more like it. Don't let things turn out like you talked about. The future where only Kakashi is left all alone. Otherwise, he won't even have enough money to buy flowers. Kakashi broke into a cold sweat, but when he recalled the future Obito had mentioned, where he would have to visit his father's grave, Minato Sensei's, Kushina's, Rin's, and even Obito's himself, he realized. He needed to buy a lot of flowers. At this moment, Minato saw the group's cheerful camaraderie and approached with a smile. Team 7 gather around. In an instant, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin came to stand by Minato's side. Minato's expression turned serious. Since we're running late, I'll use Flying Raijin to cover part of the journey. But this isn't standard procedure. Just this once, the three nodded, after making sure their packs were secure. Minato placed his hand on each of their shoulders, and in the next instant their figures vanished from sight. Suikan Village, a small settlement nestled beside a river, with mountains behind and water at its doorstep. The members of Minato's team slowly appeared. After finding the client, who turned out to be the village chief, and learning the details from him, the group gradually gained a clear understanding of the situation. A band of mountain bandits had entrenched themselves deep in the mountains. From time to time, they would come down to burn, kill, and plunder, committing every imaginable crime. The villages nearby had suffered terribly at their hands, especially Shueijian village, which had been raided again and again, leaving the villagers in utter misery. At last, the villagers joined forces and sent their village chief to Konoha to request a mission. This was, in fact, a straightforward mission to eradicate the bandits, one that didn't even really require the involvement of ninja. With that assurance, Minato felt at ease and gave his instructions. Obito, Kakashi, Rin, follow the clues provided by the villagers. Head up the mountain, locate the bandit stronghold, and take them out. Don't let a single one escape. The three responded with grave determination. Understood. Immediately, the four of them vanished in a flash, setting off to search for the bandits' hideout. It wasn't long before they discovered a small encampment built by the bandits, nestled deep within the mountains. Having found their target, Minato stayed in place and addressed the three. What happens next will depend on your performance. Unless things become truly dangerous, I won't intervene. The three nodded, then closed their eyes, focusing their senses on everything around them. Although none of them were specialized sensory ninja, these were ordinary bandits who could hardly conceal their presence, so detecting them wasn't difficult soon. Obito opened his eyes. There are some bandits patrolling around the camp, but most of them are gathered inside. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Rin. Rin, most of the people inside the camp are the old, the weak, women, and children. You and Kakashi will handle them. The rest, the able-bodied bandits patrolling outside, I'll take care of. Rin was taken aback, a little indignant. Obito, I'm perfectly capable of handling a bunch of bandits. Don't give me such an easy task. Obito smiled. No, it's not because the patrol bandits are too tough that I'm keeping you from them. It's just that among us, You're the only one who hasn't truly experienced what it means to kill in the heat of battle. You need to go through it start to finish. Still dissatisfied, Rin protested. We've had stress training at the Ninja Academy. I've even executed condemned criminals before. I've seen blood before, so don't treat me like a child. Obito's tone grew serious. Rin, killing in battle and slaughter are not the same. As a competent ninja, you can strike down your enemies without hesitation. I don't doubt that, but Obito's voice softened. As I said, there are many old people and children in that camp. Their hands may not be stained with much guilt. Faced with them, can you still go through with it? Rin froze, only now realizing the gravity of the situation. Are we really supposed to kill them all? Every single person, no matter if they're old or young. Even the children. But didn't you just say they're innocent? Obito said. They might be innocent. Even those bandits who pillage. How many of them are? Only driven to desperation by the times we live in. Their reasons for doing evil may be nothing more than wanting to feed their wives and children a full meal. But once they've enjoyed the food and money they stole, they must naturally pay the price for it. Besides, Obito glanced at Kakashi, signaling him to explain further. Kakashi had carried out similar missions more than once and immediately understood what Obito meant. He replied calmly, "What Obito is saying is the mission order says to clear out the bandits completely. Leave no future trouble behind. As shinobi, we must carry out our task to the letter." Rin frowned. But if we just eliminate the able-bodied bandits and leave behind the old and the children, wouldn't that also solve the problem of future threats? Obito shook his head. The elders can take in new children, and those children will grow up. If we kill the adult bandits, it's as if we killed their family. That's how hatred is born. In a dozen years or so, what do you think those bandit children will do when they grow up? Driven by hatred, perhaps they'll take up their father's blades and become even more ruthless. Some might even convince themselves they're acting for justice as they take it out on innocent villagers. That hatred will be passed on, never ending. Rin understood then. She wasn't lacking in intelligence. She simply didn't want to accept it. In this moment, she finally felt the harshness of the world Obito had spoken of. But Obito glanced at Minato-sensei beside him and suddenly changed course. Rin, this is the lesson Konoha would teach you. And while that lesson isn't wrong, as shinobi, there's an even more fundamental reason behind our actions. Rin was caught off guard. What was Obito getting? At this time, Obito continued, for shinobi, our main job is to take money from others and solve their problems. Right and wrong don't really come into it. We've accepted payment from those villagers, so no matter what, we have to resolve their issue for them. Otherwise, we'd be breaking our code and tarnishing the village's reputation. Maybe one day the situation will be reversed. If those very bandits come to Konoha with a request, and Konoha actually accepts, then we'd have to fulfill their needs as well. Perhaps then we'd even be ordered to target those innocent villagers ourselves. That is the true essence of the shinobi world. Rin's eyes flashed with alarm, desperately signaling to Obito to stop. Not again. Obito was once more speaking these cruel truths. He might be right, but Minato-sensei was still standing right there. As expected, Minato Namikaze frowned. Obito, Konoha would never accept a mission from those bandits. Every task is strictly reviewed to ensure we stand on the side of justice. Obito smiled at Minato. Minato-sensei, are you really so sure? Then what if we changed the mission? What if it was about causing chaos in the sand or cloud villages instead? What if Konoha ordered us to massacre civilians to spread terror? Can you really be sure the village would never give such an order? And if they did, could we still call such a mission just? Minato was momentarily at a loss for words, but after giving it some thought, he smiled frankly. Obito, you're right in truth. Everyone's sense of justice stems from their own interests. As ninja, we're merely tools for completing missions, and missions themselves aren't inherently just or unjust. But Minato paused, his eyes filled with resolve. We still have to uphold Konoha's justice. He gestured toward the distant village. Let's put it in the most extreme terms. Even if Konoha were nothing more than this mountain stronghold, we would still protect it, because we are a part of it, raised within its walls. Our fates are tied together. When it thrives, we thrive. When it suffers, we suffer as well. Isn't that right? Obito sighed with admiration. Minato-sensei, you're truly kind, but not naive. The way you explain the bond between the village and us is so honest. It's convincing. Exactly. Instead of preaching lofty ideals or claiming it's all for the ninja world, it's better to keep it simple. We're children raised by Konoha, so it's only natural for us to give back. Hiruzen Sarutobi really did make the right call with this. Minato-sensei, you truly are the best choice for 4th Hokage. A vein popped on Minato's forehead. Obito, now that you're showing your true colors, you're not even pretending anymore. That's the 3rd Hokage you're talking about. At the very least, show some respect. Obito let out a weary sigh. Minato-sensei, I know I was wrong to blame you in my previous life, but do you know the real reason? Kakashi probably never told you since he doesn't know himself. Minato was taken aback, frowning. Obito, what really happened? Obito continued. When I heard Rin had been captured by the mist, and Kakashi went to rescue her, I was frantic. I sprinted from the mountain cemetery, rushing along the borders of the land of fire, crossing nearly half the country, before finally reaching the coastline, close to mist territory. There, I saw it with my own eyes. Kakashi using Chidori to kill Rin. If I'd only gotten there a little sooner, maybe I could have stopped the tragedy. Obito's breath quickened. The place where it happened. Konoha was actually closer than I was. Konoha received the news before I did, yet I nearly made it in time. So why didn't a single person from Konoha come to help? How could I not question this? While I was running, I kept checking. Minato-sensei, have you arrived yet? Why did I keep checking? Because with your speed, you could have reached them far faster than I could. But in the end, you never showed up. Obito gave a bitter smile and said, that was why I lashed out at you back then. Of course, I know maybe you never received the intel. Or perhaps you were carrying out some critical mission and simply couldn't get away. But regardless, where was Konoha at that time? What role did Hiruzen Sarutobi play in all of this? As Obito spoke, his anger visibly grew. The 3rd great ninja war was nearly over then. Did he once again strike some secret deal with Kirigakure, all in the name of so-called peace, and abandon Rin and Kakashi as a result? Is that why, in the end, only Kakashi was sent to rescue her, forced to go alone? It's just so disheartening. My name had barely been etched onto the memorial stone, and yet our squad was already being tossed aside by those in power. I can't help but wonder, why should Rin's sacrifice be used to purchase such a hollow, hypocritical peace? A village like that doesn't deserve it. Obito's words made Minato furrow his brows in concern. He knew where the mountain graveyard was, situated near the land of earth, and quite a distance from the land of water, with most of the land of fire in between. If Obito could make it from the graveyard to the heart of Kirigakure, there was no reason Konoha's shinobi couldn't do the same. The fact that only Kakashi went to rescue them spoke volumes. Clearly, there was something fishy going on. Minato awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Obito, I truly don't know what happened in the future. No wonder, as you described, during the 4th Great Ninja War, when Kakashi tried to kill you, I stepped in to stop him. Maybe I really did harbor some unspoken guilt. Obito let out a cold laugh. The 3rd Hokage did all sorts of heartless things in the name of peace, didn't he? He nodded, continuing. And Hiruzen Sarutobi's chilling decisions were hardly limited to just 1 or 2 instances. Take the suicide of Tsukumo Hatake, for example. Let's set that aside for now. Later, when the envoy from the Land of Lightning came to Konoha to sign a peace treaty, they suddenly turned hostile right on our soil, kidnapping the Hyuga clan's little princess. Hinata's father, Hayashi, rushed in and killed the assailant on the spot. And what happened then? The Hidden Cloud clung to this incident, twisting the facts, and demanded that the 3rd Hokage hand over the murderer. Can you guess what Hiruzen did? He swallowed his pride for peace, agreed to the Hidden Clouds. Outrageous demand, and actually handed Hayashi over. That was the head of the Hyuga clan. If Hayashi's brother, Hizashi, hadn't stepped forward to take his place, Konoha would have lost both dignity and strength. A truly chilling betrayal. Minato's expression changed, his fists clenched, a faint anger flaring in his eyes. If the Hidden Cloud demanded someone, and Konoha handed them over. Today it might be the Hyuga clan's leader, but tomorrow it could be the Uchiha, and the day after that the Akimichi, the Yamanaka, the Nara. The 3rd Hokage was truly short-sighted. Something like that should never be compromised. When exactly did this happen? Obito gave a wry smile after the Nine-Tails rampage, so I bear part of the responsibility too. Back then, Konoha suffered terrible wounds, and Minato-sensei died. With a 3rd soft nature, perhaps he truly didn't have the courage to go to war with the Hidden Cloud. Minato couldn't help but shake his head. I see. Maybe the 3rd was no longer fit to be Hokage. If I had been Hokage, and the Hidden Cloud dared such a thing, I would have shown them what consequences really mean. Obito let out a sigh. But by then, Minato-sensei, You were already gone. If only you'd been there. Everything would have been different. Obito lifted his head, his voice resolute. Minato-sensei, this time around, I'll do everything I can to make up for my past mistakes. I'm strong enough now to protect Rin and Kakashi. You can focus on making your name known without distractions, please. You must become the fourth Hokage. Only with you in that position can Konoha truly thrive. Minato broke into a confident smile. All right, Obito, you have my word. I'll do my best to become Hokage. That's my dream as well. Standing to the side, Kakashi gave them a deadpan look. Hey, who needs your protection anyway? Obito snorted. Someone who couldn't even protect Rin has no right to talk. Kakashi grew more annoyed. I told you that hasn't even happened yet. Stop piling baseless accusations on me. Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Rin quickly stepped between them. Enough. You two, stop arguing. We're still on a mission that brought everyone back to their senses. Obito turned to Rin. Let's stick to the original plan. Rin, this mission is mainly for you. You have to get used to this kind of killing, even if I'm not sure whether it's truly just or not. Rin still felt uneasy, but recalling Minato-sensei's words from earlier, she agreed wholeheartedly. Konoha gave her life, raised her in peace. She really should think from the village's perspective. She nodded earnestly. Don't worry, I'll carry out the mission. With that, the three exchanged glances, split up, and moved into action. What followed was a one-sided massacre. There wasn't a single ninja among these bandits. Despite their young age, Obito and his team were an elite squad. Cutting down ordinary people who weren't shinobi was as easy as slaughtering chickens. In fact, these bandits probably couldn't even stand against an upperclassman from the Ninja Academy. So once Obito began, he swiftly and efficiently took down one bandit after another, never letting a single alarm be raised. As the number of enemies around him dropped sharply, then vanished, Obito wiped the blood from his kunai and headed toward the bandit stronghold. When he entered the camp, there were barely any survivors left. Kakashi and Rin had already finished most of their work. In an instant, the air was thick with the pungent, metallic scent of blood, gazing at the bodies strewn across the ground, especially those of the old, the young, and the defenseless women. Obito couldn't help but shake his head. Among their three-man squad, only Kakashi favored the blade. And, as expected, Rin still couldn't bring herself to cross the line of slaughtering women and children so easily. So, how was Rin holding up now? Sensing Rin's presence, Obito hurried over. At that moment, Rin was gripping a kunai, facing a trembling mother and daughter clinging to each other in fear. Tears streamed down the mother's face as she pleaded, "Please spare us. We haven't done anything. Even if you can't spare me, at least let my daughter live. She truly knows nothing. She's innocent. I beg you." Rin stood frozen, torn between hesitation, compassion, and the resolve to act. Yet her uncertainty kept her from striking. Even as she edged closer to the pair, her kunai never found its mark. With a soft sigh, Obito walked over and gently took Rin's weapon-bearing hand. Only then did Rin relax, her body unclenching as she bowed her head, chastising herself for her weakness. "I'm sorry, Obito. I just can't do it." Obito considered for a moment, then looked at the mother and daughter. He spoke. "Perhaps you truly are innocent, just bystanders in all this. But if you've benefited from the spoils taken from others, you must also pay the price." Obito held Rin's hand and moved. In that instant, Rin understood what he intended. She didn't resist. Instead, she surrendered herself completely to him. Obito guided her, and together they moved with a swift, almost beautiful grace. In that fleeting moment of shock and terror, the kunai in Rin's hand slit the throats of the mother and daughter with chilling precision. The mother crashed to the ground, disbelief frozen on her face as blood welled from her throat. Even in death, her eyes were wide, fixed on Obito and Rin, as if to say, "If there's ever a chance, I'll drag you down to hell with me, no matter what." Having finished, Obito let out a quiet chuckle and released Rin's hand. The kunai slipped from Rin's grasp and clattered to the ground. She murmured bitterly, "I really killed them." Obito said nothing. He stepped over to the mother and daughter, gently closing their eyes. In the final moment, he spoke quietly to the mother. "I'm sorry, you want to drag me to hell, but I've already been there. Perhaps the fault isn't yours, but rather this world's." Rising to his feet, Obito turned to Rin. "Let's go. I've closed their eyes so they won't have to see the ugliness of this world anymore. That's the last bit of mercy I can give." Rin stood there dazed, whispering to herself. "So, This is what it means to be a ninja, Obito sighed. Yes, this is what it means to be a ninja. Also, Rin, there's one more lesson every ninja must learn. Rin's eyes were lifeless as she replied, Obito, what is it? Obito gazed at the fallen male body on the ground and said, Rin, from now on, always remember to check and finish off your targets. If you don't, it can lead to serious consequences. At that moment, the man's body trembled. He realized he'd been discovered. If he didn't act now, he would lose even his last chance. He suddenly lunged to his feet, brandishing his blade at Rin, paying no heed to the blood pouring from his own stomach. Just moments ago, it was this hateful Kunoichi who had nearly killed him, and together with the male ninja, had taken the lives of his wife and daughter. Now, he would use the last of his strength to take revenge, but before his blade could reach its mark, it froze midair. A flash of steel appeared behind him. His body was cleaved in two, blood spraying out and staining everything around. Kakashi emerged sword in hand, half his body soaked in crimson. He said coolly, looks like this one wasn't quite dead. Even if he's not a ninja, an ambush like that can still be dangerous. We should always be careful. Obito snorted, that's why it's so important to finish the job. In my previous life, I was nearly crushed to death at Canopy Bridge. All because we didn't make sure our enemies were truly gone. Kakashi's eyes flickered. That was a lesson deep enough to remember forever. He nodded. I'll never forget this. Turning away, he headed toward the village gate. Obito, are you finished on your side? If so, let's head back to Mizukure village and turn in the mission report, seeing Kakashi's cold indifference, as if life itself meant nothing to him. Rin suddenly felt a chill of fear. Obito squeezed Rin's hand. Don't worry, he's only cold to outsiders. He's always good to you. In my previous life, every time he sent you flowers, I'd throw them away myself. But he just kept sending them, and I kept tossing them out. After a while, I lost count of how many times we repeated that. Obito's teasing lightened Rin's mood. She couldn't help but laugh. Obito, Kakashi's flowers were actually pretty nice. Why did you throw them away? Obito huffed back then. He was too much of a loser to deserve giving you flowers. Rin was speechless for a moment. Taking the initiative, she grabbed Obito's hand and smiled bravely. Obito, I know you're just trying to distract me. Thank you, but I'm not as fragile as you think. Let's go. And so the three of them walked out of the village. With every step, the traces of human presence faded and silence settled all around. In a flash, Minato Namikaze appeared before them, a satisfied smile on his face. This was our team's first time carrying out a mission like this, and you all completed it perfectly. Each of you did an outstanding job. Minato glanced at Obito, whose face was calm, and at Kakashi, who looked just as composed. He then looked at Rin, who had already regained her composure. Suddenly, he felt that, with the makeup of their team, completing a C-rank mission wasn't really such a big deal after all. His team members were anything but ordinary. A 5-year-old Genin, a 6-year-old Chunin, a genius who would go on to become a Jonin at the age of 12, someone who had spent over a decade as a mastermind in the ninja world only to be reborn a sly old fox, and a girl who could keep that sly fox in check. Rin, with this combination, plus himself, Minato still a young man, no matter how you looked at it. This team seemed destined either to save the world or destroy it. Thinking about this, Minato couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He wondered if he was really up to leading Team 7. All he could do was sigh and say, come on, let's go explain everything to the villagers of Mizukawa, and then we can head back to the village. On the way back, I won't use Flying Thunder God anymore. We'll camp outdoors for a night, so you can get used to surviving in the wild ahead of time. The three of them nodded at once and started down the mountain. When the villagers saw the three children covered in blood, fear and wariness flashed across their faces. But when they heard the bandits had been dealt with, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions melting into gratitude and release. The village chief signed a satisfied evaluation on the commission letter, marking the mission a complete success. Minato's team began their journey home. On the way back, Rin, still curious, asked, these bandits have been troubling the villagers for a long time, haven't they? Why didn't they issue a mission sooner? That way they wouldn't have had to suffer all this time. Obito answered, it's simple, because they're poor. Poverty is a sickness in this world, one that can't be cured. The money it takes to post a C rank mission could feed a whole village for a long time. It's not an easy decision to make. After all, most poor folks can't even afford to see a doctor. They just drag things out and keep dragging them out until their whole body starts to rot. It's only when something like these bandits causes fear throughout the whole village that everyone finally grits their teeth and pools what little they have, risking everything just to scrape together enough for the mission. Rin suddenly felt uneasy. She did a quick calculation of the usual ninja fees and realized it wasn't cheap at all. A D-rank mission costs anywhere from 5,000 to tens of thousands of Rio, and a C-rank mission is tens of thousands to 100,000 or more. That's not a small sum. Even my family couldn't come up with that kind of money easily. Coming from an ordinary family, Rin understood just how expensive it was to commission a mission. She couldn't help but wonder, why hadn't she noticed this before? Maybe it was because in Konoha, there were always plenty of simple tasks like finding lost cats or running errands. Obito caught her train of thought and let out a cold laugh. Which of the villagers in Konoha who can afford to post a mission aren't rich? We've only actually been sent on missions to the real slums twice, and both times it was just jobs like clearing out the sewers. Missions with funding from above, the lost cats and dogs probably eat better on regular days than those villagers we just met. In fact, their lives might be worth more than all those villagers' lives put together. Rin fell silent at that. Obito always liked to talk about principles to reveal harsh truths. She was just a little girl. Why did she have to know so much? Couldn't he just lie to her or coax her a little? Obito was such a blockhead. Seeing this, Minato awkwardly raised his hand. Let's not get into such serious and heavy topics. Everyone, can't we just focus on where we're going to sleep tonight? With those words, he finally drew everyone's attention. Minato pulled out a map, and the group immediately gathered around, curiosity piqued. After a round of spirited debate, they finally settled on a spot on the map. They pressed on, and just before night fell completely, they reached their chosen destination. Minato found a patch of level ground. Let's spend the night here, he said. By the way, during missions, lighting a fire in the wild is strictly forbidden. To avoid giving away our position, he reminded them. But right now, we're still in the land of fire. And our mission's done, so the rules aren't as strict. Tonight we can enjoy a campfire under the stars. The three young ones nodded, then, as if by unspoken agreement, Rin and Kakashi both looked at Obito. With a slap to his forehead, Obito realized he'd almost forgotten and quickly took out 2 sealing scrolls, releasing their contents. With a soft pop, 2 large tents and a whole array of supplies appeared, along with grilled fish prepared by Kakashi and rice balls wrapped by Rin. Minato was just taking out the bento that Kushina had packed for him when he saw the scene unfold. He froze for a moment, then asked in mock indignation, "Hey, isn't this a bit much? You guys brought strategic-level sealing scrolls just to carry camping supplies. Are you on a mission or a picnic?" Kakashi spread his hands helplessly. Honestly, I thought the same thing, but Obito insisted. Minato couldn't help but look at Obito. Obito grinned. While I'm already an elder of the Uchiha clan, I can pull a few strings for myself. If they offer me things, why shouldn't I take them? What? An elder of the Uchiha clan? When did that happen? Minato was stunned. The Uchiha were the most powerful clan in Konoha. Becoming one of their elders was no small feat. Obito turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, didn't you tell Minato-sensei about this? Kakashi coughed awkwardly. Compared to your other intel, this didn't even seem worth mentioning. Time was tight, so I tried to focus on the most important points. Minato regained his composure and couldn't help but recall the shocking events Kakashi had described. Awkwardly, he admitted, "It does seem to be just like that, seeing their reaction." Obito explained, "You see, when clan leader Fugaka chatted with me, he discovered that I also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. So I naturally became an elder. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, what's wrong with enjoying a few privileges?" He continued, "Besides, it's not like I took their things for nothing. I brought plenty of benefits to the Uchiha clan, taking a few things in return. My conscience is clear." "Plenty of benefits?" Rin asked with curiosity. "Obito, what exactly did you give the Uchiha?" Obito chuckled. "I gave clan leader Fugaku a lot of valuable advice. Insights from my knowledge of the future in the ninja world, those are all S-class secrets." He paused for a moment before adding, this time with a hint of self-mockery, "Honestly, even if I did nothing at all, I'd still be doing the Uchiha a huge favor. If they knew the truth, they'd probably beg me to just sit tight and do absolutely nothing." Kakashi blinked in confusion. "Why is that?" Obito replied, "Think about it carefully. During the Nine-Tails attack, when the villagers found out that the Nine-Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, who do you think suffered the most?" Rin and Kakashi both drew a sharp breath. "The Uchiha." "Exactly," Obito said. "After the Nine-Tails disaster, the Uchiha's position became incredibly precarious. They were driven to the most remote corner of the village and practically put under constant surveillance. They weren't criminals, but they were treated as if they were. How could the proud Uchiha possibly endure that? So, they began plotting a coup. Their relationship with the village grew more and more strained, until in the end, it all ended in the annihilation of the clan. This time, everyone was stunned. The Uchiha were wiped out. They simply couldn't imagine it. The Uchiha, the most powerful clan in Konoha, proud and unmatched, would one day walk the path of extinction. Minato frowned and said, "For Konoha to go that far is far too extreme. It should never have come to that. To wipe out the Uchiha. Just how many lives would have been lost?" Obito shook his head. Actually, aside from the Uchiha, not a single person in the village died. Minato was taken aback. How? Is that possible? The Uchiha had so many elite shinobi. Konoha's combined forces couldn't possibly overwhelm them. If they could, the Uchiha wouldn't have had the confidence to attempt a coup in the first place. Obito gave a sly grin. "I'll explain how it happened in a bit. For now, why don't you guess? Who was the real culprit behind the Uchiha's destruction?" Kakashi snorted and slowly uttered a name. Danzo. Obito smiled. "Exactly. Everything Danzo did served only to escalate tensions, and the third Hokage let him run wild. That's why the Uchiha finally met their end." Kakashi folded his arms. "I knew it would be like this." Minato, his expression grave, asked, "What exactly did Danzo do?" Obito smiled and replied, "What I mentioned before, driving the Uchiha to the most remote corners of the village and keeping them under surveillance. Those were all Danzo's ideas, but that wasn't all. Danzo also set his sights on one of the clan's brightest stars, Shursui, who was as renowned during the Third Great Ninja War as you were sensei. He stole Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan, forcing him into an impossible position between loyalty to the village and his clan. In the end, Shursui saw no way out and chose to end his own life." Everyone was stunned. Kakashi couldn't help but ask, "Obito, does that mean you're not the only one with the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan?" Obito shook his head. "Clan leader Fugaku also possesses those eyes." He added, "At present, there aren't many Mangekyo among the Uchiha, but after the Third Great Ninja War, it was as if the eyes bloomed everywhere, one after another, as if they were free for the taking. To be precise, in my previous life, it was during that time that I awakened my own eyes. Including Fugaku's, there were 4 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in total." Rin's eyes widened. "That many? Those eyes are incredibly powerful. The Uchiha must have been a formidable force. How could such a clan be wiped out?" Obito wore a pensive expression. Truth be told, such a situation was extremely rare in the clan's entire history. The only other time 4 pairs of Mangekyo existed at once was during a brutal civil war, when the clan was nearly annihilated by its own hand. That's why I believe this time is no exception. The Uchiha manifesting Mangekyo on such a scale can only mean one thing. The clan's fortune had run its course. They were burning themselves up, making a desperate final stand. Everyone, recalling the Uchiha's eventual destruction, nodded in silent agreement. Minato asked, "So in the future, besides Fugaku and Shursui, who else awakened the Mangekyo?" Obito smiled. "Sensei, you've met him before. Someone you know well. It's Uchiha Itachi." "Itachi, is it? Now it makes sense." Minato nodded in sudden understanding. He was well aware that Fugaku had a son, and, as the clan leader's heir, such talent seemed only natural. Still, Minato was puzzled. Rin was right. A Mangekyo Sharingan wielder is a formidable force. Legend says they wield the very power of gods. Such power is not easy to overcome. Even without counting you and the deceased Shursui, there would still be Fugaku and Itachi, 2 pairs of Mangekyo. In that situation, would the village really dare to take action? Wouldn't they fear a disastrous battle, or the risk of other nations coveting their weakness? And what I can't understand is, how did the village manage to eliminate the Uchiha without losing a single person? To Minato, the Uchiha clan's extermination was utterly incomprehensible. So many with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and even 2 pairs of Mangekyo. If they could have become a part of the village, what a terrifying force they would have been. Obito gave a wry smile and said, "It's because the Uchiha were wiped out by their own people." As soon as she heard Obito's tone, Rin immediately understood. "I see. So Obito, you're the mastermind behind the Uchiha massacre." Obito looked embarrassed. "Rin, I was indeed involved in what happened, and I really did kill many members of the Uchiha police force. But this time, I wasn't the one who planned it. I was just invited to help, so I went along with it." Minato was taken aback. He'd originally suspected Obito might have orchestrated it all, but was that really not the case? Seeing the doubt on everyone's faces, Obito slowly revealed the truth. The order to annihilate the Uchiha came from Danzo. The one who carried it out was Itachi. Itachi felt he couldn't do it alone, so he invited me. That's how, on a certain night, I cooperated with Itachi as we entered the Uchiha district and unleashed a massacre. No one was spared. Men, women, children, the elderly, all of them were killed. A heavy silence fell over the group. They had just survived a massacre themselves, so they understood all too well how many innocents could be caught up in such violence. And compared to Bandit Camp, the Hidden Leaf Village surely had even more innocent villagers. Rin was the most deeply affected. Even if it was Obito, she couldn't help her anger. Obito, how many of those you killed were elderly folks you once helped? How could you bring yourself to do it? Obito's gaze grew somber. Rin, at the time, I was running from reality. I saw the whole world as fake, so I acted without a shred of hesitation. No, there was still a burden. My heart ached too, but I kept convincing myself. Just a moment of pain, that's all. If I could just endure it, bear with it a little longer, I could create a world where everyone would be happy. Rin gradually calmed herself and could only sigh in resignation. Looks like there are even more sins to atone for now. But then her curiosity got the better of her. Still, Obito, why do you feel less guilty about the Uchiha than you do about Sensei and Kushina? How can you so easily accept the benefits you gain from the Uchiha? Obito smiled. That's simple, although I did take part in the massacre. Most of those I killed were Uchiha elites. Many of them were radicals, the ones plotting a coup. They had their reasons to die, and as ninja, they should have been prepared to face death, so it wasn't too hard for me to do it. Of course, there were innocents too, like a young girl who awakened to 3 tomo at an early age. Right before she died, she cried out to Itachi, begging him to save her. At the very least, Rin, the elderly men and women you mentioned, as well as many children and newborns. Those completely defenseless civilians weren't killed by me. That was Itachi's doing. Rin let out a sigh of relief. She could accept Obito targeting strong opponents, but the thought of him harming innocent villagers would have troubled her deeply. Kakashi couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. That Itachi really is utterly ruthless, isn't he? Minato's voice held a trace of sympathy. I imagine he suffered greatly as well. From the moment he carried out Danzo's orders, it was clear that he loved the village, for the sake of the village. He had no choice but to turn against his own clan. I can hardly imagine the kind of mental anguish he must have endured. But whether it's him or Danzo, their thinking was just too extreme. Someone added. Obito nodded in agreement. It's true. From the night of the massacre until the day he died, Itachi lived in constant pain. Even I could sense the exhaustion he carried. To be honest, I'm in no position to judge Itachi, because I was just as extreme in my thinking in my past life. Then Obito turned to Kakashi. Actually, Kakashi, if your perspective hadn't changed, you wouldn't be qualified either. After all, when you were 5, you would have seen Itachi as the perfect executor of the orders from Konoha's leadership. How could that be considered wrong by those standards? A chill ran through Kakashi's heart. He was suddenly grateful he hadn't turned out to be someone like Itachi. Rin, snapping out of her thoughts, asked, So Obito, are you saying you single-handedly defeated the Uchiha elite, the very group that, according to Minato-sensei, not even all of Konoha's forces could easily overcome? Her eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. Obito looked a little embarrassed. Well, part of the credit goes to Itachi as well. The Mangekyo Sharingan has an overwhelming advantage over the 3 Tomo Sharingan. When used against their own clan, it becomes even more lethal. The Uchiha's most troublesome Jinjutsu loses its effect before the Mangekyo. And besides, Obito paused and glanced at Minato. Minato-sensei, my Mangekyo is a space-time ninjutsu. You also possess space-time techniques, so you understand just how deadly these jutsus are against opponents weaker than yourself. Minato thought for a moment. That's true, as long as someone can't react as fast as I do, or lacks any truly effective means of survival, or doesn't fully understand my abilities. There's no real way for them to defend against it. In such cases, whether they're Jonin or Chunin hardly matters. The fight is over in an instant. Obito smiled. It was much the same for me. Even in our first encounter, you nearly fell victim to it. Let alone ordinary ninjas. Minato nodded in understanding. That makes sense. With you and Itachi both wielding Mangekyo ambushing them, it would be easy to take down most of the Uchiha clan, but what about Fugaku? If Fugaku had been there leading the resistance, he also possessed the Mangekyo. Surely, it wouldn't have been so simple to defeat him. Obito considered this for a moment, then let out a sigh. The head of the Uchiha clan and Lady Mikoto were killed by Itachi. Judging from the situation at the time, they died in their own home without any signs of struggle. It seems that once they realized Itachi had sided with Konoha, they accepted that their rebellion had failed, rather than harm their son. They chose to die willingly at his hands. Minato sighed with some regret. I see. After all, he was their own son. It's probably for the best that Kushina doesn't know about this. If she found out about Mikoto's death, she would be heartbroken. With the matter more or less understood, Minato relaxed. Now he grew curious about Obito. Obito, to be honest, I'm very interested in the space-time techniques of your Mangekyo Sharingan. I know that using the Mangekyo puts a great strain on you right now. But I've heard that even in your 3-tomo form, you can use some of its abilities? Obito grinned. Sensei. Minato, actually, I've been wanting to exchange insights with you about space-time jutsu as well. How about a little sparring match? That way you can experience Kemui's power for yourself. A gleam of excitement sparked in Minato's eyes. He was eager to give it a try. Obito, it's getting late today. Let's save our sparring for tomorrow. I'm also quite interested to see just how strong you become. Obito couldn't help but recall events from his previous life. Sensei Minato back during the 9 Tails attack. We did cross paths once. You really taught me a lesson then. Your Flying Thunder God second stage, followed by a Rasengan to the back, completely caught me off guard. Thinking back on it now, that was a tough pill to swallow, Minato replied, awkwardly really. Kakashi never mentioned those details to me. Still, he knew his own limits. Using the second stage of Flying Thunder God was his trump card. Forcing him to bring out such a secret technique was proof enough of how formidable Obito had been at the time, and of the immense pressure he had faced. Was Obito really only 14 then? To have a student grow to that level actually gave him a sense of pride. Minato smiled. All right, we've talked for quite a while. Everyone must be hungry by now. Let's set up camp and get dinner started. The 3 youngsters nodded. The group quickly got to work, soon pitching 2 tents and lighting a campfire. Before long, everyone gathered around the flames, enjoying Kushina's homemade bento, Kakashi's grilled fish, and Rin's rice balls, basking in the comfort of this peaceful evening. Even Kakashi squinted his eyes contentedly and praised, Mother's cooking really is delicious, relying on the ultimate ninja storm setting here. Kushina's cooking is famous, though chronologically this is 3 years later, so perhaps her cooking skills haven't reached their peak yet. Rin watched Kakashi eat with a warm smile and asked, Kakashi, you look handsome without your mask. Why do you insist on wearing it and hiding your face? Obito let out a dismissive snort. Why else? He's just trying to look cool. Who knows how many girls have fallen for that trick? Kakashi didn't respond. Instead, he instinctively sped up, taking small bites of his food and finishing quickly before hurriedly pulling his mask back on. Only then did he speak, his tone unhurried. Maybe it's just a habit by now. Ninjas are always hiding in the shadows. Honestly, I only feel safe when I'm wearing my mask, otherwise I just feel uncomfortable all over. Obito scoffed in disdain, but then Kakashi turned the tables on Obito. If I remember right, we brought 4 tents, so why did you only set up 2? Obito looked awkward for a moment, for tents are way too big and wasteful. Besides, we just have to pack them up again when we leave, huh? Then Obito glanced at Rin. Rin, do you still remember what you said before the mission? Rin looked confused. What had she said? Obito grinned. You said you'd sleep together with me, of course. Look, both tents are pretty big, so you and I can share one, and Kakashi and Minato-sensei can have the other. Rin's cheeks flushed instantly. She shot Obito a glare. So that's what you were plotting, huh? But after a moment's thought, Rin relented. Oh, well, I did promise, and I keep my word. As long as you don't try anything funny, I don't mind sharing a tent. Yes. Obito threw up a victory sign, vowing silently that he truly had no ulterior motives. He'd just been alone for so long. All he really wanted was for someone to stay by his side, just a little longer. The next morning, a gentle mist drifted through the forest. Obito woke slowly to find Rin already awake, watching him intently. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he asked Rin, is there something on my face? Rin shook her head. No, it's just you look really peaceful when you sleep. Obito, I couldn't help but watch you for a while. Obito's face turned bright red, and he immediately got up and rushed outside to wash up. Rin chuckled to herself. Sleeping next to Obito isn't so bad after all. He's actually the shyer one. After breakfast, since it was still early, Minato's team split up to do some training. As promised the day before, Minato and Obito found a suitable clearing nearby to spar. They faced each other, the tension building. Obito looked at Minato-sensei with determination. "Sensei, I'm a lot stronger now, you'd better watch out," Minato replied with a quiet confidence. "Don't worry, Obito. I don't see you as a kid anymore." With that, Minato picked up a branch. "Since I'm a speed-type ninja, my attacks come fast. So let's start the match the instant this branch hits the ground. Sound good?" Obito nodded in agreement. He was well aware of how formidable Master Minato could be. After all, in his previous life, he had just been left utterly bewildered by the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, and was about to say a few words of acceptance for his award. Yet before he could even finish his sentence, Master Minato had already appeared right in front of him. His movements were so blindingly fast that it was impossible to react in time. When facing off against Master Minato, there was not a single moment one could afford to let down their guard. Sensing the situation, Minato fell silent. He loosened his grip on the twig in his hand, and in that instant the air around them grew heavy with tension. As the twig drifted gently toward the ground, both men readied themselves. The moment the twig touched down, Minato sprang into action. In a flash, 3 kunai appeared in his hand. One he tossed into the sky, another he hurled at Obito, and the last he flung out to the side. Obito immediately activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo spinning as he tracked every trajectory of the whirling kunai. In the blink of an eye, the kunai aimed at him was already upon him, forcing him to twist aside to avoid it. But simply dodging a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal was far from the end. In fact, it was only the beginning. Sure enough, in the very next heartbeat, Minato's figure flickered, reappearing right beside the swiftly spinning kunai. He snatched it from midair, came to a dead stop, and with a sharp change of direction, swept in to strike at Obito. The entire sequence flowed with seamless grace. What was truly terrifying, however, was not just Minato's lightning-fast movement, but his ability to launch a precise attack the instant he appeared at close range. Such reaction speed and bodily coordination were almost inhuman. Had Obito not already grown deeply familiar with Minato's fighting style and made his preparations in advance, he would have suffered a crushing defeat. But this time, watching for his chance, Obito raised his own kunai and spun, meeting Minato's blade with his own. A crisp metallic clang rang out. The two figures parted, each springing away from the other. In that fleeting exchange, which seemed unremarkable on the surface, countless calculations and strategies were woven beneath. The true danger of the encounter was something only the two combatants could fully grasp. Unlike the bell-stealing exercise from before, Obito had now activated his 3 tomo Sharingan, bringing every ounce of his power to bear. Naturally, Minato responded in kind, revealing his true skill. With a single move, the two matched each other blow for blow. In the very next moment, they both sprang into motion again, each trying to seize the initiative before the other could react after making a move. In an instant, kunai clashed 7 or 8 more times, the sharp ringing of steel echoing without pause. However, there was still a difference between a fake prodigy and a true genius. Obito had gained a certain advantage from living a second life, which helped him close the gap, but he was still a step behind a natural talent like Minato. As their battle became a pure contest of speed, Obito found himself struggling to keep up with Minato's rhythm. Unlike the raked, straightforward, acceleration-heavy assault, Minato's attacks were far more unpredictable, with sudden shifts and feints that were impossible to anticipate. Obito felt his nerves stretched ever tighter, his position growing steadily more precarious with every exchange. If he had no other tricks, the match would have ended right there. Fortunately, his trump card had never been mere taijutsu. Obito no longer insisted on such direct clashes. When Minato-sensei attacked again, Obito didn't dodge. Instead, he carefully tracked the trajectory of the entire move, scrutinizing every detail. He was planning to phase out and counterattack during Minato's moment of vulnerability. Minato paused in surprise. Their exchanges had been going smoothly, but now Obito was suddenly acting against all expectations, letting the attack land squarely. This time, the blow was real. If Obito didn't die, he would surely be badly injured. Yet from their earlier exchanges, Minato already understood Obito's strength. Even at just 9 years old, Obito was formidable. Astonishingly so, Someone that strong couldn't possibly be hit so easily. So was Obito about to use that space-time jutsu? The one Kakashi described as incredibly overpowered, the ultimate cheat technique. Minato was just as eager to see what it was truly like, without hesitation. He traced a graceful arc in the air with his kunai, sending it flying toward Obito. This time, the strike landed. Yet, there was no sensation of impact. The kunai passed straight through Obito's right side, sliced through to the left, and then completely separated from his body. It was as if Obito had anticipated this all along. His hand was already waiting behind him, seizing Minato's wrist as it emerged from his own body, moving forward rather than retreating, closing the distance in a flash. In an instant, Obito was pressing right up against Minato. Not good, Minato gasped, but instead of pulling back, he lunged toward Obito. With a heavy crash, the two collided. And using the force of the impact, Minato was sent flying backward. Obito sighed in regret. He had caught the opening after Minato's strike, but Minato-sensei had managed to neutralize it. Obito could only leap forward, matching Minato's retreat, pressing his small advantage to keep up the pressure. But the next moment, Minato's figure suddenly vanished and reappeared at the very spot where the fight had begun. As it turned out, the kunai Minato had thrown high into the air at the start had fallen back down and landed there. Obito let out a rueful laugh. Flying Thunder God. What a broken technique. Lose a round and just teleport away. It was almost impossible to chase him down. Obito, losing focus in a fight is never a good habit. Minato's voice rang out by his ears. Obito was still distracted. Could it be? Obito remembered that just before vanishing, Minato had tossed his Flying Thunder God kunai upward. So after teleporting away, he'd instantly returned again. That brief lapse in attention was already a huge opening for Minato Namikaze. In a flash, Minato struck Obito again, yet once more the blow landed only on a phantom. There was no sense of contact at all. Minato's body passed straight through Obito. Obito thought to himself, luckily, I've experienced a similar technique in my previous life. I've learned my lesson this time and kept myself intangible throughout. Otherwise, I'd have been knocked senseless again. Now, it was Minato's turn to feel helpless. He mused, so this is the intangibility Kakashi mentioned. It really is tricky. Even if I seize the perfect moment to strike, as long as Obito doesn't willingly solidify, there's almost nothing I can do to him. But could Obito really hold himself back from striking forever? Minato launched another attack toward him. As he moved, he flung two Flying Thunder God kunai in Obito's direction. Watching the kunai speeding straight toward him, Obito was struck by a vivid sense of déjà vu. The second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique. I won't fall for it this time. Letting the kunai pass harmlessly through his intangible form, Obito and Minato closed the distance between them. However, Minato's throwing motion had made his response just a fraction slower than Obito's. If they made contact now, just like in the past, Obito would be the first to reach him. Without hesitation, Obito deactivated his intangibility and swung at Minato. Just as he was about to make contact, whoosh! Minato vanished, reappearing right where the kunai had just passed through Obito's body. In midair, Minato caught his kunai and, with a swift motion, struck back at Obito. The attack arrived in a flash, almost with no delay, seemingly landing a direct hit. Yet, it was just empty air. How could Obito possibly fall for the same trick twice? His earlier attack was only a feint he'd solidified on purpose to force out Minato's second phase teleportation. The instant he touched Minato, he shed any illusions of luck and immediately turned intangible again. Sure enough, Minato slipped away in a blur and came charging back. When Minato's body passed through him again, Obito knew his chance had come. He refused to believe that, even after using the Flying Thunder God twice, he couldn't catch Minato in the aftermath. He solidified once more, poised to finish the fight. This time, victory is truly mine. But in the next instant, swoosh, Minato vanished. Again, reappearing at the spot where the second kunai had landed, not far from the battlefield. That kunai had been thrown there deliberately. Did he actually chain the Flying Thunder God technique twice? Obito couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Fortunately, the distance between them was greater this time, giving Obito plenty of time to turn intangible again. As expected, Minato came at him once more, and, just as expected, his attack passed straight through. In just a handful of exchanges, the fight seemed fierce, but aside from their initial collision, Every other move could be summed up in 3 words: striking at air. Both fighters paused and locked eyes, silently measuring each other. Obito pondered that unless it was a surprise attack at first sight, with Sensei Minato's monstrous reaction speed, he could always teleport away the instant Obito switched from intangibility to solidity to strike. One step ahead, always ahead. If Sensei Minato didn't want to be hit, Obito wouldn't even get the chance to lay a finger on him. By the same token, in Minato's mind, if Obito simply refused to give him an opening and kept himself intangible, there was no way he could land a hit either. This was a clash between the Hound of Flying Thunder God and the Ghost Dog of Intangibility. Both had such otherworldly, troublesome abilities that neither could truly get the better of the other. Once they both realized this, the desire to fight vanished from them at the same time. With a resigned sigh, Minato said, "Let's stop if we keep going like this. Who knows how long it'll drag on? Obito, you're truly strong. Even without using Mangekyo Sharingan or the Flying Thunder God, you're already formidable. If you did use them, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your match." Obito shook his head. "You're the truly strong 1-inch sensei. Even if I mastered the Flying Thunder God, I don't know if I could ever use it as skillfully as you. And even if I awaken the Mangekyo, I still might not be able to hit you. Truth be told, even with the Mangekyo, or even if he entered Sage of Six Paths mode, Minato, like Tobirama Senju, could still outmaneuver him with dazzling technique. Of course, by then Obito's physical abilities would have improved so drastically his attack speed would surpass even Minato's reactions. If Minato or Tobirama faced him head-on, rather than supporting from the sidelines, Obito felt confident he could finish the fight in just a few exchanges. At the Six Paths level, ordinary mortals simply couldn't compete. If it couldn't be decided by technique, then sheer overwhelming power would settle it. But becoming a Sage of Six Paths was still a distant dream, one Obito couldn't realistically consider for now. And so, the two put down their fists, gathered together, and let their thoughts wander as they began to exchange insights on using space-time ninjutsu. After a fruitful exchange, both gained a wealth of inspiration. Minato, especially, was eager to see just how powerful Obito could become if he combined his intangibility with mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing that there was still plenty of time left in the day, Minato began to coach Obito in earnest. The training method was simple. Within a special ring Minato had drawn, the perimeter marked with Flying Thunder God seals, Obito had to dodge Minato's sudden attacks coming from all directions. The catch: he wasn't allowed to use his intangibility, only the Flying Thunder God technique for evasion. For a while, Obito was forced to leap about in all directions, scrambling to avoid Minato's relentless assaults. An utterly chaotic sight. Yet thanks to his experience with Kamui, he made astonishing progress with incredible speed. By noon, Obito could already zip around with a proficiency nearly matching Minato's own. Realizing it was getting late, the two wrapped up their training, hunted some game, and headed back to camp together. After enjoying a hearty meal, everyone took a brief rest before resuming their journey. Before long, they returned to Konoha. Once they had reported their mission at the Hokage's office, Minato rushed home, eager to be with Kushina, while Kakashi excused himself to rest at the Hitaki residence. Only Rin and Obito remained behind. Rin smiled at Obito and said, "Obito, would you like to come to my house for dinner tonight? My parents are eager to meet my teammates." Obito immediately became flustered. "Maybe not. I don't think I'm ready for that." Rin looked puzzled. "It's just a meal as teammates. What is there to prepare for?" Obito shook his head. "No, I want to wait until your parents feel comfortable entrusting you to me before I meet them." A hint of pleading appeared on Obito's face. "Rin, could you give me a little more time?" Rin's cheeks flushed pink. "I told you, it's just dinner, not an engagement. We're still young. Don't let your mind wander to strange things." But seeing Obito still so hesitant and evasive, Rin could only shake her head. "Honestly, there's just no getting through to you. Well, I'll be heading home then." She turned to leave, but Obito caught her hand. "Stay a little while longer," he pleaded. "My grandma came to me in a dream last night. She said she misses you. Won't you come home with me to see her?" Rin couldn't help but tap Obito lightly on the head. "What a clumsy excuse. I was just at your house not long ago." "Oh, fine, I'll go with you. Let's say I'm visiting your grandma." And so the two walked hand in hand toward the Uchiha compound. When they reached the entrance, Obito spotted a familiar figure. Shursui Uchiha was waiting for them. Obito paused in surprise. Shursui, what brings you here? Shursui glanced at Obito and Rin, who were clearly close, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. In his view, an Uchiha who was preoccupied with romance was hardly a worthy clan member. Was Obito really the 1 inch, as clan leader Fugaku claimed? Who could instruct him in training? Shursui wasn't convinced, so he spoke. Obito-senpai, I came to see you today not just to discuss a few questions, but also to test myself against you. Obito was taken aback. Was Shursui challenging him? Trying to gauge his own potential? Did this kid really have nothing better to do? From what Obito recalled, Shursui was supposed to be a steady, reliable person, someone whose heart was devoted to the clan and Konoha. Then again, the Uchiha situation wasn't as dire now as it would become in the future, and Shursui hadn't yet been tempered by the Third Great Ninja War. He likely hadn't developed those deeper convictions yet, especially. Shursui had not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the one famed for altering people's will known as Kodo Tsukumi. Every Uchiha who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan has undergone intense psychological trauma, so it's only natural that their personality changes drastically, as if they become a completely different person. So, does that mean the current Shursui is not the same as the Shursui of the future? Before experiencing all those setbacks, is he still just a typical Uchiha prodigy? That makes sense. After all, anyone in the Uchiha clan who awakens the Mangekyo, no matter how modest and polite they appear on the outside, is proud to the bone, arrogant, and looking down on everything. With that in mind, Obito released Rin's hand, a faint smile on his face. What's this? You're so eager to prove yourself that you'd even wait for me on my doorstep after my mission, just to challenge me. Although Shursui was polite, he was still a child at heart. Provoked by Obito's words, he couldn't help but let out a childish huff. You could say that Obito-senpai. After all, I heard you haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet. But I am not like you. With that, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a single tomo began to slowly spin in his crimson pupil. Staring at Shursui's one-tomo Sharingan, Obito was genuinely impressed. While it wasn't unusual for a Uchiha to awaken their Sharingan, to do so at such a young age, Obito offered his praise. Shursui, you truly are a genius. With the added power of the Uchiha bloodline, your talent might even surpass Kakashi's. Rin, standing off to the side, was momentarily stunned and couldn't help feeling a little indignant. Kakashi was already the most gifted ninja she had ever met, and he was also their teammate. How could Obito praise an outsider and put down one of their own? But what did Obito just call this little guy? It sounded like Shursui. A sudden realization struck Rin. Could this Shursui really be the same Uchiha Shursui that Obito once mentioned? The one who would become one of the 4 Mangekyo bearers of the Uchiha in the future? The famed Shursui of the body flicker, whose name had become legendary during the Third Great War, standing shoulder to shoulder with even Minato-sensei. The thought seemed unbelievable. Rin rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Though she'd heard Obito mention Shursui's legendary name, she had never associated such a powerful figure with this little boy who seemed even younger than Obito himself. This little guy would one day earn a title spoken of in awe, reaching the level of an elite among elite jonin, as Minato-sensei once described. The more she thought about it, the less confident she felt. Rin couldn't help but recall Kakashi's abilities in the future, only to realize somewhat helplessly that although Kakashi became a jonin at 12, a remarkable feat, it still wasn't enough to earn a legendary epithet like Body Flicker Shursui. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over her. Could Kakashi's genius really be overshadowed by someone else? Noticing the look of discouragement on Rin's face, Obito leaned in close and whispered some comforting words in her ear. Rin, this is something we can't help. This world puts too much stock in bloodlines. Once a bloodline awakens, it instantly surpasses years of hard work by others. It's not that Kakashi isn't talented enough, but that the Uchiha Sharingan is simply too overwhelming. Rin let out a sigh. Though she disliked admitting it, she couldn't deny the unfairness that came with such differences in bloodline. Meanwhile, Shursui thought the two of them were stunned by his awakening of the Sharingan, and he felt quite pleased with himself. Obito-senpai, Kakashi-senpai's talent is truly remarkable, but the Uchiha are the strongest. Take me, for example. Honestly, if I wanted to, I could graduate from the academy ahead of schedule. Do you believe that? Obito nodded. Of course I believe you. Then why haven't you graduated? Wouldn't it be great to become a ninja early? Shursui shook his head. Obito-senpai. I think the body flicker technique is an amazing skill with so much potential to be explored, especially after awakening my eyes. I suddenly had the idea of combining the clone technique with body flicker. It's just that this idea isn't easy to realize, so I need to stay at the academy and keep studying a wide range of skills. When Obito heard this, he couldn't help but pay close attention, with Shursui already developing his signature technique. In Obito's eyes, that move held tremendous promise. The technique involved creating a multitude of clones. At first glance, each one seemed like a mere illusion meant to confuse the enemy. Just a basic clone technique, but if the enemy let down their guard, they'd pay dearly because these phantoms could turn real and strike at any moment. It was just like his own intangibility, a power that if you couldn't find a way to counter, was practically unstoppable. What's more, with so many clones attacking from all directions, the pressure on the enemy was even greater than facing his intangibility alone. Since the clones were only illusions, the enemy couldn't eliminate them. But because any of them might become real, the enemy had no choice but to stay on guard. In the end, this left the opponent in utter despair, trapped in anxiety and helplessness. That's why, just like the yellow flash, Shursui of the body flicker became someone whose mere appearance on the battlefield was enough to make others abandon their mission and flee for their lives. Obito's heart raced. The phantom flicker technique would mesh perfectly with his own abilities. Once he mastered this move and combined it with his intangibility, enemies would have an even harder time telling a clone from his true self. Oh, you think I'm just a clone? Actually, I'm using intangibility, or you believe I'm phasing. But no, this time it really is just a clone. The mere thought of such a battle was exhilarating. Besides, Obito judged that he already possessed all the prerequisites to master this technique. A solid foundation in the basic 3 jutsu, and, at the very least, the illusionary prowess of the Mangekyo Sharingan. So this jutsu, he was determined to learn it. Shursui, did you come to me because you want to develop this jutsu? You should have said so earlier. I've done some in-depth research on the 3 bodies technique myself. I can help you with it. Shursui admitted, that's right, that's exactly why I sought you out. After all, I've long heard that you, Senior Obito, became top of the class thanks to the 3 bodies technique, but Senior Obito, sparring with you is my own idea as well. After all, if I don't have any skills that surpass yours, what right do I have to ask for your guidance? Obito nodded. You're right. Everything should be settled by ability. Come on, let's head to the Uchiha's exclusive training grounds and have a match. To be honest, I'm very interested in the jutsu you're developing, if you're willing to let me participate. I won't hesitate to share my knowledge in exchange. Shursui was taken aback. From Obito, he sensed a vast and quietly confident aura. It was not the ostentatious arrogance common among other Uchiha, but something that ran deep in his bones, a feeling as if everything was within his grasp. He couldn't help but grow more cautious, for he recognized a kindred spirit. This was a sense that only true prodigies could perceive. Without comparable strength, one could never cultivate such a mindset. Shursui reigned in his slight condescension. Then, Senior, let's go. The two said no more, heading straight towards the training grounds. Rin followed behind them, a hint of expectation in her eyes. Obito never did anything without a reason. This careful attitude she had only seen once before. When Obito was learning the Flying Thunder God, it seemed the jutsu Shursui was developing was just as important to Obito as the Flying Thunder God itself. Could this be the origin of the legendary title Shursui of the body flicker? Just like how the yellow flash is tied to the Flying Thunder God. Before long, the 3 arrived at the training grounds. Obito and Shursui formed the seal of confrontation, while Rin assumed the role of temporary referee. Before the match began, Rin looked at the 2 of them and said gently, "Do your best, both of you. Give it everything you've got. I'm a medical ninja. No matter what injuries you get, I'll heal you." She said this because no matter how strong Shursui might become in the future, right now he was still just a little kid. Rin didn't believe that Obito, who could fight to a draw with Minato-sensei, would lose. So in reality, her words of encouragement were meant for Shursui. Shursui, little brother, do your best and try to defeat this fearsome Obito Demon King. But from Shursui's perspective, Senior Rin was incredibly gentle. Suddenly, he understood why Obito, even as an Uchiha, could be so deeply enchanted by a woman. He nodded and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Senior Rin. I'll hold back." Rin smiled in return and announced, "All right, the match begins." By convention, in these relatively friendly sparring matches, it's usually the weaker party who makes the first move, while the stronger one adopts a defensive stance in response. Obito considered himself the stronger of the two, so he ought to have let Sure take a few shots first. But ever since he'd learned the flying Thunder God technique, he developed a deep obsession with seizing the initiative. For instance, he imagined phasing into invincibility and then launching a Rasengan right out of the gate. Just thinking about it gave him a thrill. However, Obito didn't actually know how to perform the Rasengan, nor did he plan on learning it in the future. To be fair, the Rasengan was indeed a powerful, unsealed, single-target destructive ninjutsu, well-suited for high-speed close combat. But compared to Kamui, which could even break through Kagaya's defenses, the Rasengan just didn't hold much value for him. As for phasing, Obito had no intention of revealing that ability in front of Sure. Even so, nothing stopped him from imitating Master Minato's opening move, starting the fight by hurling 3 flying Thunder God kunai. One remained where he stood, another flew toward the empty ground beside Sure, and the last sped straight at Sure himself. Seeing this, Sure couldn't help but show a hint of disdain for an elder like Obito to not only strike first, but also throw projectiles at him. It was in his eyes a foolish tactic, as the saying goes, waving kunai in front of the Sharingan. It's courting death. With a flicker, his Sharingan activated to its first tomo, and he sidestepped the kunai with ease, feeling a touch of disappointment in his heart. Obito-senpai, if this is all you've got, then this fight should be over already. But in the very next instant, Obito's figure vanished without warning. Shusue's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Was that the body flicker technique? But his Sharingan had seen through everything. There hadn't been any sign of the technique's usual chakra flow. No, this wasn't an ordinary body flicker. Suddenly, Sure sensed a faint disturbance of chakra behind him. Not good. He instinctively spun around to defend himself, but in that split second of hesitation, he'd already exposed a massive, irreparable opening. Obito's kunai was now pressed leisurely against the back of his head. Obito smiled at the scene. Sorry, Sure. My fighting style is getting more and more speed-oriented these days, so it usually only takes an instant to end a match. If you didn't catch how you lost, we can go again. With a junior who'd invented the phantom body flicker technique, Obito was more than patient. In fact, the fact that Sure could react to the flying Thunder God surprise attack, and sense the danger at his back, already impressed him. As expected of the future Shunshin Sure, he could pick up even the subtlest chakra ripples of the flying Thunder God. But for now, the gap between them was still huge. Even though Sure knew Obito could flash around the field, he simply couldn't match that speed, and couldn't avoid getting taken out in an instant. On Shusue's side, all he felt was a wave of absurdity and crushing defeat. He doesn't mind losing. Not really. After all, Obito is a respected senior whom even Fugako holds in high regard. It's impossible he has no skill at all, but in his mind, defeat meant a fierce and exhausting clash, both sides giving their all before one emerged the winner. Not this. This outcome where everything was over in the blink of an eye before he even understood what had happened. He found it hard to accept. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's go again." Obito nodded calmly. All right. The moment he agreed, Obito let go of the kunai in his hand, and with a swift motion, he was already back at his original position. Sure was stunned once more. Just now. Is that how you got here? Obito nodded. Exactly. You can think of it as an advanced body flicker technique. As long as I have a medium, I can appear beside you at any moment and launch my attack. Sure fell silent, deep in thought, recalling the kunai Obito had hurled his way earlier. So, the medium must be... His gaze instinctively dropped to the kunai, lying beside his foot, the one Obito had just released. You're quite perceptive, Obito said, his voice now sounding from behind Sure. But you forgot. There was more than one kunai sent your way. Before Sure could react, he felt the cold steel of a kunai pressing against the back of his head once again. This time, Obito even had the leisure to pat Shure's shoulder, almost playfully letting him know he'd lost. Sure was both shocked and frustrated. Let's go again, this time. I won't be caught off guard. I've seen through your trick, is that so? Obito smiled, and in a flash, he was back at his starting point. This time, he gave a warning. Are you ready? I'll begin as soon as you are. Sure nodded. I'm ready, Obito-senpai. Come at me whenever you want. This time, he had marked all 3 of the flying Thunder God kunai. No matter which one Obito chose to teleport to, Sure would be able to react instantly. But in the very next moment, Obito suddenly appeared right in front of him face to face. Close enough for their noses to almost touch. Sure, Sway. Do you admit defeat now? Obito's kunai was pressed against his abdomen. In that instant, Shursui lost all will to continue the fight. Suddenly, he understood. The gap between him and Obito wasn't something that could be bridged by mere logic or effort. Obito was toying with him, yet he still wanted to know why. Wasn't this teleportation technique supposed to require a medium? He was sure he'd marked every single one. A wry smile crept onto Shursue's lips. He glanced down at his shoulder. And sure enough, a flying thunder god seal had been placed there. It must have happened just now, when Obito had patted him on the shoulder as a reminder. Shursui bowed deeply to Obito. Obito-senpai, I concede, so you're that strong? I never imagined the body flicker technique could be used like this. I used to be so arrogant, but in front of a true master, there's nothing I can do. Obito felt a secret delight. There was nothing quite as satisfying as using the flying thunder god to teach a lesson to a fellow ninja who couldn't keep up. He gently patted Shursui on the head. You really shouldn't underestimate yourself. There's no shame in losing to me. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come and ask me. Anytime. Now, let me talk to you about the issues you revealed during this battle. Although Shursui felt rather uncomfortable having his head patted by a senior who was barely older than himself, at this moment he could only listen obediently. Obito's expression grew serious. You have a great deal of confidence in your own abilities, and in your Sharingan as well. Because of that, you believe everything is within your control, but if your opponent slips out of your grasp, you often lack the means to respond. For example, at the very end, you thought you had marked every single kunai, so you weren't worried at all about being attacked from another direction. That's a very bad habit. Obito spoke earnestly. It's the same with Jinjutsu. If you think you've knocked your opponent out with a single illusion and assume everything is under your control. But in reality, your opponent has already broken free and is just waiting for you to let your guard down to launch a sneak attack. What would you do then if they reached out and took your Sharingan? Cold sweat beaded on Shursue's forehead. Obito-senpai, I understand. No matter how strong I get, I can't afford to let down my guard. I'll be careful about this from now on. Underestimating an opponent can come at a huge cost. Obito nodded. Remember this lesson. In the future, you'll meet many ninjas who aren't particularly clever or cunning, who don't have special bloodlines or strange abilities. Fighting them, you might gradually forget what happened. Today, Shursui shook his head with a wry smile. No, this lesson is one I'll remember for a lifetime. Obito smiled. So, do I qualify now to hear about the jutsu you want to develop? Shursui nodded. Even if Obito hadn't mentioned it, he'd already been eager to share. The technical requirements for this technique were so high that it wasn't easy to find someone to discuss it with. Unable to wait any longer, he began to share his theory. It took Shursui quite a while to clearly explain the principles behind the phantom body flicker technique. The jutsu was indeed extremely complex, but to put it simply, the clone technique is a type of illusion, but it only provides visual interference. It doesn't possess chakra. Without chakra, it's impossible to perform reverse summoning or to use the body flicker technique. However, if you use a Sharingan Jinjutsu to create clones, you can place a Jinjutsu marker on them, giving these clones certain chakra properties. This way, you can use that chakra to perform reverse summoning and achieve the effect of the body flicker. In theory, this means you could use the Sharingan to create a large number of clones and mark each of them in turn. The main body can instantly teleport to any one of its clones at any time using these markers, and of course it can also disappear in a flash whenever it wishes. After hearing this, Obito couldn't help but think what a genius concept this was. Yet at the same time, he recognized how incredibly difficult it would be to pull off. How could one mark each clone? How could one teleport precisely to the correct clone amid the chaos of so many fighting at once? Just these 2 points alone demanded a mastery of illusionary arts and sealing techniques, and a level of proficiency in the teleportation jutsu bordering on the inhuman. As luck would have it, these were exactly the areas in which Obito excelled. In his pursuit to master the flying thunder god technique, he had poured countless hours into both teleportation and sealing arts. As for illusions, while they weren't his specialty, he had once used his Mangekyo Sharingan to control the fourth Mizukage Yagura for a long time, so he certainly wasn't lacking in experience. With all this, he was almost certain he could master this technique. At least 99% sure. on the condition that he helped Shursui to perfect and refine it, since for now, it existed only as a rough idea. So he began to share with Shursui a wealth of knowledge about teleportation and illusionary jutsu, insights gleaned either from the Mangekyo Sharingan or from the Flying Thunder God. These are the highest-level secrets in the entire shinobi world. For a time, Shursui's horizons expanded immeasurably, and with every word Obito spoke, it felt as though a veil was being lifted from his eyes. Yet, a question lingered in Shursui's mind. Unable to resist, he asked Obito-senpai, "Have you really not awakened your Sharingan? Why do I feel that your understanding of its illusion surpasses even that of the most experienced three-tomo clansmen I've met?" Obito glanced around warily before replying, "Shursui, can you keep this a secret? Swear that you won't tell a soul." Shursui's breath caught in his throat. By now, he was almost certain Obito-senpai must have awakened his Sharingan, otherwise how could he possess such a deep well of experience? He nodded firmly. "I swear not a single word will leave my lips." Obito smiled. "Then I trust you." With that, he revealed his three-tomo Sharingan in an instant. For a long moment, Shursui stood frozen in shock. Three-tomo. He tried to set his expectations high, but never imagined that Obito-senpai's Sharingan had already evolved to its highest form. A wave of defeat washed over him. This time, it was a tangible, undeniable sense of being surpassed through Uchiha bloodline talent. He, who had only awakened the single Tomo, knew all too well just how difficult it was to open the Sharingan. There was no way he could hope to evolve his eyes to their ultimate form at Obito's age. So this is what clan head Fugaka meant by the Uchiha's one-in-a-generation genius? I'm starting to believe it. Obito-senpai barely used a fraction of his strength when we sparred, he thought to himself. Nearby, Rin stifled a laugh behind her hand. The sight of Obito unveiling his three-tomo Sharingan was enough to leave Shursui dumbfounded. But she had seen the even more dazzling shape of Obito's Mangekyo. Those three ominous scythe-like blades, even now. The memory of those eyes struck her as strangely beautiful. Noticing Shursui's heavy silence, Obito patted him gently on the shoulder. "Shursui, your talent is already exceptional. While it's true that I have a certain knack when it comes to awakening the eye, my own circumstances are quite unique, so you really shouldn't use me as a standard for comparison. In fact, the main difference between us comes down to age." Shursui's face was full of disbelief. "But you're barely any older than me, Obito-senpai. Don't worry, though, I'm not someone who gets discouraged that easily from now on. You'll be my role model, Obito-senpai. I'll work hard to follow in your footsteps." There was a resolute finality in his words, and Obito could see a powerful conviction burning within him. As expected, every Uchiha who can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan is extraordinary in their own way. Obito thought that if Shursui Uchiha hadn't died so young, he would surely have made his mark in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Glancing up at the sky, Obito smiled and said, "It's good to have such ambition, but it's getting late. Why don't we think about what to do for dinner?" Shursui immediately replied, "Thank you for your help today, Obito-senpai and Rin-senpai. How about I treat everyone to dinner tonight?" Rin's eyes lit up, and she stepped closer. "Really?" Shursui answered earnestly, "Of course it's true. Why don't I take you both to the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant?" Rin was deeply touched. The Akimichi barbecue place was famous for its delicious food, but it was also notoriously expensive. Unless it was a special occasion, she wouldn't dare to splurge like that. She asked a bit hesitantly, "Won't that be a bit too much?" Obito, standing nearby, laughed. "Let's go. There's no way a meal will bankrupt him. And besides, Rin, whenever you want to eat there in the future, we can always go. Don't forget, I'm an elder of the Uchiha clan now." Rin suddenly remembered that Obito had become quite wealthy. The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation as a prestigious and affluent clan. With that, the group set off for the barbecue restaurant. Just as they reached the entrance, they ran into Anko. Rin walked over curiously. "Anko, you're here for dinner too?" Anko nodded happily. "I did well on the exam today. My grades improved again, so I managed to wring a big reward out of my parents and decided to treat myself a little." "Rin, are you here to eat too? Becoming a ninja really does make you rich." Rin laughed. "It's not me. It's someone else's treat." She pointed to Shursui, who was standing next to Obito. "Let me introduce you. This is Shursui, Uchiha clansman of Obito's." Anko's eyes lit up. "So you're an Uchiha? No wonder you can afford to treat us to barbecue." She paused for a moment, studying Shursui's face, as if something dawned on her. "Wait, you're that Shursui? I've heard about you. This year's prodigy from the Ninja Academy." every bit as talented as Kakashi was in his day. Shursui immediately responded in alarm. There's no way I could ever compare to Senior Kakashi. I really don't deserve such praise. Because of Obito, Shursui had always placed Kakashi on a pedestal far above himself. He couldn't even imagine just how exceptional Kakashi had to be to suppress Obito, who was already so talented, until he was regarded as the worst in their class, when Obito said his own talent might even surpass Kakashi's. Shursui suspected he was just trying not to hurt Shursui's confidence. Anko tilted her head, thinking it over. Is that so? But that's what everyone says anyway. You're all geniuses. Who's better than whom? Who can really say? Let's not worry about that today. Why don't we all share a table? Shursui glanced at Rin and Obito, saw that neither objected, and nodded. All right, since your friends are Senior Rin and Obito, let's all eat together. Then let's go in. Anko hurriedly took the lead, bounding into the restaurant, but collided headlong with someone exiting. There was a loud thud. Anko tumbled to the ground, clutching her head, her eyes brimming with tears. How that hurt! Who was that? Don't you watch where you're going? She looked up, and as soon as she recognized the person, her expression changed completely. All the curses she was about to unleash instantly died in her throat. Orochimaru regarded her with curious amusement, his voice rasping as always. It seems you weren't watching where you were going. Anko forced a sheepish look and stood up in a panic, fussing over Orochimaru's clothes as she tried to dust them off. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru. I swear I'll never be so careless again. She was so frightened, she was almost in tears. Orochimaru licked his lips and asked, What's your name? Anko's fear only deepened. Please, Lord Orochimaru, don't tell my parents, or I'll lose my allowance for sure. Orochimaru remained unmoved. Your name? Are you a student at the Ninja Academy? What year? Anko could only answer miserably. Mitarashi. Anko, I'm graduating next year. Orochimaru nodded, then strode past her. Halfway through, he paused briefly. I'll remember you. With that, Orochimaru walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Anko's face was clouded with worry. I'm doomed. Lord Orochimaru is definitely going to tell my parents. She hurried over to Rin, looking at her pleadingly. Rin, what am I going to do? Please, help me think of something. Rin smiled gently. Don't worry, Anko, it's such a small thing. Lord Orochimaru won't give it another thought. Anko's voice grew even more pitiful. You're just saying that. He said he'd remember my name. Off to the side, Obito interjected. Maybe that's actually a good thing. Anko shot Obito a mournful look. How could that possibly be a good thing? Obito spoke slowly. In truth, throughout all of Konoha, there are probably enough people who want Orochimaru to remember their names to form a line from one end of the village to the other. But it seems Orochimaru hasn't remembered any of their names. If you manage to have your name remembered, it means that whenever something happens, Orochimaru will think of you right away. Anko's face turned deathly pale. That's even scarier. I've heard Lord Orochimaru is the most sinister among the Sannin. He wouldn't want to eat children, would he? I really don't want to be eaten. Obito laughed, but look at it another way. Say Orochimaru suddenly wants to take on a student. Who do you think he'd think of first? Anko pointed at herself. You mean me? Ha ha ha, that's ought to be a joke, right? Obito spread his hands. Well, I've said all I can. If you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. Anko was amused. Obito, is your Jonin instructor so hard on you that you dream of being under Lord Orochimaru instead? I'd sooner believe Lord Jiraiya would take on a student than think Lord Orochimaru would, let alone take me as a student. But Rin caught the deeper meaning in Obito's words. She asked uncertainly, Obito, is it true? Obito grinned. What do you think? Yet from Obito's joking tone, Rin already sensed the answer. She turned to Anko, excitement in her voice. Anko, maybe this is actually a good thing. In a few years, you might understand. Seeing even Rin say this, Anko finally felt a bit more at ease, though she still looked suspicious. Are you two hiding something from me? Rin shook her head and pulled Anko into the shop. Don't overthink it. Just remember, if you really do become a disciple of one of the Sannin in the future, you'd better treat us to a meal. Anko burst out laughing. If that day ever comes, not only will I treat you once, I'll treat you every day for a whole year. And so their spirits lifted, and Shursui Uchiha ordered a whole table full of grilled meats. Everyone ate to their heart's content, and when they'd finished, Shursui even settled Anko's bill on the side. That night, after parting ways with the others, Obito and Rin went home to visit his grandmother. With no more excuses to keep Rin, he could only walk her home. On the way, Rin, curiosity piqued, asked Obito, during dinner you seemed lost in thought. Was something on your mind? Obito nodded and whispered, I was thinking about how to catch a white zetsu. Rin was startled. What, why? Would you want to catch a white zetsu? Obito replied. Meeting Orochimaru today suddenly reminded me. It's about time I catch a white zetsu for him in exchange for the complete data on the wood-release experiments. Rin began to worry, but catching a white zetsu is dangerous. Obito chuckled and said, Don't worry. Most white zetsus are weak in combat, except for their scouting abilities, as long as we can spot one. Act decisively, and don't give it a chance to escape. Catching it shouldn't be too difficult. Rin tilted her head. Is that so? But didn't you say that white zetsu is extremely cautious, that it will leave at the slightest sign of trouble, and can even blend perfectly into nature? Obito thought for a moment. You're right about that, but while we were eating just now, I came up with a plan. After all, I've spent a long time with white zetsu. I'm one of the few people in this world who truly understands it. Rin grew curious. So Obito, how do you plan to catch it? Obito couldn't resist teasing her. Rin, have you ever heard of the urge to relieve yourself? Rin's expression turned odd. Obito, don't tell me you were thinking about something like that while we were eating. Obito explained, it's not like I wanted to. But white zetsu is strangely fascinated by this topic. Almost obsessed, really. We can use that to draw it out. Rin was stunned. Obito, are you out of your mind? That doesn't sound like a reliable plan at all. Obito shook his head. No, I'm certain this is the thing white zetsu cares about most, just as much as I care about you. Rin saw that Obito was being serious and grew confused herself. She couldn't understand why the so-called top intelligence expert in the shinobi world would be so fixated on something like bodily urges. Obito's eyes grew thoughtful. Honestly, I didn't get it first either, but after a while, it started to make sense. White zetsu is actually a plant-based organism. It survives by absorbing sunlight and nutrients from the earth, not by eating or excreting like humans do. It can't experience the urge to relieve itself. But since it's a humanoid life form, it's curious, especially because for plants, human waste is excellent fertilizer. That makes it even more eager to understand. In short, as long as we give the impression that we know what that urge feels like, there's a high chance white zetsu will be intrigued and show itself. Rin was at a loss for words. If that's really the case, then white zetsu must be a fool. How could someone like that be a competent intelligence operative? Obito laughed. Rin, white zetsu really is a fool, especially the ones made using Hashirama's cells. They inherited the same foolishness as Hashirama Senju himself. Besides, a topic like this might seem silly to humans, but to white zetsu, it could be a serious matter. After all, they're fundamentally different from us. Their way of thinking isn't quite the same. White zetsu might be able to mimic human behavior, but it can't truly grasp the way humans think. Rin nodded. I see. But Obito, what do you mean when you say white zetsu can mimic human behavior? Obito said, I forgot to mention not only can white zetsu blend seamlessly into nature, but they can also transform into a specific person, perfectly mimicking their appearance and mannerisms. Rin immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Are you saying that white zetsu could completely replace someone, and no one would ever notice? Obito thought back to how the allied shinobi forces uncovered white zetsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War. It's not entirely undetectable, but unless you're very close to the person's extremely hard to notice. Back then, even the allied forces had to set up quarantine zones and conduct checks one by one. Rin's understanding of white zetsu's infiltration deepened. Not only could they melt into nature itself, but they could also take on someone's form and blend quietly into the crowd. It was no wonder Obito called them the greatest intelligence specialists in the ninja world. The thought made her uneasy. So what exactly should we do? Obito pondered for a while. It's simple. We ask Lady Kushina for help and have her set up a cage filled with sealing techniques. Then all we need to do is have a discussion about what the urge is and where to find its ultimate secret. That might just lure white zetsu in. Rin was surprised. That's all it takes. Obito replied, his voice soft and steady. Rin, it's like this. If one day you disappeared without a trace and suddenly I heard news about you, no matter what dangers lay ahead, even if it was a trap, I would walk right in. Rin tapped Obito lightly on the head. Obito, don't say things like that. It's bad luck. Tomorrow I'll tell Sensei Kakashi about the plan. Obito nodded. After seeing Rin safely home, he only turned to leave once she'd stepped inside her house. The next day, Minato's squad, along with Kushina, gathered together. When Obito finished explaining their plan, everyone struggled to keep a straight face. Kushina pointed at herself, incredulous. Could You want me to set up a ceiling barrier just to catch some guy obsessed with bodily urges? Obito gave a sheepish grin. Big sis, Kakashi should have told you about White Zetsu already. He's not easy to catch. Kushina thought it over. If it's really as serious as you say, someone who's been hiding in Konoha for years without being discovered, then yes, it won't be easy. All right, I'll help. I'll set up a barrier that seals off a piece of land. Once inside, the only way out is with overwhelming force. There's no sneaking away. Obito pressed his palms together in gratitude. Thank you, big sis, Kushina snorted. Kid, you think I'm helping for nothing? Unless there's enough in it for me, I won't lift a finger. Obito chuckled and said, Big sis, I remember you inherited quite a bit from Minato Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. You shouldn't be lacking in anything. If you ever need something, there's no need to use this as a pretext. Just tell me, and I'll do my best to get it for you. Kushina nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. But just as you said, I'm not really short of material things. Instead, why don't you tell me about Naruto? For example, what kind of girl does he like when he grows up? Minato was also very interested in this, and Rin's curiosity was piqued as well. Rin asked Obito, I remember you once said that Naruto almost fell into darkness because of a heavy blow, but a girl by his side woke him up. Is that girl the one he likes? Obito thought back carefully, then smiled. The girl who saved him is the same one I told you and Minato-sensei about. The little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata, who was once kidnapped by the Land of Lightning. Kushina's eyes lit up. So Naruto ended up winning the heart of the Hyuga clan's little princess? The Hyuga are a prestigious family in Konoha, after all. Minato, our son did quite well for himself. Then, feeling a wave of relief, she patted her chest and murmured, Thank goodness she's from the main family. Thank goodness. Minato was pleased at first, but after hearing Kushina's last words, he fell silent for a moment. After some thought, he spoke resolutely. If I become Hokage, I'll do my best to change the situation between the main and branch families. But considering how difficult that would be, he couldn't help but sigh. Still, the caged bird. It won't be easy. Kushina didn't concern herself with these matters. She tugged at Obito and pressed on. Is this Hinata cute? What is she like? Is she anything like me? Obito pondered for a moment and answered honestly, Big sis, to be frank, Hinata Hyuga was never really my focus, so I don't know all that much about her, but she's definitely very cute, especially when she was a child. As for her personality, all I know is she really likes Naruto. Every time he's in danger, she throws herself in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy is. Is that so? Kushina's smile trembled with tears. That puts my heart at ease. Naruto has someone by his side who would risk everything for him, but Obito shook his head. But big sis, as far as I know, even though Hinata truly likes Naruto, it seems that Naruto's heart is drawn to another girl. What? Kushina's hair began to bristle, and she clenched her fist. That brat. He dared to let down a girl who would give everything for him. I wish I could go to the future right now and give him a good beating. Rin's eyes widened as well. For what Obito had said before, she always thought that girl and Naruto were a couple. But now, it seemed things weren't that simple after all. Lin asked in a low voice, so Obito, who does Naruto like? Obito smiled and replied, It's Sakura, Lady Tsunade's apprentice. Her full name is Sakura Haruno, the daughter of Haruno Akira. She's nearly as strong as Lady Tsunade herself. An outstanding kunoichi. As for her personality, she's a lot like Master Kushina, headstrong and fiercely determined. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, when we faced the final enemy, it was Sakura who channeled chakra into me, so I could fight. Without her help, there's no telling how that battle would have ended. Kushina, hearing this, grew conflicted. So it seems that Sakura is quite impressive too. She's almost as strong as Lady Tsunade, but Hinata is such a good girl as well. How is Naruto ever going to choose? Off to the side, Minato had already started to sweat. He quietly asked Obito, this Sakura, she doesn't happen to have mastered Tsunade's monster strength punch, does she? Obito nodded. She has it down perfectly. During the Fourth War, she sent countless clones of the Ten Tails flying with a single punch. Minato's heart skipped a beat. A girl with Kushina's temperament, who also wields Tsunade's monster strength. He began to worry for Naruto. What if he gets beaten up at home? Seeing their reactions, Obito offered some reassurance. Sensei, nothing's set in stone yet. Naruto does like Sakura, but as far as I can tell, Sakura seems to have feelings for someone else. Kushina was taken aback. Wait, Sakura likes someone else, but Naruto still likes her. Then tell me, who does Sakura like? Is he as outstanding as my Naruto? Obito glanced at Kushina. Big sis, you actually have a bit of a connection to him. He's Lady Mikoto and clan leader Fugaka's younger son. Sasuke Uchiha, what? Mikoto's son. For a moment, Kushina was at a loss. She had been thinking that no matter who Sakura liked, her Naruto could just win her over, but her best friend's son, she couldn't exactly swoop in there, so Mikoto had a second child? Kushina turned to Minato, her eyes full of longing. Minato, maybe we should have a second child too. Having Naruto is wonderful, but if we had a daughter... Minato was instantly alarmed. Absolutely not, Kushina. Your situation is different from Mikoto's as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You already risked your life having Naruto. I can't let you go through that again. Kushina thought for a moment. It really was true. She could only sigh in resignation. Sigh, there goes my dream of having an adorable little girl. Then she turned to Obito. All right, let's get back to business. Let's discuss your plan to capture White Zetsu. In Konoha, on a bright and breezy day, Minato's team gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Not far away, a White Zetsu was lurking in the shadows, observing everything. Because Obito was a key subject of Madara's attention, this White Zetsu bore an important mission: to keep a close eye on Obito's every move. Yet lately the task had become troublesome. Obito was growing more and more dangerous, and the aura around him made White Zetsu increasingly uneasy. Although it couldn't pinpoint the source of this anxiety, it instinctively chose to keep its distance. But that created a problem. While it could still track Obito's whereabouts, it could no longer eavesdrop on his conversations. Especially in recent days, White Zetsu noticed that Obito and his squad often gathered together, scribbling and drawing on the ground in a hush-hush manner. What they were discussing remained a mystery. White Zetsu's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, so after the group left one day, it repeatedly confirmed that no one would return before cautiously poking its head out to examine the ground. It wanted to see what exactly Obito and his teammates had written there. And then it was stunned. On the ground was a drawing of a pile of poop, and beside it was a sentence. We have hidden the ultimate secret of the call of nature in the cabin behind the mountain, but on second thought, this secret is too dangerous, so we've decided to destroy it right away. White Zetsu was utterly shocked. The ultimate truth that so many White Zetsu had pondered for so long, without understanding, had actually been unraveled by Obito's squad. No wonder Obito had earned Lord Madara's favor. This couldn't do. White Zetsu had to get its hands on this truth. There was no time to send word to the others. Now it understood why after every mysterious meeting, Obito's squad would always head to that newly built cabin in the back hills. White Zetsu absolutely could not let Obito destroy this truth. With that thought, it sped off toward the cabin. When it arrived, it breathed a sigh of relief. Obito's squad was always slow to show up, and this time was no different. White Zetsu had arrived first, thankfully. Let me see for myself. What is the ultimate secret of the call of nature? White Zetsu chuckled and prepared to sneak inside the cabin, but then it realized the area around the cabin was heavily fortified with ceiling barriers blocking every possible path forward. Kushina herself has placed so much importance on this. Such a high level of defense. No wonder it must be the truth about the call of nature. White Zetsu's suspicions were only strengthened. There had to be a great secret hidden within the cabin, but it hesitated for a moment. If it went in now, there'd be no other way out. What if it ran into Minato's squad on their patrol? Yet the hesitation lasted only a second. Compared to the truth, nothing else mattered. With resolve, White Zetsu rose from the earth and entered through the front door. As soon as it stepped through the door, it saw a massive portrait placed right in the center of the room. The portrait depicted a pile of excrement. But that wasn't the point. The crucial detail was that the portrait was covered with intricate sealing techniques, and White Zetsu even noticed Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God mark. This was troublesome. The level of protection was so high that even if it managed to succeed, it would undoubtedly be plunged into danger. Logically, it should retreat, but just behind the portrait lay the secret of that irresistible urge. No matter what it had to take a peek, even a single glance would be worth it. Unable to resist, White Zetsu walked forward and reached out to lift the portrait. With a sudden swish, followed by a heavy bang, the wooden cabin's door slammed shut. In an instant, a massive sealing array was activated. At the same time, a surge of overwhelming sealing power radiated from the portrait, binding White Zetsu in place. White Zetsu immediately realized there was no way to escape, but being trapped was one thing. At least now, it could finally uncover the mystery behind that urge. With nothing left to lose, it glanced behind the portrait. Yet there was absolutely nothing there. White Zetsu froze in disbelief. Where was the urge? Where was the promised ultimate secret? Where had it gone? At that moment, two figures materialized in the room, each arriving through a different flying thunder godmark. Obito looked at the stunned White Zetsu and raised a hand in greeting. Hello there. White Zetsu couldn't help but respond hello. Somehow it felt that in the future, when it finally made its debut in the ninja world, this would be exactly how it greeted others. Off to the side, Minato Namikaze regarded Obito with a perplexed expression. So this is White Zetsu. It doesn't exactly look sharp, does it? Obito shrugged. Maybe we can't judge it by human standards. White Zetsu suddenly realized. What had happened? It had been exposed. This was all a trap set specifically for it. But there was no time left to ponder because Minato had already made his move. With swift precision, a kunai severed White Zetsu's head. At once its body shriveled into a withered wooden husk. Minato exclaimed in wonder. Its abilities are so bizarre, but in terms of combat power, it's not strong at all in a direct fight. Even a genin might be able to handle it. Obito took out a sealing scroll and sealed away White Zetsu's corpse. He then said, Sensei Minato, I'm a genin too. Minato instantly looked awkward. Sorry about that, Obito. I keep forgetting you're a genin. I just subconsciously think of you as being on my level. Obito shook his head. Actually, there are a lot of remarkable genin in Konoha. Maybe it's not that common right now. But in the future, the two who end up saving the world are both genin. Minato was taken aback. Obito, Kakashi once told me that Naruto ultimately defeated and persuaded you saving the world. Was he also just a genin? Obito nodded. The two people I mentioned are Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Back then, they were both still genin, but they already possessed power on the level of the Sage of Six Paths. At this, Minato didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. His son had gained the legendary strength of the Sage of Six Paths, yet hadn't even been promoted to Chunin. Obito tried to reassure him, Sensei, don't worry. After saving the world, there's a good chance Naruto will become Hokage. I've entrusted my own dream of being Hokage to him as well. I won't let you down. Is that so? Minato's face broke into a relieved smile. I really wish I could meet Naruto in the future. But since I can't, I suppose I'll just have to raise one myself. Looks like Kushina and I should get married sooner rather than later. Seeing that things have been settled, Obito said, Thank you, Sensei. And you as well, big sis, for helping me out with this. Now I can trade with Orochimaru for the detailed data on the wood release experiments. Before long, I'll be able to begin transplanting Hashirama cells and finally solve the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A trace of concern appeared on Minato's face. Obito, I promised Kushina I wouldn't tell anyone about your situation, but working with Orochimaru makes me uneasy. It's dangerous business. You must be careful and make absolutely sure the village or innocent people aren't harmed in the process, Obito replied. Don't worry, Sensei. I only want to get what I need. My methods might not be exactly by the book, but if we're talking about danger, Danzo's actions have caused far more harm. Minato nodded, I know, but Danzo is a decorated hero of the village, and the third backs him. For now, it's not easy to touch him. Maybe things will change when I become the fourth Hokage, or... Minato looked gravely at Obito. You said yourself, I'm not rigid. Danzo's actions have already wounded the village deeply. If you find a way to take him out, I won't mind lending a hand. Obito nodded slowly. I do have a way to make his death meaningful. I've planned a grand finale for him once the Third Great War begins. That night, as usual, Orochimaru stepped out of his laboratory. Ever since that mysterious masked man had visited, he'd tightened security yet another notch. That strange space. Time jutsu made him extremely wary, but at the same time, he couldn't help but want to meet the masked man again. After all, with great risk comes great opportunity. If he wanted to achieve immortality, he would have to take some risks. Just then, the space around him rippled, and the masked man appeared once more. Orochimaru gave a chilling smile. I thought you might not come. Well, did you bring what I asked for? The masked man didn't waste words. He simply tossed a sealing scroll over without hesitation. Orochimaru caught it and said, Interesting, you really believe I won't break our agreement just like that? The masked man spread his hands. Breaking your word comes with consequences, doesn't it? And you must understand. What I can offer you goes far beyond this. Orochimaru's slit pupils glimmered. Now I'm growing more and more curious about your true purpose. Care to share? What is it that an old man lurking in the shadows is really after? The masked man let out a dry, aged laugh. If I told you I wanted to save the world, would you believe me? Orochimaru murmured to himself, save the world, is it? The truth is people as selfish as you and I are not cut out to save the world. The masked man paused, then slowly replied, perhaps you're right. In the end, I'm just as selfish as you are. Orochimaru tossed out a scroll, which the masked man caught. Inside is all my research on wood-release experiments. Aside from these materials, what else do you need? Hey, perhaps there are other things we could exchange. The masked man considered for a moment. Data on bloodline transplantation and bloodline fusion experiments. Not limited to wood-release. You might try exploring that area further. If you achieve results, I won't hesitate to reward you. Is that so? Orochimaru's mind raced wildly, trying to make sense of the masked man's intentions. What was he really after? The masked man continued, if you're lacking a capable assistant, I can introduce you to some talent. Someone you're quite familiar with, Shin Uchiha. Shin Uchiha? That's a nostalgic name. Orochimaru paused, as if dredging up a distant memory. The masked man said perhaps his ninja skills can't match yours, but his research abilities are quite remarkable. You know why he defected, don't you? Orochimaru let out a low, amused chuckle. Forbidden experiments, was it? Orochimaru knew full well that his current experiments went even further than Shin's did. He wondered if someday he might end up following the same path. I'll look into his whereabouts. If he's as talented as you claim, I wouldn't mind conducting a few experiments with him. After all, I have a deep curiosity about the power of bloodlines. After a brief pause, Orochimaru looked the masked man in the eye. But what can you offer me in return? The masked man's voice was heavy with age. When you've lived as long as I have, you tend to learn things, secrets too many to count. Perhaps any secret you wish to know? I already know it. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected the old man to make such a bold claim. With a sly laugh, he said, the more I study Hashirama cells, the more I realize the power they contain. Hashirama Senju's strength was far beyond Lord Aruzen's, wasn't it? Now I'm truly curious. How does one reach that level as a shinobi? The masked man pondered for a moment. This is information I can share with you ahead of time. But don't forget, once you succeed, you owe me your insights, Orochimaru grinned. Deal. The masked man spoke slowly, the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave. A hint of surprise flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. You certainly know a lot, but sage mode isn't something easily mastered. The masked man continued in a measured tone. If you can't learn it, perhaps your bloodline isn't exceptional enough. You should consider finding ways to transplant special bloodlines, like the Uzumaki clan, the Kagaya clan, or the legendary Yugo clan, whose members are said to possess innate sage bodies. Orochimaru mused thoughtfully. I see. If I follow your advice, I'll have to delve into those experiments you seem so interested in. But tell me, does mastering sage mode really require a special bloodline? That is rather intriguing. The masked man offered a calm reminder, by the way, if you intend to learn sage mode, make sure your soul remains whole. It would be a shame if before you succeed, you end up splitting your soul into pieces. Orochimaru was taken aback. Recently, he had started contemplating the idea of soul splitting and developing forbidden reincarnation techniques. Was this something the masked man had foreseen as well? With a soft chuckle, Orochimaru said, how about we exchange contact information? Surely it can't always be you seeking me out. He licked his lips, anticipation in his eyes. The masked man replied, then hand over the summoning contract scroll you used to communicate with the white snakes. If there's any news, we can use the white snakes to get in touch. Orochimaru gazed at the masked man for a moment, then tossed him a scroll. Taking the scroll, the masked man said quietly, well, I won't keep you from your rest any longer. Goodbye. With those words, his figure faded away, vanishing into thin air. Orochimaru stared at the abrupt disappearance, thinking to himself, I still can't comprehend this technique. Just how many secrets are you old relics of the ninja world hiding? Meanwhile, Obito had returned to his own quarters. After erasing all traces of his activities, he opened the experimental notes Orochimaru had given him and began studying them meticulously. It was only after he started researching that he realized the knowledge required was far greater than he had anticipated. If he wanted to transplant Hashirama cells, he would need to expand his understanding even further, and so his days slipped by, studying, carrying out missions, spending time with Rin, and mentoring Shursui. each day merging into the next. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, word spread through Konoha village that a secret ramen master had opened a new shop, naming it Ichiraka Ramen. The place was decked out in festive decorations with a long line snaking outside. People flocked there for the half-price grand opening and the promise of delicious hand-pulled noodles. Rin dragged Kakashi and Obito along to try it out. Among the crowd, they spotted many of their classmates, Might Guy, Shizasuma, and several others. Kakashi seemed uninterested. He couldn't quite understand why anyone would wait so long just for a bowl of ramen. Was it really worth it? Just then he caught sight of Minato-sensei weaving through the crowd, evidently seeking them out. Kakashi immediately reminded them, Obito, Rin, stop focusing on eating. There might be a mission coming up. Obito and Rin followed the direction Kakashi pointed, and saw their teacher Minato being dragged away by an older man with white hair. Hey, isn't that Lord Jiraiya? I wonder what he wants with teacher Minato. Rin asked curiously. Obito shook his head. I'm not sure, but I heard Lord Jiraiya has been working hard at mastering teacher Minato's Rasengan lately. Maybe he's made some progress and wants to show off to his student. Kakashi scoffed. The legendary Sannin wouldn't bother with something so childish. Rin smiled sweetly. Obito might be right. Lord Jiraiya is a lot like Obito was as a kid, always so carefree and exuberant. Kakashi let out a nonchalant sound. So Lord Jiraiya is a fool too, then. Obito immediately bristled. Hey Kakashi, who are you calling a fool? Kakashi just shrugged. Who knows? While the two bickered playfully, Minato managed to extricate himself from Jiraiya's persistent grip and hurried over. Let's go. We've received new orders from the Third. There's a mission to carry out in Konoha inside the Hokage's office. The entire Minato team stood before the Third Hokage. The Third's tone was grave. Recently, tensions have flared across the ninja world. The Third Kazekage has been missing for a long time, and now the Hidden Cloud has mobilized a large force towards the Sand Village, likely hoping to take advantage of their leaderless state. The Land of Earth has seized the opportunity as well, gathering more than 20,000 troops and marching towards the Hidden Cloud. They're probably planning to catch the cloud while they're busy fighting the sand, and the mist has sent a large number of shinobi ashore and stationed nearby. They're dangerously close to the Land of Fire, so we can't let our guard down. In short, it's possible that this year, or at the latest next year, the Third Great Ninja War will break out in full. Hearing this, Team 7 was not surprised. Over the past 6 months, they had already completed several intelligence-gathering missions and had formed their own understanding of the current situation. Minato spoke up. Lord Third, is this mission related to the war? The Third Hokage slowly shook his head. No. Although it's likely Konoha won't be able to avoid getting drawn into this war eventually, right now the chaos across the ninja world actually presents an opportunity for us. I intend to use this time to expand the range of missions Konoha accepts. Minato pondered this, and, after a moment, seemed to understand. Lord Third, Konoha has already taken on all the missions within the Land of Fire, and even from the smaller neighboring countries. If you want to expand further, do you mean we'll be taking them from other great nations? The Third nodded. Exactly, especially the Land of Wind. With their Kage missing, the locals have lost faith in the Sand Village. This is a golden opportunity for us, so I maneuvered for a while, and finally managed to secure an S-rank mission from the Land of Wind. If this mission is completed successfully, Konoha will gain even more trust from the Land of Wind, and there will be a steady stream of people from the Land of Wind coming to Konoha to commission missions. Nearby, Obito listened to the Third Hokage's plan and couldn't help but feel impressed. The Third was truly a master at playing politics. He had seized the opportunity during the chaos in Sunagakure, just as war was about to break out, and took advantage of the Land of Wind's people's insecurity to snatch missions away from Sunagakure, and entrusting this mission to Minato-sensei practically guaranteed its success. So that explains it. During this period before my rebirth, Minato-sensei and Kakashi had both been absent because they were on this mission. From that point on, Konoha started receiving a surge of missions from the Land of Wind. No wonder Sunagakure later joined forces with Orochimaru for the Konoha Crush. If you dig up someone else's foundation like that, how could they not come after you with everything they've got? Minato's expression grew serious as well. So Third Hokage, what are the specific details of this S-rank mission? The Third Hokage pulled out a map and pointed to a location, speaking slowly. There's a city in the desert called Rorin. The former queen of Roran was assassinated, and her most loyal subordinate sensed something was wrong and managed to escape, issuing a mission to protect the current queen. This mission also involved a minister of Roran named Lolan. He is likely the mastermind behind the former queen's assassination, and the third furrowed his brow. Lolan appeared in Roran out of nowhere 6 years ago. After the mission was issued, Konoha investigated, but couldn't find any information on his identity. It's as if he simply materialized out of thin air. I suspect he may have used some kind of space-time ninjutsu, but we're not certain yet. In any case, Minato, you're the most skilled in this field, so you'll lead the team for this mission. This mission must be kept strictly confidential. At first, I plan to have Shibi Aburame and Choza Akimichi support you, but considering Team 7's current strength, I've decided to entrust it to Team 7 alone. Kakashi and Rin grew excited. Their squad was already outstanding and had completed A-rank missions, but this would be their first S-rank assignment. Minato said confidently, "Don't worry, Third Hokage. Team 7 will carry out this mission perfectly." The third nodded and turned his gaze to Kakashi. "Kakashi, you're doing very well. I've heard you developed your own A-rank jutsu and have mastered lightning-style chakra transformation. I have high hopes for your future." Then, the third looked over at Obito, his tone more deliberate this time. "Obito, you've become quite skilled with the Flying Thunder God, haven't you?" Obito replied modestly, "Not as good as Minato-sensei." The third chuckled, "Just learning that technique is already a remarkable feat. When I heard you'd master the Flying Thunder God, I have to admit, I was taken aback. In short, all of you have become ninjas capable of handling things on your own. Once this mission is completed, Kakashi, you can take the Jonin exam that I've specially prepared for you. Obito and Rin, you should also take the Chunin exams as soon as possible. It's time to raise your ranks." Rin was bursting with excitement. Chunin exams were already a big deal, but Kakashi becoming a Jonin ahead of schedule, so it was true. Thanks to Obito's advice, Kakashi hadn't neglected his physical training after becoming a ninja, and his chakra reserves were greater than in her previous life. That must be why he reached Jonin level earlier. As Rin pondered this, the third Hokage continued to lay out a host of mission details, then added, "That's the situation. Right now, the Queen of Roran may be in danger. You should depart as soon as possible." Team 7 all nodded and left the Hokage's office. As soon as they stepped outside, Rin let out a joyful cheer. "It's actually an S-rank mission. We're really getting to carry out an S-rank mission. This is amazing." Kakashi didn't say anything, but a surge of pride welled up inside him. Only Minato and Obito managed to keep their composure. Obito said, "All right, it's just an S-rank mission. Let's go, and come back quickly. The preparations for the Hashirama cell transplant are just about complete. It's almost time to take action." Kakashi was a bit surprised that soon. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Once Obito transplanted the Hashirama cells, he'd soar far ahead, putting even more distance between them. Obito smirked and taunted, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Getting scared?" Kakashi immediately rolled his eyes. "You've just been alive a few decades longer than me, that's all. Sooner or later, I'll catch up." Minato chuckled and pulled out a few masks. "Everyone, put these on. We're heading to the Land of Wind on a classified mission. Our identities are sensitive, so we have to be cautious. We can't let the sand get wind of us." The others nodded, took the masks, and quickly set off toward the Land of Wind. In the desert, the silhouette of a grand city shimmered in the distance, half veiled by the sands. The 4 members of Minato's squad came to a halt, gazing at the city. Rin couldn't help but exclaim, "It's beautiful, so magnificent." Obito, however, sounded a note of regret. "It's a shame. For some reason, this city turns into ruins in the future." Rin asked wistfully, "When did that happen?" Obito shook his head. "I never paid attention in my past life, so I don't know exactly when it was destroyed. I only know about it because Naruto once came near here on a mission. You know how it is. Since Naruto is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, White Zetsu was always watching him. So I received some intelligence reports from White Zetsu. At that time, White Zetsu said Naruto was here at the Roran ruins for a mission to capture a rogue ninja. So at least by then, Roran was already in ruins." Lin nodded. "I see. It's such a beautiful city. It would be a real shame to see it destroyed." Then she couldn't help but sigh. "White Zetsu is truly an outstanding intelligence operative. If only we had a few White Zetsus of our own." Obito laughed. "It's not entirely impossible. Once Madara is dealt with and a few conditions are met, I'm confident I can bring White Zetsu under my control. There was a hint of caution in Minato's eyes. When I first heard you say Madara was still alive, Obito, it really startled me. Fortunately, he's not very mobile and can't stir up much trouble. Otherwise, I'd have had to leak some intel to Konoha and rally a large number of shinobi to hunt him down. Obito turned to Minato with sincerity. Thank you, Minato-sensei, for keeping this secret for so long. Don't worry, I'll take care of the Madara situation. Minato nodded. Obito, I believe in you. He then shifted the conversation, a faint smile appearing on his face. Since Naruto has also carried out missions in the Land of Wind, it seems the third Hokage's plan was a success. This could bring a significant income to Konoha. It really was a good move. Obito shook his head at first. Naruto's mission was a bit different. At that time, Tsunagakure and Konoha were allies. Naruto's team probably only mobilized at the request of our allies, but Obito's tone changed. The third's plan did succeed. In the future, Konoha will receive a flood of commissions from the Land of Wind. Of course, this also caused a steep drop in Tsunagakure's missions, leaving them short on funds. Even the Kazekage had to go out into the desert and hunt for gold himself just to make ends meet. Honestly, it was the first time I ever saw a village leader personally go out to earn money. Minato was instantly embarrassed. The third's actions undoubtedly benefited the village. Even he had to admit it was the right move. But the resources in the shinobi world were limited. When Konoha prospered, others naturally lost out. He cleared his throat and said, let's head into the city and get a sense of the situation. The group fell silent and swiftly entered Reborn, splitting up to gather intelligence. Reborn was only a small city, with few shinobi present. In no time, they had gathered plenty of information and regrouped. Minato gazed at the many puppets lining the streets, frowning. It's confirmed. This Lushan is a Tsunagakure puppeteer, and his creations are scattered throughout the city. He's quite formidable. He once went by the name Centipede. I suspect that's his real name. But what's strange is that I have no recollection of such a powerful puppeteer. Either the hidden sand village has concealed things while keeping all information about Hayakazu completely under wraps, or this ninja didn't exist until recently. Considering how abruptly he appeared in Reborn 6 years ago, I suspect he's from the future and traveled back to the past using some kind of space-time ninjutsu. Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. Rin couldn't help but ask, is this similar to what happened with Obito? Minato shook his head. He came back with his physical body intact. I don't believe he truly mastered such a high-level space-time technique. So it's more likely he stumbled upon it by accident, harnessing the forces of nature itself. For a moment, everyone was amazed, but since they'd already experienced Obito's case, they had grown quite adept at accepting such possibilities. Their emotions soon settled, and the discussion continued. Rin said, according to the information I've gathered, the current queen of Reborn, Sora, trusts this Lushan deeply. However, it seems Lushan intends to use puppet techniques to secretly replace her with a puppet double, allowing him to control the country from behind the scenes. Kakashi stepped forward as well, speaking in his usual laid-back manner. I found out that all of this nation's energy comes from the dragon vein beneath the ground. The dragon vein's power seems limitless and inexhaustible, which is how such a city could be built in the desert. Perhaps the dragon vein is exactly the force of nature Minato-sensei mentioned, the one that accidentally sent Lushan back into the past. Obito fell into deep thought. Based on the intel you've shared, I've made a rather startling discovery. First, my investigations show that the dragon vein is a massive reservoir of chakra, much like a tailed beast, with an immense amount of chakra within it. So Lushan, or rather Hayakazu's real goal in controlling this country, is to seize the dragon vein, use it to build an army of puppets, and take over the world. Obito continued. Second, if I recall correctly, in the future Naruto's mission is to capture a rogue ninja named Hayakazu. I suspect this Lushan is the very man Naruto is supposed to catch. If that's the case, Naruto might get caught up in this incident too, possibly traveling back to the past along with Lushan, of course. That's just my speculation. There's no solid proof. This time, everyone was truly stunned. Minato especially fell into deep thought. Could Naruto have been drawn into this as well? If so, does that mean that on another timeline where Obito wasn't reborn, I might have met Naruto during this mission? With that thought, a hint of regret flickered in Minato's eyes. It's a pity. I may not get to see him this time. Rin asked. Why not? Minato explained, because Obito has been resurrected. Everything has changed. In the future we come from, many people's lives have taken different paths as a result. If the Nine Tails rampage had never happened, I might still be alive, and Naruto might still have been born, but whether he would have received this mission at exactly the same time is something we can't know. Everyone nodded in agreement. Minato continued, his expression turning more serious. Even the smallest change in the past can bring about massive consequences in the future. That's why, if we really encounter someone from the future, we mustn't casually ask them about what's to come. We need to prevent any interference with the flow of time. If necessary, I will place a seal on everyone, so we'll forget everything that happened here. Kakashi sounded regretful. Do we really have to go that far? Minato replied, sternly, think about it, Kakashi. If you travel from the future back to the past, let's slip some crucial information and change a few things. What do you think would happen when you return to your own time? Kakashi considered for a moment. If the past affects the future, maybe everything I'm familiar with would disappear. If that's really the case, it would be truly terrifying. Minato nodded. That's why from this moment on, we must keep everything secret. Even if we meet comrades from the Leaf who come from the future, the rule stands. Kakashi nodded his understanding. I understand. Just then from the direction of the tower, not far away, the sharp sounds of fierce combat and explosions echoed through the air. Everyone instinctively turned to look, but it was too far away to see clearly. They could only make out a few black figures locked in battle. Minato crouched down, pressed his fingers to the ground, and closed his eyes to sense what was happening. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A ninja is fighting with Mokade's puppets. Those puppets are powered by the energy of the dragon vein. There are many of them. That ninja is strong, but it seems he hasn't found an effective way to deal with them yet. All he can do is keep dodging for now. Kakashi frowned. A ninja appearing in Reborn at this time, fighting against Mokade's puppets. Could he be someone from the future? Minato replied. That's a possibility we can't rule out. Either way, let's go and check it out just in case something unexpected happens. The group nodded at once and quickly headed toward the battle. When they got closer, they saw a young ninja, around 16 years old, with spiky blonde hair, wearing a Leaf Village headband and 3 whisker marks on each cheek, being relentlessly pursued by a swarm of puppets. Empowered by the dragon vein, the puppets seemed to have endless energy, firing all kinds of attacks from every part of their bodies, never pausing for an instant. The young ninja tried several times to form hand signs, but each attempt was interrupted by the onslaught. All he could do was keep running for his life. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. Talk about speaking of the devil. Unless that person is impersonating a ninja from the Leaf Village, which is highly unlikely, he's probably from the future. Come to think of it, he does bear a resemblance to Master Minato. Both have blonde hair, but unlike Master Minato, he has whisker marks on his face. Wait a second. Whiskers! A sudden realization struck Kakashi. He instinctively turned to look at Obito. Obito, could that be Master Minato's son? Naruto Uzumaki. I remember you once said that because Master Minato sealed half of the Nine Tails inside Naruto, he grew some fox-like features. 3 whisker marks on each side of his face. The more Kakashi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, this would be too much of a coincidence. Obito gave a wry smile. The moment he saw the blonde ninja, he recognized him at once. This was Naruto himself, without a doubt. He hadn't expected the future to have changed. Yet Naruto still took on this mission and even returned to the past. Obito nodded solemnly. Kakashi, Master Minato. You're right. That's Naruto. The power of nature truly is mysterious. Minato gazed at Naruto in the distance, his eyes full of concern. So, this is what Naruto looks like. The moment I saw him, I had a hunch, Kakashi added with heartfelt emotion. How Naruto's already capable of standing on his own in the future. I never thought Master Minato's son would be older than us now. Look at him, dodging so many puppets powered up by the dragon vein. His strength is impressive. These puppets are tough to deal with, but their weakness is obvious. Cut their chakra threads, and they can't move. Naruto clearly has a chakra blade with him. Why doesn't he use it? The question left everyone a bit awkward. Of everyone present, Obito understood Naruto best. He laughed, knowing Naruto. He probably just forgot. Rin joined in with a chuckle. That really is something Naruto would do. I remember Obito. You once said Naruto was just like you when you were a kid. Obito's face flushed as he protested in a low voice. Rin, I wasn't that clueless. Rin grinned. Of course, Obito. You were the smartest kid. Then Rin turned to Minato. Sensei, Should we go help Naruto right away? Minato nodded. There was longing in his eyes, but also a trace of reluctance. It's a pity that, in order not to interfere with Naruto's future, I can't let him know who I am. At that very moment, in the distance, Naruto had been forced up against a wall by a swarm of puppets. In this dangerous predicament, he seemed to finally realize the weakness of these puppets. He drew his chakra blade from behind his waist, leapt forward, and swiftly sliced through the threads connecting the foremost puppets. Instantly, those puppets lost their ability to fight. Kakashi nodded approvingly. Now that's more like it. Find the weakness, and these puppets are actually quite easy to deal with. But then a sudden twist. Because there were so many puppets, Naruto managed to take down a few, but in the chaos of battle, he left an opening. In that split second, a puppet struck him, and he fell heavily onto a bridge. Before he could even get up, the puppets above had already gathered their energy. With a flash, they launched an attack resembling a miniature-tailed beast bomb, bearing down on him without mercy. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The bridge was shattered completely, and even the earth below was blasted open, revealing a gaping hole. Naruto was swept into the chasm by the force of the blast. Rescue him! Minato didn't hesitate any longer. If he waited another second, his son would be lost. In a burst of unimaginable speed, he flickered through space in several quick flashes, closing in on the edge of the pit. At the same time, Obito placed a hand on both Rin and Kakashi's shoulders. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant they all appeared beside Minato. The two of them had left each other's Flying Thunder God marks at strategic locations, allowing them to shift to each other's side at a moment's notice. The whole group leapt down into the hole. When they landed, they discovered an enormous, empty underground chamber. Not far away, Naruto sat injured, unable to move, watching helplessly as several puppets shot out countless strands of purple chakra thread from their bodies, closing in on him with murderous intent. At this critical moment, Minato appeared in front of Naruto in a flash. Just as the puppet's attack was about to land, he whisked Naruto away with the Flying Thunder God technique. The puppets struck only empty air. As they prepared to readjust and attack again, Kakashi had already drawn the blade from his back. Moving like a dancer, he closed in on the puppets, each strike landing with precision on the chakra threads connecting them. In just a few breaths, Kakashi had severed all the chakra lines. Deprived of their energy source, the puppets collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Obito couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Kakashi's gotten even stronger. He can now pinpoint and strike at the puppet's weaknesses with such speed and accuracy. Rin nodded, clenching her small fists. Yes, Kakashi is improving so quickly. I need to work harder too. Obito smiled. Rin, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Come on, let's go join Minato-sensei. Rin nodded and followed Obito to rendezvous with their teacher. After regrouping, the team moved to a secluded corner within the city. Minato gently set Naruto down from his back and personally tended to his wounds, carefully bandaging him up. Naruto flashed a bright, cheerful smile. Thanks, big bro. If it weren't for you guys, I'd have died for no reason. Minato's hands, busy with the bandages, trembled for an instant before he regained his composure and continued dressing the wound. Rin had originally wanted to step forward and help with the healing, but after seeing this moment, she tactfully stayed where she was. Obito, watching the scene play out, nearly laughed. Considering Naruto's almost monstrous regeneration abilities, he'd probably be fully healed the moment the bandages were tied. At this very moment, the most bewildered of them all was Naruto himself. As soon as his wounds were wrapped up, he looked eagerly at this group of mask-wearing strangers and blurted out, "Who are you all? And where exactly is this place?" Minato loosened his mask a bit, revealing the forehead protector of a Leaf Ninja, then quickly slipped the mask back on. "We're Leaf Shinobi as well, currently on a confidential mission. Are you still in pain?" A strange, indescribable warmth welled up in Naruto's heart toward this unknown man, whose voice carried a comforting strength. He shook his head and declared bravely, "No, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's just a scratch, really. You don't have to worry." Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair. "You can't be so reckless, you know. Take care of yourself and stay safe." For reasons he couldn't quite explain, Naruto suddenly felt the urge to cry. He found himself instinctively obeying the words of this big brother, whose face he had yet to truly see. "Don't worry. I will," he promised. Then Naruto turned and regarded Obito, Rin, and Kakashi with surprise. Big bro, these guys. Did they just graduate from the academy? They look so short. And they're already on a top-secret mission? Is that really okay? Kakashi couldn't help but let out a dismissive grunt, making his displeasure crystal clear. Naruto immediately remembered that it was this silver-haired kid who had just so efficiently dealt with those puppets. And he felt a little embarrassed. Scratching his head, he chuckled awkwardly, haha, white hair. I forgot you're really strong. Were you in the same class as Konohamaru? You're way stronger than him. Oh, and your hair, it's the same color as Kakashi-sensei's? Are you related to Kakashi-sensei? Faced with Naruto's barrage of questions, Kakashi simply turned away, refusing to engage with his chatterbox. Naruto muttered quietly, he's got a cold personality, just like Sasuke when he was little. Minato watched this exchange and shook his head with a smile. He spoke gently, I'm sorry, but we can't reveal our identities to you right now. You should find a safe place to wait inside the city for a while. Once our mission is finished, we'll explain everything to you. Minato had wanted Naruto to leave, but then he reconsidered. After all, Naruto was someone from the future, likely brought here by the power of the Ryumayaku. If he left Rorin now, how would he ever find his way back home? So, they could only have Naruto wait in the city for a while. Maybe. Once they dealt with Mukade and time returned to normal, Naruto would automatically leave. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to remember something and asked in confusion, by the way, big brother, you still haven't answered me. Where exactly is this place? I'm currently on a mission tracking down a rogue ninja from the hidden sand village. But as I was chasing him, I somehow ended up here without warning. Minato explained slowly. This is Rorin. Not the Rorin, you know, but Rorin as it once was still. Intact and unharmed. Naruto was startled. How can that be? Wasn't Rorin already reduced to ruins? Minato sighed. You really are a handful. I hadn't planned to tell you, but here we are. There's a powerful force called the Dragon Vein beneath Rorin. I suspect that because you came into contact with it, you've traveled back in time. This isn't the time and space you belong to. It's 20 years in the past. Naruto was shaken. 20 years ago? No way. Minato continued. The rogue ninja you're pursuing. Isn't his name Mukade? Our mission is related to him as well. He appeared here 6 years ago. Out of nowhere, we suspect he's from the future. Now, with your sudden appearance, it only confirms our suspicions. Rorin is destroyed at some point in the future, but for now, it's still perfectly intact. Naruto stared in amazement. There's actually something like this? Ha! I can't believe I traveled to the past, thanks to his thick-skinned optimism. He quickly accepted the situation. Big brother. So you guys are all Leaf. Shinobi from 20 years ago. Who knows? Maybe we even know each other. As he finished, he suddenly pointed at Kakashi. Wait, if this is 20 years ago, you're not Kakashi-sensei, are you? Kakashi just grunted, saying nothing, but Naruto seemed convinced. Kakashi-sensei, I never expected you to be so cool and aloof when you were little. You're nothing like the laid-back, always late version you become. If it weren't for your striking hair color, I probably wouldn't have recognized you at all. At that moment, Obito sensed something odd. Naruto had a powerful sensory ability. He could even recognize Kakashi, so why hadn't he recognized his own father, Minato-sensei? Could it be? Obito asked urgently, can you tell me, this Kakashi you mentioned, does he have any friends or companions around his age? Naruto chuckled, of course. Kakashi-sensei and Guy are super close. They're always together playing rock, paper, scissors, and sparring. It's chaos wherever they go. Obito's breath quickened, and besides that, Naruto was taken aback. He thought for a moment before smiling and saying, Kakashi-sensei is actually very popular. Most of the ninjas in the Leaf Village get along well with him. While they may not be as close to him as they are to Uncle Guy, Kakashi-sensei is definitely a trustworthy comrade. Obito, however, grew more uneasy the more he listened. Not as close as with Guy. Was this some kind of joke? Then, does this Kakashi you're talking about have a friend named Rin? Rin Noera. Naruto's face went blank with confusion. Rin? Who's Rin Noera? Does Kakashi-sensei have a friend like that? At this, everyone sensed that something was wrong. Obito's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something really did happen to Rin after all? He pressed on. Then what about Obito? Does Kakashi know anyone named Obito? Naruto looked even more puzzled. Obito? Who's that? Does Kakashi-sensei know him? Maybe he was a childhood friend of Kakashi-sensei or something. At this point, Minato seemed to have realized something. He stepped forward and gently patted Obito's shoulder. Calm down for a moment. Then he turned to Naruto with a gentle smile and asked, does Kakashi have Sharingan? Naruto's eyes lit up in surprise. Wow, you actually know. Kakashi-sensei is famous as Kakashi the Sharingan. They say he's copied over 1,000 jutsu. Minato nodded. I see. Then what happened to the fourth Hokage? Naruto hesitated. Then his expression grew somber. The fourth. He died during the Nine Tails attack. Jiraiya-sensei always said that compared to him, no one else quite measured up. Minato continued. Were you very sad about the fourth's death? Naruto looked embarrassed. I'm sorry. Even though I admire the fourth Hokage a lot and have sworn to one day surpass him. He was the great hero who saved the Leaf Village. But Naruto lowered his head, and tears rolled down his cheeks. He instinctively grabbed Minato's clothes, holding on tight. Big brother, Jiraiya-sensei, is gone too. Could you go back and tell him to be careful of the Akatsuki? Please, you have to warn him. He must never go investigate them alone. Minato was startled. He couldn't help glancing at Obito. Obito had never mentioned this information to him before. Obito let out a sheepish cough. There were so many things about the future he hadn't had time to say, and he had indeed forgotten to mention Jiraiya's death. So Obito turned to Naruto. What about the Uchiha? How are the Uchiha now? Naruto looked even more sorrowful. There's only Sasuke left, but Sasuke. He's with Orochimaru now. Naruto clenched his fists. But I swear I'll bring Sasuke back no matter what. Suddenly, everything became clear to Obito. No wonder Minato-sensei had told him to calm down. If one event could be chalked up to coincidence, then countless events unfolding exactly as they had in his previous life could no longer be called coincidence. Obito let out a sigh of relief and looked to Minato-sensei. Sensei, I'm 90% sure he doesn't come from our timeline. Minato asked one final question. Are you certain? Obito nodded. His experiences are identical to those of the previous life, but that should be impossible. Minato nodded as well, confirming his own thoughts. Naruto didn't belong to their timeline. Therefore, whatever they did here would not interfere with Naruto's future. In fact, that meant there was much less to worry about. Naruto watched the two of them exchanging cryptic words, utterly confused. What are you talking about? Who doesn't belong to this timeline? Minato considered for a moment, then took off his mask and smiled at Naruto. We've just realized a few things. Let's start over. My name is Minato Namikaze. Pleased to meet you. Naruto's face lit up with happiness. Big brother, you're finally willing to show me your real face. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Wait, big brother, what did you say your name was? Minato simply smiled at him, unconsciously. Naruto began to match Minato's features to the face carved into the Hokage rock, the one he used to play pranks on as a child. You're the fourth Hokage. Naruto had never been great at history, but the name of the fourth Hokage was one he'd never forget. After all, that was the man he'd sworn to surpass. Instantly, excitement surged through him. He raised his fist to Minato. I can't believe I'm seeing the real fourth. Listen up. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will definitely become Hokage one day, and I'll surpass you. Minato looked calmly at Naruto and raised his own fist, bumping it against Naruto's. I believe you in fact, I'm looking forward to that day. I'm not the fourth Hokage yet, but I'll do my best to become one. When the time comes, let's see which of us is the better Hokage. Naruto nodded vigorously. Big bro Minato, I definitely won't lose to you. But for some reason, that sense of warmth in Naruto's heart only grew stronger so much so that he couldn't help but start to wonder. Taking a deep breath, Naruto asked Big Brother, My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Do you know who my parents are? Minato nodded. I know. Naruto's breathing quickened, his eyes shining. Big brother, can you tell me? Minato gently ruffled Naruto's hair, his gaze sincere. I'm sorry, Naruto. I've heard all about what you've been through. I failed in my duties as your father. I swear this time, I'll give you the happy family you deserve. In that instant, tears welled up uncontrollably in Naruto's eyes and streamed down his face. Unable to hold back his emotions, he clenched his fist, wanting to strike Minato in the face, but that punch, ultimately, never landed. At the very last moment, Naruto stopped himself. Minato simply looked at Naruto calmly and asked, Why didn't you throw the punch? With tears rolling down his cheeks, Naruto replied, It's true that you're my father, but I'm only 16 this year. 20 years ago, I hadn't even been born yet. I can't blame you for sealing the nine tails inside me. Can't blame you for all the suffering I endured. Can't blame you for all the cold stares I got from the villagers, because none of that has happened yet. The more Naruto spoke, the more Agitated he became, his words tumbling out faster and faster. Minato stood quietly in place, his voice gentle. Naruto, even though for me none of this has happened, if I had to face it again under the same circumstances, I might still make the same choice. Naruto was stunned. He couldn't help but ask why. Minato thought for a moment. Maybe it's because I love the village, and I love you and your mother. The village needed the power of the Nine Tails. At that time, only someone of the Uzumaki clan had the life force strong enough to contain that power. Besides Naruto, I also hope you'd be able to master that strength and grow stronger. Minato paused, then continued, of course, what I wish for most was that when you grew up, you'd get to meet your mother. Even just once, I'm sorry, Naruto. Maybe that's my greatest selfishness. Naruto was at a loss, not knowing whether to feel happy or sad. But Dad, all I ever wanted was for you both to stay by my side. I'd rather you never became heroes, never had to sacrifice yourselves. Minato shook his head, his voice still gentle. No, Naruto, given the situation at the time, sacrifice was unavoidable. I admit I could have survived. But I couldn't just stand by and watch your mother leave this world alone. I believe that one day you'll understand how I felt. Minato paused, then went on, Naruto, truthfully, I never wanted you to become a hero either. I just wanted you to grow up safe and sound. But if a real crisis came, if the village was in danger, could you really stand by and do nothing? Naruto froze, murmuring to himself. I couldn't do it, Minato smiled, placing a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder. So don't overthink things. Just go forward and do what you believe in. Dad will always support your choices. Once again, tears streamed down Naruto's face, and he laughed through his sobs. Haha, so my father was the fourth Hokage all along. Turns out, I'm not a demon fox. I'm the son of a hero nearby. Obito watched quietly, unable to hide his amazement. It seemed Naruto had gotten smarter. He knew that over 20 years ago, he hadn't even been born yet, but it seemed that Naruto still wasn't all that bright. He never stopped to wonder. Since he hadn't even been born yet, how did Master Minato know so much about all these things? Honestly, what a fool. After venting his feelings for a while, Naruto's naturally optimistic nature soon resurfaced. Cheerful again, he gave Minato a big hug, then asked curiously, Father, who is my mother? Minato pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Naruto, allow me to keep that a secret for now, because I want her to tell you our story herself. Naruto was taken aback, as if a certain possibility had crossed his mind. Wait, does that mean my mother isn't dead? Will I get to meet her? Minato shook his head gently. I'm afraid she's already passed away, but for certain reasons there is still a chance for you two to meet again. A hint of disappointment flickered in Naruto's eyes. Is that so? But he quickly pulled himself together. Just being able to see her once is enough for me. Thank you, Father, for telling me so much. However, Naruto finally realized something he should have noticed earlier. Wait a minute, Father. 20 years ago, I didn't even exist yet. How do you know so much about me? Minato glanced over at Obito, then explained, Let's just say I've had a glimpse of the future. You've met the great Toad Sage before, so you should understand about prophecies. Enlightenment dawned on Naruto's face. I see. So, Father, you have the great Toad Sage's powers too. His gaze grew resolute, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. It won't be long before I go to Mount Myaboku for training too. I'll definitely become stronger, avenge Master Jiraiya, and protect the village. And my friends, Minato smiled warmly. I never doubted it. Not even once, after all, keeping your word. That's your ninja way, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe even you know that, Father. That's right, I'll make sure I keep my promise. Minato said, All right, Naruto, for now, let's focus on our mission. Our job is to protect the Queen of Rorin. We can't afford any mistakes. Naruto wiped away his tears and nodded firmly. Got it. I'm a Leaf Ninja too. This mission involves me as well, so I'm coming along. Minato considered for a moment, then smiled. All right, then, keep up. We're moving out. With that, the group sprang into action. Before long, they arrived at a bustling square teeming with people, or rather, not real people. For everyone here was actually a puppet created by Mocade. They beat drums and gongs. Laughter and festive chatter filling the air, creating a scene of exuberant celebration. The purpose of all this was to deceive Queen Sora of Rorin into believing that her subjects were living happily under her rule. In truth, most of the able-bodied men of the real Lolan people had already been captured by Lu Shan. They now toiled in the underground Factory 007, keeping the dragon vein running and manufacturing all sorts of puppet armies for Lushan's ambitions. Witnessing this crowd of human-shaped puppets, singing and dancing in unison, everyone felt an overpowering sense of absurdity. And Lushan had truly woven a grand lie for Queen Sora. Obito shook his head. Wasn't it the same for the common folk? Throughout the entire ninja world, they too were like puppets under control, their every move manipulated from above. Just then, all the puppets turned their gaze upward, raising their hands and cheering, as if to welcome the arrival of someone important. The group looked up as well, and saw two small figures emerge from the top of the enormous central tower. All present were ninjas, thanks to chakra. Their eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, even without the power of bloodline. Dojutsu, they could clearly make out some features of the two figures. One male, one female. The woman seemed unaware of anything amiss. She waved happily to the people gathered below. Rin looked at her with a touch of pity and said, "That must be Queen Sora. I really feel sorry for her being deceived by Lushan like this." Minato nodded. "That's why we're here. To make sure she's safe." The words had barely left his lips when a sudden incident shattered the calm. The floor beneath Queen Sora's feet split open without warning. She lost her balance and plummeted from the towering heights. No one had expected this turn of events. Minato reacted instantly, giving a decisive command. "Save her!" He was just about to leap into action when Naruto, eager to prove himself before his father, sprang into motion ahead of him. He jumped onto the wall with lightning speed, darting up between the buildings, leaping nimbly from ledge to ledge. In moments he was airborne, catching the falling woman and bringing her safely to the ground. The rest of the group hurried after him. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and gently set the woman down. "That was close. Are you all right?" Then, recognizing her as the woman he'd seen singing when he first arrived in this world, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, aren't you?" But before he could finish, the woman swiftly slapped him several times and landed a punch, then stepped back, her expression wary. "How dare you, you insolent scoundrel!" Naruto was left utterly bewildered. "What the? I just saved you." The woman paused, thinking it over, and only then seemed to realize that the person before her really had just saved her life. If he hadn't caught her as she fell, she likely would have plunged her death. For a moment, she looked a bit embarrassed, but quickly composed herself, maintaining the proud bearing of a queen. "Thank you." Naruto pressed on. "So, you're the queen here?" The woman nodded. "That's right, I am Sora, the queen of Lolan." Naruto pointed at himself with his thumb and introduced himself with a grin. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki. I'm a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village, and I'm definitely going to become Hokage one day." Just as the two were about to say more, Minato Namikaze stepped forward. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else." With that, he quickly led the group away. Sora was filled with questions. She had no idea what this group had come to Lolan for, but since they had just saved her life, she decided to follow along. Soon after, the group found themselves in an inner corridor of a building in Lolan. Seeing how quiet it was around them, Sora could no longer hold back her curiosity. "Who exactly are you people? This is Lolan. Strangers aren't welcome here, especially not unknown ninja." Minato smiled as he explained, "Hello, we're all ninja from the Hidden Leaf. We're here on a mission to ensure your safety." Sora was briefly taken aback, then retorted with a hint of defiance. "I'm perfectly fine. I don't need any ninja to protect me." Obito removed his mask and stepped forward. "Is that so? Then how do you explain what just happened to you?" Sora hesitated involuntarily, recalling the scene from moments before. Though the floor had suddenly given way and she had fallen, she seemed to remember. Someone had given her a push from behind. Obito's voice was low and persuasive. "I'm sure you've realized it by now. Someone wants to harm you." Sora's body tensed in shock, but then she remembered who had been behind her at the time. Aside from a few guards, only Lushan had been there, and Lushan would never do anything to hurt her. She shook her head. "It was just an accident. And Lushan is a minister of Lolan. He never harmed me." Obito replied coolly, "You may know a person's face, but you can never truly know their heart. How can you be certain what kind of person Lushan really is?" Sora's anger flared. She shouted at Obito, "That's nonsense. You're just a child. And Lushan is a remarkable man. I won't let you slander him." For some reason, a scene flashed unbidden through Obito's mind, a moment from a time when he had already faded into nothingness. Yet, as a soul, he had still witnessed it all. Naruto's eyes filled with murderous intent. "Don't you dare mock Obito!" In an instant, he exploded with speed, tearing off Kagaya's arm, black Zetsu, and all. Obito quickly shook his head, returning to the present as he glanced at Naruto in front of him. That scene really was impressive. Seeing Sora lose her temper, Minato quickly stepped forward. "Please calm yourself. Queen Sora, we've investigated this in Lushan and discovered his real name is Hyaku. He's a ninja, and he intends to use the power of the Dragon Vein to create a massive puppet army and overturn the rule of the 5 great nations." Sora's face was filled with disbelief as she argued. "Back, and Lushan is simply in Lushan. He's definitely not some kind of centipede monster. And besides, he's a good man. How could he possibly use the power of the Dragon Vein to create the so-called puppet army you're talking about?" Obito shook his head. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain, immovable. If he wanted to convince Sora, he would have to make her question her own beliefs. But before anyone sees the truth with their own eyes, it's not easy to deny what they once held dear. Not Sora, not Madara, not even himself. He spoke slowly. "Naruto, why don't you take Queen Sora to see the truth for herself?" Naruto pouted in protest. "Why does he always act like such a grown-up when he's just a kid like me, giving orders and everything?" A vein throbbed on Obito's forehead. As much as he liked Naruto, he couldn't help but want to give him a good smack in moments like this. Off to the side, Kakashi and Rin couldn't help but chuckle to themselves. Kakashi quipped, "So this is how idiots communicate, huh?" At that moment, Sora's patience had run thin. "I don't care to see any so-called truth. If you're really here to protect me, then I'm canceling this mission right now. Please leave. I don't need your protection." Suddenly, the group was at a loss. What do you do when the person you're supposed to protect refuses your help? Obito stepped forward. "Wait, Queen Sora. Turn back. Is there something else, little ninja from a leaf?" Obito's voice grew solemn. "Queen Sora, do you know who issued the mission to protect you?" Sora's curiosity was piqued. She stood her ground, waiting for Obito to continue. Obito explained, "It was issued by your mother's most loyal retainer, the previous Queen of Roran. He represents your mother's wishes. Even so, are you willing to turn your back on them?" Sora's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible, my mother. How could she have given such an order?" Obito's tone became almost hypnotic. "Then think carefully. How did your mother die?" Sora frowned. "Didn't she die in an accident?" Obito let out a cold chuckle. "Are you sure it was really an accident? She clearly told her people she was murdered, and that's why she was so worried about you. That's why she wanted you protected." Sora stood frozen, stunned by the revelation. It was a long moment before she finally walked over to Obito, her face set and serious. "Tell me the truth. How exactly did my mother die?" Obito smiled and nodded to Naruto. "Naruto, show the queen the truth." Naruto's mouth fell open in awe. Obito was incredible. He was just a kid, but with a few words he'd managed to change Sora's mind. All Naruto could do was nod in agreement. He looked at Sora and pointed toward the square at the base of the tower, where the people were still celebrating. "Come with me. Let's go see those people together. Once you see them, you'll understand." Sora followed Naruto's gaze with a puzzled expression, completely at a loss. "You mean the truth is hidden among my own people?" she asked, uncertainty clear in her voice. But since it concerned her mother's death, she couldn't afford to hesitate. She anxiously grabbed onto Naruto's arm. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "It's too high up here. Can you take me down?" Naruto grinned and, without hesitation, swept Sora up in his arms like a princess. "Sure thing," he replied. He paid no mind to Sora's embarrassed, flustered cries as he carried her swiftly downward. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Minato looked a bit awkward. "Naruto may be a little thick-skinned, but it seems he knows how to charm girls," he said. Rin nodded unconsciously and glanced at Obito. The two of them had such similar personalities as children, so why was Naruto so much better at this than Obito? Obito, meanwhile, looked genuinely perplexed. "That's odd. According to White Zetsu's reports, Naruto's never shown this kind of skill before." On the other side, Naruto had already brought Sora to a quiet, secluded corner at the edge of the plaza. He pointed toward the long procession of Loran citizens parading in a line. Sora looked closely. "What do you think they are?" Sora stood rooted to the spot. From atop the tower, all she could see was a scene of bustling prosperity, but now that she was up close, she could only see row after row of puppets, moving mechanically and making rhythmic, lifeless clicking sounds as they repeated the same motions over and over again. In that moment, Her heart plunged into icy darkness. The sight was so disturbing and unnatural that she felt a cold fear blossom within her. It was at this moment that Obito and his group arrived. Obito regarded Sora, who was trembling all over, and spoke in a calm, detached tone. "Do you know why this is happening?" Sora shook her head in confusion. I don't know." Obito's eyes grew deep and serious. "You think you love your people, but you've never truly stepped down from your tower to join them. You only ever look down at them from above, distant and removed. To be honest, as the ruler of city, you've failed. Even the Hokage makes an effort to understand the lives of his people from time to time, but you were blinded by the illusion of prosperity, shutting yourself away in your tower and indulging in your own beautiful dreams. You are not a qualified queen." Sora sank to her knees. "So, I was wrong all along." Naruto immediately bristled with anger, snapping at Obito. "Hey kid, watch your mouth." He strode over to Sora, giving her a bright, reassuring smile. "Sora, don't lose heart. It's not too late to see things clearly now. I believe in you. You can do it. You can become a real, outstanding queen." Touched by Naruto's unwavering faith and warmth, Sora's tears flowed freely. She pulled him into a gentle embrace. "Thank you, Naruto. I swear from this moment on, I'll change. I'll make sure to become a good queen." Kakashi, standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh. Aren't those two progressing a little too fast? After realizing that the cheering crowd was actually a group of puppets, Sora also understood what Obito meant. "So my mother was killed by Lushan." Obito nodded. "Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths creating this elaborate lie to deceive you? He only wants to make you one of his countless puppets, controlling you at will." Sora was lost for a moment. She asked, "What should I do now?" Obito replied, "It's simple. If you want to be an outstanding ruler, you can't rely on your subordinates for everything. You must have some way to control the dragon vein, right? After all, you are the true queen of Rorin." Sora nodded. "I do, but I can't just take your word for it. I have to see the dragon vein for myself and find out if Lushan is really, as you say, secretly building an army of puppets." After some thought, Sora told everyone, "Follow me." Everyone nodded and followed Sora. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a massive underground factory. Sora glanced at the nearby sewer. "We'll sneak in from here. That way, we won't alert anyone. The core of the dragon vein is inside, and if Lushan wants to use its power, he'll have to go through here." The group nodded in agreement. One by one, they lifted the cover and slipped inside. The sewers below were a maze of winding passages with platforms at varying heights far apart. Since Sora wasn't a ninja, she had to rely on Naruto's help, which inevitably led to frequent physical contact between the two. During this time, Sora and Naruto began to open up to each other, their conversation growing more spirited with every step. Before long, a deep, emotional bond had formed between them. Everyone believed that if Naruto proposed to Sora right then, she would surely accept. Minato grew increasingly puzzled and quietly asked Obito, "Are you sure that Naruto, from your memories, couldn't even handle a single girl? Because from what I'm seeing, it looks like he's going to have quite a few admirers." Obito gave an awkward laugh. "I don't know either, sensei. In my memories, Naruto couldn't even manage to win over a boy, let alone a girl. He chased after Sasuke for so long and still couldn't get it back, haha." A cold sweat broke out on Minato's forehead. "Obito, that joke isn't funny at all." So as they chatted and pressed onward, they soon arrived at the very heart of the dragon vein. At the moment they stepped inside, Sora was stunned by what she saw. It was a vast puppet manufacturing plant. Countless parts rolled off assembly lines surrounded by throngs of workers. Each worker was forced by puppet sentries to perform all kinds of labor. These people looked pale and haggard, their steps unsteady and aimless. They worked with numb expressions, as if they no longer held any hope for life. Sorrow welled up in Sora's heart. And Lushan truly is creating puppet weapons, and he's enslaved so many of Lolan's people. "No, I have to put an end to this." She surveyed the area, then pointed to a square platform set into the ground. "Take me there. That's the power nexus of the dragon vein. I can shut it down." Naruto nodded and looked over at Minato. Minato smiled and said, "There are too many puppets nearby. You take Sora over, and we'll stay here to keep watch." Naruto nodded again and quietly led Sora up onto the platform. Sora's demeanor turned grave as she approached the metallic control device at the center. She knelt down and declared by the authority of the queen, "I command you, sever the surge of the dragon vein and suppress your power." As she chanted, her hands began to glow with a soft light, and in an instant the entire factory ground to a halt. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sora stood up and said, "Now, the power of the dragon vein won't flow into this factory anymore." Naruto grinned. "That's great. While we have the chance, let's..." But before he could finish, countless threads of chakra suddenly appeared, latching onto the completed puppets throughout the factory. All at once, the puppets sprang to life, forming a massive army. Without anyone noticing, and Lushan had appeared atop a high platform in the factory, his face shadowed and inscrutable. "Your Majesty the Queen, what brings you here?" The moment Sora saw Lushan, she understood everything. Fury blazed in her eyes. "And Lushan, by the authority of the Queen, I order you, stop creating puppet soldiers and release the people you've forced into labor." And Lushan remained unmoved, his voice growing colder and more menacing. "Your Majesty, sometimes being too clever is a dangerous thing. Just like your mother. Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll simply make a proper puppet to take your place," he sneered. "You are such a useful puppet. Why won't you follow my will?" Sora's anger only intensified. "I am not a puppet. I am the Queen of Lolan." And Lushan erupted into laughter. "Is that so? But in the face of my puppet army, what can you possibly do?" As his words faded, the puppet army began closing in around Naruto and Sora. Naruto caught a clear glimpse of Lushan and declared, "I don't know why you got so fat, but you're definitely Centipede. I'm going to capture you." And Lushan's face twisted into a mocking grin, his confidence overflowing. "I have mastered the power of the dragon vein. No one can stop me now. I will become the king of the world." Just then, chaos erupted. "Hey!" Kunai whistled through the air from a hidden corner, speeding straight toward Lushan. It was Obito striking from the shadows, and Lushan twisted aside, dodging the kunai, and sneered, "I've had my eye on you for a while now. You're just a bunch of little mice. Die here together with Queen Sora." But in the very next instant, as the kunai was still flying through the air, Obito's figure suddenly flashed into view. He caught the kunai and slashed it straight at Lushan, and Lushan had no time to react. Half his face was already cut open by the kunai. Obito felt no satisfaction at this small victory, for beneath Lushan's skin there was no flesh or blood, only puppet-like mechanical parts. What's more, the wound he just inflicted was already mending itself, healing completely in the blink of an eye. Obito frowned. Was this Lushan like Sasori, someone who had transformed himself into a human puppet, and under the power of the dragon vein? It seemed his puppet components could regenerate at incredible speed, and Lushan let out a wild, arrogant laugh. "Ha ha ha! Here in Lolan, I am invincible. Now let me show you my true power." Without another thought for his puppet army, and Lushan's entire body began to change shape, rapidly morphing into an enormous puppet centipede. Obito stared at the grotesque centipede and couldn't help but make a sardonic remark. "No wonder they call you Centipede. So this is your true form? To be honest, this puppet's craftsmanship isn't artistic at all. You're nowhere near Sasori's level. The only reason you have this power is because of the dragon vein's blessing." Centipede paused, a flicker of pain crossing his face at the mention of Sasori, as if the name had dredged up a bitter memory. In an instant, rage overtook him. "Don't mention that name to me. He's nothing. Now I'm the strongest puppet master." In a frenzy, several of Centipede's hands sprouted countless blades, which he swung at Obito in a mad, relentless storm, as if unleashing a hurricane of steel. Obito activated his three-tomo Sharingan, his body slipping into a ghostly, intangible state. He stood unmoving, hands on his hips, watching Centipede's desperate assault with cool detachment. "So you know Sasori? I suppose that makes sense. How many puppet masters from the sand wouldn't know him? But judging by your reaction, did Sasori crush your spirit in the past?" Centipede's fury erupted. "I told you, don't bring up that name." He redoubled his attacks, screaming, "I'll cut you to pieces. I'll slice you to bits, you wretched insect." Yet after hacking away for ages, Centipede found himself exhausted, his countless blades having struck nothing but empty air. Obito stood calmly with his hands on his hips, quietly observing the spectacle. Driven to the edge of madness, Centipede howled, "Why? Why aren't my attacks having any effect? Why are you completely unharmed?" Obito had no intention of explaining himself to Lushan. He simply watched him with amused curiosity. "Let me guess why you became a traitor. Judging from your reaction to Sasori, you must have stolen the forbidden human puppet technique that Sasori invented, the very one that's banned in the sand. No wonder you turned yourself into this half-human, half-monster form. Centipede couldn't hold back a furious roar. All around him, the puppet soldiers collapsed in pieces, their parts drawn by his dragon vein power and merging with his own body. In moments, his figure swelled once more, transforming into a hulking monstrosity, bearing a striking resemblance to Kakuzu's grotesque form. Centipede let out a wild laugh. "Kid, you've pushed me over the edge. Now I'll show you the ultimate war machine I've created with my own hands." Die. Dragon vein, blazing flame, with a thunderous shout. A torrent of violet fire erupted from the giant puppet's maw, surging straight toward Obito. Not far away, Minato witnessed the scene and called out urgently, "This is bad. The commotion from the fight is too intense. It could easily sweep up the people here. Naruto, you and Sora evacuate the civilians and get everyone to safety. We'll cover the rear." Naruto couldn't help but glance at Centipede's enormous form, a trace of worry in his voice. "Dad, don't your teammates need help? That thing looks like serious trouble." Minato smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Obito is more capable than you think." Naruto paused, puzzled. Obito? That name sounds familiar. Wait, didn't he ask me about it himself? So he's Kakashi-sensei's best friend. No wonder he cares so much about what happens to him. But why has Kakashi-sensei never mentioned him before? "Hey, little Kakashi-sensei, can you explain it to me?" Naruto aimed his last question at Kakashi, who was still wearing his mask. Kakashi sighed, a little helpless since most secrets had already been revealed. There was no point in hiding anymore. He promptly removed his mask, revealing his trademark. Sleepy eyes. "How am I supposed to become your teacher in the future? This is just too much." Naruto got a good look at Kakashi's face at last, and exclaimed in surprise, "Kakashi-sensei, you look exactly the same as when you were a kid, except you don't have the Sharingan yet." Minato, seeing Naruto getting sidetracked, quickly cut in. "That's enough. This isn't the time for chatter. Naruto, get Sora and lead the evacuation." Sora responded swiftly, "It's not safe here anymore. I must protect my people." Naruto remembered his mission and immediately turned to Sora. "Sora, let's go." Sora nodded, and together they hurried toward the townspeople. Though the factory had shut down, were still numbed by exhaustion and slow to react. Sora quickly unfastened the iron chains binding each of them, and spoke with resolve to the dazed crowd. "I am Sora, Queen of Roran. I'm leading you to freedom. From now on, you will never again endure days like these, enslaved and oppressed." Some of the townsfolk were just beginning to regain a sense of awareness, though their voices were still numb as they asked, "Is that true?" Sora could hardly hold back her tears. She nodded emphatically. "I swear in the name of the Queen, it's true." Only then did the people slowly come back to life. With mutual support, they began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Seeing that the civilians were finally settled, Minato let out a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the unfolding battle. On the other side, faced with the enormous purple fire dragon that Centipede hurled at him, Obito still didn't dodge or flinch. The fire dragon, just like before, passed right through his body and crashed in the wall behind him. With a deafening explosion, thick smoke billowed out, making it impossible for Centipede to see what had happened inside. But he was brimming with confidence. "Damn brat, you must be dead now. No one could survive that attack. Who else is left to stop me? The 5 great nations are already in the palm of my hand." Yet through the swirling smoke, Obito's silhouette appeared once more. "Is that so? Someone who couldn't even defeat Sasori, someone who can't face him head-on. What power do you have to unite the 5 great nations?" "Sure. With the power of the dragon vein and Sasori's human puppet technique, you've barely managed to reach the level of a Kage, but your mind, utterly lacking. You don't deserve this strength at all." Obito's taunts were relentless, and Lushan went berserk. "Why? Why is it that even after I use that technique, you're completely unharmed? Why are you so strong?" Obito couldn't hold back a smirk. This in Lushan, so much power, yet so little wit. All he did was rage helplessly, and up to now, he hadn't figured out a single useful thing about Obito's abilities, unlike Minato-sensei, who could strip away all his secrets in just a few exchanges. The gulf between their tactical minds was simply immeasurable. But that too was a blessing. Obito kept advancing toward Lushan. "So you can't even defeat me. How do you expect to rule the 5 great nations with those puppet toys of yours?" Sasori could command the 100 puppet performance, unleashing 100 human puppets in an instant, enough to wipe out a small nation with ease. But even he was taken down all the same. Beneath the massive puppet, and Lushan's real form, the centipede, had its pupils contracting in fear. He roared, "Why do you know so much about Sasori? Who on earth are you? Tell me, now." With that, he launched attack after furious attack at Obito. Yet every strike missed. Step by step, Obito drew closer. For the first time, dread crept into Lushan's heart. After gaining the power of the dragon vein, he believed himself unstoppable, confident that even the Kage from each village would be at his mercy. Yet, no one had ever told him what to do if such overwhelming power missed its target. He couldn't understand. Why would such a bizarre ability even exist in this world? As Obito drew closer and closer to him, his resolve began to waver, his faith to crumble. At last, he couldn't hold out any longer. To hell with ruling the 5 great nations if he didn't run now. When would he? Without hesitation, Centipede spun his enormous puppet around, turned his head, and bolted away. Obito was momentarily dumbfounded. Weren't they fighting fiercely just a moment ago? How'd he scared him off so suddenly? Was it really that bad? Heh, do you think you can get away? Obito's face wore a faint, mocking smile. Centipede had no idea that when he absorbed all those puppet parts, some of them had been secretly marked with a flying thunder god seal when Obito's group infiltrated the place. With a flicker, Obito instantly appeared atop Centipede's colossal puppet. Thanks to the detailed intel he'd received from Sasori, he knew exactly where the human puppet's core was located, so he decided to greet the Centipede master hiding inside. "Hello there." Damn it, ever since he'd greeted White Zetsu like this, he couldn't help but be drawn to this peculiar way of saying hello. It just slipped out. Somehow it felt a little awkward, but what Obito didn't know was that Centipede cowering inside the massive puppet was frightened out of his wits. He couldn't make sense of it. He was already fleeing for his life, so how was this guy still haunting him, popping up right before his eyes without warning? "Hark, I'll kill you." Centipede manipulated the giant puppet to raise its arm and brought it crashing down toward Obito's position. With a thunderous crash, the blow missed Obito entirely, but the puppet's own shoulder was smashed to pieces. Thankfully, with the power of the dragon vein flowing through it, the shattered shoulder quickly healed. Obito couldn't help but sneer. "How foolish. Knowing you can't hit me, yet you still end up hurting yourself." At that moment, something seemed to click in Centipede's mind, and he burst out laughing. "You brat, your powers might be strange, but I'm surrounded by layers of protection now. There's nothing you can do to me. With the dragon veins, endless energy, I'm not afraid of a battle of attrition. I don't believe for a second that you can keep up this ability without paying some price. Let's see who lasts longer." Obito's eyes glinted with a hint of admiration. At last, some useful intelligence. "Well done, you're learning, but have you considered this? All those layers of protection you're so proud of. What if, for me, they might as well not exist at all?" As he finished speaking, Obito's entire body slowly, inch by inch, phased straight into the massive puppet. What the hell is this power now? Centipede was on the verge of a breakdown. Even hiding like a turtle in its shell, he couldn't escape this nightmare. He manipulated the enormous puppet, making it writhe and twist with frenzied force. For a moment, it looked as if he were performing a ridiculous dance, all in an attempt to shake off the intruder hidden within. Yet despite his wild efforts, nothing happened. Instead, a sudden voice sounded from behind him. "So this is where you were hiding. I searched everywhere for you. You wrapped yourself in layer after layer of protection, and it's certainly an effective defense. But have you ever considered this? If the attack comes from inside, it's no different from trapping a turtle in a jar, waiting to be caught." Centipede nearly jumped out of his skin in fright. Instinctively, he tried to disengage the outer mechanisms and break free, but Obito gave him no time at all. The moment Obito realized that the chamber holding Centipede's true body could accommodate another person, he slipped inside and shed his intangibility. From their earlier clash, Obito had already gauged that this man's close combat skills were abysmal, probably not even a match for a mid-level ninja. In other words, bullying him would be easy. Without hesitation, Obito struck straight at the puppet core embedded in the massive Centipede's body. A chill ran through Centipede's entire being. Not only did this man possess such bizarre abilities, but he also seemed to know his every weakness. Down to the location of the puppet core at his heart, the very source of his life force. He could withstand all manner of external damage. But if the core was destroyed, he would die without a doubt. In a Panic, he cast everything aside and screamed, "If you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Go to hell." As he finished, a violent surge of purple energy erupted from his body. The power coalesced rapidly, resembling the dragon vein-tailed beast bomb. Even Obito was taken aback. Firing such an attack in a confined space was tantamount to suicide. Still, Obito glanced at Centipede with a touch of pity. "Have you considered that you might just end up hurting yourself?" But Centipede could no longer hear him, or even if he did, there was no time. The massive ball of energy had already been unleashed. A thunderous explosion erupted from within, tearing the giant puppet apart and scattering its pieces in every direction. As the smoke cleared, the area was left in ruins, and Centipede's true body lay battered and scarred. Yet thanks to the power of the dragon vein, his wounds began to heal at a startling speed. Centipede let out a sigh of relief. He had gambled that the blast wouldn't penetrate his outer shell and reach the core. No matter how badly the exterior was damaged, he would be able to recover. His arrogance quickly returned. "That must have finished you off for good. There's no way you could have survived a blast of that magnitude. Damn brat, why does someone like you even exist in this world?" But in the next instant, Obito's figure slowly emerged from beneath the ground, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. As if he'd just recalled something amusing. "You really thought you could kill me with just a few seconds of explosions? You're underestimating me far too much." Centipede was utterly stunned, his mind going blank. He almost wanted to cry. Why are you still alive? He was on the verge of losing his mind. If a puppet could cry, tears would have been streaming down his face. Running wasn't an option, but fighting seemed pointless too. What was he supposed to do? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. If I can't do anything to you, you still have friends. And there are so many people in Lolan. Even if I die, I'll take everyone down with me. With that, his speed surged as he dashed toward the source of the dragon vein, intending to set off an explosion there and kill them all. He wanted this brat in front of him to taste true pain. Obito's eyes narrowed. He couldn't let Centipede succeed with something so dangerous. Just as he was about to act, a golden-haired figure appeared before Centipede's centipede puppet. Shadow, Shuriken Jutsu. It was Minato, who had snapped back to his senses and joined the battle. Minato hurled a shuriken at Centipede and quickly formed a series of hand seals. Instantly, the single-thrown shuriken multiplied into thousands, raining down on Centipede in a furious storm. Obito watched in amazement. He'd seen the Shadow, Shuriken, Jutsu before, but never in such numbers or with such speed. If he knew about certain rapid-fire weapons from another world, he would have blurted out, "Damn, a Gatling gun." Truly, Minato-sensei was in a league of his own. Under the relentless barrage of Shuriken, Centipede didn't even have time to react and took the full brunt of the attack. His body shattered under the force, left mangled and incomplete. But when the storm of blades ceased, Centipede still managed to stand, laughing madly through his battered form. "I told you, it's useless. I have unlimited energy. No matter how badly I'm hurt, I'll always recover. Dragon Vein, grant me your power." Centipede roared. He waited for the power of the Dragon Vein to surge through him, to restore him, so he could watch these pests struggle and fail over and over. But to his dismay, this time, the Dragon Vein's power did not come. His body remained broken, refusing to heal. Why won't the Dragon Vein help me? Is it abandoning me too? Centipede screamed, the sound desperate and crazed like a patient in the throes of hopelessness. Minato shook his head. "No, you've forgotten someone. Looks like their plan on the other side went smoothly." Centipede froze in confusion. What did that mean? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. It's Sora. Damn, that's Sora. She shut down the entire Dragon Vein. How could she do this? Curse it. I should have killed her sooner. Minato spoke calmly. So, although you possess limitless energy, that kind of power doesn't truly belong to you, does it? Centipede burst into wild laughter, his voice echoing with sudden clarity as he realized he'd reached his end. "If I'm going down, I'll drag you all with me." In a flash, one of Centipede's many arms clamped down over his heart as he lunged violently toward Minato. Obito instantly understood what was happening. Sensei, he's going to self-destruct. Yet Obito remained unfazed. With the time it took for such an explosion, Minato could have dodged with his Flying Thunder God technique 7 or 8 times over. There was no way the blast would touch him. But Minato didn't evade. Instead, he closed the distance, appearing right in front of Centipede in the blink of an eye. Reaching out, Minato pressed his hand against the puppet's monstrous body and intoned seal. In an instant, everything Centipede had been building vanished without a trace. The threat of self-destruction was gone. He could feel it. Every puppet conduit and energy line had been cut off by the seal. All his fighting strength evaporated. His body crashed to the ground barely. Clinging to life, his breath shallow and faint. Obito looked on in astonishment, almost forgetting that Minato-sensei was also a master of powerful sealing techniques. Now, with the dragon vein's power gone, Centipede could no longer break free with brute force. His puppet body required a core energy supply. Precisely what the seal suppressed. It was over. Centipede was finished as a fighter. The monstrous puppet began to wither, shrinking bit by bit, until only the original human form remained. His upper body lay bare, intricate sealing marks winding across his skin. Minato gazed at these marks, then turned to Obito, who had come over. This is why he could travel back to the past. If we destroy these patterns, time and space will return to normal, and Naruto can go home. Obito nodded. So, should we kill Centipede? If he dies, the marks will disappear, and everything should return to the way it was. Minato hesitated, reluctant to part with Naruto, this child from the future with whom he longed to spend more time. But after a moment's thought, he steeled himself. Naruto didn't belong in this timeline. It was time for him to go. Back. Just as he was about to act, Naruto's voice called out from the distance. Wait, Dad. Minato's hand paused midair. Naruto hurried over, breathless. I made it in time. He glanced at the barely living centipede on the ground and smiled. Looks like you've got it all under control, Dad. So if we kill him, I can go home, right? Minato nodded, but in Naruto's eyes, a plea shimmered. Dad, could you wait a little longer? Minato was taken aback for a moment, then spoke gently. Naruto, is there still something you wish for? But you don't belong here. Even if our worlds might have no real connection, it's best not to interfere too deeply. Naruto, however, gazed at him with eyes so pleading that Minato could not refuse. Dad, there's one last thing I wish for. Let me see Pervy Sage just one more time. Just once, is that okay? A few question marks seemed to pop up over Minato's head. Pervy Sage? Who could that be? But almost immediately, a familiar image formed in his mind. Minato frowned in concern. Naruto, you want to see Master Jiraiya? But he's in Konoha, far from Rorin. We don't have that much time. Naruto's face was full of regret. So I can't go back and see him. Not even once? Scenes from his days with Pervy Sage flashed through Naruto's mind. Training together, soaking in the hot springs, eating popsicles, sneaking peeks at women in the bath. He'd even helped Pervy Sage write a volume of Make Out Paradise, which, rumor had it, was the best-selling one. Memory after memory surged up, and tears streamed down Naruto's face in great, heavy drops. Was it true that he might never, ever see Pervy Sage again? Seeing Naruto's grief, Minato's heart ached as well. For a while, neither of them spoke, and the silence hung thick in the air. In the end, Naruto made peace with himself. Through his tears, he managed a shaky smile. It's okay, Dad. Let's finish off Makade. It's time for me to return to my own time and go Mount Mayaboku to train in Sage mode. Naruto clenched his fists. This time, I won't let everyone down. I'll protect the village. And I'll avenge Pervy Sage. But the tears that wouldn't stop betrayed Naruto's true feelings when someone you cherish is gone, and you can't even say goodbye, only mourn at a memorial stone. How could anyone truly make peace with that? He was only forcing himself to look on the bright side. Minato couldn't bear to see Naruto like this. In that moment, a sudden impulse seized him, and he turned to Obito. Obito, what do you think? If the two of us use the flying Raijin formation and take Naruto to Konoha and back, quick in and out, could it work? Obito considered it for a moment, then shook his head. I don't think so. Sensei, it's not a short trip. Our chakra might be enough to use flying Raijin to get home, but not enough for the return jump. We'd have to run all the way back to Rorin, and running would take time. Obito glanced at Makade, who lay on the ground, as fragile as a dying flame. He transformed himself using the power of the dragon vein. Now that he's lost that power, and his core supply has been severed by sealing techniques. Even if we don't execute him, he doesn't have long to live. What if he dies before we get back? Minato fell silent. The sealing patterns on the centipede's body are closely linked to the power of the dragon vein. If it leaves Lolan, it will be outside the dragon vein's reach. What might happen if the centipede dies during this time? No one can say for sure. In the worst case, Naruto might never be able to return. In fact, since Naruto isn't even from this era, his very existence could be wiped out along with the centipede's demise. Minato couldn't take that risk. Facing Naruto's expectant, hopeful gaze, Minato could only give him an apologetic smile and shake his head helplessly. With his final glimmer of hope extinguished, Naruto had no choice but to steel himself and put on a brave face. Dad, it looks like there's nothing more we can do. We'll have to part ways after all. Thank you for telling me so much. I'm able to take care of myself now. So don't forget your promise to me. If a future me is born, please, please, don't abandon him again. Give him a happy life. Minato smiled gently. Don't worry, Naruto. I will keep that promise. Naruto glanced down at the centipede and spoke in a low voice. Dad, do it. It looks like life is nothing but suffering for him. Let's set him free. Minato nodded and was about to drive his kunai into the centipede's core, but just then people came running from the distance. Rin, Kakashi and Sora hurried over, and beside Kakashi was a man wearing a leaf village forehead protector. Naruto saw him and couldn't help but blurt out, Captain Yamato, what are you doing here? Yamato looked utterly confused. He glanced at the young Kakashi beside him and said, I'm not sure either. When I woke up, little Kakashi had already found me. Kakashi explained, we ran into him while we were helping Sora to seal the dragon vein. He's from the Leaf Village too, but he passed out almost immediately, so I brought him back. In truth, Kakashi was full of questions himself, hadn't Obito said. That Naruto's squad was the one he'd led. Then who was this Captain Yamato? Wait, Yamato! Kakashi and Rin exchanged a look, then gazed at Yamato in amazement. So you're the wood-style ninja who builds such sturdy houses? Yamato stared back, utterly baffled. Was he really that famous? By all rights, he and Kakashi shouldn't even know each other at this point, sure. On the way here, Kakashi had explained that he was a ninja from 20 years in the future. But this whole situation was getting out of hand. And what was this about building sturdy houses? He did like to use wood style for camping in the wild, but as the top ANBU operative, that title seemed a bit off. He decided not to dwell on it. Kakashi was just too infuriating. After finally getting the chance to return to the past, Yamato figured he should take advantage of Kakashi's youth and teach him a lesson. With that thought, Yamato landed a punch right on Kakashi's head. Kakashi turned around, clutching his head. Why'd you hit me? That really hurt, you know, Yamato Warren. Annoyingly smug expression. Oh, nothing. It's just that you've been bullying me for so long. I couldn't help but hit you back. Kakashi fumed inside, ready to retort, but Yamato had already turned away, ignoring him. Instead, he walked over to Minato with utmost respect, bowed deeply, and said, I never imagined I'd have the honor to meet you. Minato smiled gently. He understood perfectly well why Yamato showed him such deference. In the future. He would become the fourth Hokage and would one day sacrifice himself to protect the village. But all that belonged to the future. Right now, it was time to restore the world to its proper course. He spoke softly. It's unfortunate, but the time has come for us to say goodbye. Sora grew anxious at once. She rushed over to Naruto, her face filled with reluctance to part. How can this be? Are we really going our separate ways so soon? Naruto smiled warmly. Sora, you're already an outstanding queen. Even without our help, you can guide your people well. Touched Sora's eyes softened. Naruto, I'll never forget you. She too knew that Naruto came from the future. Even the happiest meetings must someday end in farewell, but why, she wondered, did her heart ache so much? Minato watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. In such a short time, his son had won a girl's unwavering devotion. Only for them to face the pain of parting, he didn't know whether to feel proud or sorrowful. If Naruto belonged to this timeline's future, Minato would have sealed everyone's memories. But since Naruto came from a future unconnected to theirs, these precious and beautiful memories could be allowed to remain. Seeing that their farewells were almost complete, Minato turned his gaze back to Mokade, ready to act. By now, Mokade had cursed countless times in his mind. He felt worse than death itself, unable even to make a sound. If you're going to kill me, just get it over with. Why all this hesitation? But at least it would soon be over. Resigned, he looked at Minato with a longing for release in his eyes. As Minato drew closer, Mokade finally felt a sense of relief. This time, surely, nothing could go wrong. Yet just then, Obito suddenly spoke up. Wait, Minato-sensei. Minato paused, his hand gripping the kunai once more. Obito turned to Rin. Rin, Mokade's life is hanging by a thread. Check him over. If you give it your all, how much longer can he hold on? Rin nodded and moved to Mokade's side. After a brief examination, she said, with my medical ninjutsu, I can keep him alive for another 3 hours. Obito's face lit up with confidence. That's plenty. Minato looked puzzled. Obito, what are you getting at? Obito said to Minato, I've been thinking, and I actually really want Naruto to see Lord Jiraiya one last time. Minato frowned, but didn't we just discuss this? It's impossible to fulfill that request. We might not make it back within 3 hours, Obito smiled. If I only used flying Raijin, you'd be right we couldn't do it. But Minato-sensei, have you forgotten? I possess more than one kind of space-time ninjutsu. Before Minato could reply, Rin interrupted him. Obito, you can't. Lord Jiraiya is all the way in Konoha. The strain and chakra cost of using your eyes to activate space-time ninjutsu 4. Such a long journey would be enormous. Obito, however, drew a deep breath. Don't worry, Rin. I'll be transplanting Hashirama's cells soon. Even if I lose my sight, I can still recover it, can't I? Naruto stood by the side, unable to grasp every detail of Obito's words, but somehow it seemed there was a chance he might see the arrow Sennin one last time. For a moment, hope lit up his face, but in the end, he clenched his teeth and said, No, I won't see him. Obito, I don't understand everything you're saying, but I do know this will cost you dearly. I can't let you take such a risk just for me. Obito only shook his head at Naruto with a gentle smile. Naruto, you're as kind as ever, but this time, I owe you. And now it's time I paid you back. With that, he didn't hesitate any longer. He closed his eyes, then called out, Kino. In an instant, the three-side-shaped windmill, Sharingan, spun open, and as blood tears streamed down his face, a swirling vortex of space began to take shape. As everyone looked on, the other end of the portal became clear. Beneath the glow of the setting sun, the Hokage rock stood out, the faces of 3 Hokage etched in sharp relief. On the other side was Konoha. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the Konoha of 20 years ago, a view that seemed unchanged in the slightest. He was about to speak, but Obito cut him off urgently. Minato-sensei, Naruto, go. I can't hold this for long. The rest of you stay here, Rin. Please keep Centipede alive. Tears glimmered in Rin's eyes as she nodded and quickly began to administer medical ninjutsu to Centipede. Obito stepped into the portal first, beckoning Minato and Naruto to follow. Minato heaved a sigh. Since the portal had already been opened and the price paid by Obito, he couldn't let that good intention go to waste. Without hesitation, he pulled the still-stunned Naruto along, used flying Raijin, and appeared instantly at Obito's side. In the next moment, Obito shut his Mangekyo, and the space-time portal vanished. The 3 of them now stood on a deserted cliff at the edge of Konoha. Obito was gasping for breath. Opening a space-time passage over such a distance had put an immense strain on him. Even in that brief moment, he could feel his vision rapidly fading. Minato walked over with concern, handing Obito a tissue. Obito, are you all right? He asked. Obito shook his head, dabbing at the blood tears streaming from his eyes with the tissue. After resting for a moment, he finally regained a bit of strength. He managed to smile. The price is within what I can bear, my body can handle. Though my eyesight's gotten a bit worse, it'll be fine once I transplant Hashirama's cells. Minato let out a sigh of relief. That was good news at that moment. Naruto snapped out of his shock, staring at Obito in disbelief. Hey, Obito, just now. Did you use Kimui? How do you have the same eye as Kakashi-sensei? Obito couldn't help but give a small snort. First of all, don't call me a kid. Technically speaking, I'm much older than you. Second, did it ever occur to you that Kakashi's Sharingan was originally mine to begin with? And honestly, do you think Kakashi's Kimui is anywhere near as good as mine? Naruto's face lit up with sudden understanding, then shifted to one of disdain. Tisich, you're just like Kakashi-sensei. One use, and you're already out of breath, Obito. Then Naruto's expression turned solemn. He looked at Obito with gratitude. I don't even know how to thank you. You've sacrificed so much just to let me see the pervy sage one more time. Obito shook his head. Think nothing of it. You never have to thank me. All right, we don't have much time. Let's hurry and find Lord Jiraiya. Naruto came back to his senses and gazed at the distant Hokage rock, marveling. This really is Konoha. I can't believe we traveled from Roran to here in just an instant. It's incredible. There are only 3 faces on the Hokage rock now. How by my time, there are already 5. By the way, where is the pervy sage right now? Minato turned to Naruto, his tone serious. Naruto, I'll let you see Master Jiraiya, but you mustn't reveal any information about yourself. Don't say who you are, can you? Promise me that. Naruto nodded. Dad, just getting to see the pervy sage is more than enough for me. Minato nodded in return. Then let's go. The sun was setting, and dusk had fallen. The last rays of sunlight shone on the Ichiraku ramen sign. Tucci watched his final customer leave and let out a sigh of relief. It was opening day, and the place had been packed, though he was still a spirited young man. Even he was exhausted. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he collected the empty bowls and started cleaning the tables. Just then a figure with white hair walked in. "Boss, one bowl of ramen, please." Tucci turned his head and broke into a pleasantly surprised smile. "Even Lord Jiraiya has come to try my ramen." Jiraiya chuckled. After all, Tucci inherited the legendary secret ramen recipe. "I've been wanting to try it for ages, but this morning the place was packed. I just couldn't squeeze in." Tucci grinned. "It's truly an honor to have the approval of Master Jiraiya. Please wait a moment. I'll go make it right." "Away. I promise the taste won't let you down." With that, he briskly wiped down the table, then slipped into the kitchen and began preparing the noodles. Jiraiya found himself a seat, feeling a hollow ache inside. He picked up the bottle of sake he'd just bought and took a sip. Earlier that morning, right after he'd mastered the Rasengan, he'd wanted to show off to his most talented student, but to his disappointment, Minato had been called away on a confidential mission and left in a hurry. Then, in the afternoon, Tsunade finished packing her bags, took her new apprentice Shizun, and declared she was heading out on a journey. Jiraiya had tried his best to persuade her to stay, but it was all in vain. Before she left, he'd confessed his feelings one more time, only to be rejected yet again. Who could say how long it would be before she returned from this trip? Thinking of all this, Jiraiya felt a heavy gloom settle over him. He couldn't help but take one drink after another, and before long he'd finished the whole bottle. As the warm haze of alcohol set in, the door opened, and a figure came in, taking the seat beside him. This person seemed oddly at home at Ichiraku Ramen, though it was only the shop's opening day. He didn't even glance at the menu. With practiced ease, he ordered one bowl of miso chashu ramen, please. No bamboo shoots. As he cooked, Tucci found himself with a strange, subtle feeling, as if this newcomer were a regular. Almost on instinct, he replied, "All right, just a moment." He tossed an extra bundle of fresh noodles into the boiling broth and, thinking again, added yet another. Meanwhile, Jiraiya turned his head, curious to see who had arrived. Through his tipsy gaze, he glimpsed a head of blonde hair, and for a moment he saw Minato's silhouette overlaid on the newcomer. But that couldn't be. Minato was still out on his mission. Jiraiya shook his head, trying to clear away the fuzziness, and looked again. This time, he saw a young man with blonde hair and a trace of stubble. Caught up in the moment, Jiraiya called out, "Hey, you here to try Tucci's secret ramen too?" The blonde youth looked at Jiraiya with a deep, heartfelt gaze. Yeah, that's right, Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued. "By the way, you ordered this can't be your first time here, can it?" The young man didn't say yes or no. Instead, he skillfully dodged the question by posing another. "So, old man, you seemed lost in thought just now. What were you thinking about?" Jiraiya was taken aback. "Old man, do I really look that ancient?" Maybe he truly wasn't young anymore. He searched for an excuse, his eyes wandering to the lanterns hanging inside Ichiraku. "To tell the truth, I'm working on a novel. I just haven't decided what to name the main character yet." The blonde young man seemed to recall something, his expression turning a bit odd as he quipped, "Old man, you're not writing some racing novel, are you?" Jiraiya coughed abruptly, clearly embarrassed, but quickly composed himself and replied with a straight face, "What are you thinking? The book I'm going to write is one that will set your blood racing." At these words, the blonde youth looked even more suspicious. "Come on, admit it, it's obviously a racing novel. Don't be shy, old man." Jiraiya retorted earnestly, "Who says so? The title is The Legend of Ninja Perseverance. It's not racy at all. Your noodles are ready. Please enjoy." At that moment, Tucci came out carrying 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The blonde young man's face lit up with anticipation. He immediately picked up his chopsticks, stirred his noodles, and took a big bite, letting out a long, satisfied sigh, as expected. Ichiraku's ramen is the best," he corrected himself, glancing at Tucci's youthful face. Tucci looked slightly puzzled, but upon hearing the compliment, his eyes crinkled with a warm smile. "Is that so? Then be sure to come back for more," he replied, before heading back in the kitchen to wash the recently used utensils. The blonde young man fell silent, turning his full attention to the ramen. He ate with genuine happiness, but for some reason, as he ate, large tears began to fall into his bowl. Jiraiya noticed and tried to comfort him. "What's wrong? Did something sad come to mind?" The young man wiped away his tears. "It's not that. I'm just so moved." It's been so long since I've had a hot bowl of ramen like this. Jiraiya suddenly realized that this young man's love for Ichiraka's ramen ran deeper than most. He couldn't help but grow curious. Was this ramen really that good? With that thought, he too picked up his chopsticks and took a taste. After a few bites, he had to admit, it truly was delicious. No wonder Tucci's reputation as a ramen master was so well earned. Jiraiya fell silent, joining the blonde youth in focusing solely on their meal. For a while, the gentle sound of noodles being slurped filled the air. Before long, both had finished their bowls, exhaling a warm breath, their faces glowing with contentment. At that moment, the blonde young man turned and asked Old Man, "You still haven't decided on a name for your protagonist? Want me to help you think of one?" Jiraiya looked at the young man and smiled. "Actually, while I was eating, I came up with one. Let's call him Naruto." The blonde young man's eyes grew moist. Naruto. Huh, that's a wonderful name. After a pause, he stood up, pulled out a frog-shaped wallet, and counted out some money to place on the table. "It's getting late. I should be going," he said. Turning to leave, Jiraiya glanced at the money on the table and called out, "Hey, you've paid too much." The young man turned his head, looked at the price list posted inside Ichiraka ramen with a puzzled expression, and then suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. It's still pretty cheap at this time." But the young man didn't take back the extra money. Instead, he said, "Consider it a little extra for the owner's hospitality." Jiraiya grinned. "In such a hurry to leave? I hope that one day, when I finally finish my novel, you'll get to read it." The blonde young man nodded. "I promise I will." As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body trembled slightly, and he left. When his figure disappeared from sight for reasons he couldn't explain, Jiraiya felt a sudden emptiness, as if that young man had been someone truly important in his life. What a strange kid, Jiraiya muttered to himself. Yet somehow the melancholy in his heart didn't fade. Instead, it only grew stronger. Unable to help himself, he stood up and went to buy another flask of sake, then said, "Boss, another bowl, same flavor as before." After leaving, Naruto wandered the streets of Konoha as they were 20 years ago. By now, the sun had fully set and the lights had begun to illuminate the night. Minato and Obito, the latter wearing his mask, appeared by his side. Minato smiled. "So what did you talk about with Master Jiraiya?" Tears streamed down Naruto's face. "Nothing much. We just ate a bowl of ramen, but just sharing a bowl of ramen was enough. Dad, let's go home." Minato nodded, exchanged a glance with Obito, and placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. The three of them vanished in a flash. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, they arrived at the edge of the cliff where it all began. Minato said, "Obito, let's form the formation together and return to Lolan with the Flying Thunder God." Obito nodded. After some rest, he had regained a little of his strength. Since Minato was leading the technique, Obito wouldn't need to use much chakra, just enough for the task. The two of them joined hands surrounding Naruto, and in the next instant they disappeared from Konoha and reappeared in Lolan. Rin was struggling to keep Centipede alive, while Kakashi, Sora, and Yamato kept watch nearby. The moment Rin saw them, she realized Obito was no longer in danger and let out a sigh of relief. "Obito, Master Minato. Centipede can't hold out much longer." Minato nodded, stepped up to Centipede, and said, "Rin, you can stop now." Rin instantly halted her treatment and stood up. Without hesitation, Minato drove a kunai straight through Centipede's core, ending his life. If Centipede still had the strength to complain, he'd probably say, "Finally, I'm done for. Really, I had it way too rough." At that moment, a white light burst from Naruto and Yamato, and their figures began to fade like afterimages. Naruto looked to Minato, then to Sora. "Everyone, take care." At this moment, Obito turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, if you ever find yourself over there and encounter a masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara." But before he could finish, Rin quickly pulled him back. She shook her head at Obito, then stepped forward and handed Naruto a small slip of paper, continuing where Obito had left off. "Just give this note to him." "Oh," and no peeking at it beforehand. Naruto, a bit puzzled, still took the note and replied, "All right, if I really run into this person, I'll do as you say." The next instant, both Naruto and Yamato had completely vanished from sight. Minato looked over at Sora and smiled. "Queen Sora, I'd say our mission is now perfectly complete. However, there's still one thing I'd like to do if you'd allow it." Sora, already having a sense of what was coming, asked, "You want to seal the Rimaku, don't you?" Minato nodded, looking a little apologetic. "Yes, the power of the Rimaku is extremely dangerous. If someone with ill intentions were to exploit it, it could bring disaster to the entire world. Sora nodded in understanding. I know. Lolan was able to prosper only because of the Ryuku's energy. Without it, the city might soon collapse, but if another person like a Lushan were to appear, my people would face ruin all the same. Go ahead and seal it. Afterward, I'll lead my people to find a new place to live. Minato gazed at Sora in surprise, sensing that she had matured all of a sudden, perhaps moved by Naruto's words. What a wonderful young woman, he thought. If Naruto were to bring home such a girl one day, Minato would be truly delighted. Guided by Sora, Minato and his companions arrived at the heart of the Ryuku. The chamber was hidden deep underground, with the Ryuku's core mechanism at its center. Sora pointed to the mechanism. The power of the Ryuku lies just beneath. Minato nodded and was about to step forward to perform the sealing technique when Obito was suddenly struck by a thought. Minato-sensei, wait. Minato turned around in confusion. Looking at Obito, Obito spoke up. Minato-sensei, don't you think the Ryuku is a bit like a tailed beast? Minato considered this. They are indeed quite similar. The Ryuku is also a massive aggregation of chakra, an enormous source of energy, and judging from the fact that Queen Sora can command it, it seems to possess some form of sentience. Obito pondered for a moment, and then said, so in theory, since you can seal the nine tails inside a person, couldn't you also seal the Ryuku inside a human vessel? Minato was taken aback, then frowned. Obito, are you suggesting we create a Ryuku Jinchuriki? Absolutely not. That would be far too dangerous. Besides, my sealing technique isn't as good as Kushina's, so I can't be sure I'll succeed in sealing a tailed beast. Even in the future you describe, when I managed to seal the nine tails, I had to use the Reaper Death Seal. I've been studying that jutsu, but I haven't fully mastered it yet. Maybe it'll take me a few more years before I do. Obito paused for a moment, then said, we can at least give it a try. After all, the dragon vein is different from the nine tails. Its power is much gentler. And besides, sensei, power itself isn't inherently wrong. It's people who make the difference. For example, was Hashirama Senju's power any weaker than the dragon vein? Yet was he ever dangerous? Or take the nine tails. When it was under Madara's control, it nearly destroyed the village, but in Naruto's hands, it ended up saving the world. So would you call the nine tails dangerous or not? Minato found himself at a loss for words. He could only look at Obito and say, fine, tell me what you're planning. I'll listen to the details before making a decision. Obito turned to Sora and asked Sora, you can, to some extent, guide the dragon vein, according to your will, can't you? Sora nodded. Yes, the dragon vein listens to both me and my mother. Sometimes I even feel a connection with it, as if we share a bond. Obito continued, Sora, let me share something with you. Before long, the ninja world will be plunged into war. A great conflict will break out, especially between the land of wind and the land of lightning. Right here on this land, times will grow chaotic, and in an era like that, without power, how will you protect your people? Sora trembled. She'd heard whispers of the brewing conflict between the land of wind and the land of lightning, and it truly was worrying. During war, countless refugees would be created. With no ninja in Roarin's survival would become nearly impossible. She lifted her head, piecing together what she'd just heard from Minato and Obito, and asked, so, you want to seal the dragon vein inside me, to make me a dragon vein Jinchuriki? Obito replied, exactly. The dragon vein may not have a fully developed mind, but it's undeniably given rise to consciousness. It listens to you and your mother. Perhaps it sees you as its closest people. If we seal the dragon vein within you, you might become a perfect Jinchuriki. Sora didn't understand all the details, but she grasped the most important point. If she could control the power of the dragon vein, she could change Roarin's fate. Her eyes grew resolute. I might not know what a perfect Jinchuriki is, but I'm willing to try your idea. Obito turned to Minato. Sensei, that's my plan. At that, Minato could only stand aside, stunned and speechless. He carefully pondered what Obito had said. Since the dragon vein naturally obeyed Sora's commands, sealing it wouldn't incite as much resistance as the nine tails did. So perhaps it was possible to use the 8-trigram seal, just as he would in the future when sealing Kushina inside Naruto. He scratched his head. Obito, Queen Sora is a good person. If it's her, she'll use this power to protect others. I'm willing to cooperate. However, Minato's expression grew serious as he turned to Sora. The chakra of the dragon vein is immense. I don't know if you can withstand it. This could be very dangerous. Sora, though, had already made up her mind. The dragon vein is a gift my mother left me. If possible, I hope to continue using it to bring prosperity to my people. Minato replied, then come over here and lie down. I'll try to seal the dragon vein chakra within you using the 8 trigram seal. Sora nodded, walked up to Minato, and lay down. At that moment, Obito leaned in to whisper in Minato's ear, Minato-sensei, since the dragon vein can be fully utilized throughout Rorin, it shouldn't be as difficult to divide as the 9 tails. If possible, maybe you could seal it in little by little. Minato understood what Obito meant. Divide the dragon vein first, then seal it in gradually, reducing the danger considerably. The 9 tails might require the Reaper Death Seal to split, but the dragon vein would be much easier by comparison. He smiled. You're right, Obito. I can manage this. Step back now. I'm about to begin. Obito nodded and stepped aside. Minato focused all his attention, carefully guiding out the dragon vein's chakra bit by bit, then drawing it into Sora's body. At first, the chakra resisted, but the moment it touched Sora, it merged with her instantly. Minato hardly needed to exert himself at all. He couldn't help but marvel. This is going even more smoothly than I imagined. Sora, I'm going to channel in more power now. If you feel you can't handle it, tell me immediately. Sora closed her eyes, basking in the gentle warmth of the new strength within her, and smiled. It seems to like me. If there's any problem, I'll let you know. Without further hesitation, Minato continued. Like this, nearly half of the dragon vein's chakra was successfully sealed inside Sora's body. At last, Sora stirred. That's enough. I can't take any more. Even though the dragon vein is willing, my body can't bear it. Minato stopped, amazed. To accept even half of its power is already incredible. Then Minato thought of Kushina. Sora, I have a question. With the dragon vein inside you, have you noticed any signs of losing control? Losing control? Sora looked utterly confused. No, I feel like it's very obedient. Actually, it's willing to lend me all its power, and even wants to protect me. I'll show you how I use it. With that, Sora stood up. A violet glow shimmered around her, enveloping her whole body, gradually forming into a long purple robe. In that moment, she radiated an aura both mysterious and regal. Minato was taken aback. This such overwhelming power. It's nothing like the crude control Centipede had. It's almost a perfect mastery of all the dragon vein chakra. So this is the chakra cloak that Obito referred to, something only a perfect Jinchuriki can achieve. But if that's the case, then why? What about Kushina? Obito was pondering the same question. Suddenly, an image of Naruto flashed in his mind. Naruto during the Fourth Great War, risking everything to save the tailed beasts, ultimately earning the trust of every one of them. So he turned to Sora and asked Sora, what does the dragon vein mean to you? Sora smiled gently, placing her hand over her belly where the dragon vein was sealed. Her expression softened with tenderness. The dragon vein has brought boundless energy to Rorin. It is our city's hope, our guardian spirit. Now that it's inside me, I can feel its innocent goodwill. I won't let it down. Just as it treats me as the most important person in its world, I'll cherish it as my companion. Obito glanced over at Minato and sighed. Minato-sensei, maybe this is the answer. Konoha's attitude toward the Nine Tails has always been either to enslave or to fear it. The Nine Tails has never truly received kindness from the village. I think tailed beasts are perhaps much simpler than humans. If you treat them well, they'll return that kindness. If you treat them poorly, they'll resent you in turn. Minato stood there stunned, memories flooding back of all the restrictions Kushina had imposed on the Nine Tails. From her perspective, it was understandable. But from the Nine Tails' point of view, constant adamantine sealing chains, even the tailed beast sealing formula, it wasn't just imprisoned, it was utterly bound. Unable to move even a single tail. Anyone treated that way would find life unbearable. He couldn't help but give a wry smile. Obito, maybe you're right, but it's a shame Kushina and the Nine Tails have been at odds for so long now. Making amends might be just too difficult. Obito shook his head. Minato-sensei, Kushina is pure at heart. Maybe the Nine Tails doesn't hate her as much as you imagine. It's just that Konoha's brainwashing from the very beginning and the pain caused by the tailed beast rampages have deeply shaped her view of the Nine Tails. But we can try to change her perspective. Maybe if we do, her relationship with the Nine Tails will begin to heal. Minato nodded, his gaze sincere as he looked at Obito. Obito, thank you. Because of what happened today, I've found a way to permanently resolve the issue of the Nine Tails weakening seal. If we can achieve a perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina will be able to return to a normal life. That would truly be the happiest news imaginable. The more Minato spoke, the more animated he became, almost wishing he could rush home that very instant to tell Kushina all about what had happened today. Obito, on the other hand, looked troubled. Minato-sensei, I told you. There's no need to thank me. This is just what I ought to do. At that moment, Sora, who had been standing nearby, finally spoke up, but what about the other half of the dragon vein? I just heard its thoughts. It wants to see the world too. Maybe you could find it a trustworthy companion as well. Minato was taken aback, while Obito grew visibly excited, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Rin. In truth, this had been his plan all along. The power of the dragon vein was immense. Too much for Sora to bear on her own. When the time came, the remaining strength could be entrusted to Rin, giving her the power to protect herself. In his previous life, Rin had managed to contain the Three Tails, so Obito believed there was a very good chance she could succeed again, especially since, unlike the Three Tails, whose history was riddled with Madara's schemes, the Dragon Vein's power was far safer. Minato immediately caught on to Obito's thoughts, and couldn't help but chuckle. Obito, he then turned to Rin with a gentle expression. So Rin, would you like to give it a try? Rin looked at Obito, her face blossoming into a radiant smile before replying to Minato with unwavering resolve. Minato-sensei, I can do it. Minato smiled and looked towards Sora. Then, with your permission, I'll seal the remaining half of the dragon vein inside Rin. Is that all right? Sora beamed. Of course. I'll help calm the dragon vein spirit among all their companions, aside from Naruto. Rin was the character the narrator liked best. Gentle, kind, and utterly endearing. Minato turned to Rin. All right, Rin, come over here. With Sora's help, the sealing should be no trouble at all. Rin stepped forward and lay down with a smile, while Sora knelt beside her, soothing the dragon vein's restless energy. It took Minato little effort to successfully seal the remaining half of the dragon vein within Rin. With the ritual complete, calm returned to the depths below. However, Minato suddenly sensed something amiss. There's something unusual about this place. I can sense a strange force lurking beneath us, a power capable of distorting time and space. Maybe it wasn't the dragon vein's power that caused Naruto and the others to cross over, but this force down below. Obito's eyes widened in realization. That makes sense. The dragon vein is powerful, but I never thought it could actually allow time travel. It seems there are even deeper secrets hidden here. Minato nodded. After all, this power is forbidden. It's best if we interfere as little as possible. Now that it has faded away along with the dragon vein, everything has calmed down. As long as we don't deliberately provoke it, it shouldn't resurface again. He then turned to Rin and asked, Rin, how are you feeling? Rin smiled. I feel fine. It's just that I'll need some time to get used to the dragon vein. I can't wield a chakra cloak as easily as Queen Sora did. Sora laughed. Don't worry, it won't take long. The dragon vein has already told me it wants to get along with you soon. You'll be companions. Rin smiled at Sora and said, Thank you, Queen Sora. The dragon vein is, after all, Lolan's treasure. Yet you're willing to share it with me. Sora shook her head. You've helped me so much. And besides, the dragon vein itself wants to go out and see the world. There's no need to thank me. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Then I suppose we've completed this mission perfectly. It's about time for us to head back. Sora suddenly looked reluctant. You're leaving so soon? Many people in Lolan wanted to thank you themselves. Minato shook his head gently. I'm sorry. The shinobi world hasn't been peaceful lately. We still have many responsibilities to see to. Sora said regretfully. I was hoping you could stay a few more days and really explore Lolan. At this moment, Obito spoke up. Sora, now that you possess the power of the dragon vein, you've become the perfect Jinchuriki, a true powerhouse of the shinobi world. If the time comes, would you be willing to lend your strength for the sake of peace? Sora considered for a moment. Peace, you say? She smiled. If it doesn't bring harm to my people, and if peace can truly be achieved, then of course I'm willing. Obito couldn't help but smile. Sora had truly become a worthy queen always. Thinking from her people's perspective, was this the change that Naruto inspired? If it were anyone else talking about mutual understanding, Obito would never have believed it. But if it was Naruto, maybe, just maybe, it was possible, although that would have to wait until Naruto was born, wouldn't it? Now Obito's tone turned persuasive again as he looked at Sora. In the future, I'd like to invite you to join an organization, a dawn at the break of day, dedicated to bringing peace to the world. There's even a stylish uniform included. What do you say? Sarah was taken aback, then replied calmly, I haven't thought that far ahead. Who knows what the future holds? But I'll consider it. If your organization truly is the dawn you promise. After a moment's thought, she added, actually, whether I join or not, if you ever run into trouble, you can always ask me for help. We're friends now. After all, Obito grinned. Then I'll come back and give you a proper invitation in the future. After saying that, he added a reminder. By the way, Sarah, a lot of what happened today is confidential. Remember to keep it secret. Sarah replied with a huff. You don't need to tell me. I already know. Coming from the future, crossing through time, and even Jinchuriki. In your ninja world, these must all be top secret matters, right? As she thought about this, her mind drifted involuntarily to Naruto. Her hand tightened around the gift Naruto had given her, a finely crafted chakra blade. Back in the original world of the Hokage, Naruto and Captain Yamato slowly regained consciousness. Suddenly, a large white bird swooped down. A girl with pink hair jumped from its back and hurried anxiously to Naruto's side. She supported him gently and asked Naruto, are you all right? Naruto rubbed his head, his eyes clearing as he shook off the confusion. Then he recalled the extraordinary experience he'd just had. He couldn't help but exclaim, Sakura, you can't possibly imagine what I just went through. If I told you, you'd be shocked out of your mind. But honestly, it was all so strange. I don't even know if I should talk about it. Sakura looked at him in confusion. Didn't you guys just pass out a moment ago? What could possibly have happened? Suddenly, it seemed like something occurred to her. Her worried gaze turned instantly suspicious. Wait, you didn't have some perverted dream while you were out, did you? Naruto protested. No way. It wasn't a dream. It was another world entirely. As he spoke, he raised his hand unconsciously to gesture, and a slip of paper fluttered to the ground. Sakura immediately noticed, picked up the note in puzzlement, and asked, What's this? Naruto suddenly remembered. Rin had given him that note, telling him to pass it to a masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara when he saw him. She'd also warned him, absolutely no peeking. With that in mind, he hurriedly called out, Sakura, don't look at it. But it was already too late. Sakura had opened the note and was not only reading it but also reciting the words aloud. I'm always watching you, Rin. Sakura stared at Naruto in bewilderment. Naruto, what's that supposed to mean? Then realization dawned on her. Wait a minute, this was written by a girl. The handwriting's so neat and delicate. She grabbed Naruto by the ear. Well, Naruto, when did you start getting mixed up with a girl named Rin? How come I never heard about this? And writing such mushy things to you too? Naruto yelped out, ow. Sakura, it's really not for me. A friend asked me to deliver it to someone else. Sakura snorted, tightening her grip, still not telling the truth. Since when did you become so sneaky, Naruto? Naruto protested loudly. No, really, it's not me. On the way back, Obito asked. Rin with curiosity, Rin, what exactly did you write on the note you gave to Naruto, the one meant for the other me to read? Rin smiled and replied, I just reminded him that the other you's always watching him. Obito's expression changed. What if the other me finds out and decides to destroy the world? Rin tapped Obito lightly on the head. Can't you be a little more optimistic? What if, after realizing I've been watching over him all this time, he has a change of heart? Obito gave a wry smile. That's possible, but Rin, you don't know how extreme I was back then. I'd already done so many terrible things. There was no turning back for me. Rin's gaze suddenly grew deep and thoughtful. She asked, Obito, earlier you wanted to tell Naruto about the other you, didn't you? Obito's eyes darted away, avoiding her look. I did have that intention. Rin sighed. Obito, did you want Naruto to stop you? Or maybe have him join forces with the allied shinobi forces to defeat you? Obito forced a bitter smile. That thought crossed my mind. Rin shook her head. But Obito, is it really fair to you in that other world if you do that? Obito found himself speechless. Of course it wasn't fair. In the world of ninja, battles are often wars of information. If he revealed all his cards, the other version of him would be at a serious disadvantage. Rin spoke gently. That's why, Obito, I know you were extreme back then. But many of his actions were because of me. At the very least, I want to give him the right to choose for himself. Suddenly, Obito's voice took on a slightly jealous note. Rin, are you worried about him? Rin answered softly. I am worried about him, and I can't help but feel sorry for him too. Obito's jealousy grew, and he asked quietly, so do you care more about him or about me? Rin couldn't help but laugh, her cheeks tinged with pink. What do you think? Obito's mood visibly darkened. Rin, you obviously care about him more. Seeing Obito's downcast look, Rin's heart softened. She quickly said, Of course I care about you more. It's because of you that I can't just ignore him. Obito huffed. I don't believe you. Rin replied helplessly. Then how can I make you believe me? Suddenly Obito grinned. After we finish this mission, come home with me. You haven't stayed at my place in such a long time. Only then did Rin realize she'd walked right into Obito's trap. Obito really was getting slyer by the day, she huffed, then said with a teasing smile, Let me think about it. I still haven't made up my mind. Obito looked at her and said, Rin, I want to see what you look like when you're asleep. It's not fair if only you get to sneak glances at me after I fall asleep. Rin's cheeks instantly flushed a rosy red, and she thought to herself, Obito has really picked up some bad habits after spending time with Naruto. At long last, Minato's team returned to Konoha under the cover of night. In the end, Rin agreed to Obito's request and followed him home. Of course, the two of them simply slept. Nothing else happened. The next day, Team Minato submitted their mission report to the third Hokage, but Minato concealed many of the details. The excuse was readily available. Since they had indeed encountered space-time ninjutsu, Minato had sealed everyone's memories to avoid interfering with the fabric of time. Minato bore no ill will toward the third Hokage, but after hearing Obito recount Naruto's childhood experiences, he felt the third had not done right by Naruto. He could understand the third's decision not to disclose Naruto's lineage, not to tell Naruto who his real parents were. After all, considering the devastation of the Third Great Ninja War, the rise of Konoha's Yellow Flash had meant suffering for the other great nations. At that time, Minato was truly a god of slaughter, making enemies beyond count. So concealing Naruto's parentage truly did offer him protection. Yet if the son of the fourth Hokage could be hidden, why could they not also hide the fact that Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to grant him a relatively peaceful childhood? The legend of the Fox Demon had spread like wildfire, known to everyone. The other great nations all knew Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which only brought him more danger. Perhaps at first the rumors were started by Danzo, but the third did nothing to dispel them, took no action to stop it, and simply let things take their course, making Naruto the scapegoat for the village's anger. Just as Obito said, why should a family who gave everything to Konoha have their child become the village's punching bag? So Minato found himself somewhat disappointed in the third, and no longer trusted him as unreservedly as before. As for Kushina, there was no need to mention her feelings. After hearing Naruto's story, she could hardly restrain herself from bursting into the Hokage's office and unleashing the Nine-Tails' wrath on the spot. Of course, the third Hokage was completely unaware of all this. From his perspective, Minato's team had accomplished the mission with exceptional skill. He not only rewarded them with a hefty S-rank mission bonus, but also granted everyone an extended break. Taking advantage of this time, Team Minato launched into a new round of training. At Obito and Minato's suggestion, Kakashi began experimenting with combining lightning release with the Hitaki clan sword techniques. Meanwhile, Rin was steadily adapting to and mastering the power of the Dragon Vein. Rin had always been a top student at the academy, with solid fundamentals for someone like her. Once she broke through the limits of her bloodline and gained tremendous power, she could become truly formidable in an instant. As a result, during this period, Rin made the greatest progress. In their most recent sparring match, she was already on par with Kakashi, and thanks to her larger chakra reserves, she even held the upper hand when fighting without risking their lives. Of course, since Rin wasn't a full-time combatant, she might still fall short in a life-or-death struggle. But Obito never wanted Rin to risk her life. As long as she could protect herself and hold out until he arrived to help, that was enough. While Rin was improving, Obito was hardly idle. Once all the necessary preparations were in place, he decided it was time to begin transplanting Hashirama's cells. In the community dimension, on a patch of ground, Obito had set aside and sealed off all kinds of experimental equipment were neatly arranged. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi appeared there together. Glancing around at the array of sophisticated machines, Rin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, I can't believe you transformed this place so completely in just 3 months, Obito. Seeing the admiration in Rin's eyes, Obito couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He had indeed put a lot of effort into setting this up. First, he'd met with Fugaku and persuaded him to hand over a sizable fortune that the Uchiha clan had secretly stored in the land of the cat ninja. Then, using Flying Thunder God, he'd made several trips to the nearest black market outside Konoha, laundering the money as he went. Finally, he'd sourced all the necessary materials for various channels, quietly assembling everything he needed without leaving a trace. Fortunately, in his previous life, Obito had dealt with the black market more than once and was well-versed in how it all worked otherwise. Things might not have come together so smoothly. The reason for all this secrecy was, of course, to stay hidden. If after procuring would release experiment notes from Orochimaru, someone immediately heard about a large purchase of lab equipment, it would be as good as announcing his plans to the world. Besides, Madara was still watching from the shadows. Even though Madara had lost a white Zetsu, and it hadn't managed to pass on any information, it would certainly make him more vigilant. That's why Obito had even moved the laboratory itself into the Kimui dimension. Although using Kimui too often did risk damaging his eyesight, Obito wasn't too worried. After all, the transplant of Hashirama cells was about to begin. Only he could freely enter and exit this space. No one else could ever intrude. In terms of security and secrecy, nothing could beat it. The only thing to watch out for was not accidentally warping anything into this area during combat. But in truth, the Kimui dimension was vast, so large that you couldn't see its boundaries at a glance, as long as he picked a spot far enough away. There was no need to worry about anything except perhaps the destructive force of sage-level ninjutsu. And if it ever came to that, he'd have much bigger things to worry about. Thinking this, Obito turned to Rin and said, "Rin, from now on, this will be our secret base. Not only is it our laboratory, but can also serve as a temporary refuge in times of war." Lin nodded, her eyes bright with delight. "With this secret base, our safety during missions is greatly improved. At least we won't have to worry about being ambushed by enemies when spending the night outdoors anymore." Obito chuckled. "Well then, Lin, I'm counting on you for this transplantation of Hashirama cells." Lin smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've studied all the materials you gave me. I'm confident about the transplant process." Standing nearby, Kakashi let out a disgruntled grunt. "Obito, I can understand that you need a medical ninja like Lin to assist with your experiment. But why did you drag me along too?" Obito gestured around them. "Kakashi, haven't you noticed there's something missing in my lab?" Kakashi paused. "Puzzle, missing what?" Obito replied, "Electricity, of course, that's why I need someone to generate power for the lab. And you're the perfect candidate, Kakashi." Kakashi's irritation grew. "So you're treating me as your personal generator now?" Technically, Lin's power over the dragon vein could do the job as well. After all, the whole of Roarin runs on its energy, so powering a small lab like this would be nothing, Obito pointed out. He continued, "But Lin will be busy assisting with the cell transplant. She won't have the time. Kakashi supplying this lab with energy is beneficial for you too. Your chakra reserves aren't small for your age, but compared to real chakra specialists, you still fall a bit short. I've thought of a great way for you to increase your chakra capacity. By repeatedly using up your chakra, with constant expenditure, your maximum chakra will gradually expand." Kakashi gave Obito a withering deadpan look. "You're clearly just making me do donkey work, and you're acting like it for my own good. Fine, tell me, how do you want me to power this place?" Obito pointed to a metal platform at the center of the area. "Just channel your lightning release chakra into that. It's an energy converter I had Kushina build. She used advanced sealing techniques, so it's highly efficient and minimizes waste. It's even more sophisticated than the ones in Roarin." Kakashi rolled his eyes, but curiosity got the better of him. He stepped forward and sent his lightning release chakra into the device. Instantly, the space around them lit up, and machines whirred to life. He couldn't help but marvel. So chakra can be used like this? If properly harnessed, it's not just a tool for killing. Could really make people's lives easier, Obito agreed. "Exactly, I never thought of this in my previous life. It was only after seeing how Roarin utilized the dragon vein that I was inspired. Perhaps this was the Sage of Six Paths' true intent when he founded the ninja world and spread chakra, to use it for the good of humanity." After Kakashi had been channeling chakra for a while, he began to feel his energy waning and said, "I can't keep this up much longer. If I stop channeling, does that mean the lab will stop working too?" Obito shook his head. "Don't worry, the chakra you've put in is automatically stored. That's exactly why I asked the boss lady for help with this. Even though you don't have much chakra, one session should last a pretty long time. Kakashi immediately felt as if he'd been tricked, so Rin could inject the Dragon Vein chakra the same way, right? Obito chuckled. It was actually designed based on Rin's Dragon Vein power, but a Jinchuriki's chakra is enormous. Ordinary ninja just can't compare. It's hard to estimate how long a regular ninja's chakra would keep this running. Kakashi's face darkened. So that's what this is really about. You're using me as a test subject? Despite his words, Kakashi didn't stop channeling chakra. Obito tried to reassure him. Kakashi, I'm doing this because maybe in the future, we can invent more devices like this for ordinary ninja. Who knows? We might even make a fortune and benefit all of humanity. After hearing that, Kakashi thought it might not be such a far-fetched idea. Suddenly, he couldn't tell whether he felt more resentful or more gratified. Obito continued, don't be stingy. Just pour in all your chakra in one go then. Stop. Once we have the data, at worst, when this device becomes widespread, we'll use your chakra amount as the standard unit of measurement. What should we call it? Let me think. Obito pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I've got it. The total amount of chakra you can output will be called 1 kaka. That way, if this device really does become common, you'll be a little famous, right? 1 kaka? The name sounded odd to Kakashi, as if he couldn't tell whether it was meant to praise his greatness or mock how little chakra he had, just enough to serve as a measuring stick. He shook his head at once. No way. Why don't you try channeling all your chakra? Then we'll call it 1 obi or 1 ta instead. At that moment, Kakashi's chakra was completely depleted, and he stopped channeling. Sure enough, everything around them was still running normally. Obito grinned. Just relax, Kakashi. See that blue energy bar on the control panel? That's the total amount of chakra you've given. As long as it's not empty, everything will keep running smoothly. Kakashi snorted and ignored Obito sitting down on the floor, closing his eyes, and calmly focusing on recovering his chakra. Meanwhile, Obito turned to Rin, took out a small sealing scroll, and unsealed it, producing a tiny bottle. Lin, this vial contains Hashirama's cell tissue. I've already processed it according to the experimental data provided by Orochimaru and adjusted it to the optimal state for transplantation. Now, I need you to transplant it into my right arm. There are various risks involved, but since it's just a small piece, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin took the vial, looking at the small piece of tissue floating in the special solution, a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Obito, are you really ready for this? Obito nodded, sat down in a chair, and removed his shirt, baring his entire right arm. Go ahead, I don't think I'll fail. Lin could only nod in response. She took out the surgical tools Obito had already prepared and soaked in disinfectant. Then, with utmost care, she opened the vial containing Hashirama's cells, put on her gloves, and used tweezers to carefully pick up the tissue. Obito, this might hurt a little. Bear with it. As she spoke, a soft blue glow appeared in Lin's other hand. She gently touched Obito's right arm and made a swift incision. Instantly, a clean cut appeared on Obito's arm, and Lin quickly inserted the Hashirama cells into the wound, immediately performing the cell fusion technique. Her movements were smooth and precise. Obito's blood didn't even have a chance to spill before Lin's expert skills stopped it completely. Lin's medical ninjutsu had truly grown stronger. At that moment, Obito felt a surge of familiar energy coursing through his right arm, a vast, vibrant life force, or more precisely, the power of yang release. In his previous life, Obito had relied on this very power to wield the Mangekyo without restraint, yet this energy was incredibly invasive. The moment the cells fused, the force began to spread, threatening to assimilate all of Obito's own cells. Obito understood the consequences. If he couldn't suppress this assimilation, his entire body would ultimately transform into a tree. But he was prepared with a flash. His Sharingan with 3 Tomo activated, and a cold, unique chakra surged forth, colliding with the rampant life force. The two energies clashed, reaching a stalemate. Drawing on his past experience with would release Obito, seized the opportunity to manipulate the energy. Before long, he had gained complete control over it. He sent the energy coursing through his limbs, enveloping his whole body in a dense life force. Obito turned to Lin with a smile. Lin, the transplant went incredibly smoothly. Maybe it's because I'm already so familiar with the energy of Hashirama's cells. It wasn't difficult to merge it all. The 3 Tomo Sharingan suppressed it easily. Lin let out a sigh of relief. So, Obito, Do you want to transplant even more? Obito shook his head. No need, as long as we have it, that's enough. The cells from Hashirama represent a blend of yang release chakra and Ashura's chakra. Stimulated by the yin release chakra of my Sharingan, they'll gradually merge with my body, reproduce on their own, and eventually replace all my original cells, of course. This is something only those with Uchiha blood can accomplish. So even though only a small piece was transplanted, it's already sufficient, Rin exclaimed with delight. So does that mean, Obito, the side effects of your Mangekyo Sharingan have been resolved? Obito thought for a moment, then opened his Mangekyo and tried to sense it. After a while, he said, some of the issues are resolved. Now, using these eyes barely puts any strain on my body for techniques that don't consume too much ocular power, like using Kimui with my right eye to absorb others or move myself. The side effects are still there, but I can use them without worrying too much. It might take tens of thousands of uses before symptoms like blindness start to appear. But the Kimui in my left eye, the abilities like space-cutting space distortion, and the more advanced powers that come from using both eyes together, still have significant side effects for now. I can't use them recklessly. Rin's expression clouded over again, I see. So we'll still need to look for more solutions in the future. Obito shook his head. Like I said, my original cells will gradually be replaced by the ones with yang release chakra. But it's a process. As more and more of my cells are replaced, my own yang release chakra will continue to increase, and the side effects of those abilities will keep lessening over time. Only then did Rin brighten up. That's good. I thought transplanting Hashirama cells would be much harder, but it turned out to be so simple in the end. Obito chuckled. The difficulty was in the preparation and all the failed attempts. The piece of Hashirama's cells you transplanted today is the purest part one managed to isolate after countless failures, not to mention all those who died in Orochimaru's experiments. The realization hit Rin, and she suddenly felt a chill. That's right. The experiment that now seemed so simple was built upon the deaths of so many, and upon Obito's reincarnation. She couldn't help but sigh. It's true. Information and experience are the two greatest powers in the ninja world. Obito nodded, and the image of Itachi floated into his mind. He couldn't help but add, we should also count good health. Rin immediately smiled. Yes, good health. We all need to stay healthy. Just then, Kakashi, who had nearly recovered, stood up and asked, so, is that it? Obito nodded. Although the side effects aren't completely gone, my strength has increased a lot. Today's a day worth celebrating. Let's go find Minato-sensei and have a meal together. Kakashi clicked his tongue, but didn't argue with Obito's suggestion. The group was whisked away for the Kimui space by Obito and began making their way toward Minato's house. No sooner had they arrived than they heard a furious outburst from inside. The sound of Kushina's anger erupting as she unleashed a flurry of blows on Minato. Kushina's voice rang out, sharp and indignant. That's what you get for keeping it from me. How dare you not tell me, Minato? How could you do this? Minato's voice followed, pleading for calm. Kushina, please, you need to calm down. The situation was urgent. There wasn't enough time. And besides, Kushina cut him off, her voice rising. Besides what? I'm so mad I could burst. Everyone outside exchanged awkward, nervous looks, completely in the dark about what had caused such an uproar inside. Since both people in the house possessed exceptional sensory abilities, they immediately noticed the group at the door. Kushina paused her tirade, strode over, and swung the door open. Kakashi was just about to ask what was going on when Kushina shot him a cold glare, raised her fist, and said, "Ha! Perfect timing. All of you, get in here now." Seeing Kushina's fierce expression, the three of them felt a wave of dread wash over them. None dared to argue. They obediently shuffled into the house. As soon as they stepped inside, they caught sight of Minato with a face battered and bruised. The once handsome man now looked like he'd nearly been pummeled into a pulp. Kushina barked an order. You three, over there, stand with Minato. Line up. The three felt their scalps tingle with apprehension as they nervously lined up beside Minato. Kushina marched off to the kitchen, returning with a spatula in hand. The sight made the trio blanch in alarm. That spatula definitely wasn't for cooking, or worse, maybe they were about to be the main ingredients. Rin tried her best to sound calm. Despite her awkwardness, ventured Sensei's wife. What's going on? Kushina, still fuming, let loose a torrent of scolding at Rin. Rin, I can't believe you've started following the bad example of these three troublemakers. Now you're keeping secrets from me, too. After all the kindness I've shown you, doesn't your conscience prick you at all? She then turned to Obito, even angrier now. and brought the spatula down on his head with a resounding smack. And you? Aren't you getting bold? Think. You're clever? Huh. Don't you remember what a little backstabber you were in your past life? In this life, I've forgiven everything. You wanted to catch White Zetsu, and I helped you with the sealing jutsu without a word of complaint. You needed a chakra conversion device, and I pitched in too. And what do I get? Still the same ungrateful troublemaker. Next, Kushina's gaze fell on Kakashi, and she gave him a sharp rap on the head with the spatula. You too. Don't think I can't see you just because you hide behind that mask. Kakashi, you like to play the quiet, mysterious type. Is that it? Think you can get away with telling me nothing? Finally, she turned to Minato. This time, she didn't bother with the spatula. Her fist shot out and landed squarely on his nose, drawing blood. And as for you, the worst of the lot, unless you give me a proper explanation today, none of you are leaving this house. Watching Kushina transform completely into a furious red-hot habanero. Obito clutched his head and glanced at Minato-sensei, whispering, Minato-sensei, what in the world could have set the boss lady off like this? Don't tell me it's your fault we're in trouble now. Minato covered his face, forcing a wry smile. I accidentally let it slip. Kushina found out about Naruto. What? The three of them cried out in unison, immediately realizing what had happened, a sense of dread settling over them. Flames seemed to leap from Kushina's eyes as she glared at them. That's right. Everything about you meeting the future Naruto. Minato has already spilled every last detail. Explain. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you keep it from me? Rin, feeling guilty, tried to. Explain, ma'am. We didn't mean to hide it from you. We were just worried you might be heartbroken if you found out. Heartbroken if Rin weren't a girl. Kushina might have rapped her on the head right then and there. Didn't Naruto come back to the village to see Jiraiya? If he could see Jiraiya, why not me? She jabbed a finger at herself, her voice trembling with anger. Why didn't you tell Naruto that his surname is Uzumaki? My name is Kushina Uzumaki. We share the same family name. Why didn't you tell him that I am his real mother? If you had, do you think he wouldn't have wanted to see me? The three couldn't help but cast their eyes toward Minato. Minato, awkward and embarrassed, said, well, I just thought we should leave the chance for Naruto's first meeting with his mother to the Kushina of that other world. She's been through so much. I couldn't bear to take that from her. Kushina's anger boiled over. Then why didn't you leave the first meeting with Naruto for the otherworld version of you? Why is it fine for you to see Naruto, but not for me? Minato could only reply, it wasn't on purpose. I just happened to run into him while on a mission. You're asking for it. Kushina landed another punch squarely on Minato's face, and then, overcome with emotion, she began to sob. Why? Such a precious chance to see Naruto and all. Have you kept it from me? But soon, her eyes grew resolute. No. I have to see Naruto. Kushina swung around to face Obito. Obito, you're the one with all the tricks. Figure something out. You have to help me see Naruto, otherwise I won't forgive you. Obito's heart skipped a beat. That was a threat he couldn't ignore. There was no way he could say no to the boss lady. But how could he arrange for Kushina to see Naruto? Maybe he could try tapping into that dormant time-space power beneath Lolan. But could he really guarantee nothing would go wrong? Obito could only turn to Minato-sensei for guidance. Minato immediately shook his head. No way. No one knows what might happen if we end up disturbing the fabric of time. In space, we could become the greatest criminals the ninja world has ever known. Kushina refused to back down. Minato, in your heart, what matters more to you? The ninja world or me? Minato was left utterly tongue-tied and finally could only whisper, both matter to me. Kushina wouldn't let up. Then if one day you had to choose between the end of the shinobi world and my death, only one can be saved, which would you choose? Minato's face fell, as if the weight of the world pressed on him. How could anyone possibly choose? He actually pondered seriously for a while, then finally sighed. I'd choose you, Kushina replied. If you choose me, then figure something out. No matter what, I have to see Naruto. At that moment, Obito chimed in, boss lady, that 16-year-old Naruto is really hard to meet again, but I do have a way for you to see him. Kushina's curiosity was piqued. What way? Obito grinned. Boss lady, why not start tonight? If you and Teacher Minato put in a little extra effort, maybe next year you'll get to meet Naruto. Kushina's face flushed bright red, and she whacked Obito on the head with a spatula. You're so shameless. We're not even married yet. Besides, the third great ninja war is about to break out. Obito shrugged. Doesn't matter if you're not married, boss lady. Don't worry. Let the war come if it must. It won't stop you from having a baby. He thumped his chest in assurance. I promise. You won't have to lift a finger, if any of the other four great nations dare bother you. I'll fight them until they cry for mercy. After Obito's interruption, Kushina's anger had mostly faded. She eyed him suspiciously. Where do you get this confidence, Obito? Sure, you're strong, but you're not that strong yet, are you? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, did you transplant Hashirama's cells? Did it actually work? Obito smiled. Yep, it worked. The side effects aren't completely gone, but I'm way stronger now. At least enough to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kushina considered this. So you can use the Mangekyo now? How strong do you think you are? Obito replied confidently, maybe I'm not quite at the level of the first Hokage or Uchimadara back when Konoha was founded, but I'm definitely above an average Kage. Taking on the third Raikage or third Suchikage wouldn't be a problem. Kushina thought it over. Alright, Obito, promise me this. If the other villages really try to attack Konoha, go have a good talk with their Kage and make them give up any reckless ideas. If you can do that, I'll let today's matter slide. Obito pounded his chest and promised. Don't worry, boss lady. You can count on me. Kushina snorted, then turned to Minato. Her gaze softened, melting from anger to tenderness. Honey, let's get married this month. Let's do it. Minato's jaw dropped. Huh? Isn't that a bit rushed? Kushina huffed impatiently. Just tell me, are you marrying me or not? Or don't you want to see Naruto as soon as possible? Minato hesitated. He felt it might not be the right time. If war truly broke out, he would be swamped. And especially now with Obito's return, the whole timeline had changed. He couldn't guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen on the battlefield ahead. What if something happened to me? What would become of Kushina? Yet when Minato glanced at Obito, he hesitated. On second thought, Obito had a point. With enough strength to subdue the other nations, wouldn't the danger simply disappear? As long as Obito was there was nothing to worry about. With that in mind, Minato smiled, nodded to Kushina, and said, You want to get married? Then let's get married. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the wedding invitation Minato Namikaze had handed him, and suddenly felt a twinge in his chest. With trembling hands, he fished out his pipe and took a deep draw to steady his nerves. Normally, he would never smoke in front of his subordinates during work hours. If he did, it would be in secret, but this time the shock was just too much. Minato, this all seems a bit rushed. With war looming on the horizon, isn't this a rather ill-timed moment for a wedding? Minato pointed at his own face, still wrapped in bandages. Lord Third, I hope you'll understand. I have no choice but to get married. If I don't, the one at home will really lose it. Hiruzen coughed, having noticed the injuries on Minato's face the moment he entered. Is that Kushina's handiwork? Minato nodded, tacitly admitting it. He thought back to the tragic future he'd learned about from Obito. If he hadn't held Kushina back, the third Hokage would have gotten an even worse beating. For a moment, Hiruzen was at a loss for words. In the end, he only managed to squeeze out a single question. Do you really have the confidence to end this war on your own? Minato replied, I do. Truthfully, part of that confidence came from Obito, though he'd never admit as much to the third. Even without Obito, he was sure he could sway the outcome of the war. The third Hokage rose to his feet and turned away, his figure seeming older than ever. Ah, do as you wish. I can't keep up with you young people anymore. Besides, encouraging a few marriages before the war isn't such a bad thing. It's good for the birth rate. Minato felt awkward and quickly said, If there's nothing else, I take my leave. The third waved him off. Taking the hint, Minato immediately left the room. A short while later, as Hiruzen was still lost in his melancholy, someone else entered. This time, the door slammed open with a bang. Hiruzen didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Before the newcomer could get a word in, Hiruzen seized the initiative. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Can't you show a little respect when you come and go? How many times have we had to repair the Hokage's office doors because of you? Danzo, visibly irritated, flung the wedding invitation onto the Hokage's desk. Did you know this invitation even found its way to my root division? It's outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Does Minato have no sense of the bigger picture? Is he blind to how tense things are right now in the shinobi world? Hiruzen turned to face his old friend, noting the new wrinkles etched into Danzo's face. He let out a long sigh. Danzo, you're getting old. Shimura Danzo almost lost control of the breath he had just been holding back. What do you mean by that? Was Sarutobi Hiruzen hinting that he was no longer fit to sit in the Hokage's seat? So he shot back, You talk as if you're not old yourself. You can't even stop a farce like this. Why don't you just step down and let Minato Namikaze take over? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, Danzo, how do you know I haven't already considered that? But all he said was, Don't get me wrong. What I mean is when you're old, you shouldn't always hide in the shadows. Go out more, get some fresh air. Maybe even attend some of the younger generation's weddings. It's not so bad. Danzo was stunned for a moment, then caught on. So you really agreed to this wedding, and you actually plan to attend? Do you have any idea what Kushina's identity means? Sarutobi looked at his old friend, and after all these years was struck by how Danzo could still be so naive. And what if I do know? Is it any of your business? Danzo was left speechless. Kushina's position was extremely delicate right now. Because of her connection to Uzumaki Mito, she represented the Senju line. In a sense, the Senju family stood for the village itself. Mito hadn't been gone long. And in the eyes of the older generation, the sense of loss was still raw. If anyone dared to lay a hand on Kushina now, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's seat as Hokage would be at risk. Danzo deflated instantly, but gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I should have had the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki under control from the start, and recruited Minato into route as well." A fleeting trace of irony crossed Hiruzen's face. Before Minato mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, would Root have even cared about him? And now that he had, could Root even hope to control him? It was just like with Obito. After Obito mastered the technique, Danzo had come 3 times already trying to recruit him, but was that possible? Someone like Obito, who truly embodied the will of fire, should follow Minato and serve as his most loyal subordinate. Danzo noticed the unusual look in Hiruzen's eyes and snapped, "Hiruzen, what are you really thinking? In any case, for this ridiculous wedding, whoever wants to go, let them go. I'm not going." For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little less weighed down, because someone else was even more vexed than he was. Minato gets along well with all the clan leaders. He might just be the next leader of the new generation. Are you sure you want to skip it? Danzo fumed. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." This time he didn't give his old friend a chance to mock him. With a loud slam, Danzo left. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his nearly broken door and shook his head in resignation. "So looks like I'll need to get someone to fix the door again." Elsewhere in the Uchiha clan, it was Obito who delivered the wedding invitation to the Fugaka household. Fugaka was caught off guard. Obito, Minato's getting married now. Even Fugaku felt the timing was odd, but Obito just smiled and said, "Clan leader Fugaka, even Itachi is already a year old." Fugaku cleared his throat, but at this moment, the war. Obito cut him off. "So what about the war? If it comes, we fight. Who's afraid of who?" Fugaku suddenly recalled that Obito not only had awakened the Mangekyo now, but had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. He honestly didn't know just how strong Obito had become. So he broke into a smile. "If you think there's no problem, then there really isn't, Mikoto, and I will be there on time for Minato's wedding." Kushina getting married. Mikoto is quite pleased. With that, Fugaku put aside the topic of the wedding and asked about something else instead. "Obito, last time you asked me for a large sum of money. What exactly are you planning?" "That wasn't a small amount, you know," Obito replied calmly. "This money can solve a very important problem for the Uchiha. When the time is right, you'll be the first to benefit from it." Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. What could he possibly enjoy? "Obito, do you mean the elevation of the Uchiha status?" Obito shook his head. "Never mind, it's fine if I tell you. As long as you keep it a secret, this sum is to solve the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But the method is sensitive. At least right now, it's a delicate matter. So let's talk about it after the war." Fugaku was stunned, one surprise after another from Obito. He was starting to feel overwhelmed. Could that little bit of money really solve the Mangekyo's side effects? Suddenly, he felt it was more than worth it, truly, when it came to investments. Fugaku had never failed. "Obito, do you have enough? If not, I can give you more. There's a secret fund hidden in the land of Cat Ninja. No one will notice." Obito shook his head. "It's enough for now, but once the war starts, I'll have to contact the Akatsuki. It might not be enough then. We can talk about it when the time comes." Fugaku nodded. "If you need anything, just come to me anytime." Obito stood up. "All right, I mainly came today to deliver the invitation. I'll take my leave with that." Obito departed. When he returned to his residence, he happened to run into Shursui. Shursui was brimming with excitement. "Obito Senpai, with your guidance, I've made progress with my Phantom Flicker technique. I've solved the issue with the Sharingan's mark. As long as my power holds up, I should be able to perform it without a hitch." Obito was taken aback. Although he had indeed given Shursui a lot of help, and Shursui should have developed this technique earlier than in Obito's previous life. This pace was astonishing. It genuinely caught him by surprise. Without further hesitation, he grabbed Shursui and headed straight for the Uchiha's special training grounds. In the past, Obito could only use the regular training grounds, but ever since becoming an elder, things had changed for him. At first, a few of the Uchiha higher-ups who knew he had become an elder still had some complaints, but once they heard that Obito had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, those complaints vanished without a trace. On the training field, Obito looked at Shursui. Shursui, can you show me your technique? Uchiha Shursui nodded, but then hesitated a little and said, Obito, Senpai, at the moment my ocular power isn't strong enough. I can only create 2 clones. With that, he opened his single Tomo Sharingan and formed a seal with his hands. Body flicker technique. In an instant, 2 identical clones appeared at his side, moving about with remarkable realism. Obito opened his own Sharingan and observed for a while, then remarked in surprise, they really do look just like ordinary clones. Mere illusions, but the difference is, even with the Sharingan, I can't pick out the real you. The Shursui on the right grinned proudly. My first battle with you, Obito Senpai, taught me the importance of misdirection. The Shursui in the middle continued, so I used my Sharingan's Jinjutsu to hide myself as well. The Shursui on the left added, that way the enemy can't make an accurate judgment or target my true body. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth. Interesting, Shursui attacked me. I want to see just how far this technique can go. All 3 Shizuis nodded and advanced on Obito at once. The first Shursui closed and swiftly, throwing a punch, this time wanting to test Shursui's technique. Obito didn't use any strange abilities. Instead, he simply blocked the attack head-on. Their fists collided with a sharp impact. At that moment, the second Shursui launched a flying kick. Obito twisted his body and blocked it. Then the third Shursui's attack came hot on their heels. Back and forth, the 3 Shizuis launched 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, and Obito defended against each one in turn. He knew 2 of them were just clones, yet every blow he blocked felt solid and real. Obito found himself increasingly intrigued. In the next instant, his speed exploded as he suddenly lunged at the clone he had determined, through careful analysis during the fight, was most likely the real Shursui. The move was lightning fast, catching everyone off guard. After training with the Flying Thunder God, Obito's speed had reached new heights, surpassing even his previous life. He'd always excelled at exploiting openings and had a keen sense for timing, so when he moved, it was with breathtaking precision. As a result, that Shursui clone didn't even have time to react. He could only watch as Obito's fist closed in. But Obito's punch didn't connect. Instead, it passed right through, striking nothing but air. That clone was nothing more than a phantom. In that moment, a strange and indescribable sensation welled up in Obito's heart. Was this scene familiar to him? Of course it was. In fact, it couldn't be more familiar. In the past, he was always the one who blurred away, but now the tables had turned, and their roles were reversed. Shursui gave him no time to adjust. As soon as his punch missed and his technique grew stale, the other 2 clones seized the opportunity and attacked him in unison. At that moment, Shursui thought that Obito probably no longer had the strength left to turn around and fight back. Sure enough, Obito swiftly threw down a Flying Thunder God kunai, and his body vanished from where he stood, reappearing at his original starting point. So he had left a Flying Thunder God mark there right from the beginning. Shursui felt a twinge of regret. Yet at the same time, he was a little pleased, realizing just how troublesome this technique was. Forcing Obito Senpai to use this move meant he had made real progress. Compared to their first encounter, this time he had a clear understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. He didn't lower his guard at all when Obito disappeared. Instead, he fixed his Sharingan unblinkingly on the kunai, spinning through the air, where Obito had just vanished. As expected, the next moment, Obito reappeared right in front of the kunai. At this point, Shursui's 3 clones stood not far apart, perfectly lined up in a straight row. Obito simply grabbed the kunai and swept it from left to right in a wide arc. If I can't tell which one is real, then I'll just attack all 3. One of them has to be the real Shursui. Yet something strange happened. The kunai swept through all 3 clones, hitting nothing but empty air. All 3 were fakes. Then where was the real Shursui? No. Wait. Suddenly, Obito realized a possibility and instinctively looked toward the leftmost clone. The first one his attack had passed through. Sure enough, that clone moved. Just as Obito's attack lost its momentum, the leftmost clone lunged toward him. In that instant, Obito understood. Shursui had used his teleportation to switch from the rightmost clone to the leftmost one as Obito's attack swept through. As the attack finished passing through the leftmost clone, Shursui teleported again to the leftmost position. creating the illusion that all three had been mere afterimages. Each one of Shirsue's clones was like a flying thunder god marker. His movement was instantaneous, without the slightest delay. It was an incredibly tricky technique, especially combined with Shirsue's lightning-fast reflexes. In his hands, it became something truly extraordinary. However, the principle was the same as Obito's own phasing jutsu. The weakness lay in the instant when the illusion became solid, the moment of direct confrontation. In other words, right now, the leftmost Shursui clone attacking him was actually the real one. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Obito's mouth. After all, Shursui was still too young. In the next heartbeat, Obito moved, changing direction with lightning speed and reaching out to grab the leftmost Shursui. That Shursui hesitated for an instant, caught off guard by Obito's unexpected reaction, unable to respond in time, and was caught squarely. He instinctively activated his teleportation ability. And just as Obito reached out, Shirsue's form turned intangible. Once again, Obito's grasp caught nothing but air. Yet this time, Obito shook his head and said, "Shursui, it's no use now. The outcome is already decided." Shursui was taken aback, and in that instant, Obito's figure vanished, reappearing at his side. Startled, Shursui attempted another instant movement, but this time, Obito seemed to have locked onto his true body, following him like a shadow. No matter how many times Shursui tried to teleport away, Obito would instantly appear right beside him, though he made no move to attack. Suddenly, Shursui realized something and glanced at his arm. Sure enough, at the exact spot where Obito had grabbed him earlier, there was now a flying Thunder God seal imprinted. The mark wouldn't disappear unless he changed out his clothes. Obito watched Shirsue's real body with a faint, amused smile, crossing his arms as he asked, "Want to keep going?" Shursui shook his head with a wry smile and dispelled his clones. "No, that's enough. Once again, you and Obito's senpai." Obito praised him. "Shursui, you're improving rapidly. With this new technique, you can already give me a bit of trouble." But Shursui couldn't hide his disappointment. Just a bit of trouble. He had thought that with the development of this phantom teleportation technique, he'd finally close the gap between himself and Obito senpai, if only slightly. Yet as always, he still couldn't see the extent of Obito's abilities. In fact, he sensed that Obito still had plenty of trump cards yet to reveal. Unable to hold back, he voiced the doubt that had arisen during their fight. "Obito, senpai, during our first exchange, you hit my clone's afterimage. Your moves seemed predictable, and when I took advantage of your opening to attack, you clearly couldn't react in time and had to use Flying Thunder God to escape. But then, during our second exchange, you suddenly reacted and managed to grab my real body in an instant. Why was that?" Obito replied, "Shursui, in a real battle, the line between reality and illusion is razor thin. Didn't you already sense that during our first fight? What makes you think that when I hit your afterimage the first time, my moves were actually predictable and I truly couldn't react?" Suddenly, Shursui understood, so the fact that you couldn't react and had to use Flying Thunder God to escape was a deliberate illusion you set up for me. That way, when I attacked the second time, I let my guard down. Obito nodded, half amused. As an old hand at phasing techniques, he understood the art of deception better than anyone. The moment he struck Shirsue's afterimage, he already knew how to deal with the next move. Put simply, it was a tactic to bait his opponent into attacking, to make them think he was careless and slow to dodge, when in fact he was ready all along. It was just like how Minato-sensei used to fight him. Otherwise, with a technique like this, if the opponent never took the bait, there'd be no opening to exploit. At that, Shursui could only sigh in defeat. Obito smiled and said, "All right then, tell me about this new technique of yours." Shursui nodded and began to explain at length. After listening, Obito once again marveled at Shirsue's genius. Shursui had actually managed to replicate something akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, using Sharingan Jinjutsu, marking each of his clones with a unique seal. Although his teleportation didn't reach the same distances as the Flying Thunder God, the number of clones he could produce at once increased as his ocular power grew, and the clones could also move freely. What amazed Obito even more was that he had fully grasped all the underlying principles of the technique. There was no learning barrier for him. Even the most challenging part, inscribing the mark on each clone with Sharingan Jinjutsu, posed no difficulty, thanks to his experience with the Flying Thunder God and his even more advanced Mangekyo Sharingan. Once Shursui finished his explanation, Obito immediately activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, and in the blink of an eye created over a dozen clones. Shursui, standing to the side, was left utterly speechless by the display. A wave of inferiority swept over him. Obito-senpai had managed it after hearing the theory just once, and because Obito's ocular power was even stronger, he could create more clones than Shursui himself. Was this what true genius looked like? Noticing Shursui's crestfallen expression, Obito patted him on the shoulder. "All right, don't be discouraged. Like I told you, the reason I'm better than you now is because I'm older. Still, this technique of yours is truly terrifying. The enemy can't attack the real body, and unlike shadow clones, your clones can't be destroyed so easily. But when attacking, each one can transform into your true self. It's nearly impossible to guard against. To invent something like this, your talent is no less than that of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. You've already surpassed your ancestor, Uchiha Kagami." Shursui immediately felt embarrassed. Because of Kagami's influence, his family line deeply respected the second Hokage, and for Obito-senpai to say his talent was on par with Tobirama's. That was just incredible. As he watched the corners of Shursui's mouth curl into a smile, Obito thought for a moment and said, "All right, Shursui, to thank you for teaching me this technique, let me treat you to some tricolor dango." Shursui's eyes lit up. "Really? I know eating too many sweets isn't good, but I really do like the taste of tricolor dango." Obito laughed. "Of course it's true. Come on, let's go." And so the two of them, cheerful and lighthearted, left the Uchiha compound and headed toward the liveliest street near the Hokage building in Konoha. On the way, they passed by the Konoha Ninja Academy. Today happened to be the annual ninja graduation exam, and many teachers were involved in the assessment, so the school was closed for the day. That was why Shursui had time to meet Obito. Obito noticed quite a few recent graduates gathered beneath the school building, waiting for all their classmates to finish the exam. Just as he and Shursui had done the year before, he couldn't help but sigh how quickly time had passed. Before he knew it, he had already been a full-fledged ninja for a year. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Looking closely, he realized it was Anko. He suddenly remembered that Kurenai was only 1 year younger than them, so it was indeed time for her to graduate. At this moment, Kurenai was already wearing the forehead protector of a Leaf Village ninja, which suggested that her exam had gone pretty smoothly. However, she didn't seem particularly happy. Her shoulders were slumped, and she looked rather dejected. Since Kurenai was Rin's friend, Obito felt he had a responsibility to look after her as well. Seeing her like this, he waved her over. "Kurenai, come here. We're about to go get some dango. 3-color dango. Want to join us?" At the mention of dango, perhaps her appetite overcame everything else, because Kurenai's mood instantly lifted. She ran over with a bright smile. "Oh, it's Obito. And Shursui, too. Is Rin-senpai not here today?" Obito grinned. "Rin went to help my mother set up the wedding venue." Kurenai paused in surprise. "A wedding? Obito, is your team leader Jonin getting married?" Obito nodded. "That's right. It's set for a week from now. Be sure to come. We'll have all sorts of delicious food. Your family will definitely get an invitation. But even if you don't, just talk to Rin, and she'll sneak you in." Kurenai's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly. She was powerless to resist the promise of good food. Obito asked, "So what happened earlier? You didn't seem too happy." Kurenai seemed to recall something unpleasant. Normally, after the graduation exam, the teachers announced the team assignments early. That's what happened with her class last year, but she trailed off, looking miserable. "I didn't get my team assignment. I haven't been assigned a Jonin leader at all. Do you think? Maybe nobody wants me?" Obito was taken aback. Was this the time when Orochimaru took Kurenai on as a student? He smiled and said, "Think about Shizune's situation. It might be something similar." Kurenai considered it, and realization dawned, but the gloom didn't leave her face. "But Lady Tsunade already left the village with Shizune. My situation can't be the same, right?" Obito didn't want to give away any information about Orochimaru. That could be risky if Orochimaru noticed. So he quickly changed the subject. "Don't overthink it. Let's talk about dango. Are you coming or not?" Kurenai replied with resolve, "Of course I'm coming. I'm going to eat away all my sorrows." And so the three of them continued toward the busiest street in Konoha. Before long, they reached the bustling marketplace near the Hokage's office. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the Hokage building. Flames burst fiercely from within its walls. The sight stunned everyone in the area. Civilians nearby cried out in alarm, scattering in all directions. Those who lived close by rushed home and bolted their doors. Others fled as far as they could. In an instant, the once lively street was deserted. In contrast, ninja from every corner of the village leapt onto rooftops, racing at top speed toward the Hokage building. Hondo wanted to run away as well. After all, something as serious as an attack on the Hokage's office was far beyond what a freshly graduated genin like her could handle. But Obito grabbed her arm and said, "Don't go running off. You'll actually be safer if you stay by my side." "Huh," she replied, puzzled. No sooner had Obito spoken than he sensed a surge of chakra rapidly approaching their location. "Someone's coming this way." "He's running. He must be connected to the explosion," Obito said, glancing toward the Hokage building. Hondo was startled, her face turning pale. "Then what are we still doing here? Let's find somewhere to hide." Obito shook his head. "There are too many civilians around. I'll stop him right here." Hondo looked as if she were about to cry. Tugging on Obito's sleeve, she pleaded, "Obito, if someone's bold enough to attack the Hokage's office, there's no way we can handle them. We should let the Chunin and Jonin take care of this." Obito chuckled, teasing her. "Hondo, it seems you haven't quite mastered the will of fire yet. As shinobi, how can we turn our backs on the villagers and just run away?" Hondo was practically in tears, and for a moment she couldn't find any words to argue back. All she could manage was a timid, "But I'm really scared of dying." Just then Obito sensed that chakra getting very close. He straightened, his voice serious. "Enough talk. He's here, whatever we say." Now it's too late. Instinctively, Hondo glanced around but saw nothing. "There's nobody here?" Beside her, Uchiha Shursue's Sharingan flickered to life, and at once he sensed something was off. He pointed toward a spot near the trees, "Over there. I see him. Looks like he's cast some ninjutsu to blend and camouflaging himself with the trees. He's hard to spot. He's running at full speed and getting away. His target is the Ninja Academy." Hondo breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't come this way. Otherwise we'd be done for. Obito, however, remained calm. "No. Wonder this felt familiar. That's the camouflage concealment jutsu, isn't it? Is he a spy from a Wagakure?" He turned to the others. "Shursui, Hondo, I'll go stop him. Things are safe here for now, so you two find somewhere to hide." Hondo froze for a moment, then tried to stop him. "Hey, Obito, don't." But before she could finish, Obito had already darted away, his figure vanishing in an instant. Anxiously, Hondo turned to Shursui. "Shursui, why didn't you stop him? Why does a genin have to go looking for trouble?" Shursui just shook his head and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, Hondo, Obito-senpai is really strong." Elsewhere, Obito suddenly appeared, cutting off the fleeing figure's path. "You're not going anywhere." The figure, realizing he had been exposed, stopped trying to hide and gradually revealed his true self. He appeared to be a youth of about 15 or 16, with delicate features and, if anything, a hint of handsomeness. A forehead protector marked him as a ninja of the Leaf Village. At that moment, anxiety and even a trace of pleading colored the young man's expression. "Let me go," he begged. "I promise I won't hurt anyone. I just want to unite with my family." Obito shook his head. "You're heading straight for the Konoha Ninja Academy. That's far too dangerous. I can't let you through." Seeing Obito insist on blocking his way, the youth grew increasingly desperate and glanced nervously over his shoulder. Though the Leaf Ninjas hadn't caught up yet, it was only a matter of time before they noticed something was wrong. Suddenly, his face twisted into a snarl. "You little brat. Do you really think you can stop me? You're leaving me no choice," he snapped. With that, he rapidly formed a series of hand signs. Earth style. Earth spear technique. In an instant, a long spear of earth shot up from the ground at Obito's feet, thrusting toward him with deadly speed. The young man didn't even spare Obito a glance, seizing the opportunity to make his escape. He was certain such a jutsu would be more than enough to take down a mere kid. However, the earthen spear missed as Obito dodged it with ease. "Since you won't listen to reason, I have no choice but to act," he said coolly. The next moment, Obito's form flickered, and he appeared directly in front of the youth, driving a kunai forward. The young man collapsed instantly, clutching his wound as blood gushed from between his fingers. Obito's voice was calm and indifferent. "I held back. It's not a fatal wound. Just enough to keep you from fighting. Your fate now lies with the Umbu or the interrogation squad." Despair flickered in the youth's eyes. "How can you be this strong? You're just a kid." Obito shook his head. "It's not that I'm strong. It's that you're too weak. With your middling skills as a chunin, you dare to blow up the Hokage's office." The young man gave a bitter laugh. "I wasn't the one who set the bomb. I was only helping them cover their tracks," Obito snorted. "So as a leaf ninja, why would you help the stone village, the camouflage concealment jutsu, and that earth spear technique? Those must have been taught to you by the stone shinobi, right?" A shadow of sadness passed over the youth's face. "I had no choice. Iwagakure placed a seal on me when I was just a child, forcing me to become their agent in Konoha. If I refused, I'd be dead by now." Obito's curiosity was piqued. At first, he'd assumed this leaf ninja had been bribed by the stone. Never had he imagined the boy had been a spy planted by Iwagakure from the very start. "How did you manage to slip past all of Konoha's security checks?" Obito pressed. He knew very well that the Leaf Village had strict procedures for screening outsiders, even war orphans, and with the Yamanaka clan's soul-probing techniques, it was nearly impossible to hide anything. Sending a spy into Konoha was no easy task. The young man gave a self-deprecating smile. "I was just very lucky on my way to Konoha. I traveled with the Aida, a ninja jonin who brought me here, and we encountered some villagers from Konoha. There was a family of 4 out enjoying themselves, and it just so happened that I looked very much like their 5-year-old son. That's when that man came up with a scheme. He disguised himself as a bandit, killed everyone in the family except for the baby girl, and then swapped my identity with their sons. He told me to wait there with the baby. Later, Konoha's ninja arrived to rescue us. They didn't suspect a thing. They took me back to the village, and that's how I became a real citizen of Konoha. I entered the ninja academy, graduated, and became a ninja." Obito suddenly understood, then let out a sigh. Because of the will of fire, Konoha was always strict with outsiders, but much more relaxed with their own people. As long as you were from the village, no one would make things too hard for you. Ninjas will do whatever it takes to accomplish their missions. Crimes like slaughtering an entire family and replacing a child, leaving no witnesses, are almost impossible to uncover, especially since that IWA Jonin cleverly left a baby girl alive. Having a child to care for makes things look even less suspicious. A ninja's life only brings pain and scars to the world. Obito spoke slowly. "You played a part in killing Konoha's people, wiping out an entire family. Maybe you had no choice, but that doesn't make you innocent." The young man looked dazed. "You're right. I'm not innocent. All I can do is look after myself and protect my family." His voice grew more emotional. "That man promised me, if I completed this mission, he'd remove my curse seal and set me free. But in the end, I fell just short. Just a little." Obito couldn't help but give a bitter laugh. "Come on, don't be so naive. As an Aida spy, do you really think they'd ever let you go? You'll either be a pawn for life, or they'll quietly dispose of you. That's your fate." The young man looked lost, then turned to Obito with a wry smile. "Deep down, I know, but this was the last hope I had." Suddenly his eyes were filled with desperate longing. "Please, do me one favor. Take care of my sister." Obito looked puzzled. "Do you still have family being held by IWA?" The young man shook his head, his expression turning nostalgic. "I haven't had a real family in a long time. I don't even know who I really am. The sister I'm talking about is that baby girl. I raised her myself, and she's become the most important person in my life. She's gone to the academy too. She just graduated today. I was planning to take her away from the school just now." Obito sneered. "She's nothing like you. She's a true Konoha citizen, born and raised. Why would she run away with a spy like you?" The young man grew agitated. "The Jonin who was my contact for this mission has also died. The Yamanaka clan will definitely investigate his memories, and I'm sure I'll be exposed. I'm not certain that once I'm discovered, my sister will still be able to live a normal life. I want to take her and leave." Obito nodded. The young man had a point. Getting involved with an undercover agent like this, even if you don't seem suspicious on the surface, rarely ends well. You could end up facing endless rounds of questioning, be put on the suspect list, or thanks to Danzo's influence, be sent straight to root for brainwashing, becoming a soulless killing machine. Obito let out a sigh. "All right, as much as I can, I'll look after her. Getting tangled up with someone like you, she's really unlucky." The young man's face was ashen. He murmured, "I'm sorry it's your brother who's dragged you into this." Then lifting his head, he looked at Obito. "Thank you." Obito snorted. "Save your thanks. All her misfortune is of your making, and I'm the one who caught you. This is my responsibility now. It must be fate." Hearing these words, the young man actually seemed relieved. "My name is Sato Kawa. My sister is Sato Yu. Please remember, Satoyu, she's in Class C, 4th year at the Ninja Academy. She's graduating this year. Class C? Obito murmured, that's a typical civilian class. The cannon fodder in wartime. He turned to Sadokawa. Sadokawa, that's not your real name. Is it? It's the name of the child whose family you got killed. What's your real name? The young man shook his head, his eyes lost and vacant. I've been a war orphan since I was little. I never had a name. Just a code. Zero, I don't know who I am, so? But suddenly, resolve flashed in the young man's eyes. Sadokawa is my name. Satoyu is my sister. She is the meaning of my life. I will always be Satoyu's older brother, he finished speaking, then suddenly clutched his head and let out a heartbreaking cry. Blood began to trickle from his eyes, mouth, and ears. In moments, his body was lifeless. Obito watched this unfold, his gaze calm. So he triggered the seal inside his body and took his own life. He could have stopped him, actually, after spending so much time with Minato-sensei. In Kushina, he'd learned quite a bit about sealing techniques. But since this man wanted to die, Obito saw no reason to interfere. Death now was better than endless torture in the interrogation department. At that moment, Obito sensed two familiar chakra signatures. Approaching, Anko and Shursui. He shook his head, a touch exasperated. He'd told them to stay hidden. Why were they running around? Soon the two appeared. Anko immediately sprang in front of Obito, her eyes sharp as she scanned the surroundings. So you really are here, Shursui, and I've been tracking your trail all the way. Uchiha Sharingan is truly useful. Where's the enemy? Where are they? I've made up my mind as comrades. We can't leave you to fight alone. Obito couldn't help but let out a small laugh. This kid, Anko, was actually rather cute when she was little. She was afraid of dying, but loyal and full of heart. At this moment, Shursui calmly walked over and pointed at the corpse of Satakawa lying on the ground. The enemy is probably this person. He's already dead. It was only then that Anko noticed the body sprawled on the ground. Blood was streaming from every orifice, and she jumped in fright at the gruesome sight. That's a horrible way to die. She then looked nervously at Obito. Obito, was this your doing? Obito shrugged. Didn't kill him, but he did die because of me. A look of admiration instantly appeared on Anko's face. Obito, when did you become so strong? You even took out the guy who blew up the Hokage building. Wait, why is he still wearing a Leaf Village headband? Obito, you didn't take out the wrong person, did you? Obito's face filled with exasperation. Anko's personality was really something else. Just then, he sensed something and glanced into the distance. Don't worry, the ANBU are here. They're probably here for him. No sooner had he finished speaking than several masked figures appeared before Obito, Anko, and Shursui. They wore distinctive uniforms, and the leader looked down at the corpse, then at the kunai in Obito's hand, his voice cold. Was this your doing? Obito nodded and kept his explanation brief. I didn't intend to kill him, just incapacitate him, but he triggered the seal inside his body and took his own life. The ANBU captain nodded. That's to be expected. Spies like this always have suicide measures. All of you, come with me to the Hokage building. There are still some questions we need to ask. We'll take the body as well and hand it over to the interrogation unit. Anko looked nervous. Me too, but I don't know anything. The ANBU seemed to recognize her. Relax, we won't make things difficult for you. We just need to clarify the situation. Besides, your squad leader has been looking for you. My squad leader. Anko's voice leapt an octave. Who's my squad leader? The ANBU thought for a moment. It wasn't classified information, so he answered directly, Lord Orochimaru. Anko's jaw dropped. She looked at the ANBU with suspicion. You're saying my teacher is Orochimaru? The ANBU seemed a bit helpless with Anko and spoke sternly. Just come with me. No more questions. You'll see for yourself soon enough. Anko instantly fell silent. With an escort of ANBU, the group made their way to the Hokage building. As soon as he arrived in front of the building, he realized the place was surrounded so tightly by countless ninjas in green vests that not even a drop of water could slip through. Those maintaining order were at least of Chunin rank. It had been ages since Konoha had witnessed such a major incident, making the scene appear especially impressive. Obito even spotted members of the Uchiha police force. He hadn't expected the Konoha police department to still wield such authority at this point in time. After the Nine-Tails rampage, the Uchiha wouldn't have been allowed anywhere near, let alone put in charge of order. They barely paused before being ushered straight up to the top floor to the Hokage's office at. This moment, the area around the office was still scarred by explosions, left in shambles. People crowded the scene, Uchiha, Fukuhyuga Haishi, Narashikaku, and other clan leaders were all present. From the Hokage's circle, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru Mitokado Hamura, and Yudate Karu had arrived as well. Of course, Danzo was nowhere to be seen. The three young ones looked completely out of place among this gathering. Sarutobi Hiruzen was questioning the head of the Umbu. How many escaped? Have you found out who was behind this? The Umbu captain replied. Only two managed to get away. One was extremely skilled, adept at lightning release, and moved at incredible speed. Despite losing 4 men, we couldn't stop him. We haven't identified him yet, but we suspect he's from the Hidden Cloud. The other, named Sadokawa, is a registered Chunin of Konoha. It's been confirmed. He's an Idonin spy. This operation was a joint mission by the other 4 great villages' spies from the cloud. Sand, Mist, and Stone all took part. The 3 clan heads wore grave expressions. Why? They asked. The Umbu chief answered, according to a memory search by the interrogation unit. They got word that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was about to get married. At such a sensitive time, the intelligence divisions of the 4 great villages couldn't believe it. They suspected a Konoha plot, so they activated their hidden spies in the village, hoping to gather more information. By a stroke of coincidence, as they were all snooping around, the spies ended up recognizing each other, which led to this unlikely alliance. With their combined strength, they decided to go all in. They set their sights on infiltrating the 3rd-floor classified archives of the Hokage building to steal secret documents. The explosion you saw, that was their attempt to blast open the archive doors. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Hokage's office was left speechless. The 4 great villages had joined forces to launch a covert attack on Konoha, all because Minato and Kushina were getting married. Did the other villages really need to let their imagination run so wild? It was just a simple wedding. How could it possibly be a conspiracy? Even Obito, who had just entered, nearly lost his composure when he heard this. No wonder his past life's Konoha had been so peaceful at this time. He'd always wondered how such a huge incident, the Hokage building being bombed, could suddenly occur. It turned out that due to his interference, teacher Minato and big sister Kushina got married earlier than they were supposed to, which set off a series of chain reactions. The future had indeed changed. This was actually a good thing. Still, the spies from the 4 great villages were quite amusing. They managed to sense each other's presence while digging for a single piece of information. And instead of exposing one another, they ended up forming an alliance because their goals aligned. One had to admit the leaders of these ninja village spies were truly schemers at heart. Thinking of this, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Obito's face. But just as he was lost in thought, the mood inside the Hokage's office shifted once more. At first, everyone had thought the situation was nothing more than a ridiculous farce. But on second thought, the 4 great ninja villages couldn't possibly be acting so foolishly. Besides, Minato and Kushina's marriage at this stage was indeed out of the ordinary. Unable to help themselves, they began to wonder, could there really be some sort of conspiracy at play? The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and naturally their minds turned to a certain individual, someone who had not appeared at the scene. Danzo. The room collectively drew in a sharp breath. If this whole affair was orchestrated by Danzo, then everything would make sense. This was exactly the kind of scheme one would expect from the darkness of the ninja world. At that moment, the representative of the Hyuga clan, the future clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, was the first to step forward. With suspicion in his eyes, he looked at the 3rd Hokage, then at Minato, and asked Lord Hokage Minato, "Is this all part of Lord Danzo's machinations?" His words voiced the suspicions of all the clan elders. For a moment, everyone turned to Minato and the 3rd, hoping for an answer. Both Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi began to cough furiously in embarrassment. Minato stepped forward first, awkwardly explaining, "Everyone, Kushina and I simply wanted to have a straightforward wedding. You all received the invitations. The date is set for next week. I hope you'll honor us with your presence." A wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd. They had hoped for something far more dramatic. Seeing this, the 3rd Hokage raised his hand, signaling for silence. All right, let's get back to business. With that, he turned to question the Umbu commander. That lightning release specialist escaped. But what about the Idonin spy? The Umbu captain reported, "I've already sent people after him. He won't get away." Just then, the Umbu who had escorted Obito and his companions found the right moment to interrupt and reported immediately, "Commander, Lord Hokage, The Idamean spy we were pursuing is dead. Preliminary assessments suggest he activated the death curse planted in his body and took his own life. I've already sent his body to the interrogation department. The Yamanaka clan will handle the memory search. We should have answers soon. Everyone in the room immediately turned to. Look at the Umbu, and then notice the three little ones standing quietly behind him. The member of the Umbu hurried to explain, these three are the primary witnesses on site. The man died right before their eyes. He paused for a moment, then pointed at Obito. It was likely this Konoha genin who intercepted and wounded him. Realizing there was no hope of escape, the spy chose to end his own life. Some of the higher-ups who didn't know Obito looked utterly baffled. A mere genin who seemed barely out of childhood managed to stop a spy capable of causing such a commotion. However, for those familiar with Obito, like Minato Namikaze and Fugaku Uchiha, this was hardly surprising. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Based on Minato's reports, Obito had gained the strength of a Jonin after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Stopping a Chunin would be no trouble for him. He looked at Obito and smiled kindly. Consider this an A-rank mission. Once everything has been verified, it will be recorded on your file. Nearby, Orochimaru had remained silent throughout the incident, but when he spotted Anko, he licked his lips with interest, making her shudder with fright and quickly hide behind Shursui Uchiha. The Umbu who had brought Obito back couldn't help but interject, Lord Third. The matter isn't fully clear yet. If he had any collusion with that spy, I'd be uneasy, But before he could finish, Hiruzen interrupted him, say no more. Obito could never be a spy. He wasn't joking. When he first arranged for an Uchiha to join Minato's team, the third Hokage had already conducted a thorough background check on Obito, and even if he didn't trust himself, he certainly trusted Danzo recently. Danzo had dug deep into Obito's past in hopes of finding a weakness before allowing him into root, but he found nothing at all. Obito was so clean. Even Danzo couldn't come up with an excuse. Now that everything was clear, the third Hokage waved his hand. All right, this was nothing more than a farce. The truth has come out, you may all disperse. He added, however, the fact that so many spies from other villages were able to infiltrate Konoha is concerning. With the war looming, we must ensure Konoha's purity, Shinizuke. I'm putting you in charge of investigating this matter. He addressed this last sentence to the commander. The commander nodded. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. With a final wave, the third Hokage brought the meeting to a close. The crowd began to scatter. As Fugaku left, he took Shursui with him. Orochimaru also approached, his gaze locking on Anko. Startled, Anko called out, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru chuckled softly. From now on, call me Sensei. With a blend of fear and excitement, Anko timidly said, Orochimaru Sensei. Orochimaru replied, come along. I have matters to discuss with you. With that, he strode off without looking back, leaving Anko to hurry after him. Anko called out hurriedly, wait for me, Lord Orochimaru. Then she trotted along in quick little steps to catch up. Obito couldn't help but laugh. He wondered what it must be like for such a lively Anko and such a gloomy Orochimaru to spend their days together. At that moment, Minato also walked over to Obito, a slightly awkward smile on his face. Haha, Obito, I never expected something like this would happen because of me. Obito smiled and said, so Sensei, have you figured out now? Minato blinked in surprise. Figured out what? Obito's gaze turned thoughtful. Figure out just how wary the other ninja villages are of Konoha. Minato caught on and sighed. That's right. While we're wary of them, they're just as wary of us. If we want to have more say in the world, we have to show strength on the outside. The first to show weakness will be the one at a disadvantage. By now, the crowds in the third Hokage's office had dispersed, leaving only Hiruzen Sarutobi, Obito Uchiha, and Minato Namikaze the third. Hokage walked over smiling. Minato, Obito, you're still here? Is there something you want to report privately? Minato was about to take his leave, but Obito suddenly spoke up. Yes, actually, when that Idamean spy died, I promised to fulfill one of his last requests. The third Hokage paused, frowning. What was the request? Tell me in detail. Obito then recounted the whole story about Satagawa. After listening, the third Hokage's expression turned stormy with anger. The Idamean really went to great lengths to plan a spy here. Obito, I understand your intentions. You don't want to drag an innocent person into this. We'll wait for the results of Satagawa's memory check. If Sato Yuma is truly innocent, I won't make things difficult for her. After all, she's a victim in this as well. Obito nodded. Understood. I'll go check up on her when I have a moment. The third Hokage looked pleased. Obito, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You truly have a kind heart. I hope that one day you, this young sprout of Konoha, will grow up strong and tall. Obito suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Here we go again. He quickly tugged Minato along, seizing the chance to excuse themselves. Konoha Ninja Academy. The graduation exam wasn't interrupted by the unexpected explosion at the Hokage building. Just like last year, every student in this year's graduating class passed the exam. Sato Yuma was among them. In class, see, her grades were fairly average, and she thought she might not pass this time. To her surprise, she made it through without a hitch. Looking at the ninja forehead protector now sitting proudly on her brow, she felt overjoyed. She could hardly wait to run home and boast to her brother. Their parents had both died in an accident when she was little, leaving the family in poverty. Her older brother had worked tirelessly to raise her on his own. That was why she wanted so badly to become a ninja, so she could take on missions, earn a reward, and help ease the burden at home. However, just as she was on her way home, Sadahane found her path blocked by three arrogant girls. Well, if it isn't Sadahane, you're the kind of girl who bursts into tears the moment someone picks on you. How did someone like you ever become a ninja? Exactly. Even if you did become a ninja, you'd still be useless, just like your good-for-nothing brother. The three girls burst out laughing, their voices echoing with ridicule. Sadahane couldn't help but clench her small fists. These girls were the wealthiest and most influential in the class. She dared not provoke them. Usually when she was bullied, she would only dare to hide and cry in silence. She didn't even dare tell her brother, afraid of making him worry. But today, they had touched her most sensitive nerve. I won't let you talk about my brother like that. My brother's already a chunin. Yet the moment she said this, the three girls only laughed louder. Ha! Sadahane, a girl like you with no parents has no idea that even among chunins, there are huge differences. That's right, Mirai's dad works in the ANBU. He's an officer there. Do you even know what the ANBU is? Of course she doesn't. Her brother just works as a gopher in the Hokage's office. What would she know? Ha! They're sharp. Mocking laughter weighed heavily on Sadahane's heart because deep down she knew what they said was true. People were never born equal. Compared to others who had wealth and power, her family had nothing. Her brother could only grit his teeth and climb up step by step. Even after becoming a chunin and entering the Hokage's building, he had to start from the very bottom. But still, for some reason, a surge of courage rose within Sadahane. She shouted back, "So what if your parents are powerful? My brother is only 15. He's still young. One day he could even become a special jonin. Can your parents do that?" But her words only brought more laughter. Special jonin, Sadahane. Do you even know how strict the standards are for promotion to special jonin? That's right. My dad became a chunin when he was a teenager too, but after all these years, he still hasn't made special jonin. That rank is reserved for the real big shots in the village. Your useless brother. Not a chance. Sadahane, maybe your brother lied to you. That loser probably only knows how to fool little kids. Their laughter rang out again, sharp as needles, piercing Sadahane's heart until it was left riddled with wounds. She couldn't hold back anymore. Her tears fell in big, heavy drops. Sadahane is crying again. How fun. That's right, all she does is cry every day. Let's take off her ninja forehead protector. She doesn't deserve to wear it. Seeing her cry, the three girls advanced with malicious smiles. Sadahane's heart lurched with fear as she kept backing away, retreating all the way to the corner of the wall. She stammered, her voice trembling. "What do you want from me? What do we want?" One of the girls suddenly grabbed Sato Yu's hair, yanking her forward. The three of them pulled at her hair, tore off her Konoha Ninja forehead protector, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it with force. "You're going too far. Please stop." Sato Yu wanted to fight back, but fear held her still. She couldn't beat any of them one-on-one in a real fight, let alone all three at once. Too far? "So what if we are?" One of the girls sneered. "If you got guts, go ahead and call your brother. If you dare, I'll call my cousin too. That's right. Do you think your brother's so impressive just because he's a chunin? My uncle is a chunin too." Another girl chimed in. "And he even knows a jonin." "Oh, wow. She even knows a jonin. That's really something." "Not really," said the girl called Meili, who led the group. Meili is the real boss here. Her grandfather actually knows someone important in the Uchiha police force. The three of them praised each other, exchanging looks of contempt at Sato Yu. Sato Yu bit her lip hard. She made up her mind. She wouldn't cry today. If she cried too much, her eyes would turn red, and her brother would notice. She couldn't let him worry. Seeing Sato use stubborn, unyielding expression only made the three girls angrier. The leader, Meili, raised her hand and slapped her across the face. A sharp slap echoed through the air. Cry for me. If you don't cry, how are we supposed to? Have our fun. What's with that face? Who are you trying to impress? Yeah, cry for me. Another girl followed with another slap. Still, Sato Yu gritted her teeth. Even as blood welled at the corner of her mouth and tears shimmered in her eyes, she refused to let them fall. Beat her. Beat her up? That's right, beat her. Now the three girls were furious, determined to teach Sato Yu what happened to anyone who didn't amuse them. At that moment, none of them noticed Uchiha Obito watching from a distance, silently taking in the scene. He murmured softly to himself, "This is exactly why I think this world is beyond saving. In this life, how can I possibly change anything?" With that thought, he started walking toward them. The three girls bullying Sato Yu heard footsteps and turned around. Seeing a boy about their age, their arrogance returned at once. "Hey, what do you want? Are you trying to stick your nose where it doesn't belong? You don't even know who we are? If you dare interfere, we'll beat you up too." Uchiha Obito glanced at the brown-haired girl leading the group, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. He searched his memory. Now he remembered. In his previous life, when he'd secretly returned to the village to see Rin, there was always a brown-haired woman spreading rumors about the Nine Tails and rallying villagers to pelt the fox with rotten eggs. Even he had noticed her. So, some people really never change from childhood. They're already like this. Obito spoke calmly, yes, because of certain connections. "I'm handling this matter now." Miri, with the brown hair, let out a sly laugh. "Oh, is that so?" As soon as she finished speaking, she swung a punch at Obito. Obito reached out and easily caught Miri's fist, chuckling to himself. This Miri, she didn't even have a tenth of the strength he had back when he graduated in his previous life, yet she dared to show off here. Back then, he had been at the bottom of the class. Miri's expression changed. As an honor student in Class C, she had always been confident in her abilities, but now this boy, who looked about her age, had subdued her with ease. She shouted angrily, "Let go of me, or I'll call my cousin to beat you up." Miri's cousin was also a chunin, and not just any chunin. One of the strongest. That was why she usually acted so arrogant. But Obito just mocked her. "Then you'd better let your cousin worry about you first. After all, the hand you like to use for hitting people might not be much use to you anymore." With those words, Obito tightened his grip. There was a sickening crack as he broke Miri's wrist. With his bare hand, Obito tossed her aside, as if she were nothing but dead weight. Miri let out a shrill scream, clutching her injured hand as she collapsed to the ground. Cold sweat poured down her forehead in thick drops. The shocking scene left the two other girls and Sato Ua, who was standing nearby, utterly stunned. None of them had expected Obito to be so ruthless, to cripple someone's arm without hesitation. Still, since everyone present was a ninja, even at their young age, they weren't completely terrified. The two remaining girls glared at Obito, threatening him. "You're finished." Miri's grandfather knows big shots in the Uchiha police force. "That's right. You better apologize right now and break your own hand. Maybe then Miri will spare you, otherwise." Obito snorted and taunted them. "Otherwise, what?" The two girls fell silent, unable to come up with a response. They had already realized Obito was far stronger than they were, so confronting him head-on wasn't an option. After a brief hesitation, they hoisted Miri onto their backs and spat out a final threat. "What's your name?" "If you've got guts, stay right here," Obito shrugged, about to reply, when one of the girls suddenly looked past him, her eyes lighting up. She shouted, "Lord Hakadai, Miri's been attacked. She's the granddaughter of your friend. You can't just ignore this." Miri froze in panic when she heard this, forgetting her pain for a moment and hissing, "Stop! Don't say anything. Don't bother Lord Hakadai." She wasn't stupid. If her grandfather really were close to some Uchiha bigwig, would she still be stuck in Class C? She'd have made it a class long ago. But it was already too late. At that moment, Uchiha Hakadai, who happened to be patrolling nearby, noticed the commotion. He strode over and asked coldly, "What's going on here?" The three girls were immediately startled. One of them timidly asked, "Isn't Miri's grandfather an acquaintance of yours, Lord Hakadai?" Uchiha Hakadai glanced at Meili, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Who her grandfather is, does he deserve to know me? The Uchihas aren't some random nobodies anyone can claim ties with." Instantly, Meili wished she could dig a hole in the ground and disappear. But then Hakadai noticed Meili's wrist, which had clearly been twisted and broken. He frowned and asked, "What happened? Who did this to your hand?" "Humph. To injure someone right under my nose. Are they tired of living? Meili's mood shifted in an instant, turning from gloom to hope. She pointed at Toby and cried, "It was him! He attacked me, without reason. Lord Hakadai, you must stand up for me!" Hakadai turned his head, his gaze cold as ice, but with just a glance he was taken aback. Uchiha Obito, what? The three girls gasped on the verge of tears. Even if they had 10 times their courage, they'd never dare provoke anyone from the Uchiha clan. No matter how brazen they were, their arrogance was nothing compared to the Uchihas. Toby responded calmly, "I did it, so what?" Hakadai knew that Toby was an elder of the Uchihas, and his tone immediately softened. What happened here? Toby cast a casual glance at the three girls, now frozen with fear. It was nothing. When I arrived, they were bullying another girl. I tried to stop them, but they looked down on me and said they'd beat me up too. At that, Hakadai withdrew his gaze from Toby and turned once more to the three girls. This time he was truly angry. Who gave you the nerve to insult the Uchihas? Two of the girls were so frightened that they nearly lost control of themselves. Lord Hakadai, we wouldn't dare. Please, Lord Hakadai, spare us. This was all Meili's idea. It had nothing to do with us. In their panic, they shoved Meili, whom they had been supporting just moments earlier, to the ground and started blaming her. Meili's wrist was still broken, and the pain left her speechless. But Hakadai simply watched the sorry scene with cold eyes and asked Toby, "Do you want me to deal with them for you?" Toby shook his head. "Forget it. They're just a few little girls. You can leave. I'll handle it myself." Hakadai nodded, let out a dismissive snort, and strode away on his own. The three girls were petrified, their hearts pounding with anxiety, unsure what Toby would do to them. Yet Toby didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he walked over to Satoyu. "Let me confirm. Satoyu, 4th year Class C at the Academy, correct?" Satoyu nodded timidly, then whispered, "Thank you. I hope this won't cause trouble for you." Toby glanced at the three girls. "If you're talking about them, there's no trouble at all." Then, seeing Satoyu's pitiful expression, he sighed, remembering her tragic fate. An orphan since childhood, he took out the 1 million ryo from his pocket, the reward for completing the recently settled rank mission, and handed it over. "This money is for you. Take it." Satoyu was startled. She had never seen so much money before. "No, I can't accept this," she muttered softly. Obito lowered his voice. "You deserve it. Think of it as money your brother left for you." Suddenly, Satoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at Obito, her face full of shock. "What do you mean? What happened to my brother? How could he have so much money?" Satoyu was not naive. As a genin, she understood that this amount was far too large. It felt just like the compensation paid by the Hidden Leaf after tragedies. In that instant, tears began to well up uncontrollably. She lunged forward and grabbed Obito by the collar. "Where's my brother? I want to see him right now." Obito admitted to himself that, unlike Rin, he was terrible at comforting people. The years had made his heart cold. Unless it was someone special, he found compassion hard to muster. If Rin were here, perhaps she would have tried to hide the truth about Satoyu's brother for a while. But he only said quietly, "You can't see him anymore. Your brother is gone. You must have heard about the explosion at the Hokage's office just now. He died in that blast. You're lying." The report said all the staff in the Hokage's office were unharmed. Satoyu's voice was hoarse as she glared at Obito, desperately searching for another answer. Obito thought to himself, regular staff survived, but your brother was an undercover agent, a spy. He couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. Instead, he replied, "Before he died, your brother asked me to look after you. The money comes from him. Just treat it as a final gift, as compensation." Satoyu's grip on Obito's collar remained tight, but her expression slowly grew numb, her eyes gradually losing focus. "Is it true? You're not lying to me?" Obito felt deeply troubled. He truly didn't know how to handle such situations. If only Rin were here. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures on the street. One of them had a striking mane of red hair. The other's face was marked with distinctive purple patterns. Speak of the devil. He'd just run into Rin and Kushina. He breathed a sigh of relief. Matters like this were better left to girls. Perhaps they could handle him more gently. Maybe sensing his gaze, Rin instinctively looked over. The next second, her expression shifted to something strange. Obito froze. What was wrong with Rin? Then all at once he realized what she must be seeing. Him being held by the collar by a girl. From Rin's point of view, it must look rather ambiguous. This is bad. This is really bad. Oh no, this is bad. Obito's heart was suddenly in turmoil, and he couldn't care about anything else. He broke free from Satoa's grip and hurried over to Rin in a panic. Oh, what a coincidence, Rin boss. Fancy running into you here, he stammered. Rin's lips curled into a faint smile as she tilted her head. Looking at Obito, it's not a coincidence at all, Obito. Are you using your sweet talk to trick another girl again? Seeing Rin like this, Obito suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Rin, let me No, let me explain. Rin laughed. All right, Obito, I'm listening to your excuses. Obito wished he could give himself a good smack. Why was he so bad with words? How could he say the wrong thing at a time like this? He stammered, Rin, it's really not what you think. It's just that something happened today. And someone asked me to look after that girl. That's all. Look after her. Rin tilted her head, still smiling. So you're going to take care of her, Obito? For how long? For the rest of your life? Nothing could be more terrifying than this moment. Obito was practically breaking out in a cold sweat. Rin, how could that be He hadn't even finished when Kushina chimed in. Obito, you little rascal, sneaking around behind Rin's back to flirt with another girl. Do you think that's fair to her? Just look, you've made the poor girl cry. With that, she delivered a solid punch to Obito's head. Obito clutched his head, feeling utterly wronged. He really hadn't done anything. Still, he turned around and saw Satoha kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. He straightened up and said, seriously, Boss Rin, that girl's actually in a pretty pitiful situation. You're here just in time. When it comes to girls' problems, I'm really out of my depth. How about helping me out? Kushina grinned mischievously. Help you? Wouldn't that be pouring fuel on the fire? I saw you just now, whispering sweet nothings with her. Rin covered her mouth, unable to hold back a laugh. All right, Sensei's wife, don't tease Obito anymore. Obito, what exactly happened? Obito breathed a sigh of relief. That scared him. Thank goodness Rin trusted him. He quickly summarized what had happened in the fewest words possible. After listening, both women couldn't help but feel sorry. Kushina sighed. Her parents and brother died when she was little, and without knowing anything, she grew up alongside her enemy, even treating him as her closest brother. Rin's expression softened as well, yes. But her spy brother truly cared for her. Their bond could only be described as relying on each other for survival. At that point, a brother is a brother, no matter who he is, isn't that right? Especially... Rin looked at Obito. Obito, it's because of you that her brother died. If she ever learns the truth, do you think she'll stop at nothing to get revenge? Obito shook his head. It's all right. She's not a Uchiha. Lin suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She gave Obito an angry thump. Now is really not the time for your lame jokes. Whatever, I'll go comfort her myself. Obito, please, just don't say anything. You really have a way of making things worse with every word. Obito nodded silently, and together the group walked over. The three girls who had bullied Sato had not moved. They were still standing there, trembling with fear. Without Obito's permission, none of them dared to leave. Observing this, Obito felt as if he'd gained a new understanding of the shinobi world. In his previous life, he'd mostly crossed paths with the powerful. People who stood at the very summit of the world. They not only possessed strength that ordinary people could never hope to match, but also the courage to challenge even stronger foes. He'd nearly forgotten. Ordinary people, when confronted with power, often cowered and submitted, just like these three girls. When facing someone weaker than themselves, they could unleash their malice without restraint. But when confronted by someone stronger, they instantly became helpless like lambs awaiting slaughter. How pitiful and contemptible. Kushina had witnessed the whole scene as well. She especially noticed that one of the girls' wrists had been broken for some time now. If it wasn't treated soon, even if it healed, her days as a ninja would be over. With a trace of anger, she asked Obito, what happened here? Obito shrugged, nothing much. They were bullying Sato earlier, so I stopped them. Frankly, they were so vile I gave them a little lesson. Kushina approached Melee. That's not how you teach someone a lesson. Did you just throw your weight around? Otherwise, why is she so scared? And at the very least, after you taught her a lesson, you should have let her get her wrist treated. Are you just going to stand by and watch her hand become useless? Seeing how gentle Kushina seemed, Melee's face filled with desperate pleading. Please, ma'am. We know we were wrong. I beg you, let us go. Kushina nodded, then gently took Melee's hand and called to Lin, come over and treat her. Just as Lin was about to step forward, Obito spoke up slowly. Boss, I remember you once told me when you were a kid, you were bullied just like this. Even so, you can still empathize with people like them? Kushina hesitated, glancing at the pitiful Melee. Forget it. They're just young and foolish. Besides, Kushina raised her fist, her red hair rippling. If anyone dared to bully me, well, I just beat them up right back. Obito sighed, but boss, Not everyone is the red-hot habanero. Not everyone has your guts. Most people can only stand by and be bullied, not daring to curse back or even defend themselves. Kushina looked at him in surprise. Obito, what's gotten into you? I'm just asking Lin to heal someone. Why all this talk? Obito thought for a moment, then said, Boss, have you ever heard the legend of the fox spirit? Kushina knew that Obito was talking about Naruto, but with so many outsiders present, it wasn't appropriate to speak too plainly. At once concern flickered in her eyes. Of course I've heard about it. Why do you ask? Obito continued in a calm tone. For a rumor like this to spread, someone has to stir up trouble. Can you guess who started it? Kushina was taken aback. She glanced at Obito, then at Meili, and suspicion began to form quietly in her heart. Obito nodded at her, confirming her guess. Meili, meanwhile, looked completely bewildered. She had no idea what this young Uchiha and this imposing woman were discussing, but that didn't stop her from feigning innocence. With a pitiful whimper, she cried, Sister, I'm in so much pain, but I don't want to trouble you. I'll be fine if that Uchiha wants to punish me. Just let him do it. What she didn't realize was that, at that moment, the sister she spoke of had eyes that seemed to blaze with a crimson light, and her scarlet hair began to whirl wildly in the air. This was the final form of the red-hot habanero. That's unforgivable. Kushina shouted, clenching her fists. She brought one down hard on Meili's head, knocking her out cold. The two girls beside Meili nearly fainted in terror. They had thought Obito was frightening enough, but they hadn't expected that this newly arrived woman was the truly fearsome one. Get out of here! Kushina roared. The two girls, startled, were about to bolt, but looking back at the unconscious Meili, they hesitated. After all, she had always been their leader, and just earlier she had pleaded for them as well. In the end, a flicker of loyalty won out. They tiptoed over, carefully hoisted Meili onto their backs, and hurried away, picking up speed with every step. At this moment, everyone's attention finally shifted to Satoha, who was sitting in a state of shock. Satoha's eyes were lifeless. She huddled in a corner, hugging herself tightly, as if trying to seal herself away in a tiny, safe space. Rin sighed, softly walked over and knelt down in front of Satoha, offering gentle comfort. I'm sorry, but the dead cannot return. You need to learn to be strong. Our teacher always said to become a ninja, you have to be prepared to face death. Gradually, color returned to Satoha's face. She looked at Obito, then at Rin, and asked, I saw everything just now. You two seem to care deeply for each other, don't you? Before Rin could respond, Obito answered, Of course, we're the closest. Satoha nodded then, turned to Obito with a question. If one of you were to die, could the other accept it? Obito fell silent at once. Suddenly, a memory flashed before his eyes. That night, surrounded by corpses, a rain of blood soaking the earth. It was hell itself. How could anyone accept such a world? Lin fell silent as well. All at once, she remembered the scene when Obito faced death so calmly in front of Lady Kushina. The fear in her heart surpassed anything she had ever felt before. So much so that she had been taken in by Obito and agreed to be his girlfriend. As the two of them sat in silence, Satoha lowered her head and murmured, That's why I'd rather have nothing at all. If only my brother could come back. Lin no longer knew what to say. She couldn't placate someone else with words of comfort that she herself didn't believe in. Instead, it was Obito who stepped forward and looked at Satoha. Do you know who your brother really was? Satoha was taken aback, a flicker of unease rising in her chest. I don't understand what you mean. Wasn't my brother just a chunin of Konoha? He died protecting the village during the disaster. Obito replied. That's just what you wanted to believe. Lin suddenly realized what Obito intended to do, and her heart ached for Satoha. She shook her head at him, hoping he would stop, but Obito gave her a reassuring glance and continued speaking to Satoha. The truth is, your brother played a part in today's disaster. Sadokawa actually died many years ago. The brother you knew was nothing more than an Awagekure spy, codenamed Duro. Satoha's pupils constricted sharply. She shook her head, refusing to believe. No, that's impossible. Obito spoke in a calm, flat tone. No matter what, the village will investigate the truth and question you in due course. This is not something that can be kept secret. Rather than hiding it from you, it's better you know now. If you don't believe me, I have no reason to lie to you about something like this. After all, you could easily verify it with someone involved, couldn't you? Brother, brother, brother. Satoha could only repeat the word over and over. as if by doing so she could engrave every precious memory of him deeper into her heart, never to be forgotten. After a while, it seemed she had come to some realization, and she murmured, "No matter who my brother really was, I know he was the best brother I could ever have." Obito nodded. "That's true." Even at the very end, that's what he kept saying, but suddenly Satoha caught on to something odd. She couldn't help but ask, if my brother really was a spy and even caused this explosion, why would he get a pension? Why would he ask you to bring it to me? That's not something the village would ever do. Are you really telling me the truth? Obito shook his head. I told you to treat it as a pension, but I never said it really was one. But you said before that the money had something to do with my brother. Obito didn't deny it. Yes, it's related. He met her gaze and finished, because that money is my reward for completing an A-rank mission. This A-rank mission is called Prevent the Escape of Sato River. The IWNine spy and Leaf Rogue Ninja. Your brother died right in front of me. Realizing he had no chance to escape, he asked me to look after you, and then activated the seal inside his body to take his own life. In that instant, Sato Yu understood everything. She fixed her gaze on Obito, as if she wanted to etch his face into her memory forever. So, it was you who killed my brother? Obito nodded. If that's how you want to see it, I don't mind. But honestly, even without me, your brother would never have escaped. The Umbu from the Leaf were already hunting him down. Given his abilities, the odds of survival were almost non-existent. Sato Yu stared at Obito. You should have killed me too. Otherwise, one day... Obito cut her off, his tone dripping with mockery. The girl who can't even fight back when bullied by 3 kids her own age. And you think you could ever defeat me? Instead of making empty threats, you should focus on getting stronger. You're too weak. Far weaker than your brother ever was. Tears welled up in Sato Yu's eyes again. I just have one last question. When my brother tried to escape, which way did he run? Obito replied slowly. He was heading toward the Leaf Ninja Academy. Maybe he already knew he couldn't get away. Maybe he just wanted to see you one last time. Sato Yu looked at Obito, lost in thought. Why are you telling me all this? You could have hidden everything from me. Obito answered flatly. Concealment is the least efficient form of communication. A single lie often requires countless more to cover it up, even if some lies seem well-intentioned. When the truth is finally revealed, it can backfire. Silently, Obito added to himself, just like it did with Sasuke. Sato Yu nodded, her face expressionless. Understand? Obito asked, so, do you still hate me now? Sato Yu's gaze grew complicated. I thought I would hate you, but now that I know everything, I just can't bring myself to hate you. It's just... Sato Yu struggled to put her feelings into words. Obito pressed his hand to his chest and spoke for her. It just feels empty here, doesn't it? Like there's a gaping hole inside you. Sato Yu froze, staring at Obito in disbelief, thinking to herself, how does he understand so well? Obito said, I know what it's like to lose someone important. In that moment, nothing matters anymore. Neither love nor hate. All those feelings need someone to carry them. But when that person is gone, it's as if your own existence loses its meaning too. Sato Yu's breathing grew rapid. Then now, what should I do? Obito looked at Sato Yu's expression and couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. It was so much like himself back then, like a drowning man grasping desperately for the last straw. If at this moment he were to say, have you ever heard of the Eye of the Moon plan? Do you want to create a world where your brother is still alive? Then Sato Yu would instantly become a pawn in his hand. Of course, Obito wasn't that wicked. Instead, he simply shared his understanding. Honestly, I'm not interested in discussing such grand schemes right now. But at the root, your brother became a war orphan because of the conflict. And because he was left alone by the war, with nowhere to turn, he ended up as a pawn in the hands of those in power. Put yourself in his shoes. He didn't actually do anything wrong. He simply had no control over his fate, like a marionette guided by the higher-ups step by step, descending into the abyss. So, the one at fault isn't your brother. It's this world itself. After hearing Obito's words, Sato Yu unconsciously repeated them in a murmur. Yes, it's not my brother who is wrong, but the world. Her expression twisted with pain. Since the world is what's wrong, then this world has no reason to exist. I'll destroy it. Off to the side, Rin watched Sato Yu and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In a previous life, was it like this? Obito led astray by Madara, step by step. Obito spoke calmly. Even if you destroy the world, your brother can't come back to life. And even if he could, there'd be no place left for him here. Most importantly, he paused, and his voice once again took on a hypnotic allure. Do you think your brother would want to see you become like this? I know, truly I do. He was the one who loved you most in this world, and he would have respected your choices. But if he saw you like this, wouldn't his heart break? Would you really want to cause your brother such pain? Sato, you suddenly deflated, like a balloon losing all its air, collapsing where she stood. She wasn't ignorant of these truths. She just didn't want to face them, fooling herself, if things really ended up that way. Could she ever face her brother again? So what should I do? She asked, her voice trembling. Obito smiled softly. Try to change this rotten world. We may never heal every wound it bears, but at the very least, we can make it a little less broken. Sato, you replied in anguish, but I don't want to do that. Obito encouraged her to be a good person, even if it's just for your brother's sake. Maybe being good isn't your own choice, but only by being a good person can you play the part of a good little sister. Only then can your brother, wherever he is, find some happiness and peace. Sato, you murmured to herself, a good person. She finally seemed to regain a hint of vitality. I'll try my best, she said. My brother always wanted me to become a ninja who could stand on her own. I didn't quite understand before, but now I do. He was afraid that once he was gone, I wouldn't be able to take care of myself. So I'll start by fulfilling my brother's wish. From now on, I won't be the girl who cries all the time. I'll become strong. I'll solve my problems on my own. I'll become even stronger. Satoa's eyes shone with resolve. Nearby, Kushina couldn't help but marvel. The way Obito comforted people was certainly odd, but unexpectedly effective. Was this what it was like when kindred spirits shared their pain? Obito pulled out the money he hadn't managed to hand over earlier. Satoha, please take this. Because of your brother's identity, it's almost impossible for you to get any support from the Leaf Village. I know your family is struggling. But Satoha simply shook her head. That's your mission reward. I don't need it. Her determination was unyielding. Just because I no longer hate you doesn't mean I've let go of everything. One day, I will challenge you. As for being poor, don't forget. Satoha stood up, picked up her ninja headband, which had been thrown to the ground and trampled a few times, and put it back on. Her eyes were filled with steely determination. I am a ninja, too. Rin watched the girl, who just moments ago had seemed so fragile, suddenly transform into a spirited and valiant young kunoichi. She thought this scene was truly admirable for a moment. The figure before her overlapped with the image of a certain blonde kunoichi in green whom she admired. Rin suddenly felt inspired herself. So a person really could change so much, even if you were born a civilian with nothing to rely on. As long as you had unwavering will, you could shine brilliantly. That Obito. How is he so good at comforting girls? Rin didn't want to rely on Obito for everything either. She wanted to become a strong kunoichi who could stand on her own, just like that. Watching Satoha change before his eyes, Obito felt a wave of satisfaction. All right, then I won't force the money on you. Looks like you really don't need to depend on anyone anymore. Still, I promise your brother, if you ever run into trouble, you can always come to me. Satoha shook her head again. I won't need to. On the contrary, since my brother was willing to entrust me to you before he died, it means he truly trusted you. If you ever need my help in the future, and if I have the strength, I'll be there. Goodbye. With that, she turned and walked away, her figure gradually receding into the distance. Obito glanced at Rin and sighed helplessly. She really is stubborn. She could have accepted the money and made her life a little easier. Rin gave Obito a playful punch on the arm. This isn't stubbornness. It's strength. She doesn't need to rely on anyone. Obito, you still don't understand girls, do you? Obito immediately looked aggrieved. How can you say, I don't understand girls? Look, I told her everything. Every last detail. She didn't break down at all. In fact, she looks even more spirited now. That just proves I really understand girls. Rin raised her little fists again, squinting playfully. So Obito, just how many confused girls did you manage to charm in your previous life? Obito received several light punches from Rin before she let him off the hook. In truth, the reason for the playful beating wasn't jealousy. Rin simply thought Obito had been too ruthless, laying bare everything without reservation. For a girl, that kind of blow could be overwhelming. Of course, on the surface, Obito looked terribly wrong, though who knows? Maybe deep down he wouldn't have minded a few more friendly punches. Chattering and laughing, the group made their way back to Minato's house, ready to help set up the wedding room. Originally, Kushina and Minato were still living apart, although Kushina often visited and was practically already the lady of the house. At night, she would still return to sleep in the Senju compound. Now, there was no need for pretenses. She simply moved in with Minato for good. After a week of preparations, Minato and Kushina's wedding began. On this day, a special venue in the Senju compound was decorated with dazzling lights and festive banners. Dressed to the nines, Kushina and Minato stood together, a perfect match, as handsome as they were talented and beautiful. Since Minato was like a little son in everyone's hearts, the future heirs of the great clans. Fugaku Uchiha Hayashi Hyuga, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikakanara, Shibi Aburame, and others, all came to offer heartfelt congratulations. Off to the side, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the gathering, and suddenly something clicked in his mind. His thoughts about the next Hokage, the fourth, became much clearer. Orochimaru, meanwhile, sat quietly in a secluded corner, lost in his own thoughts. Anko dashed over, balancing a large tray piled high with pastries she had managed to liberate, stuffing them into her mouth as fast as she could. Delicious! Orochimaru-sensei, aren't you going to have some? Orochimaru shook his head. I prefer peace and quiet. Go and enjoy yourself. Anko nodded. After spending some time together, she wasn't so afraid of Orochimaru anymore. He might seem gloomy, but he actually treated her rather well. Without another word, she ran off to play with Kornai, Suma, and the others. At this moment, Obito, Rin, and Kakashi finished their chores and walked over. Obito glanced around and suddenly asked, "Where's Guy? Didn't he come?" Asuma thought for a moment. His father's only a genin. They probably didn't get an invitation. Obito slapped his forehead. I forgot to mention this to Minato-sensei. I'll go get him now, and I'll invite his father too. With that, Obito turned and hurried away. Kakashi's curiosity was instantly piqued. He looked at Rin and asked Rin, "It seems like Obito really pays a lot of attention to Guy, doesn't he?" Rin leaned closer to Kakashi's ear and whispered, "That's because Obito says that in our generation, the strongest will be him and Guy." Kakashi's expression became puzzled. "Guy's been coming to spar with me a lot lately. He really is impressive when it comes to taijutsu. Even I think he's bound to become a powerhouse one day. But for Guy to actually earn Obito's respect, that's surprising. Just a couple of days ago, Kakashi had sparred with Obito. He was the first to realize just how nightmarish it was when Flying Thunder God, Phantom Body Flicker, and Phasing were combined. If he had to sum up his feelings in a single phrase, it would be, halfway through the fight, he just lost the will to keep going. Meanwhile, Might Dewey and Guy were training together in a forest. Suddenly, Obito appeared before them in a flash. The two of them stopped. Guy spotted Obito and grinned. "Obito, are you here to join our training today?" Might Dewey grew curious. "Guy, is this one of your classmates?" Guy nodded. "Father, this is Uchiha Obito. If it weren't for him often telling me where to find Kakashi, I wouldn't even know where to look for him." Might Dewey broke into a smile. "Ah, I see. A young man from the Uchiha clan. Would you like to join us?" Obito shook his head. "No training today. I'm here to invite you both to my sensei's wedding." The pair were taken aback. Might Dewey asked, "A wedding? You mean Minato-sensei's wedding?" He immediately became flustered. "But I haven't prepared a gift," Obito laughed. "Just having you there's the best gift we could ask for. Sorry, Minato-sensei told me to invite you earlier, but I forgot to give you the invitation." Might Dewey was deeply moved and tears welled up in his eyes. "Minato-sensei actually remembered me. Ah, this is what youth is all about." Wiping away his tears, Might Dewey took Guy by the hand and said, "Come on, Guy, let's go to Minato-sensei's wedding together." Obito gazed at Dewey, a man almost forgotten by everyone. No one could have known that in the future, during the Third Great Ninja War, this very man would single-handedly change the tide of a key battle, turning the legendary Seven Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist into nothing more than a punchline. "Let's get going," Obito said. "Yes, let's go," Dewey replied in a booming voice. And so the three of them set off for the wedding venue. Before long, they arrived at the entrance. At the door, Minato was personally welcoming his guests. The moment he saw the three of them, he immediately recognized Dewey. After all, Dewey's reputation as a forever genin was well known. Minato hurried over and greeted him warmly. "Dewey, I'm so sorry. I almost forgot to invite you." Dai was so moved that he exclaimed, "Minato, I'm sorry things were rushed today, and I didn't have time to prepare a gift. But tomorrow, I'll design a custom set of matching bodysuits for you and Lady Kushina. Let's burn with the passion of youth together." At that, Minato couldn't help but picture himself and Kushina both wearing those skin-tight outfits, their eyebrows thick and neatly trimmed. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. "Dai, I'm already so happy that you could come. There's no need for you to go to any trouble for us," he said. "Please come inside. With that, Minato hurriedly ushered the three of them in, finally letting out a sigh of relief before heading back to the door to greet more arriving guests. When the time was right, the wedding ceremony officially began. Minato and Kushina walked hand in hand up to the altar. Jiraiya sat above them, his face glowing with pride and satisfaction. He was there to represent the groom's side as a father figure. Yet, even now, the seats reserved for the bride's family remained empty. Kushina couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness wash over her. Her clansmen, those closest to her, were either long gone or far away. Even now, on her wedding day, she couldn't find a single elder to stand by her side. Seeing this, Minato squeezed Kushina's hand in reassurance. "Kushina, you still have me." Kushina was deeply touched. She glanced shyly at Minato and whispered, "I'm so lucky to have you." Obito watched this beautiful moment from below the stage, his eyes bright with emotion. In his heart, he sincerely wished happiness for Teacher Minato and Big Sister Kushina. "Teacher Minato, Big Sis, in this life, I swear you'll have a lifetime of happiness. You'll never have to endure the pain of being separated from your son again." On stage, Kushina and Minato stepped up before Jiraiya. As Jiraiya looked at Minato, for some reason, his mind wandered back to that day at Ichiraka Ramen. The day he saw a boy with the same hair and eyes as Minato. Without quite knowing why, he suddenly asked, "Minato, do you have any other relatives?" Minato was taken aback, but then smiled. "Jiraiya-sensei, you know I'm an orphan." "An orphan?" Jiraiya sighed with feeling. "Minato, you've grown up so much. Now you're starting a family of your own." For some reason, a sudden impulse welled up inside him. "Minato, Kushina, have you decided on a name for your son? I was eating ramen the other day, and one came to mind. I thought it would be perfect for your child." Kushina, recalling that Naruto had already met Jiraiya, shot Minato a playful look, then turned to Jiraiya with a teasing smile. "But what if it's a girl?" Jiraiya was momentarily caught off guard. "Ha, you're right. I almost forgot. A child isn't always a boy." Quickly recovering, Jiraiya added, "But I've thought of a name for a girl, too." Kushina said, "Well then, let's hear it, Jiraiya-sensei." Jiraiya spoke solemnly. "Let's name our son Naruto. He's the main character of a novel I'm writing. I think you'll be able to read it soon. He has an indomitable spirit, never gives up, always keeps his promises. He's bright and cheerful. Just like Minato," Kushina said, her eyes full of longing. "Yes, Master Jiraiya. My son will be called Uzumaki Naruto from now on," she declared. "But what about a daughter?" someone asked. "A daughter, huh?" Jiraiya burst out laughing. "Why not call her Naruto?" Kushina let out an exasperated huff, but when she glanced at Minato, her cheeks turned pink. "Actually, Naruto sounds kind of cute. Minato, maybe we should have a Naruto first, and let Naruto be her little brother." Minato broke out in a nervous sweat, but seeing the anticipation in Kushina's eyes, his heart melted. Gently, he replied, "Whatever you want." "Dear." Kushina's face lit up with joy. She threw her arms around Minato and kissed him. "You're the best, honey." Jiraiya chuckled. "All right, enough of the public displays of affection. It's about time. We should start the ceremony." Kushina and Minato nodded. The ceremony was just about to begin. At that very moment, a sudden thunderous crash echoed from the entrance. With a deafening bang, the main gate of the Senju compound was blown wide open. Everyone was stunned, their attention snapping to the doorway. An elderly man, the caretaker of the Senju estate, erupted in anger, shouting, "Who dares vandalize the Senju grounds?" This was once the home of Lord Hashirama and Lady Mito. But as he caught sight of the newcomers, his indignation quickly turned to embarrassment. He coughed awkwardly a few times as the smoke cleared from the doorway. Tsunade and Shizun's figures slowly emerged. Tsunade still had her fist raised, but when she saw the ceremony hadn't started yet, she let out a breath of relief. Made it just in time. Then, turning to the old caretaker, she looked a bit sheepish. "Grandpa Ishii, I broke the gate again. I promise I'll be more careful next time." Grandpa Ishii could only sigh, his voice full of weary affection. "Princess Tsunade, you really ought to fix that habit of yours. You're even rougher than Danzo when it comes to breaking doors." Many of Konoha's high-ranking officials looked uncomfortable, especially Fruzen, Yuditane, and Hamir Mitokado at their table. There weren't many in the village brave enough to poke fun at the so-called F4 of Konoha, but the old caretaker of the Senju estate was certainly one of them. Kushina, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She didn't care about the ceremony anymore, and launched herself at Tsunade, embracing her tightly, rubbing her head against Tsunade's not-so-modest chest. "Tsunade sis, you actually came. I thought you wouldn't make it." Tsunade's heart instantly softened. She patted Kushina's head. You never told me you were getting married. If I hadn't happened to hear about it, I would have missed the whole thing. I'm not about to let Jiraiya steal all the limelight. Minato has Jiraiya as his mentor, and you have me. Let me be the one to support you. Kushina, however, began to complain. It's only because Sister Tsunade decided to leave on such short notice. If I hadn't gotten married, who knows when you'd have come back. Tsunade, thinking of her younger brother Nawaki and her lost love Dan Kato, couldn't help but sigh and apologize. I'm sorry, Kushina. It's my fault. I neglected you as your big sister. Kushina pulled away from Tsunade's embrace extended, a hand with a mischievous grin, and teased Sister Tsunade. Where's my wedding gift? This is a huge occasion. Surely you didn't come empty-handed? Tsunade was instantly embarrassed. She had already thought about a gift on her way here, but having lost all her money gambling and owing several million Ryo on top of that, she simply couldn't afford anything decent at the moment. Seeing Tsunade's predicament, Kushina huffed and protested with wounded pride. I can't believe you didn't bring a gift, Sister Tsunade. I'm so heartbroken. Tsunade could only relent. All right. Kushina, just tell me. What do you want? Kushina's tone grew more insistent. You said it yourself, Sister Tsunade. No backing out. Tsunade nodded. Whatever it is, as long as it's within my power, I'll make sure you get it. Kushina immediately beckoned to Rin. Rin, come here. Rin was a bit bewildered, unsure what her mentor's wife was up to, but Obito seemed to realize something and gave her a little push. Go on, Rin, hurry. Rin, still confused, walked over and took Kushina's hand. Kushina turned and introduced her, Sister Tsunade. This is Minato's subordinate, Rin Noera. She's an outstanding medical ninja. From now on, I'll leave her in your care. Kushina gave Tsunade a respectful bow. Rin's eyes widened and her heart began to race. Was Lady Kushina really asking Tsunade to take her as a disciple? But would Tsunade agree? Rin looked at Tsunade, her face full of anxious anticipation. Tsunade smiled. So that was your plan all along, Kushina? Then she looked at Rin. Becoming my student isn't easy. Are you ready for that challenge? Rin broke into a determined smile. Lady Tsunade, no matter how difficult the trial, I'm sure I can overcome it. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. With just a glance, she could tell Rin was a remarkable young kunoichi, someone who carried herself with a spirit much like her own. She was quite pleased with this new disciple. Well then, don't call me Lady Tsunade anymore. Call me Sensei. Rin quickly nodded and corrected herself. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. Below the stage, members of the various ninja clans couldn't help but look on with envy. Tsunade had taken on yet another disciple. Last time, it was thanks to Dan Kato. This time, it was because of Kushina. If only their own clan members could become Tsunade's students. Obito was genuinely happy for Rin. She had finally achieved her dream. He had been racking his brains, wondering how he could possibly persuade Tsunade. But to his surprise, the boss lady had simply charged forward and handled everything herself. Success came just like that. Obito shot her a grateful look, letting out a sigh in his heart, feeling as though he owed her yet another favor. At that moment, Tsunade said, All right, Rin, you may step back now. It's time for the wedding ceremony to begin. Rin nodded, retreating to Obito's side, her face still alight with excitement. Tsunade glanced toward Orochimaru, who was sitting quietly in a corner, then strode over to Jiraiya and took her seat among Kushina's elders. Jiraiya was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to see Tsunade at such an occasion. Tsunade, it's wonderful that you've come back, he said, grinning. Tsunade shot him a look of disdain. Don't flatter yourself. I didn't come back because of you. If it were your wedding, you could marry whoever you want for all I care. I wouldn't bother coming back. At once Jiraiya seemed to turn to stone, once again struck down by his goddess. With that, the wedding resumed its proper order. Minato and Kushina stepped back, then hand in hand, walked the aisle once more, stopping before Jiraiya and Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Minato and announced in a clear, resonant voice, Minato, I'm entrusting Kushina to you. Take good care of her. If anything happens to her, you'll answer to me. Minato glanced at Kushina, determination shining in his eyes. Lady Tsunade, rest assured, I would give my life for Kushina. I will never let her go. Before me, this time, it was Kushina who grew anxious. Words of undying love might sound sweet, but with past tragedies in mind, she would never allow such a thing to happen. She gave Minato a sharp punch and said, No dying for love. Promise me no dying for love. If anything ever happens to me, you must go on living well, understand? Minato, looking rather pitiful, nodded quickly. I understand, my dear wife. Tsunade, witnessing the exchange, felt a tinge of envy for the bond between the two. For reasons she couldn't quite name, she stole a glance at Jiraiya, her cheeks tinged with red. Raising her voice, she declared, enough with the formalities. From this day forward, Kushina is the wife of Minato Namikaze, and Minato Namikaze is Kushina's husband. May your union be filled with joy and last a lifetime. Then she turned to the audience below the stage. Everyone eat, drink, and be merry. The wedding ceremony is concluded. At her words, a parade of delicious dishes prepared by specially invited chefs began to arrive, including some made by hand, right before their eyes. Instantly, the guests launched into feasting and celebration. Obito and Rin returned to their seats. Anko was already devouring grilled meat with gusto, while Kurenai, full of curiosity, turned to the newcomer Shizen and asked, so Shizen, how is it traveling and training with Lady Tsunade? It must be amazing, right? A wry smile suddenly appeared on Shizen's delicate face. Others might not know, but she was all too aware that so-called training was split. Half the time spent gambling, dodging debts, and the other half tending to Lady Tsunade's daily needs. She was starting to feel more like a worried housekeeper than a shinobi. Of course, she couldn't say any of this out loud, so she just forced a smile and replied, yes, it's really wonderful. For a while, the wedding banquet bustled with warmth and laughter at every table, lively conversation and teasing flowing throughout. Host and guests alike were thoroughly enjoying themselves. But just then, an Umbu member burst in, appearing in a flash right in front of the third Hokage and Sir Toby, Lord Third. I have urgent news to report. The third Hokage, enjoying his drink with a rosy flush on his face, was startled at the Umbu's serious demeanor. The festive haze of alcohol quickly faded. What's the urgent matter? This scene caught the attention of many guests, who turned to look at the Umbu. The Umbu spoke gravely. We've just received word. Cloud and Sand Ninja forces have met at the border. They've already started fighting. War has broken out. What? The third slammed the table and stood up, his expression suddenly stern, back to the Hokage's office. With that, he hurried out with the Umbu, not wasting another second. Many guests overheard the news, and a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Has the war really started? Yes, and right at this moment, too. I wonder when Konoha will be drawn into all this. Minato frowned, tightening his grip on Kushina's hand. Kushina, however, glanced over at Obito and smiled. Don't worry. That kid gave me his word. If the four great villages ever attack Konoha, he'll go have a proper talk with each of their Kage. Minato nodded, though it was plain to see that despite her reassurances, busy days lay ahead for him as well. At a nearby table, Jaya Tsunade and Orochimaru had also heard the news, and for a moment a tense silence fell over them. Jiraiya was the first to break it. Tsunade, are you leaving again this time? Tsunade considered for a moment, then gave a rueful smile. You know my situation. Even if I stayed, I couldn't fight on the front lines anyway. But in the end, she added, since I'm back and it's wartime, I'll stay for now. I should take the chance to properly train my two disciples. I really owe Shizen for all her help lately. Jiraiya, however, spoke in a low voice. I may have to leave. I've already been back longer than I planned. Tsunade shot him an exasperated look, going to chase after your so-called child of prophecy again. But Minato is already outstanding. Jiraiya sighed. I know compared to Minato, no other ninja measures up. It's just... He gazed up at the sky, his eyes distant and thoughtful. For some reason, I have a feeling the child of prophecy isn't Minato, nor is it Nagato. Unconsciously, Jiraiya found his thoughts drifting back to that day, to the blonde, whiskered boy he had met. They'd only seen each other once, sharing a simple bowl of ramen, yet the memory lingered so vividly. Why was it so unforgettable? Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. Instead of chasing after some illusory child of prophecy, wouldn't it be better to keep your feet on the ground and focus on what's real? Jiraiya shot Orochimaru a glance, his brows furrowing. When you say keep your feet on the ground, are you talking about that experiment you're running with Danzo? Orochimaru, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I'm warning you. Don't do anything you'll regret. Orochimaru shook his head, turning to look at Jiraiya. You don't understand, but Tsunade should. I'm only pursuing the truth. Tsunade fell silent. She did understand. As a medical ninja, she also had to conduct experiments on a human body. Otherwise, how could she truly understand its structure? or push medical ninjutsu to new heights. Still, after a moment's thought, she cautioned, Orochimaru, you really should set some limits for yourself. Sometimes your methods are too extreme, too risky. Orochimaru gazed at his two old friends, feeling an unexpected calm settle over him. He realized, with perfect clarity, that the things the three of them sought were now entirely different. And unlike the other two, he had already started thinking beyond the village's perspective, yet some bonds he couldn't cut so easily. At last, he spoke, there's no point in discussing all this any further. The war has begun. With Lord Hiruzen's character, it won't be long before I receive my orders. I'll be leaving Konoha to command at the Sand's front lines. An awkward silence fell between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Of the three of them, one was off and away, another couldn't fight anymore, and it was always Orochimaru who would stand on the front lines for Konoha, given that what right did they have to criticize their friend? The wedding ended abruptly as news of the war spread. The various clans lost their appetite for celebration and took their leave in haste. Fugako Uchiha also departed, leaving only Mikoto behind. She took Kushina by the hand and led her inside, sharing private words about married life, little secrets for happiness, and tips on raising children. Topics that were, of course, for no one else's ears. Rin was taken away by Tsunade, likely for some aptitude testing and to tailor her training accordingly. Kakashi, meanwhile, was intercepted by Might Guy again, dragged off for another round of friendly sparring. In the end, the wedding hall was left almost empty, just Obito and Minato staring at each other in silence. After a moment's thought, Minato pulled Obito aside to a quiet room. Obito, since we have the time, why don't you tell me about the Akatsuki? I've heard from Naruto. It seems that this group becomes extremely dangerous in the future. They're responsible for many deaths, including Jiraiya-sensei. Obito nodded and began to recount the story of the Akatsuki. Master Minato, you already know that in the future, I collect the nine-tailed beasts, start the fourth great ninja war, and am ultimately defeated by Naruto. But there's a question here. Have you ever thought about it? How could I possibly capture so many tailed beasts all by myself? Minato smiled and said, of course I've thought about it. So it was the Akatsuki who helped you capture the beasts. I remember Kakashi once said their leader was Nagato, right? The one with Madara's Rinnegan. No wonder they were able to pull off something like that. Obito replied, Master Minato, actually there were three founders of the Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konin. And in the beginning, Yahiko was the leader, not Nagato. Minato was surprised, so the one with the Rinnegan wasn't the leader. Yahiko must have been remarkable in his own way. Obito nodded and smiled. Master Minato, Yahiko was very much like you. He might not have been the strongest among the 3-inch, but he was the sun in everyone's eyes. It was his yearning for peace that inspired everyone, bringing light and hope to the Hidden Rain village. That's how Akatsuki was born in the dawn's first light. Minato couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Yahiko really does sound admirable. If I had the chance, I'd even like to be his friend. But then, why did the Akatsuki change leaders later on? And why did they end up helping you hunt tailed beasts? Looks like you've done something bad again. Obito grew a little embarrassed. He said with a hint of guilt, I do bear some responsibility for Akatsuki's fall. It was me who ambushed all the Akatsuki members on their way to rescue Nagato Konin, and Yahiko forcing Nagato to truly experience pain. That's why later on he wanted the 5 great nations to taste pain as well. Minato gave a wry smile. So, as expected, a lot of the terrible things in the future are your doing, Obito. But Obito shook his head. Master Minato, I played a part in Akatsuki's downfall, but it wasn't just me. Aren't you curious why Akatsuki members had to go rescue their leader in the first place? Minato chuckled. Of course I'm curious. So just like the Uchiha clan massacre night, you were only going with the flow? There was another mastermind behind the scenes. Obito laughed. That's right, Master Minato. Can you guess who the real mastermind was? Before Obito said anything, Minato might not have been able to guess. But with those words, a name immediately surfaced in his mind. Minato gave a bitter smile. Danzo again? Obito nodded. Danzo believed that an organization devoted to peace was too dangerous, that it would get in the way of his plans. So he went to the Hidden Rain village, killed many of Hanzo's men, and framed Akatsuki for it. Under Danzo's manipulation, Hanzo grew wary of the Akatsuki. During a peace negotiation between the two sides, Hanzo suddenly turned on them, seized Konin, and forced Yahiko to impale himself on Nagato's kunai. Nagato was left to kill his dearest friend with his own hands. and was overwhelmed by a pain beyond words. This agony transformed him completely. He began to embrace the ideals Yahiko once held, aspiring to become the god of a new world, and to use overwhelming power as a means to achieve peace through deterrence. Minato fell silent for a moment. So, it was another story of someone driven to extremes after losing a friend? And yet again, the hand of Konoha's shadowy advisor, Lord Danzo Shimura, was involved. Minato really couldn't understand it. Danzo always claimed everything was for the good of Konoha, but why did he always seem so eager to mess with people's hearts? He'd pushed Tsukumo Hatake to despair and suicide, and now he'd stirred up outsiders, costing Konoha a potential ally. Isn't the will of fire supposed to be about peace? Yet ironically, Konoha's second-in-command saw any organization that championed peace in another village as a threat. At this point, could he even tell friend from foe? The urge to kill Danzo grew stronger in Minato's heart. Minato let out a sigh. In that timeline, Konoha could have built a truly promising bond with an organization so devoted to peace. Obito glanced at Minato and smiled. Sensei, it wasn't just a promising bond. If Danzo hadn't interfered, the Akatsuki would have been Konoha's natural ally. Minato was taken aback. Why do you say that? Obito replied, because the three of them share a unique connection with you. Minato's curiosity was piqued. Connection? Obito didn't want to keep him guessing all. Three were disciples whom Jiraiya-sama took in during his time in Amigakure. They're a few years younger than you. Your juniors, you could say. Minato was startled. My juniors? Then he remembered. Jiraiya-sensei was searching for the child of prophecy and had met the wielder of the Rinnegan. Of course, he would have taken them as students. So in a way, Danzo had ruined even his own juniors. Danzo unforgivable. But then a grave realization struck Minato. He furrowed his brow involuntarily. Naruto said the Akatsuki eventually killed Jiraiya-sensei. Was it Nagato who did it? If that were true, then Nagato would be no different from Obito. Obito gave a bitter smile. Sensei, compared to the despicable things I've done, honestly, you can't really blame Nagato for killing Jiraiya-sama. Minato was puzzled. Why not? Did Jiraiya-sensei treat Nagato poorly? If he treated him well, how could Nagato kill his own mentor? Obito was quick to answer. How could Jiraiya-sama ever treat his own students badly? But then he continued, however, Lord Minato. Just imagine, what if Lord Jiraiya wasn't from the Hidden Leaf, but from another village? Suppose one day he sneaked into the leaf and stole the village's most confidential information. Would you stop him or not? Minato was taken aback. He couldn't quite picture such a scenario, and finally could only give a wry smile. Maybe I would try to stop him, but I don't think I could bring myself to kill Lord Jiraiya. Obito pressed on. All right, let's say you let Lord Jiraiya go intentionally, but he keeps coming back, again and again, and each time his actions not only put your life in danger, but also threaten Kushina's life. What then? Minato instinctively replied, that's impossible. Lord Jiraiya would never harm Kushina. Obito shook his head. He doesn't need to attack her directly. Imagine this. If Lord Jiraiya sneaked into the village before Kushina went into labor and learned that she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You try to stop him, but you go easy on him, yet he remains relentless. Then he finds out that the seal weakens during the birth of the Jinchuriki. You keep trying to stop him, you keep holding back, but he's undeterred. Eventually, he even discovers the exact time when Kushina will give birth and insists on sending all this vital information back to his own village. A shiver ran through Minato. If things really played out like that, Kushina would be in grave danger. He himself had no idea what he might do in such a situation. Obito spoke slowly. That's why Lord Minato, at that time, Nagato, was the leader of the Hidden Rain. Lord Jiraiya infiltrated the village in secret. Even after being discovered, he didn't leave. Instead, he kept digging for information. In the end, he uncovered the secret of Nagato's Rinnegan and learned most of the secrets of the Akatsuki. In that situation, I think from Nagato's perspective, his actions were understandable. After all, Nagato had his own Kushina, his own Rin to protect. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you prosperity, good health, and all the best in the coming year. Updates might be a bit less frequent during the holiday, but I'll do my best to keep up with 5 chapters a day. After hearing Obito's words, Minato could only sigh helplessly. It's true, from Nagato's point of view, Lord Jiraiya was the intruder. His actions were justified. I can't blame him. He let out a sigh. Lord Jiraiya once told me that people can come to understand each other, but it seems that's much easier said than done. Obito reflected, yes, that's right. Nagato was actually a very sentimental person. Maybe when he saw Lord Jiraiya again, he hoped his teacher could finally bridge the gap between them. But what he got wasn't concern or understanding, just harsh questions, accusations, and predetermined judgment. Perhaps it was from that moment that he suddenly understood. Lord Jiraiya didn't truly understand him, nor did he wish to. Jiraiya simply stood for the interests of the Leaf Village, wanting only to eliminate him. I suppose he must have been deeply disappointed at that time. Minato immediately felt awkward and said, Obito, Jiraiya-sensei truly is a good person. Obito shook his head slightly. Minato-sensei, I don't deny that, but the pride of the Leaf runs deep. It's ingrained from childhood, woven into their values and worldview. For the ninja of the Leaf, from top to bottom, whether good or bad, they all seem accustomed to a certain way of thinking. Anything that threatens the Leaf is, without question, unjust. That's why sometimes the things some Leaf ninja do always give me a strange feeling. Minato paused, puzzled. What kind of feeling? Obito glanced at Minato and spoke slowly. Let me give you an example. When a ninja from another village kills a Leaf ninja, the Leaf believe he deserves to die. But on the other hand, when a Leaf ninja kills someone from another village, it's seen as perfectly justified, and they even urge others to let go of their hatred. Minato's embarrassment deepened, and he asked cautiously, is it really that serious? Obito seemed to recall something amusing and went on, Minato-sensei, let's take Naruto Uzumaki as an example. Of all the people I've encountered, he's the one who truly lived by Lord Jiraiya's ideals. The one who managed to let go of hatred and understand others. He accomplished it better than anyone. Even Jiraiya himself. He forgave Nagato. He forgave me. And his forgiveness was possible only because he genuinely understood us. Perhaps it was precisely because he truly understood us that in the end, we were truly convinced by his words. Minato's curiosity was piqued. Obito, you once said that Naruto forgave you. Did he later forgive Nagato as well? Obito nodded and continued. I'll tell you more about that later. For now, let's return to the double standard within the Leaf Village. Under this worldview, even Naruto wasn't immune. He did some things that on the surface seemed quite hypocritical. Minato couldn't help but ask, what things? Obito smiled and replied, Minato-sensei, you know well that Naruto and Sasuke shared a close bond. Later, after Sasuke discovered the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, he resolved to seek revenge on the Leaf. You're aware of this too. Sasuke was influenced by me and sent to capture the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud, leading to the Eight Tails' disappearance. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki is as close as a brother to the Raikage. Just like you and Lady Kushina, Minato-sensei deeply valuing one another. As a result, the Raikage was furious and planned to personally hunt down and kill Sasuke. Now, Minato-sensei, can you guess what Naruto did? Minato seemed to have guessed what Naruto had done. He spoke with some uncertainty. Did Naruto try to persuade the Raikage to let go of his hatred? Obito chuckled and said, that's right. But do you know how Naruto tried to convince him? Naruto said he didn't want a war to break out between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud over Sasuke's situation. He asked the Hidden Cloud to let go of their grudge, saying that vengeance only breeds more vengeance. It never ends. For a moment, Minato was at a loss for words. Wasn't Sasuke already a rogue ninja who had defected from Konoha? Why would Konoha go to war with the Hidden Cloud over Sasuke? Obito smiled and said, Minato-sensei, you must have caught the subtext in Naruto's words. He was clearly telling the Raikage, if you dare to kill Sasuke, then I'll dare to kill you. So that was a threat, Minato replied awkwardly. I believe Naruto himself must have realized that this approach wasn't right. Obito glanced at Minato, thinking, as expected, no one knows their child better than a father. Exactly. That's why Naruto knelt down before the Raikage. But the Raikage only needed one sentence to leave him speechless. Obito paused, then continued slowly. This is what the Raikage said. I'll kill Sasuke. When that happens, you can just let go of your hatred and forgive me. Minato let out a sigh. Yes, setting up a saintly standard for yourself, yet demanding others to live up to it. When you yourself can't, it's certainly not right. Obito nodded. That's why, when Nagato came to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails, he was pushed past his limits and unleashed a massive Shinra Tensei. destroying Konoha and making sure everyone there truly experienced pain. Back when I started the Nine Tails attack, it was for a similar reason. Minato was shocked. Obito, Nagato destroyed Konoha. Obito nodded. Yes, with a single blow, he turned all of Konoha into a gaping crater. Every building reduced to rubble, but later Naruto returned having mastered Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku. He defeated and persuaded Nagato, who then used the Rinnegan's Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to bring back to life everyone he had killed in that battle. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, still shaken. As long as no one died, that's what matters. As long as we're still alive, Konoha can always be rebuilt from the ruins. The Rinnegan truly deserves to be called the Eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. It's terrifying indeed. Then Minato asked Obito, "There's something I've been meaning to ask you. Nagato's goal didn't seem to be infinite Tsukuyami. So why did he go after all the tailed beasts?" Obito thought for a moment. Actually, as I've said, Nagato wanted to use overwhelming force as a deterrent to create peace. To put it simply, he wanted to use the power of the Ten Tails, capable of wiping out a village with a single attack, to forcibly intervene in the affairs of all the great ninja villages and make them stop fighting. If anyone started a war, he would destroy them himself. Minato frowned immediately. That kind of thinking is far too dangerous and extreme. In the end, he wanted to become a god, didn't he? But then Minato reconsidered and thought to himself, actually, this is another possible approach. If the person wielding this power were a true emissary of peace, the five great nations would indeed be too afraid of destruction to dare cause trouble. Obito nodded in agreement. That's certainly one way to look at it. But, Sensei, why do you still think it's dangerous? Minato paused for a moment before replying. Perhaps it's because no one can truly know what the person in control of such power might be thinking. Obito smiled and said, "That's a classic Konoha mindset. Whether or not it really brings peace to the world, anything that could potentially harm the village is considered a threat and must be eliminated if possible. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. No one wants their fate decided by someone else, especially if that someone wields immense power. But Konoha always likes to wrap this attitude in a layer of lofty ideals, which can be off-putting." Minato considered this for a moment, then smiled and said, "Obito, in that case, I'll leave the task of guiding Akatsuki to become Konoha's ally to you. Since you know Nagato so well, I trust you'll be able to persuade them, right?" Once again, Obito was reminded that his teacher Minato was not a rigid thinker. Among Konoha's shinobi, Minato was one of the few who could truly confront his own motives. When it was time to discuss interests, he did so openly, without shamelessly cloaking everything as justice. Having Minato as the fourth Hokage truly was a blessing. Obito nodded and replied, "Don't worry. As long as Danzo doesn't stir up any trouble, you should be able to win Yahiko over. After all, you two are quite alike. Even your hair is the same warm color. I believe you could become good friends." Minato chuckled. "Is that so? I'll give it a try." After a brief pause, Minato continued, "So, in the later Akatsuki, aside from Nagato, who else became important?" Obito couldn't help but recall eventually Akatsuki brought together S-rank rogue ninja from every village. By the final stage, each official member was as powerful as, or even stronger than the elite Jonin. Minato was astonished. "You mean every member of Akatsuki was on par with a Kage?" Obito nodded. "That was thanks to White Zetsu's scouting abilities and my behind-the-scenes planning. It was only through those means that such a group could be assembled. I can say for certain, if Akatsuki ever moved out as a whole, no single village could withstand them alone." Minato couldn't hide his amazement to have built such a formidable organization. "Obito, you truly are remarkable." Obito grew a bit embarrassed and let out a hearty laugh. "Sensei, I will still develop Akatsuki in this life, but rest assured, it will become a true organization for peace." Minato looked at Obito, his gaze filled with certainty. "I know that in this lifetime, you're pursuing peace. I believe you won't be so easily manipulated as you were before, so I think you're up to the task." Obito nodded and said, "In the future, the Akatsuki organization will have 10 members, including the defectors. They are myself, Nagato, Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, Kisame Hashigaki, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakura Konan, and Haiden Orochimaru." Minato exclaimed in surprise, unable to stop himself from asking, "Obito, did Lord Orochimaru eventually defect from Konoha as well?" Obito nodded. "Sensei, You can probably guess the reason. It was because of the human experiments involving Hashiroma's cells. After Orochimaru defected, he encountered Nagato. Out of curiosity about the Rinnegan, he joined the Akatsuki, but later, after Uchiha Itachi was led by me to join the Akatsuki following the massacre of his clan, Orochimaru tried to seize his Mangekyo Sharingan and ended up fleeing from the Akatsuki as well. Minato hadn't expected such a complicated series of events. He could only remark, Lord Orochimaru is truly capricious. Obito smiled. Actually, all Orochimaru ever wanted was rare experimental material. The truth is he would do anything in pursuit of his own ideals. Perhaps the only thing he ever felt attached to was Konoha. Minato was taken aback. At that time, did Lord Orochimaru still have feelings for Konoha? Obito thought for a moment before speaking. Maybe it was only for a select few people. For example, his teacher, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. It was probably around the time of the first Chunin exams after Naruto graduated from the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru killed the fourth Hokage, disguised himself as him, infiltrated Konoha, and joined forces with the Sand Village to launch the Konoha Crush. During that operation, he personally killed the third Hokage. Minato gasped in shock. Is that what you call having feelings? Orochimaru killed even his own teacher. As Minato pondered, he couldn't help but notice a grim pattern in the future Obito described. The third Hokage was killed by his own student, the third students were in turn killed by their own students, and the pattern continued. Each generation, students ultimately inflicting great harm on Konoha. Once or twice could be brushed off as coincidence, but by the third time, perhaps Konoha needed to look inward. A cold sweat broke out on Minato. This time, he was determined not to let such tragedies repeat themselves. Obito then offered an explanation, Senseiyu. No. Though this is just my personal speculation, Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha was fundamentally different from the Nine-Tails attack or Pain's invasion. Although, judging from the situation at the time, the Konoha Crush plan did inflict some wounds on the village. The more I reflect on it, the more something feels off. Minato was puzzled and asked, "What feels off to you?" Obito replied, "Ever since the Konoha Crush plan, with the third Hokage's death and Lady Tsunade succeeding as the fifth, Konoha seemed to have been completely revitalized. Even Danzo was tightly restrained within Root, unable to make a move. Suna became resentful towards Konoha after losing a great number of mission commissions to them. But in that incident, the fourth Kazekage died, and Suna itself suffered heavy casualties. They no longer had the qualifications to oppose Konoha and could only form an alliance relying on Konoha to survive. Obito chuckled. In short, after the Konoha Crush plan, Konoha somehow managed to resolve both its internal strife and external threats all at once. Looking at the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru stood on the side of the Allied shinobi forces. It's really hard not to wonder what kind of role he played in the Konoha Crush plan. Minato paused for a moment, then said with relief, "If Lord Orochimaru has always stood on Konoha's side, that brings me a lot of peace of mind." Obito nodded. Actually, Sensei, the more I think about it, among the three legendary Sannin, even though Lady Tsunade eventually became the fifth Hokage, it's still Orochimaru who contributed the most to Konoha during the Third Great War. Orochimaru was the supreme commander and led us to victory at the Battle of Kikyo Pass in the Konoha Crush planet. Was Orochimaru who eliminated both the internal and external threats to the village. And during the Fourth Great War, it was Orochimaru who used Edo Tensei to bring back all the former Hokage, including yourself. Not only pulling Sasuke over to our side, but also joining the battle, playing a decisive role in the final victory. Minato nodded. I understand now. Lord Orochimaru may be dangerous, but his abilities are unquestionable. If possible, after I become Hokage, I'd like to have a talk with him. Obito grinned. Well then, Sensei, that's all the information I can share. The war has begun, and we'll both be busy from now on. That's true, Minato sighed. Then with a touch of regret, he said, I should go find Kushina. The wedding today was only halfway through. I wonder if she's happy. At that moment, Obito broke into a mischievous smile. Sensei, Kushina-san doesn't really care about the wedding itself. Making her happy is actually quite simple. Minato was taken aback. What do you mean? Obito laughed. Just make sure you do your best tonight, Sensei, and she'll be happy, no doubt. Minato's face turned red at once. Obito was getting more and more cheeky. It seems, Sensei, I really do need to teach you a lesson. Kids shouldn't be thinking about such things. Take this. Rasengan. As the words fell, Minato launched the first strike, a Rasengan flying straight at Obito. Obito hurriedly activated his intangibility, and then chaos erupted, with people dashing about in utter confusion.